Wu Guilong raised his eyes and glanced at Shuiwen. He didn't answer. Shuiwen sat down next to him. The two of them were like good brothers, sighing. You have always been honest. How could you give all the crystal cores to a pregnant woman? As he spoke, Shuiwen glanced at the large bag of crystal cores in Wu Guilong's hand. Originally, Wu Guilong couldn't count how many crystal cores there were. When Shuiwen interrupted him, he simply stopped counting. He gathered all the crystal cores in his hand, stuffed them into the bag, and tied the bag. Seeing Xiaofu running by, Wu Guilong immediately called out, Xiaofu, bring this bag of crystal cores to Miss Hua. Hey! Don't. Shuiwen felt pain in his heart and quickly raised his hand to stop it. When he stretched out his hand, he felt pain, and he didn't even see how Wu Guilong made the move. Anyway, Wu Guilong hit his hand and almost broke Shuiwen's hand. Guilong, what are you doing? Shuiwen frowned and held his hands, looking at Wu Guilong. I was afraid that you would suffer a loss. You killed so many crystal cores for a long time, but you didn't even count them clearly and gave them all to the pregnant woman. It's such a pity. Wu Guilong waved his hand, signaling Xiaofu to go first. He turned to look at Shuiwen with a stern face. This is the crystal core I made. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with you? Don't get close to me. An expression of disgust clearly appeared on Wu Guilong's face. He thought Shuiwen was a disgusting person. It seemed as if Shuiwen had forgotten everything that happened a few days ago. Why could he forget? Wu Guilong felt that even if 200 years passed, he would never forget the look on Shuiwen's face when he wanted to kill him. Shuiwen stammered, and he wiped his face, looking miserable. Guilong, you have to understand me. You were bitten, and none of us knew if you were one of the 5% that survived. You also know that the probability of 95% is really too high. We are all novices when facing zombies. So Shuiwen is also an ordinary person. Most ordinary people make the same choice. Ask yourself, who wouldn't be afraid in such a situation? Who wouldn't want to get rid of it as soon as possible? I knew you were taken away by the garrison, and I've been wanting to see you. Shuiwen looked at Wu Guilong sincerely and reached out his hand, wanting to pat Wu Guilong on the shoulder. I am very happy that you have become a mutant now. Really, I am happier than anyone else. Wu Guilong laughed, lowered his head, wiped his face, and looked at Shuiwen sincerely. You know, among the people I know, you and Shuiwen are the most disgusting. After saying that, Wu Guilong stood up and found another place to sit down. He didn't want to sit with Shuiwen at all. Shuiwen found himself in a bad situation, but he was unwilling to give up. He was about to get up and find an excuse to get in front of Wu Guilong. Some survivors had already gotten close to Wu Guilong. Brother Guilong, hey, you're so capable. Are you really working for a woman for nothing? If you ask me, you can form your own team. There were also survivors who did not follow the usual path and whispered to Wu Guilong that Miss Hua is not a good person. You see, she kills people with a knife, and her movements are very skillful. I don't know how many people have died under her knife. Although they blew up the ice in City D, this was not what the survivors wanted. Do they become eternal sinners because of this? No, at most they just didn't have a plan and panicked a little when they saw someone turned into a zombie. But look at Hua Mi, the people surrounding her. Most of them hope that she can follow the rules of a team. She was unwilling to comply, so she killed someone. At the rally, she killed someone. The survivors were about to enter the safe zone, and she killed someone. The people around her wanted her to hand over Guo Se's crystal core, so she killed them. It seems that in Hua Mi's world, communication is only possible after a few people die. For a woman like this, killing is her only means of recourse. She is not a good person. Wu Guilong's face was gloomy as he looked at the survivors surrounding him. Each of them had a flattering look on their face. It was completely different from the ferocious look on the paper that wanted to kill him. Wu Guilong laughed, feeling extremely annoyed. If I had a camera in my hand and had known that fate would be like this, I would have recorded what you looked like at that time. He has seen through all of these human natures. When he was boxing champion, everyone loved him fanatically. When he was bitten by a zombie, everyone wanted him dead. But when he did not die but instead gained the ability of speed, everyone looked at him with kindness. And very sincere. Wu Guilong didn't rest either. He urgently needed to leave this group of people and leave behind those who only sought profit and avoided harm. At this time, he would rather be with the zombies than face people. Wu Guilong felt that he might become autistic. Before leaving the group of people who surrounded him and flattered him, Wu Guilong turned around, looked at the group of survivors behind him, and said expressionlessly, "You may have forgotten that every time Miss Hua killed someone, it was because he ignored her advice and had to come forward and threaten her first. It must be that others did not listen to Hua Mi's advice and wanted to use violence to achieve their goals, so Hua Mi killed people. She is not bloodthirsty. She just used killing to communicate problems. However, Hua Mi has never taken the initiative to kill innocent people. And Shuiwen is so annoying. He always stays far away from Hua Mi and talks nonsense. After Hua Mi kills someone, he shuts up and stays away. Hua Mi didn't kill him because he never took the initiative to go to Hua Mi's knife to die. Such a person is not considered a good person? He is not a good person, but he saved Wu Guilong because of a 5% chance. And those so-called good guys have a 95% chance of killing Wu Guilong while he is still conscious. Who will Wu Guilong choose to be devoted to? He looked at the survivors behind him. You don't have to come to curry favor with me, or to undermine my loyalty to Miss Hua. I'm here to say that I will serve Miss Hua for 100 years, not a day less. He is not a person who has not seen the prosperity of human hearts, being lifted up, thrown down, and reborn again. He no longer needs these so-called vanities. Wu Guilong walked away alone at a very fast speed, giving no one a chance to catch up with him. He went to kill zombies. Killing zombies makes him feel comfortable. Less than a day later, Wu Guilong came back carrying a sack of crystal cores under the hot gazes of everyone. Hua Mi felt that she seemed to have gone a little too far. After all, it was just 5 loaves of bread, and she really didn't expect to get anything in return. What she got in return was a sack of zombie crystal cores. The value of 5 loaves of bread is enough. She looked at Wu Guilong, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. But Wu Guilong waved his hand, turned around and disappeared from the safe zone. He seemed to be very withdrawn, and apart from greeting Chi Chuan, Hu Jing, and the others, he ignored everyone. Because of a powerful killer like Wu Guilong, there is no zombie outside the entire safe zone. The remaining survivors, no more than 100 people, are now angry but dare not speak out. If they wanted to kill the zombies, they could only move far away from the safe zone and avoid Wu Guilong's activity range. This is the only way to pick up zombies and kill them. But because of this, there is good news. That is, they can finally leave City D. Because all the zombies from the safe zone to the gate of City D were cleared out by Wu Guilong and the garrison. The survivors now can leave whenever they want and no one can stop them. After the collapse of the large ice layer in City D, many ice layers in City D also collapsed one after another. The entire city of D is about to usher in a carnival of millions of zombies. Realizing this possibility, another 1 or 2/10 of the survivors in the safe zone left. Now, apart from the garrison and Hua Mi's men, there are only 70 or 80 survivors left in the safe zone of City D. The good news is that the zombies in City D have been under control, although there is a possibility of a zombie carnival in the future. But now, it is a great time to make a lot of money. And Shuiwen, who was driven out of the safe zone, discovered at this time that his wife Guo Se had woken up. Guo Se stood in the snow, wrapped in a down sleeping bag given by Chi Chuan. When Shuiwen found her, she was thanking Chi Chuan. Ikuwa shook his head and said, "No need to thank me. Sister Hua said that we will do our best to meet all your material needs in D City." Seeing Shuiwen coming over, Chi Chuan specifically emphasized the word individual to Guo Se. As long as Guo Se doesn't ask Hua Mi for money and crystal cores. In City D, whatever Guo Se wants and Hua Mi has will satisfy her personally. Wife. Shuiwen came forward in disbelief, looking haggard. Seeing Guo Se turned around, he looked at him in silence. Shuiwen smiled at Guo Se. "Are you okay?" Honey, I didn't expect you. He initially wanted to say that he didn't expect Guo Se to survive. But soon, Shuiwen reacted, I miss you so much, my wife. I'm so glad you're okay. He finally managed to collect 100 crystal cores and also recharged 100,000 yuan from Qichuan. Now he had enough food to fill his stomach. But it took him a lot of effort to gather these 100 crystal cores. Seeing Guo Se looking at him, he quickly reached out and pulled Guo Se aside, saying, Wife, do you know that before you fainted, you gave the Hua a big bag of crystal cores? Guo Se did not answer him, but just looked at Shuiwen quietly, as if he was getting to know this man carefully. Shuiwen ignored her strangeness and said directly, You exchanged these crystal cores for a long sword from the pregnant woman. Do you remember? I knew you were confused at the time. Don't you remember? Come on, go get that bag of crystal cores back. Seeing Guo Se standing there without moving, Shuiwen felt a little angry. Wife, I'm really tired during this period. He was very happy that Guo Se woke up so that he wouldn't have to face so many bad things alone. When Guo Se was here, he would maintain interpersonal relationships in the team for him. Brothers Guo Se and Wu Guilong also have a very good relationship. Previously, thanks to Guo Se, Shuiwen's small team was able to unite as a whole. It was better when Guo Se was alive. Shuiwen was very happy that Guo Se was alive. He hugged Guo Se with both hands and said in a gentle voice, Wife, you have to find her as soon as possible while she is pregnant in the RV, otherwise she'll leave the safe zone after she has rested enough. Hua Mi may be the most restless pregnant woman in the entire apocalypse. She won't stay in the RV forever. In fact, the time she spent in the RV and the time she spent out killing zombies was 50-50. So Shuiwen was very anxious, fearing that Hua Mi would go out to kill zombies and they would not be able to get back the big bag of crystal cores. Ikegawa, who was selling supplies nearby, rolled his eyes when he heard this. He really couldn't bear it anymore. I'm not saying anything. Guo Se can use the crystal core however she wants. As a grown man, why do you care so much? Shuiwen glared at Qichuan. This is a matter between us as a couple. As an outsider, you should not ace in on it. He looked at Guo Se again. Wife, you must get this done. We are in need of crystal cores right now. Guo Se chuckled, still looking at Shuiwen. Those crystal cores have been given away, and I don't feel at a disadvantage. After all, as long as Guo Se was in City D, Hua Mi could provide her with any supplies she needed, no matter how much she needed. It is a bit like a monthly book subscription, which means you can read as many books as you want in the website library. There is no need to think about it. Not to mention anything else, just the energy bead that Guo Se took from Hua Mi is worth an unknown amount of money. Anyway, as far as Guo Se knows, there are no ability condensed beads for sale in the entire Xiangqing base. Everyone is now drinking energy drops. It is said that ordinary garrisons are now using energy water drops. Guo Se subscribed to a monthly supply contract for City D and was able to use the energy beads, which made her feel like she had made a good deal. But this is only for her personally. Guo Se calmly calculated the bill for Shuiwen. At least I'm in City D, so I don't have to worry about running out of supplies. I don't have to exchange the crystal cores I earned in City D for money to buy supplies. Even there is no need to split it in half with Shuiwen. Guo Se thought so. But Shuiwen doesn't think so. He has formed a deep-rooted idea. Half of what Guo Se earned belonged to him. He has the right to dispose of the crystal cores earned by Guo Se. Shuiwen said, as a matter of course, you are in City D, so your personal supplies are not a problem, but you still have a family to take care of. Your personal supplies have been solved, but what about mine? He had offended Hua Mi so much that it was impossible for Hua Mi to provide him with supplies. What's more, Shuiwen felt that this was not worth it at all. Who knows how long they can stay in City D? Now that the zombies have been brought under control, perhaps all the zombies in City D will be defeated in a few days. As Guo Se and Shuiwen were standing at the entrance of the safe zone and talking, Hua Mi, holding a long knife, walked out of the safe zone with Dafu and Xiaofu. Shuiwen got anxious and said to Guo Se, she's out. It looks like she's going to leave the safe zone to kill zombies. Go get the crystal core back quickly. Guo Se didn't move, and his eyes became colder as he looked at Shuiwen. So Shuiwen urged again, go quickly. Seeing that Hua Mi had walked past them, Shuiwen became anxious. With anger in his eyes, he looked at the motionless Guo Se. Guo Se said coldly, since you saw me, you never asked me how I was feeling. I lay in the snow for so long. If Miss Hua hadn't told Chichuan to give me a down jacket, I would have frozen to death. What basis does Shuiwen have now to interfere with the crystal core produced by Guo Se? What right does he have to make decisions? Shuiwen was speechless for a moment. He looked at Guo Se in a daze. I thought your chances of survival were slim. And you know what a mess the situation is in D City. I couldn't take care of you at that time. Besides, you are alive and well now. I am also worried. There are some things I plan to ask you in detail in the evening. For example, how is Guo Se's health now? Is he feeling unwell anywhere? Is it possible that he could evolve into a superpower like Wu Guilong? Shuiwen was relieved when he saw that there was nothing abnormal in Guo Se's body. You can ask for the rest of the details later. The most urgent task now is to find Hua Mi and get the crystal core back. Aren't we husband and wife? Guo Se looked at Shuiwen with doubt in his eyes. Why am I the only one who worries about you when you are in danger, and when I am in danger, your first choice is to give up on me? Since you are husband and wife, you need to be fair. Guo Se did not see such fairness in Shuiwen. She felt that Shuiwen was a terrible person. Had he changed, or had he always been this kind of person? It was just that Guo Se was blinded by the light and couldn't see clearly. She pondered the words between the lines of Shuiwen's text carefully, with a trace of pain in her eyes. When I am valuable, we are husband and wife. When I am worthless, in fact, in your mind, I am nothing. Shuiwen, from the moment I woke up, I knew that you and I were no longer on the same path. At that time, when Guo Se gave all the crystal cores to Hua Mi, he had a high fever. But she had never been more sober than at that moment. After taking a last look at Shuiwen, Guo Se, wearing a warm and new down jacket, turned around and was about to leave. Shuiwen reached out and pulled her. Wife, what are you talking about?
We.
Guo Se in front turned around and put the long knife in his hand on Shuiwen's neck. The pain in her eyes disappeared, and she said coldly, for the sake of our former relationship, I won't kill you, but you don't have to force me to kill you. Haven't you ever reflected on your own problems, Shuiwen, since you have ended up in such a situation today? Deserted by everyone, his wife, and friends all left Shuiwen today. No one inside or outside the safe zone likes Shuiwen. This is not the fault of others, it is because of Shuiwen's character. Unfortunately, looking at Shuiwen's angry eyes, he looked as if he was abandoned and betrayed. Obviously, he didn't realize what the problem was. Guo Se put away the knife and quickly followed Hua Mi's footsteps without looking back at Shuiwen behind him. Turning the corner, Hua Mi looked back at Guo Se, who had caught up with her, and asked, You really don't want her husband anymore? Unimaginable. Hua Mi has a gossipy mentality. When she first looked at Guo Se, and when Guo Se first looked at her, they both didn't get along well. Although Hua Mi didn't like a woman like Guo Se very much, Guo Se later became deeply involved in the zombie flow and kept looking for her husband. Later, she had too many wounds from being scratched and bitten by zombies and felt that there was no hope of finding her husband, so she moved back to the safe zone. Even Hua Mi looked at Guo Se's deep affection with a different eye. Guo Se laughed, without any specific meaning, no hatred and no regrets, no more. Looks very free and easy. She held the knife in her hand and strode forward, directly in front of Hua Mi, raised her hand and said, I'm going to kill the zombies. Without having to take into account the man's ambition, Guo Se, after escaping death, seemed to have been reborn. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned the corner and disappeared. Xiaofu followed behind Hua Mi, holding a machete in his hand, his face full of envy. That's great. She seems to be getting more and more beautiful. Sister Ami, is Aunt Guo's superpower now? Hua Mi shook her head. No, she's just an ordinary person. She just has zombie antibodies in her body. After being bitten by a zombie, there is a 4% chance that the person can survive and become an ordinary person with antibodies. There is only a 1% chance of becoming a mutant. Guo Se is not as lucky as Wu Guilong, but she is much luckier than the other 95% of people. Once ordinary people have antibodies, they won't turn into zombies. Hua Mi explained, taking Dafu and Xiaofu with them, and went deep into D City to look for zombies. Maybe one day in the future, Guo Se will become a person with special abilities. Because Wu Guilong and Guo Se were both desperate to kill the zombies, Hua Mi had to walk a long way with Dafu and Xiaofu to kill the zombies. Xia is already a mature killer. She complained that the time she spent walking to and from the safe zone every day was more than the time she spent killing zombies. So, she was no longer in a group with Hua Mi, Dafu, and Xiaofu, but was alone, carrying 2 axes and wandering around the streets and alleys of City D. After Hua Mi, Dafu, and Xiaofu walked for a long time, they finally found a small group of zombies and were ready to kill them. The snow beneath my feet suddenly began to tremble. Dafu pulled Xiaofu and looked at Hua Mi's sister Ami. Is there an earthquake? Hua Mi shook her head seriously. No, it looks like the ice layer in City D is about to collapse. This was not a good sign. She raised her hand and gave Dafu and Xiaofu a handful of teleportation tickets each. You two should teleport back to the safe zone when the time is right. After saying that, Hua Mi rushed out to kill the zombies. After walking such a long way, Hua Mi finally found a small group of zombies. She killed them all before leaving. The ground was shaking more and more violently, and Dafu and Xiaofu looked at each other in bewilderment. A shadow ran over from a distance, and Wu Guilong shouted, "Miss Hua, hurry up, the ground is about to collapse, the ice in the whole city is about to collapse." On this day, City D officially ushered in the zombie carnival. When the earthquake started, stationed helicopters began hovering over City D. There was a loudspeaker on the helicopter, shouting at the top of its lungs, "Please all survivors return to the safe zone or leave City D. Please all survivors return to the safe zone or leave City D. Don't leave on foot. Don't leave on foot." This is telling everyone in City D to either fly away or return to the safe zone immediately. Some people have realized the seriousness of the problem. Hua Mi was still in the alley, killing several zombies. As she turned around, a section of the ice wall behind her collapsed. Dafu and Xiaofu in the distance were startled. Sister Ami. Just when everyone thought Hua Mi was going to be hit by the ice wall, Hua Mi, with a big belly and a long sword in her hand, flew back more than 10 meters. Just as she stood still, Wu Guilong stood beside her, holding Dafu and Xiaofu on her left and right. Hua Mi looked at Wu Guilong with praise. "You are getting faster and faster as you practice. Miss Hua, let's get back to the safe zone as soon as possible." Wu Guilong had an anxious look on his face. Looking at Hua Mi, he was almost going crazy. However, Hua Mi pushed him away and looked at the densely packed zombies behind the collapsed ice wall. "You guys go first. I'll kill these zombies and go back." Her bloated body swept out and rushed directly into the pile of zombies. Wu Guilong was speechless, put Dafu and Xiaofu down, and turned around to kill the zombies. He had agreed to work for Hua Mi for free for 100 years. It was impossible for his employer to die before a month had passed. Seeing this, Dafu and Xiaofu calmed down. No matter whether it was Sister Ami or Wu Guilong, it was impossible for them to let their 2 children die here. If that's the case, they might as well calm down and kill the zombies together. The 2 of them also rushed up quickly. The group of people were slowly harvesting the zombies' crystal cores in the collapsed city. The helicopter was still hovering overhead, and all the survivors in the entire city of D were rushing to the safe zone at an extremely fast speed. But there were also some who did not take the usual route and did not heed the instructions of the garrison loudspeakers, but instead ran to the entrance of City D. These survivors had just run halfway when the people behind them saw the people in front of them fall into the cracked ice. Before they could react, they fell in two. There was definitely no way out of the city on foot. Gong Yi's mental power allows him to detect everything within a range of 700 meters. The choice he gives will definitely be the best solution for the survivors. At this time, if you listen to him and return to the safe zone, your chances of survival will be the greatest. Hua Mi was still killing zombies, and as she was killing, her whole body floated up. She struggled with her belly sticking out, holding a long knife in her hand, and chopped a zombie at her feet. Gong Yi, what are you doing? Let me go. I want to kill the zombie. Isn't it annoying? However, Gong Yi took action at this moment and lifted Hua Mi's whole body up. How could he let his wife and children get hurt even a little bit? Once the risk level increases, Gong Yi will personally evacuate Hua Mi. Wu Guilong, who was in the group of zombies, raised his head exaggeratedly and looked at Hua Mi, who was struggling in the air. I heard Hua Mi shouting from above, Wu Guilong, take Dafu and Xiaofu to the safe zone. The ice around the safety zone also began to collapse. At this time, everyone realized that the safe zone in City D was actually on the roof of a building. The ice collapsed all around, and this safe zone became like an isolated island, standing at the highest point of the city. The rest of the ice collapsed in large chunks, revealing the crawling zombies underneath. It was like a tide, revealing their brutal and disgusting true faces. At this time, ordinary survivors have no idea about the terrain. It is easy to fall into the zombie tide with the collapsed ice. Was forcibly kidnapped back to the safe zone by Gong Yi, who didn't know where he was. Dozens of people have gathered in this safe zone. The power grid that had been built previously had fallen down and was buried in the collapsed ice. Fortunately, the building is large enough to accommodate more than 100 people. However, many people's cars also fell into the collapsed ice abyss. Even the vending machines that Hua Mi placed near the power grid were completely destroyed. Those who were able to get teleportation tickets had already teleported out of City D. Those who stayed in the safe zone of City D were not in a hurry to leave. After all, they are the real gold that is constantly being forged in this doomsday. When Hua Mi landed, she did not attract anyone's attention. She saw that in the chaos, and Shuiwen suddenly snatched the bag from a survivor. He shouted, teleport ticket, do you have a teleport ticket? The ice in City D collapsed, and Shuiwen wanted to leave. He couldn't leave on foot. Because he wanted to get some of Guo Se's supplies, he didn't go to Qichuan to exchange the crystal core in his hand for corresponding supplies. The survivor whose handbag was snatched by Shuiwen looked at him with hatred and growled, "Where can I get a teleportation ticket? I have never thought about leaving City D. How can I have one?" Teleportation tickets are now strictly controlled supplies in the D City security zone. Only survivors who have been quarantined and observed for 48 hours are eligible to buy a teleportation ticket from Qichuan to fly away from D City. The robbed survivor raised his hand, grabbed his pocket, and pushed Shuiwen. Pushed him directly off the edge of the safe zone. Fortunately, mi Shuiwen grabbed a bulge. He held onto a bulge at the edge of the safe zone with both hands and shouted upwards, "Save me, save me, save me quickly." Looking up again, Guo Se instantly returned to the safe zone. Shuiwen looked at Guo Se with hope. "Wife, please save me. Wife, pull me up." Guo Se took a look at the terrain and found that the protrusion that Shuiwen was holding onto with both hands had become quite loose. If Guo Se wanted to save Shuiwen, she would most likely step on the bump and fall down with Shuiwen to feed the zombies. In the past, Guo Se would have saved Shuiwen without hesitation, but now, she values her own life more. "Wife." Shuiwen looked at Guo Se, who was standing above him, with a pleading look. Maybe it was because Guo Se's expression was too cold, or maybe it was because Guo Se had never approached him. Shuiwen sensed something, and he shouted desperately, "I love you, my wife. I really love you. I can't live without you. Save me." Fell right in front of Guo Se. From Guo Se's perspective, he was like a stone falling into a sea of zombies. In the end, he just disappeared without a trace. There are many survivors like Shuiwen who fell directly in the safe zone. I watched as the ice surrounding the safe zone in City D collapsed piece by piece, revealing mountains and seas of zombies below. These zombies were using their hands and feet to climb up from under the collapsed ice. The popularity of the safe zone caused all the zombies that emerged from the ice to come here. The situation is truly critical. Hua Mi shouted, "Don't just stand there. There are zombies crawling up. These zombies are really a headache. They have no humanity at all. They are stacked one on top of another like reptiles, densely packed. You step on me and I cling to you and gradually climb up the stairs. It's really mind-numbing." Chi Chuan propped up his head and looked down. He covered his eyes. "Oh my god, I have trypophobia." The friend next to him was quick-witted and saw that a zombie's hand had already climbed up to the safe zone. This zombie is definitely the Spider-Man among zombies, as it is the only zombie that climbs the highest. The little friend was quick-witted and chopped off the hand with one strike. The severed hand remained in the safe zone and was quickly recovered by the garbage robot. Chichuan took a few steps back and heard Hua Mi calling him. When Chichuan turned around, Hua Mi pointed to a truck behind him and told him, "These supplies are for our people to eat. If they can't finish them, we can sell them." Ikegawa and his friends are responsible for selling supplies in and outside the safe zone, so they don't have to fly to other supply warehouses to get supplies. The supplies they were selling were all taken from the big truck next to Hua Mi's RV. Ikegawa nodded. At this time, several zombies crawled up one after another. The survivors who remained in the safe zone, no matter how brave and tempered they were, began to feel timid. But there are some people who have another kind of thinking that has nothing to do with timidity. At the critical moment, someone shouted at Chichuan, whether intentionally or not, "Do you have any heart? Are you just going to watch the survivors die? Quick, give us the teleportation tickets. You have a lot of them anyway, so give them to us. It's already this time. Why are you still hiding it?" Even if Shuiwen deserves to die, he did not let Guo Se down, nor did he offend Hua Mi, so he should not die. At the very least, people with teleportation tickets shouldn't be covering everyone's escape route at this time. After hearing this, the rest of the survivors fell silent. Obviously, they were monitoring the situation. Some people actually have teleportation tickets, a lot of crystal cores, and a lot of materials to sustain life. But at this time, who knows what will happen in the future, so of course we have to leave our supplies behind. Try to squeeze as much supplies as possible out of others. We are innocent, and we just want to live. You have so many supplies, but you still want to take our business. One survivor shouted, "Even if you share the supplies, all of us will have an extra chance to survive." Ikegawa's brows were serious and a little cold. Have forgotten how they surrounded Wu Guilong and Hua Mi, shouting and calling for their death. These people didn't even remember how they had arranged their garrisons, united, and secretly blasted the ice. Now that the safe zone in City D is surrounded, the first thing they think of is to kill each other and force out other people's supplies. Hua Mi sneered, "There are no teleportation tickets and no supplies. If you want these, you can exchange them with crystal cores. The garrison is still in City D, and the only psychic in the apocalypse is also in City D. And she is also in City D. It's far from the most desperate time, so what's the point of sharing?" To be honest, if she really fell into a desperate situation, she would steal other people's things and share other people's things. It is not yet her turn to share her supplies with others for free. One of the survivors pointed a knife at Hua Mi and said angrily, "Don't think I dare not kill you, witch. Can't you see the situation clearly? There are only a few of us here. Even Shuiwen is dead, and you are still making sarcastic remarks." Hua Mi raised her long knife and knocked the knife out of the other person's hand. She pointed the long knife at the man opposite and said, "I still say that. Come and kill me if you dare. Even if I kill all of you here, believe it or not, I can wipe out all the zombies in D City by myself." It's not like she hasn't done this before. She spent a long time alone to eliminate the zombies in a city. At that time, there were far fewer survivors than there are today. There are often zombies in every city, howling in the streets and alleys and all over the mountains. No one cleaned up because there weren't enough survivors to do it. If Hua Mi wants to find food, she can only sneak into the city. In the end, there are zombies everywhere, one person in a city. Of course, facing a whole city of zombies, it would be better to form a group. However, Hua Mi, who's been in the apocalypse for many years, can say responsibly that the dangers brought by zombies and mutated animals and plants are visible. Often, invisible dangers come from within the team. For example, in the end she was pushed into the zombie tide by Fong Xin, and no one from her so-called team came to rescue her. Faced with Hua Mi's bold words, the man opposite opened his mouth and looked at Hua Mi angrily. He was furious, but there were only a few dozen survivors left, and more than half of them were Ikegawa's friends. There are actually very few scattered survivors. Hua Mi was not in a hurry. She took 2 steps back, leaned against her RV, and snapped her fingers at Shirtsaixia, Dafu, Xiaofu, Wu Guilong, Chichuan, and others. Our people. Guard our supplies well. If the zombies climb up to the safe zone, take our supplies back immediately.
Okay.
Wu Guilong was the first to agree readily. He was killing zombies at the edge of the safe zone, and he killed every zombie that came up. He didn't want to kill him now. He took out a teleportation ticket given by Chichuan and sat on the front of the truck. Is this fair? Wu Guilong is the only one with the ability to teleport among all these people, and he even has a teleportation ticket. The dozen or so survivors didn't have time to engage in infighting. Seeing Hua Mi's people, each of them had a teleportation ticket and didn't kill any zombies. The dozen or so survivors who were running around killing the zombies that were crawling up shouted angrily, "You didn't give us teleportation tickets, and you didn't come to kill the zombies. Do you want us to die?" So this is what Hua Mi meant. This is to force them to death. Hua Mi was about to get on the RV. Hearing this, she sneered. "Oh, you just found out? Those who can be conquered have already been conquered, and those who should surrender have already surrendered. As for the rest who are left behind, are there any who have ulterior motives, those with bad intentions, and those who are not on the same side with Hua Mi? Why do we need Hua Mi's people to rescue us? When they wanted to rob other people's supplies, no one thought about being kind." Gradually, more zombies climbed into the safe zone. Among the dozen or so survivors, some realized the seriousness of the problem and pounced at Wu Guilong's feet like a dog. "Guilong, Guilong, come quickly and help kill a zombie." Wu Guilong looked at the survivors with complicated eyes. "My boss said, we should play badly." As soon as he finished speaking, the survivor who had been holding a knife and forcing Hua Mi to hand over the supplies tore up the teleportation ticket and left. You see, actually, they are not really without teleportation tickets. When the crisis comes, they run faster than each other. Wu Guilong raised his foot, shook off the survivor who was holding his foot and crying for help, then turned and got into his car.
Continue to shut yourself in.
Because Hua Mi is completely in a mess. After a while, more than a dozen survivors flew out of the safe zone in City D. Some people cursed and spit at Hua Mi's RV when they left. "I wish you a good fight with the zombies. If they don't help kill the zombies, even a dozen of them won't be able to handle it. Originally, I thought that if I stayed here, even if I didn't kill the zombies, I could take the opportunity to get some of Ikegawa's supplies. As a result, zombies are now overrunning, and we definitely can't defeat them. It's better to run while you can." All the zombies in the city were finally left to Hua Mi and her people. Guo Se organized his supplies, got out of the truck, and was stunned for a long time when he saw the scene in front of him. Just opposite her, a zombie crawled over. She picked up the long knife and killed. When he turned around, he saw Hawking and the contractor laying electric fences in the safe zone again. Guo Se would never understand why they had so many power grids. Soon after, a group of people appeared in the center of the safe zone, including Ah Fu, Yi Rong, Qin Zhen, and Yu Mengmeng. Some of them came with supplies on their backs, and some came with children in their arms. A dozen survivors flew away, and a large group of people came. And it looks like they came in an organized and planned manner. A woman said, "I'll just kill a few. I have to go back and use the sewing machine to make a jacket." Someone immediately looked at the zombies tremblingly and replied to her, "Now that the weather is getting warmer, the efficiency of our factory has dropped a lot. We should respond to Miss Chin's call and come to D City to earn some extra money." During this period, City D was very bustling, but there were also earth-shaking changes inside and outside the Xiangqing base. As a high-end talent in the management class, Qingjin took care of her children while encouraging the workers in the factory to go to City D to kill zombies. There are many factories, many responders, but few take actions. Even though there were few people taking action, there were still many brave men in the safe zone of City D. Qingjin was like a leader of a group, holding a loudspeaker in his hand and shouting loudly to the workers wearing red motorcycle helmets. Remember, you are here to make extra money, not to risk your life. And you must not lose your humanity and do things that harm others. Find your position and kill the zombies you can. Don't take risks or be too aggressive. Everyone who can work in the factory has some sense of organization and discipline and will obey arrangements. In the power grid circle, a group of workers wearing red helmets held up banners. The banner reads, "Warmly celebrate the successful completion of the first zombie-killing activity of Xiangqing base workers." Everyone held banners, raised machetes in their hands, took a group photo, and then stood in appropriate positions and started killing zombies. There wasn't any major trouble during the whole process. Qingjin entered Hua Mi's RV and said something to Hua Mi. Hua Mi called Wu Guilong and told him, "Keep an eye on them. They are real workers. Help them if they are in danger." Wu Guilong responded on the phone, came out of his autistic shell, and obediently went to protect the workers. Zombies began to overrun City D, and the news spread like wildfire, instantly spreading throughout the Xiangqing base. Soon, Yang Honglin's police team also organized police officers to come over. Without any scattered survivors, no one would dare to enter City D. Everyone thought that City D was a den of dragons and tigers. But the more this happens, the more organized and planned groups will be able to get first-hand information about City D. Some of the infrastructure workers under the contractor's command, also called the contractor. He organized a group of people over there. The entire safe zone suddenly had hundreds more people. More people came to Sichuan to buy things. More and more people gathered on the rooftop. She chopped off the zombies' heads like chopping vegetables. There are not enough zombies climbing onto the roof to kill. The garrison began to enter the building below the safe zone and began to gradually clear out the zombies in the building. The first disaster of the end of the world is an earthquake. In the earthquake, the buildings that should have collapsed have already collapsed. There was no collapse, which shows that the quality is really good. Even if it was buried in a tide of zombies, it did not collapse. Hua Mi took a nap in the RV. When she came out, she just saw Guo Se coming down from the battlefield. She called out to Guo Se, "My husband said that some zombies have wandered out of D City. What are your plans next? When do you plan to leave D City?" Guo Se was stunned and looked at Hua Mi. "What do you mean? Do you mean you're leaving?" She witnessed this frozen city go from deserted to bustling, and then from bustling to experiencing an earth-shaking crisis. Now, maybe the busiest time of the city. Guo Se never thought that Hua Mi would leave.
Hua Mi nodded.
She looked at the orderly safe zone. It's true that there are a lot of zombies here, but many zombies have wandered out of City D. I plan to go outside and kill zombies. She looked at Guo Se. Guo Se shook his head. I probably won't leave City D for the rest of my life. She had an agreement with Hua Mi that as long as she stayed in City D for one day, Hua Mi would provide her with everything she needed. After leaving City D, Guo Se lost Hua Mi's supply of materials. So she will stay in City D and kill all the survivors until they lose interest in City D. Even if she was the only one left, facing a city full of zombies alone. Guo Se will not leave City D either. There are also many vending machines in the Xiangqing quarantine area. However, the vending machines here are all intact and have not suffered any damage. If any survivor attempts to damage public property, they will be stopped by the police on duty nearby. If you refuse to listen, you may even lose your life. The group of survivors who had just flown back from City D were all placed in a special isolation area. Because of the popularity of the teleportation points, each teleportation point is crowded with people every day. Some people want to enter Xiangqing, but they cannot stay at the teleportation point in Xiangqing for 48 hours. They simply flew back, bought a batch of cheap supplies from the vending machines in Xiangqing, and then flew out directly. Therefore, COOMING continued to refine the teleportation points of the Xiangqing base. After arriving, those who will not enter Xiangqing and fly away directly will stay near the teleportation point. Anyone planning to enter Xiangqing will have to enter an area covered with red floor tape and wait for 48 hours. Only survivors who have survived for 48 hours will be transferred to the observation area. Only those who have stayed there for 24 hours will be released into Xiangqing. The entire Xiangqing base is protected impeccably. In the quarantine area, the group of survivors who had just flown back from City D looked irritable. Why is this Xiangqing base so troublesome? I haven't had so much trouble going to other teleportation points. Why do you have to set up so many obstacles to trouble people? It's just artificially creating troubles. The medical staff on the side were already accustomed to these complaints, and they did not respond at all. I also heard someone say with disdain, those idiots are still in D-City. I wonder how they, a group of pregnant and disabled people, will get out of D-City in the end. The people who flew back together nodded happily. Just as they were about to unite against a common enemy, they suddenly heard someone behind them say calmly, "There are zombies, run quickly." Are there zombies in Xiangqing? The dozen or so survivors turned pale with fear and looked back in panic. Not only the dozen or so survivors who returned from City D were frightened, but the rest of the survivors in the quarantine area also quickly became alert. When everyone looked over, they saw Hua Mi, who had just spoken, standing there with a smile on her face. She was scaring them like a cat scaring a mouse. For a moment, the faces of the dozen or so survivors who flew back from City D turned black. Li Jia was helping out in the quarantine area at the teleportation point. When she saw Hua Mi flying back, she excitedly stepped forward. "You're finally back. I don't know how many times Dr. Xian has mentioned this to me. Hua Mi's belly is already 7 months pregnant. Because she is carrying twins, Hua Mi is jumping around so much. Xian Chiru gets very worried every time she thinks about it. She always sent messages to Hua Mi, asking her to come back quickly for prenatal checkups. It is better not to run around in the later stages of pregnancy." Hua Mi took advantage of the fact that the crisis in City D had come to an end and rushed back for a prenatal checkup. She looked at Li Jia with a smile. The young nurse was still as cheerful as ever. Others watched as Li Jia took Hua Mi's arm and took her directly into the observation area. Someone immediately quit. Among the dozen or so survivors who had reported back from City D, there was one named Hu Tingxiang. He knew Hua Mi was not easy to mess with, so he didn't mess with her. He just pointed at Li Jia's back and cursed, "You guys are just sitting there doing nothing. Why do we have to stay in the quarantine area for 48 hours while this pregnant woman can go directly to the observation area?" The survivors around Hu Tingxiang also looked very unhappy. "That's right. Don't you know what these 72 hours mean? Every time I go back to Xiangqing, I have to wait 72 hours here, and you delay everything." Li Jia turned around and looked at these people as if they were fools. "How can she be the same as you? Don't you know why you are left here? Places outside the Xiangqing base as danger zones. Anyone entering the Xiangqing base from outside follows the same set of operating procedures. Even Gong Yi is the same. The only one that doesn't need to go through this process is Hua Mi. Because if she were to be infected and turned into a zombie, no one would be able to survive in this extreme environment. Without supplies, what's the point of living?" So Gong Yi gave Hua Mi a special green channel, and no one objected. Although the Xiangqing base today does not have any management level except Gong Yi. Who knows about this matter agrees with it wholeheartedly. Hu Tingxiang didn't know Hua Mi's identity. He sneered, "Didn't this pregnant woman just find a good husband? Who doesn't know that her husband is a high-ranking official stationed there? Why are the high-ranking garrison officers at your Xiangqing base like this? They use back doors, bully the survivors, and sell supplies at high prices." His words were immediately agreed by the dozen or so survivors who returned from City D. "That's right. How could it be like this? I remember that the garrisons before were not like this. They say the end of the world is coming and people's hearts are easily changed, but it can't become like this all of a sudden." After hearing these people's words, the other survivors in the quarantine area all looked thoughtful. Everyone looked at Hua Mi with a look that was difficult to describe. In the late stage of Hua Mi's pregnancy, her swollen and bright white face just sank. It's okay to say that, but it's a bit too much to slander the garrison. She looked at Hu Tingxiang with her big belly. If you have any objections, then use your strength to speak. If any of you can beat me today, you don't have to stay in the quarantine area." As soon as she finished speaking, she put one hand behind her back and was about to draw her knife. Hu Tingxiang snorted, took a step back, and said sarcastically, "Fight with you?
I'm afraid.
I'm afraid you'll kill me and silence me." None of the other survivors who returned from City D dared to be the first to take action, and they all retreated. These people were not really retreating but were retreating to advance, literally putting Hua Mi on the fire. The more they do this, the more it seems that Hua Mi is bullying others by taking advantage of her power. At this moment, a tender female voice came. "A pregnant woman dares to provoke others like this? She must have a strong backing to be so unscrupulous." Hua Mi looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person speaking was a young girl in the quarantine area. Still an acquaintance. Her teammate in her previous life, Chu Yimin. Hua Mi joined several teams in her previous life, and the last team was the one that Chu Yimin was in. They were also the team that watched Fong Xin push Hua Mi into the zombie tide without saying a word, and no one tried to stop Fong Xin's actions. Hua Mi laughed. "Yeah, I have a strong backer, so what can you do? No matter how envious, jealous, or resentful you are, you dare not come up and bite me." People standing around Chu Yimin were people Hua Mi knew, almost the same as the team members in the previous life. There were also many people Hua Mi didn't know, and they probably died in the apocalypse later. She made it clear that she had a backer, but Chu Yimin and Hu Tingxiang looked unhappy and stopped talking. Hua Mi felt cold in her heart. Some people are like that. When others are trying hard to do well and establish a great and glorious image, they act weird. But when others gave up and didn't care about the accusations of so-called shady dealings, backstage, etc., these people stopped. They lost the handle to attack others, so they reluctantly stopped. After all, they really can't beat the hard players. Tu Lijia glared at Chu Yimin and Hu Tingxiang fiercely, then helped Hua Mi through the green channel and went directly into the Xiangqing base. I didn't even stay in the observation area. After Hua Mi left, Chu Yimin asked Hu Tingxiang with an unpleasant expression, "Who is this pregnant woman? She is so famous, but she doesn't even need to be quarantined." Hu Tingxiang showed disdain on his face, a woman who is a high-ranking garrison official. She was so arrogant when she was in D City, but I didn't expect that she would still be the same after returning to Xiangqing. Bah. Chu Yimin made a sound, "Oh," and said in a sarcastic tone, "No wonder, Xiangqing isn't that great." It is said that Xiangqing is the first city to build a base. It has only been 7 months since the end of the world, and Xiangqing has stood out in the chaotic order. Chu Yimin thought there was something special about this Xiangqing base. It turns out that it's not much different from other places. She turned around and approached the tall man next to her. "Brother, I think this Xiangqing base, whether we enter or not, is meaningless at all. It's just like the outside world. We might as well stay in E-City." Although the population of E-City today is not as large as that of Xiangqing, it is still doing well. At least in E-City, Chu Yimin is like a little princess, spoiled by her brother Chu Xiang, and with lots of supplies. It is enough for the Chu family to live a good life. Why come to Xiangqing? Chu Yimin didn't think there was any need to come to Xiangqing. Chu Xiang just glanced at his sister and ignored her. Instead, he started chatting with Hu Tingxiang. City E and City D are far apart, so if they want to enter City D to kill zombies, they have to go to Xiangqing to replenish supplies. Then buy a teleportation ticket in Xiangqing and teleport to City D. After hearing about Chu Shiheng's intention, Hu Tingxiang was horrified. "Brother, I advise you not to go to D City. There are so many zombies in D City now, and I don't know how many people have died there." Chu Yimin raised her face high, revealing her 2 nostrils. "My brother is a superpower. How can he be afraid of a few zombies? Even if there were a mountain or a sea of zombies, they would not be a threat to my brother. Chu Xiang is a psychic, and he is a psychic with the 5 elements attribute, fire." Hua Mi already knew this, but she didn't show anything. In the Xiangqing base, there is an entry form which requires all survivors entering the city to fill in whether they are a superpower or an ordinary person. If the person has special abilities, what kind of abilities do they have? This should also be filled in. All people with special abilities will be valued by the Xiangqing base and given housing subsidies of a certain standard. The intention behind this is naturally to attract talents for the Xiangqing base and enhance the Xiangqing base's ability to fight against various natural and man-made disasters in the end times. Xiangqing welcomes people with special abilities to live here, but it does not blindly curry favor with them. Hua Mi also didn't think that there was anything great about Chu Xiang, a fire-type mutant. She was stared at by Tu Lijia and came to the rescue center and sat in front of Xian Chiru's desk. Tu Lijia seemed to have accomplished a great task. Dr. Xian, I finally got a me to come for a prenatal checkup. God knows how much Xian Chiru worries about Hua Mi's 2 children. When Tu Lijia returned to Xiangqing from Hua Mi, she immediately brought him to Xian Chiru. Sure enough, he received a look of praise from Xian Chiru. Hua Mi smiled ingratiatingly at Xian Chiru, who looked serious. Dr. Xian, your belly is too big. It's only been 7 months. Without waiting for Hua Mi to finish her greeting, Xian Chiru frowned and stared at Hua Mi's pregnant belly with a worried and serious look on her face.
Such a big belly.
Even if you are pregnant with twins, they are still big. The key point is, it's only been 7 months, and there are still more than 2 months to go. She pinched her brows and looked at Hua Mi. Aren't you worried that you won't be able to have a baby? If the child is too big, the risk of not being able to be born increases dramatically. In the current environment, Xian Chiru encourages natural childbirth. If you must give birth at this time, you should do it naturally. Only consider cesarean section as a last resort. Hua Mi looked at Xian Chiru innocently. I really eat very little. I don't know how my belly got so big. Others said that her belly looked like she was about to give birth, but the key point was that Hua Mi was only 7 months pregnant. She could run and jump, but she couldn't fly. The zombie killer was a bit clumsy when fighting with humans. Otherwise, she didn't feel any discomfort. Xian Chiru shook her head repeatedly, took out a pen, and quickly opened a large stack of inspection forms for her. Seeing Hua Mi reaching out to take it, she handed the large stack of checklists to Tu Lijia. Take her there, have her checked out one by one, don't miss any of them, and then have her admitted to the hospital. Hospitalization? Hua Mi's face was full of grievance. Although she was always procrastinating, she was always present for every prenatal checkup out of responsibility for her child. But sometimes it's a few days late and sometimes a few days early. Why do I have to be hospitalized now? How can I kill zombies if I'm hospitalized? Hua Mi followed Tu Lijia depressedly and went to the checkpoint. At this time, Gong Yi called. She picked up the phone, her voice weak. I heard you're going to be hospitalized? Are you feeling unwell? Gong Yi asked with a frown. He knew that Hua Mi had returned to Xiangqing for a prenatal checkup, so he had been paying attention to Hua Mi's actions. Everything that happens in the rescue center is reported to Gong Yi by the garrison here at any time. Hua Mi sighed and told Gong Yi that she was going to be hospitalized. According to Xian Chiru, she might stay in the hospital until she gives birth. In this regard, Gong Yi completely listened to Xian Chiru. He had no objection. Dr. Xian asked you to be hospitalized. It must be serious enough to require hospitalization. Just be a good boy and endure for 3 months. When the little princesses are born, I will take you 3 to kill zombies. It is said that men's words are lies, and Gong Yi was not the kind of person who liked to talk nonsense. He is now coaxing Hua Mi, and he can even set such a flag. Hua Mi didn't believe a word of it. It was impossible to expect Gong Yi to help Hua Mi avoid hospitalization. But Hua Mi seemed to have ADHD. If she didn't go out hunting for a day, she would feel uncomfortable all over. However, under Tu Lijia's gaze, Hua Mi couldn't escape. If she ran away, I guess everyone around her would call her phone like crazy. Hua Mi, who was kind-hearted and didn't want people around her to worry about her, came up with a foolproof plan. After arranging a ward for her, Hua Mi lay down on the bed in her single VIP ward, which was filled with 1 square meter of black soil, but it was impossible for her to lie down well. Even in this situation, it doesn't affect her from sneaking out to kill zombies. So, on the first night of hospitalization, after the nurse finished her ward rounds, Hua Mi appeared at the teleportation point at the gate of City D with her big belly. Nowadays, no one uses this teleportation point anymore. Most people teleport directly to the safe zone teleportation point in the center of City D. Hua Mi had just arrived at the city entrance when she came face to face with a zombie. I guess the zombies on the opposite side didn't react either. How could a living person suddenly appear in such a dense tide of zombies? Therefore, the zombies around Hua Mi, who were moving towards the city gate, stopped for a moment. Hua Mi calmly swung his sword, creating a vacuum zone around himself. She slowly fought her way out of the city, from the entrance of City D. Although they knew that due to the collapse of the ice layer in City D, countless zombies emerged from the ice and headed towards the safe zone. But there are also many zombies wandering out of the city. Outside the city gate, there were also some survivors killing zombies. As they were killing, they saw Hua Mi with a big belly and a knife dragging out from inside. The reactions on everyone's faces were somewhat dull. Is this a big-bellied zombie? Or what? How come a person came out of D City in the middle of the night? Hua Mi strolled outside the city, raised her hand, and said hello to everyone, proving that she was not a big-bellied zombie, and then turned around and killed them again. There are only so many zombies in an entire city. If the survivors have supplies and a safe zone, they can get supplies and rest. In this case, the survivors will be the final winners in a long-term tug-of-war with the zombies. Because zombies cannot reproduce, their numbers will not increase, but will decrease the more they are killed. The premise is that zombies don't reproduce. Outside E-City. In the car owned by Zimo, the driver crouched beside the wheel of his car, holding his cell phone, and took several photos and videos of the interior of the car. He sent what happened in the car directly to the group, then took his luggage and left in a hurry. He was so anxious that he even gave up his car. After he ran for a distance and got on the Hunan highway, he saw the patrolling highway police, and then he burst into tears. My dears, something terrible has happened. At this time, the photos and videos he sent to the driver group had already triggered a tsunami of heated discussions. Even these photos spread rapidly beyond the driver's circle and were sent to various professional circles. Hua Mi had just returned to her VIP ward after killing zombies all night and was lying down when Meng Meng and Qinjin pushed open the door of the ward.
So early?
Hua Mi looked at the electronic clock on the wall. What time was it? 5:30 in the morning? It's not even daylight outside. Qinjin held Qin Jianxiang, who was a few months old, in his arms and asked Hua Mi with a serious face, I sent you your photos and videos. Have you seen them? Hua Mi took out her mobile phone with a puzzled look on her face, clicked on Qinjin's dialog box, opened the photos and videos, and watched them. She frowned. What is this? What is this? Is that a zombie? Or is it Black Widow? The photos and videos show a bus with a bunch of pregnant women and several men working tirelessly.
It looks okay.
I don't know if it's because of the light, but these men working the farm have green faces and fangs, like evolved zombies. Hua Mi's first reaction was that these men were perverted and were bullying a group of women. But after a careful look, I found that these women had numb faces and lifeless eyes, as if they had lost consciousness. The key is that these women's faces are all very familiar. Before the end of the world, they were either stars or internet celebrities. He was very famous. He was famous only 7 months after the end of the world, but everyone still remembers him. Hua Mi suddenly thought of Zimo, who had also left with a car full of celebrities and internet celebrities. So, this pregnant woman in the car is related to Zimo? Qinjin said seriously, I heard that it was a sports car driver who first discovered it. He said that in just a few days, these women's bellies had grown big. This alone makes people feel very weird. What's more, Vasili's group of people were able to work continuously without saying a word. Non-stop, without pause, and totally without communication, like a pile-driving machine. After driving sports cars for so many years, the driver realized the seriousness of the problem. Especially those beautiful women, they actually got pregnant within a few days. He couldn't stay any longer. It was really weird. Even if he didn't want the car anymore, he would not continue to drive for Zimo. After listening to Qinjin's narration, Hua Mi frowned slightly. This is not a human, nor a mutant. It must be a mutant beast. Mutated beasts are apocalyptic species with completely disordered genes, complete instability, and are extremely harmful. It is possible that their first generation is one form, and after combining with another species, the second generation produced is yet another form. The key is that as long as it is a mutant beast, they are not picky and all species can be combined. Therefore, their genes are messed up and their intelligence is low, which can cause huge disasters to human survivors. And they all have one common characteristic, which is their extremely terrifying reproductive ability. How did this thing hatch? Shouldn't it have emerged after the apocalypse, when the zombies were almost wiped out by the survivors? For a moment, Hua Mi felt that the problem was very difficult. Is her living environment in this life better or worse than in her previous life? Check, this car must be found. Otherwise there will be endless trouble. Hua Mi frowned and looked at Qinzhen. He took out his cell phone again, called Gong Yi, and told him about this. Perhaps if we find this car and kill the mutant beasts in it in advance, it won't cause much harm. Shirt Saixia, who got the news, called Zhong Zimo immediately. The incident happened with the car full of women that Zhong Zimo took away. Zhong Zimo should know some details. After a while, Xian Qiru brought 2 Lijia to check on the patient. Yang Honglin and Lu Xingyuan also followed in. The small single room was packed with people. Hua Mi explained to everyone very seriously, these low-level mutant beasts no longer have thoughts and emotions. They only have the most primitive instincts left. So if you see one, don't doubt it. Just kill it directly. Because these mutant beasts are the result of human mutation, they have human form, but not humans. If they were to combine with another species, they would have both human and animal characteristics. Don't be fooled by their appearance and treat them as zombies. The only difference between them and zombies is that they can reproduce. Hua Mi informed everyone in the ward of the characteristics of the mutant beast. The top priority now is to destroy that bus. Because now the mutated species are only the combination of humans. It's not that complicated. At least that's human nature. No matter how difficult it is to deal with, it's just like that. However, if it spreads to other species, the difficulty of dealing with it will increase dramatically due to the characteristics of humans and animals. After they all took their places and went about their own business, Hua Mi dragged out the small table from the bed and began to write for the internal reference. Xian Qiru frowned beside him. I asked you to stay in the hospital because I wanted you to be quiet, take good care of your baby, and prepare for the birth. How can you rest if you're so busy? Hua Mi stopped writing, looking helpless. I can't help it. I just thought that I couldn't bear to destroy this place and these people, and I couldn't bear to see them die. If it were her previous life, she wouldn't care about the lives of those around her. She doesn't even care about the environment around her. In this life, it is enough to live your life to the fullest. But in this life, she built the Xiangqing base with her own hands and personally selected the friends around her. How can you bear to let this place and these people perish in the end times? After all, in extreme environments, beautiful things disappear all too easily. Seeing Hua Mi starting to shake the pen, Xian Qiru sighed and told Tu Lijia to take good care of Hua Mi, turn around and check other wards. As soon as Xian Qiru left, Shirt Saixia came back with 2 axes on his back and said to Hua Mi with an anxious look on his face, Zhong Zimo hasn't answered the phone yet. During this period, Zhong Zimo would send a message to Shirt Saixia every day. Because Zhou Qing cared so much about it, Shirt Saixia never replied to Zhong Zimo's message. Now I want to contact Zhong Zimo, but I find that I have lost contact with him. Hua Mi frowned as she listened. You haven't answered yet? I'm afraid this is bad news. Now we can only hope that the driver can get there in time. Things have to be prioritized. No matter how many zombies there are in City D, they are under control. Now Vasili's carload of mutant beasts is clearly beyond control. So as soon as Gong Yi received Hua Mi's message, he went to City E to find the driver. At this time, Zhong Zimo, who had been unable to contact him, frowned as he looked at the empty driver's seat. He took out his cell phone and tried to contact the driver who had escaped. He had clearly paid enough money, but when he came back after finding the supplies, the driver was gone. Zhong Zimo wanted to scold the driver. As a result, the mobile phone signal was an X. Zhong Zimo lowered his head and cursed inwardly. He didn't know when his universal signal connector fell off. This thing is useful and can be attached to the back of a phone, just like a cheap phone holder. There is a risk of poor adhesion and falling anywhere. Zhong Zimo put away his phone expressionlessly, thinking that it was okay since he had already spent all his money to hire this car. The original account in City C had been completely emptied by him. In this environment, money depreciates at a rate beyond his imagination. Zhong Zimo raised his head and looked at Vasily and the killers numbly. He suddenly felt something strange. Speaking of which, due to the melting snow and the blockage of the AE Expressway, their journey to East City to join Chen Hu was extremely difficult. Because of the countless obstacles of varying sizes, Zhong Zimo completely ignored the abnormalities of Vasily and others. In fact, he had only been away from the bus for a few days. When he came back from finding supplies, why were the women's bellies bulging? At this time, Zhong Zimo was staring at the people in the car in surprise. Suddenly, Vasily raised his head and looked at Zhong Zimo with his cloudy and lifeless eyes. Zhong Zimo, who was outside the car window, was startled. He had no idea why Vasily and his men, who had always been obsessed with the tenderness of women, suddenly changed their appearance. He only knew that he had to run at this moment. Run quickly. They can't even open the car door. The smell of the food drove them crazy, and when Vasily and the others were humans, their physical fitness was much stronger than that of ordinary people. After just a few hits, the window broke and several mutant beasts jumped out of the bus. Zhong Zimo was running very fast in front, and he dropped all the supplies he had found with great difficulty on the road. When he got on the highway, he looked towards City E and City A. In fact, it is closer to City E, but City A is close to Xiangqing. If you get on the Xiang A Expressway, you may encounter garrisons and police. If he goes to City E, Chun Hu may not necessarily help him. Zhong Zimo didn't struggle much. Under the influence of sophisticated egoism, he ran towards City A without hesitation. Halfway there, he was lucky enough to find a bicycle and rode it to a car parked in the garage of a gas station. He drove the intact car directly towards the Xiangqing base. Due to the construction of Xiangqing base, the original Xiang A Expressway has been cleared. So along the way, Zhong Zimo drove straight ahead, leading Vasily and several other male mutant beasts towards Xiangqing. He drove faster than the mutant beasts. Only when he saw some survivors on the road did Zhong Zimo feel a little relieved. But he didn't say hello to the other survivors either. Without even saying a word or giving any warning, he just passed by the survivor. When Zhong Zimo's car reached the wire mesh fence at the Xiangqing base, he was forced to stop. A garrison officer raised his AK-47 and pointed at Zhong Zimo and yelled, "The car was driving so fast. What happened back there? Tell me quickly." The new internal reference has not been issued yet, but reminders have been given countless times in previous internal references. At the Xiangqing base, all the city walls that could be built have been built, and all the barbed wire that could be put up has been put up. Start preparing for the coming of the zombie tide. So when the garrisons inside the barbed wire discovered Zhong Zimo's car speeding towards them, they all became very nervous. Zhong Zimo pursed his lips, holding the phone with the universal signal connector missing, and shouted loudly, "Let me in. I want to see Shuiwen. I have something important to say. Hurry up." If I haven't met Shuiwen, I won't say anything, nothing at all. After a while, the electrified iron gate opened, but the garrison did not let Zhong Zimo in. Gong Yi walked out from inside. He strode to Zhong Zimo's car, pulled Zhong Zimo out, and threw him to the ground. Gong Yi's forehead was bulging with veins, and he asked in a cold voice, "What are you doing back here?" Behind him, there were several garrisons, all of whom were fully armed. The one in the middle was the driver hired by Zhong Zimo. They were just about to leave the barbed wire and head to City E to search for the bus. Zhong Zimo was lying on the ground. Because the snow had melted, the ground was wet and half of his body was soaked. Seeing that it was Gong Yi, Zhong Zimo smiled but didn't really smile. "You Xiangqing base still treats me differently? I can't come back? I haven't done anything against the law. Why can't I come back? I want to find Shuiwen. I told you that Shuiwen won't come. Before he could finish his words, Gong Yi picked up the PKM on his back and hit Zhong Zimo with the ace of the rifle, leaving his face covered in blood. The bridge of his nose was crooked. Zhong Zimo, who had not expected that he would be treated so violently after returning to the Xiangqing base, shrank back with a look of disbelief on his face. He opened his mouth, spat out a few teeth that had been knocked out, and asked with a mouthful of blood, "You hit me? The garrison also beat people?" Zhong Zimo asked again, "You beat me?" Gong Yi frowned and swung his rifle ace down again, hitting Zhong Zimo's face again. "I ask you, why did you come back?" The driver who escaped said that while he was running, Zhong Zimo went to look for supplies. Now Zhong Zimo has run back to the Xiangqing base, where is his carload of mutant beasts.
What's going on?
Zhong Zimo, whose face had been smashed, finally stopped being arrogant. He spat out blood and said, "They are chasing me. Shirt Saixia is chasing me. Hurry up and call Shirt Saixia over. I need your protection." Perhaps he also knew that he was not very welcome in the Xiangqing base. So in order to get protection, he had to let Shirt Saixia come forward. After all, the two of them are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. In this case, Shirt Saixia would not watch him being bullied. Gong Yi narrowed his eyes at Zhong Zimo, took out his cell phone, and sent a message to the garrison elites under his command. The communicator used specifically for garrison is not as clear as Hua Mi's universal signal connector. He directly gave the elites the task, telling them not to stay in City D any longer and to gather in Xiangqing East. The zombies in City D are left to the workers at the Xiangqing base to earn extra money. Hua Mi, who still has a hospital bracelet on her hand, and Shirt Saixia, who carries 2 axes on his back. Seeing Shirt Saixia appear, Zhong Zimo, who was on the cold and wet ground, hurried over and shouted, Kaixia, Kaixia, please save me quickly. Gong Yi wants to kill me. Kaixia. Shouting, Zhong Zimo turned around again and looked at Gong Yi with a stern face. Even if you are the commander, so what? You can't treat human life as nothing, right? I didn't do anything wrong. I just took away a car full of women. What did I do wrong to deserve your death? From the beginning to the end, the choices Zhong Zimo made were the ones that an ordinary normal person would definitely make. Who doesn't want to climb up? Think about those people who are busy with their work. They consider the future, money, and career. Everyone will consider what choice is the best solution for themselves. Whether it's before or after the end of the world, is it wrong for me to curry favor with others? Is it wrong for me to seek benefits and avoid harm? Zhong Zimo looked at Shirt Saixia's indescribable gaze as he crawled in the wet snow. I did nothing wrong, Saixia. Do you remember what we said before, that we should work hard and climb higher and higher in the management system? Have you forgotten? Tell Gong Yi quickly, and tell him not to kill me. Faced with his grievance and unwillingness, Shirt Saixia frowned slightly. Hua Mi, who was standing next to him, supported her waist and asked the garrison on guard about the situation. She walked back and said to Shirt Saixia, Zhong Zimo cannot be saved. He led the mutant beasts back to Xiangqing. What mutant beast? Zhong Zimo shouted. How do I know it's a mutant beast? I didn't mean it. He was not a prophet and he didn't know the harm that Vasily and others were doing. Anyone would run away when seeing zombies, right? What's wrong with him running back to Xiangqing when he encountered something wrong? Zhong Zimo pointed at the driver in the garrison and shouted, Didn't he also return to Xiangqing base? Why don't you kill him, but kill me instead? Shirt Saixia sighed. Before he ran back to Xiangqing, he at least informed everyone. What did you do? The universal signal connector on my mobile phone is lost. Zhong Zimo continued to shout. He felt wronged. He felt very wronged. Shirt Saixia shook his head. I know you too well. You knew there was a mutant beast behind you, so you didn't make a sound the whole way. Because you're afraid that if you tell them that there's danger behind you, they'll stop you from coming back. So Zhong Zimo walked in silence all the way to the barbed wire fence of Xiangqing base. Even if Gong Yi hadn't forced him to answer, he wouldn't have planned to say it. He must wait until Shirt Saixia comes forward to protect him, and he may not tell the truth. Zhong Zimo is very good at seeking benefits and avoiding harm. He is smart because of his success and also because of his failure. No one says that working hard to climb up is wrong, but sophisticated egoism is a capital crime in today's environment. Hua Mi spoke, walked towards the iron gate, looked at Zimo outside the door, and prepared to sneak out during the chaos. It's her fault. When setting up the teleportation point, she just randomly placed one outside the Thompson-Shangpin Villa community. Now this Thompson-Shangpin Villa community has been incorporated into the Xiangqing base. This teleportation point was also enclosed in the barbed wire fence. Hua Mi wants to go and see the mutant beasts. However, Gong Yi, who is standing outside the iron gate, turned around. His short hair made him look even more ferocious, and he stared at Hua Mi viciously. The foot that wanted to sneak out of the iron gate was retracted with a whoosh. Ignore Shirt Saishia's exaggerated shocked look. Hua Mi fearlessly walked towards the Thompson-Shangpin Villa community with her big belly in her arms. She bought a suite here in full. Although she had never lived in the house, she could afford it. When she saw Qin Zhen was selling a house, she asked Qin Zhen to keep one for her. The Thompson-Shangpin Villa community is very close to the power grid, and the owners inside dare not make trouble because of recent internal reports that a zombie wave may be coming. The owners all moved to the Xiangqing base with their families. Hua Mi passed through the teleportation point and went straight into the empty neighborhood, walking towards her building. There was silence behind me. Suddenly, when she opened the door, someone grabbed her by the waist. Gong Yi's voice was filled with cold anger. "Aren't you in the hospital? Why are you here again?" He was so busy that he didn't even have time to visit his wife when she was in the hospital. He rushed directly from City D to the east of Xiangqing base. Hua Mi smiled and raised her hand to hit Gong Yi's shoulder, letting him put her on the sofa. "My two kids came to me in a dream and told me that they wanted to see their dad, so I took them to see their dad before you left for East City."
We've a flower basket.
Hua Mi would never admit that she wanted to rush to East City to see what those mutant beasts looked like. Gong Yi stared at Hua Mi with a creepy look in his eyes, not believing her lies at all. He stood up and looked at Hua Mi, who was half lying on the sofa with an innocent look on her face. Gong Yi loosened the collar button of his garrison uniform. He said seriously, "Ms. Hua Mi, let me formally remind you now that you are currently in hospital because your condition has become so serious that you must be hospitalized. You are being extremely irresponsible to yourself, neglecting your children, being indifferent to life, and being too careless about the future." As he was giving the lecture, he looked at the watch on his wrist, calculating the time it would take for the garrison elites to gather. "If your condition is not serious, how could Dr. Xian ask you to be hospitalized? Is she short of medical expenses? No, she is not. She saw the seriousness of your problem. She asked you to be hospitalized out of her responsibility for you and the child. Ms. Hua Mi, you have done similar things more than once or twice. What do I ask of you? My requirements for you are not high. I have never made any requirements of you since the day we got married. The only thing I ask of you is that you can ensure your own safety. Now the child is in your belly. You must ensure the safety of the children while ensuring your own safety." Gong Yi was very serious. He stood in front of Hua Mi, his body straight, and he was reluctant to let Hua Mi stand and listen to the lecture. "What is a child? Children are our future. What are you? You are my wife, the one I will spend my life with. If anything happens to you and the child, I will live in guilt for you and the child for the rest of my life. You have to work hard for our future and our family. The direction of your hard work is to protect yourself. This is the most important thing for you to do right now." During the entire lecture, Hua Mi kept her head down and touched her big belly with both hands. At this time, she did not challenge Gong Yi. Because he felt it with his heart, although Gong Yi was a bit long-winded, his starting point was entirely for Hua Mi's good. So even though Hua Mi was used to being free, she was still willing to listen to Gong Yi finish his lecture. She hadn't felt such stern care in a long time. Gong Yi reminded Hua Mi of her father, who had passed away many years ago. "I have limited time now. Please reflect on yourself and give me a 300-word handwritten self-reflection." Originally, Gong Yi wanted Hua Mi to submit a 500-word self-review, but considering that she was pregnant, it might not be convenient for her to write. After being scolded for 20 minutes, Gong Yi reduced the number of words in his self-criticism to the minimum standard. After saying that, he bent his waist, kissed Hua Mi on the face, turned around and hurried out the door. Hua Mi was still lying on the sofa. She raised her hand and touched her face and couldn't help laughing. At this time, outside the Iron Gate, Zimo had been dragged away by 2 garrisons and shot in a remote place. He shouted desperately, hoping that Shirt Saixia would save him. But Shirt Saixia was hugged by Zhou Cheng, who suddenly appeared. Zhou Cheng was very anxious. He covered Shirt Saixia's ears with his hands and asked Shirt Saixia to look at him. He said, Zimo must die. If he doesn't die, anyone can lure monsters to the Xiangqing base in the future. In an emergency, it is human nature for people to run to a safer place. But even though it is human nature, we still cannot allow this phenomenon to become the norm. Do you understand? This kind of thing cannot be routine. Zhou Cheng looked at Shirt Saixia nervously. He was afraid that Shirt Saixia would remember their old friendship and really save Zimo. Then Shirt Saixia would be immediately squeezed out of Hua Mi's small circle. The key point is, what does this prove? It proves that Shirt Saixia still has feelings for Zimo. Both publicly and privately, Zhou Cheng didn't want to see Shirt Saixia make a mistake. In the end of the world, a fishy wind was blowing. Shirt Saixia looked up and looked at Zhou Cheng's mouth shape. Her ears were covered by Zhou Cheng, so she could not hear Zimo's wailing. But Shirt Saixia was not in a hurry at all. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Zhou Cheng's lips gently.
What are you talking about?
I can't hear you. She smiled. Seeing Zhou Cheng's petrified look of shock, Shirt Saixia asked again, What's wrong? Don't you like me? Didn't you always say that you wanted me to be your girlfriend? People like Zimo had been eliminated from Shirt Saixia's life a long time ago. She was not worried about Zimo, and she would not let herself be isolated from her friends and relatives because of Zimo. Shirt Saixia really couldn't hear what Zhou Cheng was saying, and she couldn't understand his lip movements. She just thought that if she was a little more honest, the anxiety in Zhou Cheng's eyes would be a little less. You see, as expected, after she agreed to be Zhou Cheng's girlfriend, Zhou Cheng was dumbfounded. Aha! Gong Yi stood behind Zhou Cheng with a stern face. Gather. Silly Zhou Cheng returned to the assembled team clumsily. His mind is not clear right now, and he is choosing sides entirely based on instinct. Outside the team, Shirt Saixia turned away with a smile, a blush appearing on her face. Being with a man like Zhou Cheng, there is absolutely no mental burden at all. At least Zhou Cheng had no requirements for her. He liked her and thought she was good no matter what. So after kissing Zhou Cheng, Shirt Saixia was in a good mood. She watched the garrison elites get on the bus and, under the leadership of Gong Yi, head towards City Yi. Shirt Saixia also turned around and prepared to look for Hua Mi. As soon as she entered the Thompson Shangpin Villa community, she saw a group of people walking towards her. Perhaps the infrastructure of Xiangqing Base is much better than that of Yi City. But for Chu Yimin and her brother Chu Xing, there are rules everywhere in the Xiangqing Base. And they don't give them face. Chu Yimin walked into the community angrily, complaining. Whether it's the garrison at Xiangqing Base or the police, they have no mercy or leniency at all. We are a team from Yi City and we have a fire-type mutant. Why are their attitudes so bad? Chu Xing did not reply. His face looked very bad, and it was obvious that he was as angry as Chu Yimin. When Shirt Saixia, who was walking into the community, heard this, he immediately felt displeased with this group of people. So he looked at this group of people with disgust. Nowadays, there really is such a group of people inside and outside the Xiangqing Base who complain about the sky, the earth, and the air all day long, as if the whole world owes them something. It is natural for others to be nice to them, but if others treat them even slightly badly, they will harbor deep hatred for them.
What are you looking at?
Chu Yimin glared at Shirt Saixia, anger rising in her heart. Tell me, what are you looking at? Shirt Saixia, who was carrying 2 axes on her back, felt unlucky. The look of disgust she had just given was just coincidentally met by Chu Yimin, who was as proud as a little princess. How could the little princess endure it any longer? Now in the Xiangqing Base, the garrisons and police didn't give their team face. How dare a bespectacled fellow in shabby clothes look at them with such a cold face? Chu Yimin immediately started to lose her temper. When she saw that Shirt Saixia didn't answer, she pointed at Shirt Saixia and asked, "Are you mute? Why don't you speak? Tell me, what are you looking at?" Shirt Saixia didn't want to cause trouble. She didn't even look at Chu Yimin and hurried into the community. However, as soon as she entered the magnificent gate of the community, Chu Yimin caught up with her and stopped her. Maybe it's because there's no place to vent anger. Perhaps in this apocalypse, the law of the jungle is normal. Shirt Saixia looks like a nerd who only knows how to read. Even though she has 2 axes on her back, it doesn't mean that her fighting ability is strong. Do what? Seeing Chu Yimin spreading her arms and blocking her way, Shirt Saixia's face was full of impatience.
Get out of the way.
I want to go in and find someone. Who are you looking for? Are you someone who can afford to buy a house here? Chu Yimin looked up with a disdainful attitude. In the end times, prices have risen sharply, but the Chu family originally had shares in the Thompson Shangpin Villa community. After learning that the Xiangqing base had begun construction, Qingjin packaged and started selling this unfinished building project that the Chu family looked down upon. Chu Yimin and her brother Chu Xiang went to the relevant management of the Xiangqing base to ask for an explanation. However, they looked around and asked many people, but no one knew who was in charge of this area now. It seems that the Xiangqing base has no management level at all. Chu Yimin looked at Shirt Saixia angrily. "This entire community belongs to us. You are not allowed to enter. Get out." Seeing the man's nose in the air, Shirt Saixia took a deep breath and laughed angrily. "What the Hades are you talking about? I'm the owner of this place, and I'll leave if you tell me to. Don't think that just because the end of the world has come and there is no property management in this community, you can call a horse a zebra. What do you think this place is?" Apart from anything else, Shirt Saixia worked diligently for Qingjin and also for Hua Mi, earning 2 salaries alone. People in Xiangqing who have some money flock to the Thompson Shangpin Villa community to buy houses. Even Hua Mi and Qingjin bought houses here. Would Shirt Saixia have to keep up with the 2 bosses?
Cueillement ou quête distinful.
The property rights of this community are still under discussion, but you guys are so eager to buy a house here. It's really weird. We came to Xiangqing base this time to deal with our Chu family's assets in Xiangqing. Don't think that just because the end of the world has come, you can let Gong Yi do whatever he wants. The Chu family also has means and connections. Although the end of the world has come, the Chu family has a lot of supplies, and their status in City E is similar to that of Chun Hu in City A. Shirt Saixia was too lazy to pay attention to Chu Yimin. He walked around the proud little princess in front of him and continued walking towards Hua Mi's house. Being ignored by her, Chu Yimin was very angry and reached out to grab Shirt Saixia. "I told you, this is a residential complex in which our Chu family has a stake. You are not allowed to enter." Shirt Saixia turned around and swiftly stretched out his hand to block Chu Yimin. After all, he was a person who had just returned from D City for further studies, and Shirt Saixia was much stronger than Chu Yimin. He pushed Chu Yimin to the ground. "This is Xiangqing base, not Xiangqing or E City. If you have any opinions, don't tell me. I bought a house so I can enter." As soon as Shirt Saixia finished speaking, a fireball suddenly hit him in the face. She was stunned and her brain didn't have time to react. The next moment, Shirt Saixia felt someone pulling his body, and he took a few steps back. Dodge the fist-sized fireball. It's Hua Mi. She flew over at an extremely fast speed and saved Shirt Saixia's face from being burned in time. Chu Xiang had a cold expression on his face, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, as he looked at Hua Mi, who had a bloated figure, a huge belly, and a swollen face. He said disdainfully, "I didn't expect you to be so quick. How come you also live in my villa complex?" Hua Mi's belly is so big. In this environment, the fact that a pregnant woman appears in such a dangerous place, such as the teleportation point or the east side of Xiangqing base, is very impressive. It's hard to make Chu Xiang forget. Hua Mi supported her waist and asked, "What do you mean by your villa community? Where is your villa community?" She deliberately glanced around and then looked at Chu Xiang. In her previous life, Hua Mi was teammates with the siblings Chu Xiang and Chu Yimin for several years. She knew that the two siblings were both born into top wealthy families before the end of the world. He is so rich that his assets are countless times more than Chun Hu's. Money can depreciate in the end times and even become worthless. But supplies won't. In the beginning, the Chu family relied on massive amounts of supplies to support their family and get through the first few years of the apocalypse. Such a large amount of supplies continued to support the brother and sister until several years after the end of the world. Until Hua Mi joined Chu Shiheng's team, their team still had a certain material foundation. Hua Mi said coldly, "No one here knows you. Thompson Shangpin Villa community is my property. You say it's yours? I don't recognize it. There is nothing wrong with admitting this. In fact, the entire Xiangqing base was infrastructure built by Hua Mi himself. Therefore, the entire Xiangqing base can be considered her industry." Chu Shiheng's face was grim. "Are you a robber or a lunatic? Who do you think you are? How dare you covet our Chu family's assets?" After he finished speaking, Shirt Saixia looked at Chu Shiheng with sympathy. Chu Shiheng and Chu Yimin both looked young and clearly did not have much experience in doing things outside their homes. Don't they know that before going to a new place, they need to do some research first? The surname is Hua, the belly is big, and the fighting power is strong. Who else can it be except Sister Hua? In the Xiangqing base, Sister Hua is like a local snake. Police, garrisons, medical care, material transportation, infrastructure projects, and various factories. Sister Hua does it all. It is obvious that although Chu Shiheng and his sister all know that Hua Mi has a backer, her man is a senior garrison official. But they didn't think much of her. After all, Chu Shiheng's current combat effectiveness is not bad. What's more, there are several people with special powers in the team that Chu Shiheng brought to Xiangqing. He didn't think that he should give Hua Mi more face. Hua Mi took out a map from behind her back and spread it out in front of Chu Shiheng and his sister. A big red circle was drawn on the map. Hua Mi took it for granted, like a bully, and said, "This big red circle is all my property. The so-called Xiangqing base is what I spent money to rebuild on the ruins of the original Xiangqing, a city and B city. Every inch of land in this circle belongs to me. I don't care whose it belonged to before. What I built is mine." Chu Yimin, who was standing next to Chu Shiheng, pointed at Hua Mi and yelled angrily, "What do you mean by yours? This is obviously our Chu family's. You are clearly robbing it." "Yeah, I robbed it, so what?" Hua Mi shook the map in her hand. The city was destroyed by the earthquake. A large number of people died. Order has been reorganized. The whole world has been reshuffled. Who cares who you are? When they were teammates with the Chu brothers and sisters, apart from being arrogant, they never bullied Hua Mi. They just chose to stand by and watch in the end. Because there are so many zombies, if they try to rescue Hua Mi, they will not have time to escape. Because Hua Mi is just a teammate, not a very important person that they must sacrifice themselves to save. Even though Hua Mi was a wood-type supernatural being in her previous life, so what? Even though they usually get along well. Therefore, all the grudges from the previous life are cleared here with Hua Mi. There is no mercy to be shown, and no memories of life and death to be reminisced about. In this life, we are strangers to each other. Chu Shiheng's face turned livid, his hands dropped, and a ball of fire wrapped around his fists. "Really? It seems that you don't take us seriously unless we teach you a lesson." He and Chu Yimin were fed up with this Xiangqing base. Those garrisons and police officers refused to bow and nod to them and did not give them the good attitude they deserved. Now, even a pregnant woman dared to speak nonsense in front of the Chu family. Chu Shiheng is going to sacrifice Hua Mi today. As the fire on his fist appeared, Shirt Saixia's face suddenly changed. Just now, a ball of fire rushed towards her face, and she hadn't reacted yet what was happening. Now it seems that Chu Shiheng is probably the fire-type mutant mentioned in the internal reference of Zijinhua. At this time, when everyone is attacking physically, a magic attack suddenly appears. It's not a good thing for the survivors. Especially this magic attack, which stood on the opposite side of them. Shirt Saixia looked at Hua Mi worriedly. Hua Mi sneered and watched Chu Shiheng throw a ball of fire at her. "Your aim is poor, so it's not very effective when you fight." She dodged the small ball of fire from Chu Shiheng, tiptoed, and leaped into the air, carrying with her the snow particles that had not yet melted on the ground. When she fell towards Chu Xing, her long sword fell down before she even touched the ground and directly hit Chu Shiheng's head. No mercy was shown, because there is no mercy. Chu Xing barely dodged it, but had one of his ears cut off. He belatedly realized what was happening and screamed, "Ah!" Chu Yimin, who was already stunned, was standing not far from her brother. She took 2 steps back and fell in the snow. Chu Yimin looked up at Hua Mi with a pale face. How did you hurt someone?"
You.
It sounded as if Chu Xing was not the first to take action. Hua Mi stabbed the long knife into the ground and put his other hand on his bloated waist. "Who are you? Why can't I hurt you?" These 2 siblings seem very childish. It is obvious that the end of the world has only been here for more than 7 months, and they have not experienced the cruel beating of the end of the world. We have not yet seen the true face of the end of the world, so they seem much more childish than in their previous life. When Hua Mi met these 2 siblings in her previous life, they had already lost their innocence and romance. Although they were arrogant, they also understood that the strong are respected. Just grab it as long as you can get it. What does it matter if you are not satisfied? Chu Xing was furious. He covered his ears with one hand and waved his hand to let the powerful people behind him come forward. "Kill her, kill her, kill her for me." That hysterical look was like an angry bird. Several powerful people and a group of strong ordinary people came forward and were about to besiege Hua Mi. Hua Mi flew back a distance, and when she landed on the ground, she took out her Gatling gun and started firing wildly at the group of men rushing towards her. She was furious. "Who do you think you are? You dare to come to Xiangqing base to make trouble? Today I will teach you a lesson on how to behave."
The men.
"You're a madman!" Chu Yimin screamed, and before the bullet hit her, Chu Xing beside her pulled her away, and the 2 disappeared on the spot. No one dared to rush towards Hua Mi anymore. Behind Hua Mi, Saixia was still full of sympathy as he looked at the large group of men lying on the ground. The last person who dared to kill Hua Mi had his body chopped into 2 pieces. This group of people are better off now, as they have left behind intact bodies. Chu Xing and Chu Yimin, who were hastily teleported away after killing their hostages, were trembling with fear and huddled in the teleportation point of the Xiangqing base. The people around them looked at the 2 siblings with strange eyes. Suddenly, Chu Xing collapsed and yelled with blood all over his face. "I am a fire-type mutant.
I want to meet Gong Yi.
I was attacked. I want to ask, is this the only safety feature of your Xiangqing base?" Chu Yimin sat on the ground for a long time without coming back to her senses. She was still thinking about how Hua Mi had swung the Gatling gun and fired directly. And Chu Xing were terrified this time. In City E, there are no zombies and not many survivors. All the survivors died or ran away during the natural disaster. Almost all those who could run ran to the Xiangqing base. Those who have the ability to stay will not go against the Chu family, so they have never suffered any setbacks. At least until now, the Chu brothers and sisters have always been like superior people. Chu Xing thought that by revealing that he was a fire-type mutant, he would be taken seriously and treated differently by the Xiangqing base. But he was still kept in the quarantine area. Even though he was angry and half of his face was covered in blood, he kept emphasizing that he was attacked. A policeman just came over and asked him a few questions, and when he found out that he was not attacked by zombies or mutant beasts, the police left. Chu Yimin was shaking all over. She stopped the police and was so angry that she was shaking. "Didn't you guys check the situation? We were attacked. We were attacked at the gate of Thompson Shangpin Villa community." The policeman put away the banknotes in his hand and explained seriously, "It's not that we didn't check. The east side of Xiangqing base has now been designated as a dangerous area. All the owners of Thompson Shangpin Villa community have moved away on their own. If you were attacked there, wouldn't that be normal? You're not an owner, so what are you doing in there?" Commander Gong said that any fights in dangerous areas are not the responsibility of the police. So you see, this matter has exceeded the authority of the Xiangqing base police. Besides, Sister Anhua is the owner, Saixia is also the owner. What are the Chu brothers and sisters? They deserve to be beaten, right? Chu Yimin let out an exaggerated ah and sneered. So what's the difference between your Xiangqing base and other places? You watched the survivors suffer personal injuries and you didn't do anything? The little princess of the Chu family, who grew up with everyone's love and care, couldn't believe that this was the paradise that the survivors talked about. Is this what the survivors called the last oasis for mankind? The police looked at Chu Yimin speechlessly. The garrison officers standing nearby stood straight, weapons in hand, without saying a word, not even glancing at Chu Yimin. It was as if they were just a decoration standing in the quarantine area. The doctor next to him said, "There are too many uncertainties in the danger zone. If you don't want to be in danger, you should not go to the danger zone a few days in advance. It's not that we at Xiangqing Base don't care. If you are physically attacked in the isolation area, observation area, or safety area of Xiangqing Base, someone will come out to stop it. You are in the danger zone. Everyone is either fighting zombies or preparing for battle. Who has time to care about you? Give the garrison a chance to survive. There are so few of them in total. Not only do they have to guard the entire Xiangqing base, but they also have to be busy putting out fires and fighting zombies everywhere. Serious people should not go to dangerous areas to join in the fun." As soon as the medical staff finished speaking, Chu Yimin flew into a rage. "My brother was injured like this, and you guys just don't care?" Yang Honglin came over and asked her, "How are you going to manage it? What does it mean to manage it?" "Catch the pregnant woman who hurt others. Those who deserve compensation should pay, and those who deserve death should die." Chu Yimin spoke very confidently, so confidently that even Yang Honglin laughed. "Yang Honglin, you trespassed into someone else's neighborhood, and you think you're right?" Chu Xing, who was pale, covered his ears and roared, "It's our neighborhood. I've already told you. It's ours. Are you going to blatantly seize the assets of the Xiangqing base?"
Yang Honglin understood.
He took out his little notebook and turned to the notes he had made. "The Xiangqing base is under construction. All the ruins have been taken back by Miss Hua. It is up to Miss Hua to decide how to build it. This is clearly stated in the internal reference." Looking at the dumbfounded Chu brothers and sisters, Yang Honglin put away his notebook and said kindly, "We have never seen anything like yours in our Xiangqing base. Everyone knows that the houses were destroyed by the earthquake. Now, it is a new world. It's not like we don't have a place for them to live. Even if they really have no place to live, they can just set up a tent in the base and be safe." He patted Chu Xing on the shoulder. Chu Xing fiercely shook off Yang Honglin's hand. Because the movement was too large, Chu Shiheng's ear was cut off. He gritted his teeth, looked at Yang Honglin with a gloomy face and said nothing. "This is how the mess is. If you, the Chu family, are dissatisfied, you can take it back. If you are unable to take it back, you'll have to follow the new rules. But you guys took it back, and you have no power to control it." What Yang Honglin said was from the bottom of his heart. Let's not talk about whether the two brothers and sisters of the Chu family can destroy the Xiangqing base. Even if they are powerful and take back the villa community, do they understand what that means? This means that Gong Yi's garrison will be completely evacuated. The Xiangqing base was blown up and all the garrisons were killed. Those who survived would hate the Chu family, so why would they help the Chu family protect the land? The key problem is that the land without garrison protection is all dangerous. So, is it really necessary for the Chu family to fight for this? No one in Xiangqing base would be so stupid. Chu Yimin asked Yang Honglin arrogantly, "Why did you, Xiangqing base, give our community land to a woman? What's the logic? Can't you help our Chu family get the land back? We in the Chu family have money and supplies, and we can still support you." Everyone turned to look at Chu Yimin as if she were a fool. Yang Honglin said embarrassedly, "The current garrison commander of Xiangqing base is married to Miss Hua. If the husband doesn't help his wife, why should he help you grab the land? Besides, Miss Hua has more supplies than your Chu family. Because Miss Hua not only feeds the garrison and police, but also feeds the survivors of the entire Xiangqing base. The amount of supplies she has stored cannot be compared to what the Chu family has." Chu Yimin wanted to say more, but Chu Xing shouted angrily, "Okay, let's go. There is no need to continue talking about this point. If I continue, the clown will be myself." With half of his face covered in blood, Chu Xiang walked directly towards the iron gate outside the isolation area. After passing the iron gate is the danger zone. Chu Yimin stamped her feet and angrily scolded Yang Honglin. You guys are such a shabby place. We won't come here again if you ask us for help. She thought that the reason why Xiangqing Base was so indifferent to them now was because Xiangqing Base had no idea how strong the combat power of a fire-type mutant was. You know, in City E, her brother Chu Xiang is the object of flattery for many survivors. Chu Xiang thought that if he left, there would be at least a few people who would try to keep him. However, until he left the teleportation point and walked out of the south of Xiangqing Base, no one tried to keep the Chu brothers and sisters. She held Chu Shiheng's arm. Brother, what should we do now? Are we really going to let it go? She was not convinced. She had never been to the Xiangqing Base before, and she didn't know that the Tangchen Shangpin Villa community, which was regarded as a garbage project by the Chu family, was built so beautifully. I heard that every villa there is luxuriously decorated. It is located inside the Xiangqing Base and is guarded by garrisons, so it is very safe. Nowadays, having such a place to stay, which is comfortable and safe, is quite tempting for any survivor. Chu Yimin really couldn't bear to give up that villa community. Go back. Chu Xiang gritted his teeth. Let's go back to Yi City first. Their current location is the southern part of Xiangqing Base. City E is located to the east of Xiangqing Base. They had teleportation tickets to return to Xiangqing, but no teleportation tickets to return to E City. So I had to walk back to City E, Chu Yimin muttered to herself and was quite reluctant to hike. She stepped forward, looked at Chu Shiheng's half-bloody face, and asked with concern, Brother, is your ear injured? The physical fitness of those with special abilities is much better than that of ordinary survivors. If an ordinary survivor had suffered such serious injuries, he would have been on the verge of collapse and looked like he was dying. But Chu Xiang soon stopped bleeding and was still in good spirits. It was the psychic's powerful self-healing ability that helped him. He shook his head and raised his hand to touch the side of his face, which was covered with blood scabs. He secretly swore in his heart that he would take revenge sooner or later. However, before Chu Xiang could figure out how to take revenge, the Hunanbi Expressway was closed before they had even started hiking for half a day. This means that if the two want to leave Xiangqing and go to East City on foot, they cannot take the highway at all. Chu Yimin looked at the survivors on the highway who were packing up their houses and preparing to evacuate to the Xiangqing Base. What are you doing? Are you not going to do business anymore? If you don't do business, how can we buy supplies? All of the Chu family's supplies were left in City E and guarded by the Chu family. And the psychics that Chu Xiang brought to Xiangqing this time should have been wiped out. At least Chu Yimin couldn't contact any of them. They didn't have any other supplies with them except money. If you cannot replenish supplies along the way, it will be a very long and difficult journey to walk from Xiangqing south back to City. The evacuated survivors had no time to answer Chu Yimin. The supplies in the igloos along the way have been evacuated. Why don't these small vendors who are making jokes run back quickly? Chu Yimin was about to get angry. Now, even a small vendor dares to ignore her? You know, her brother is A. But she found that the stall owner had already packed up, and in a flash, he flew back to Xiangqing Base with the supplies. She just wanted her brother, who has fire abilities, to come forward, but the stall owner didn't even give Chu Yimin a chance to lose her temper. What kind of a place? Chu Yimin was cursing when she suddenly saw a large group of people staggering towards her from the distance on the highway. She opened her mouth and someone behind her shouted, "It's the zombies nearby that are coming." No one knows how many survivors turned into zombies before the snow fell. What the apocalypse gives survivors is always just the tip of the iceberg. The eastern part of Xiangqing had just been designated as a danger zone when the southern part was attacked by a small group of zombies. Chu Xiang was just about to accumulate a fire, but it suddenly dissipated. With a cold face, he said to Chu Yimin, "We don't need to kill zombies for Xiangqing, we just need to avoid this wave of zombies." After saying that, he took his sister and turned onto a small path. The crisis of this mutant beast has not been resolved yet, and Hua Mi has just been teleported back to the ward for intravenous drip. Qingjin came over and told me some very bad news. According to the news received from the south, the ice layer in F City has collapsed, and the zombies in the entire city are moving towards Xiangqing. During the natural disaster, City F had good material management, and the survival rate of the survivors was very high. This means that the number of zombies is also very large. The small group of zombies that came to Xiangqing today are just the vanguard. The big boss that will appear from City F will soon arrive at the Xiangqing base within 3 days. It is also possible that the time will be shorter. Hua Mi was half sitting on the hospital bed, with her big belly protruding, one side higher than the other, like a wave. She felt the 2 babies moving around in her belly and frowned as she said, "It looks like a zombie wave is coming." Zombie tide? Qin looked at Hua Mi in confusion. She asked doubtfully, "I often hear you talk about zombie tides, zombie tides. Is D City considered a zombie tide?" Hua Mi smiled, raised her pale face, touched her moving belly with one hand, and looked at Qin. "What kind of zombie wave is this? City D is just an appetizer, given to you guys to practice with. Be prepared to be besieged for several years. A real zombie tide will turn the Xiangqing base into an isolated island." Hua Mi is by no means exaggerating if the order of natural disasters and man-made calamities in this life follows the same order as in her previous life. She wasn't really panicking, because before the mutated animals caused trouble, the zombies had almost been wiped out by humans. The current situation is more complicated than what she experienced in her previous life. There are zombies to the south of Xiangqing base and mutant beasts to the east. The worst-case scenario is that the zombie tide is mixed with a tide of mutant beasts. There is more than one way to fight, and survivors cannot have only one way to fight back. Qin listened to Hua Mi's words with concern and sighed. "You are about to give birth in more than 2 months. What are you going to do then?" She thought that just like in City D, the survivors would be able to control the situation in just over a month. Well, Qin wasn't panicking. Now, from what Hua Mi said, we have to prepare for several years? This is simply unimaginable. She asked with trembling lips, "What about our children? I can't imagine that they will grow up in such an environment. They won't even have the most basic Enlightenment education. They won't even have a bright classroom or a quiet desk." Hua Mi reached out and held Qin's slightly trembling hand, saying, "Be strong. From the moment you and I decided to bring the little lives in our bellies into this apocalyptic world, we were destined to be more than just ordinary mothers. We are responsible for them, so we must resist and resolve such crises no matter how complex and dangerous the situation is." Qin left in a hurry to arrange production work in various factories in the Xiangqing base. At the same time as the power grid in the D-City safety zone was restored, Hua Mi's black soil level was upgraded to 19. She regained 19 square meters of black land. All of these black soils, together with the 17 square meters of black soil that were not used last time, were thrown into the level 35 storage by Hua Mi. Up to now, Hua Mi has accumulated X38 lottery opportunities. As night fell, gunshots were heard from the south of the Xiangqing base. Gong Yi had not made any movement in the east, but fighting had already begun in the south of the base. Hua Mi, with her big belly, stood in front of the window, looking at the south under the stars. She took out her cell phone and opened the chat room with Gong Yi. The text message was still about the last time he sent her this message, in which he kept nagging her not to run around and to take good care of the baby. Hua Mi couldn't help but smile. To be honest, if it was before the end of the world, maybe she and Gong Yi could have a plain and ordinary relationship. This man made her realize a little bit the charm of love. She put away her phone and didn't need to ask how Gong Yi was doing. Maybe he was fighting a mutant beast. Before Gong Yi took the initiative to send messages to Hua Mi, she had not taken the initiative to contact him many times. Hua Mi turned his gaze back to the south of the base, where the gunfire was more frequent. The elite garrison troops were transferred to the east, and most of the garrisons in the base were moved to the south. The dense sound of gunfire meant that more people had actually already taken action, fighting the zombies with cold weapons. Because there were too many zombies, they had to use guns to deal with the zombies that were farther away. Hua Mi silently opened her supermarket control panel. She has 38 chances to draw the lottery, and she hopes to win a hot weapon 38 times. Any hot weapon is fine. Hua Mi has been accumulating the opportunity to win a lottery for such a long time. This is the moment she has been waiting for. The huge belly began to stir frequently, and the two little guys seemed to be fighting in Hua Mi's belly, making Hua Mi's belly bumpy. She felt some pain, and her stomach tightened. It was only 7 months, but she was already having contractions. Xianqiru said that because her belly was too big, Hua Mi might have reached her limit. There is also a risk that the baby in the belly will come out prematurely. She is now trying her best to cooperate with Xianqiru, eating nutritious meals every day and staying in the rescue center without any trouble. But she didn't make any effort and just lay down all day. The baby in her belly seemed to be unable to bear the loneliness and started fighting day and night. Yes, the kind where they pinched each other inside Hua Mi's belly. Hua Mi had cold sweat on her forehead. She leaned one hand on the window to ease the contraction and prepare for the two kids' more ferocious noises. After a while, she rubbed her hands together, placed them on her large belly covered with stretch marks, and said gently, "Okay, both of you put aside your grudges, and let's work together. This end of the world is not only for Dad and Mom, but also for you, so we have to work together." The two little babies in the belly seemed to understand what Hua Mi said. The originally restless fighting behavior has temporarily calmed down a lot. Although there were some small sneak attacks from time to time, they were not serious and did not cause Hua Mi to feel any pain. She started drawing lots. I drew all the 38 prizes in one go, pushing the level 35 warehouse to level 40. As time goes by, the upgrades of warehouses and factories become very slow. But after each upgrade, the surprise given is also enough. Hua Mi's level 40 warehouse gave her space for another level 40 warehouse of the same size, so she now had warehouse No. 4. Hua Mi put all the weapons she won in the lottery on the table. There were 38 chances to draw a lottery, and most of the items drawn were various daily necessities, with a small number of items being not very practical junk. For example, there are 10 million tons of carbon paper, 10 million pairs of glass stockings, and some items that look very practical but are unlikely to be used for the time being, as well as 10 million plus gas stoves, spatulas, spoons, and light bulbs. There are also tear gas bombs, bulletproof vests, armored vehicles, grenades, and various construction materials in quantities starting from 10 million. And Gatling was drawn out by Hua Mi again, with a number of 10 million. The luck is pretty good. Hua Mi felt a little relieved. These things were laid out to the garrison at Xiangqing Base, which would at least allow Xiangqing Base to defend itself against the zombie tide for 3 years. 3 years from now, the number of people with special abilities will definitely be much greater than it is now. Even if there aren't many people with special abilities, 3 years is enough time for Hua Mi to have many chances to draw lots. By then, she might be able to get lucky and come up with something useful. Hua Mi called Chao Feng, who stayed in Xiangqing overnight, pointed him to the underground garage of Lianhua Xingxing Supermarket, and asked Chao Feng to take out the hot weapons inside and deploy them to the garrison in Xiangqing Base. This batch of weapons she sent came just in time for the garrison. Chao Feng said to Hua Mi on the phone, "Sister Hua, you don't know how many zombies came last night. It is said that the ice in G City and H City collapsed at the same time, and no one knows how many zombies came out. The avalanche happened overnight. It was expected, yet it caught people off guard. The cities that Chao Feng mentioned are all near Xiangqing. Some locations are even closer to the original Xiangqing than City D. The garrison that stayed in the Xiangqing base fought zombies all night yesterday. At the beginning, everyone thought that the zombies would be defeated soon. They had dealt with such things one after another during this period of time. During the day, there is always a small group of wandering zombies approaching the Xiangqing base. It will be resolved soon, and won't cause much trouble. But last night's zombies were like a dam that was beginning to burst. They were not completely defeated. There were more and more of them, and Chao Feng even began to panic. If the fighting continued like this, the garrison's hot weapons would be used up sooner or later. He was very grateful to Sister Hua for donating the weapons to the garrison. Although Chao Feng goes in and out of the underground garage under the Lotus Xingxing Supermarket every day. Before yesterday, such a large number of weapons had never appeared in the underground garage. No one would be so foolish as to worry about these issues at this time. It wasn't long before it was the next morning. People in the Xiangqing base were in panic. Even though Hua Mi was staying in the rescue center, he could hear people talking outside. I heard that there are a lot of zombies coming to the south of the base. Will we be able to defend it? What can we do if we can't defend it? Is there anywhere else we can go? There is nowhere else to go. No one knows whether the team from East City successfully recruited anyone. But City E is developing well, and many survivors know about this. Hua Mi was lying in her single VIP ward, listening to the discussions outside fading away. She sneered. If the powerful fire-type mutant they were talking about was Chu Xiang, then Chu Xiang would have already run away. At this time, Tu Lijia angrily opened the door of the ward and walked in. Her face looked very unhappy. People outside are spreading rumors like crazy. They actually say that East City will be better than our Xiangqing base. Hua Mi teased her. What's wrong? Do you want to go to East City? Originally, Tu Lijia was fiddling with Hua Mi's nutritious meal for today. Upon hearing this, he looked up at Hua Mi and said angrily, "Why would I want to go to East City? My roots are all in Xiang City. If I go to East City, what will happen to my parents? Right now, the calmest people in the Xiangqing base should be the old Xiangqing people. All those whose hearts were in turmoil were probably those who had fled here from other places in the later period. Because they still have choices, they never feel that Xiangqing base is their destination. They just think this is a place of refuge, that's all. The old people in Xiangqing are different. They have always stayed here, and apart from here, they don't know what the outside world is like. Even though many people say that City E is very safe, it is still somewhat difficult for them to leave with their families, no matter how safe the place is. What's more, the Xiangqing garrison has always been quite reliable." Seeing Tu Lijia jumping up and down, Hua Mi smiled and said, "The days ahead will become increasingly difficult. If you want to leave, if you don't leave now, you may never have another chance." As soon as she finished speaking, she received a call from the contractor. He said on the phone that his engineering teams had gathered on the east side of the base and were causing trouble. Hua Mi tilted her head and frowned. They want to leave? Then why not let them go and keep them for the new year? In fact, many people around her now only report good news to her, not bad news. A lot of things happened, so they thought about it and decided to let it go. There's no need to bother Hua Mi with all this gossip. Everyone knows that Hua Mi is in the hospital awaiting delivery. With her big belly, she may give birth at any time. The contractor was anxious on the other end of the phone. They don't want to leave, nor do they want supplies. They are just making trouble. Just making a fuss. Because they did not get close to the barbed wire, nor did they enter the dangerous area designated by the garrison. Therefore, at this level, it is difficult to manage the garrison and there is no time to manage it. Yang Honglin has gone to urgently maintain order, but even Yang Honglin couldn't maintain order, which shows the seriousness of the problem. Hua Mi frowned and listened. It just so happened that she had a teleportation point outside the Thompson Shangpin Villa community, and she teleported directly there without waiting for Tu Lijia to speak. People outside were talking about it, not just those in the hospital but also all aspects of the Xiangqing base. When Hua Mi was teleported there, Qin Zhen and Shi Saixia arrived after Yang Honglin and had already dealt with the situation. So, Hua Mi stood at the gate of Thompson Shangpin Villa community and took a look. The striking workers had a common goal. They wanted guns. "I know you have connections and channels, you have rules, and your management is strict, but now zombies are everywhere and you want us to build a wall. What can you use to ensure our safety?" Someone took the lead and negotiated with Yang Honglin. Behind this man was a large group of workers sitting quietly on the road. Yang Honglin wiped his face to get rid of the saliva. Qin Zhen, who was standing by, came forward to explain. "It is impossible to give you guns. Guns are strictly controlled and cannot be rampant. Besides, we don't have that many guns and ammunition." She didn't know how many guns Hua Mi had in her hand, but Qin Zhen had the same idea as Hua Mi. Guns cannot be rampant. No matter how urgent the situation is, guns and ammunition cannot be distributed to survivors at will. She sighed and tried to appeal to the workers' feelings and reason. The Xiangqing base is now under attack by a wave of zombies, and the peak period is about to come. If you don't repair the city wall, our situation will become even more difficult. Xiangqing Base is a base that has not yet been completed. There are many engineering projects like this in Xiangqing that have been put into use, but have never been completed. Therefore, the wall of Xiangqing was only half built. The scope of the Xiangqing base is constantly expanding, and the area protected by the wall is also constantly expanding. The remaining half of the wall that had not been completed was temporarily supported by an electric fence. Normally, it's fine, and the power grid works well. But if there is a wave of zombies, the power grid can easily be knocked down. Especially if the zombie tide is mixed with a mutant beast tide, Hua Mi asked the contractor to build the wall of Xiangqing base in the shortest time possible. Just use the cement she provided, the kind that even a drill bit can't damage. According to Hua Mi's calculations, the real zombie wave will probably come in 2 months. The time is a bit tight, but it does not mean that the project cannot be completed, as long as it is planned properly. Ms. Qin also knows that we are in a difficult situation right now. If that's the case, why would you disregard our safety? Yes, the garrison has guns, but the garrison doesn't protect us. They are just idlers. We ask for guns so that our lives can be more secure, right? Someone in the crowd said this, his tone full of provocation. I heard that this Xiangqing base belongs to a woman, Gong Yi's wife. So we didn't build this base for ourselves. We built it just for a woman. In that case, why should we take the risk? Gong Yi did not investigate this aspect too clearly. From the very beginning, Gong Yi didn't care who owned the Xiangqing base. What he is guarding is the people, not the city, so Gong Yi doesn't care where the people are, who the land belongs to, or who built the house. Hua Mi spent money on infrastructure construction, and Gong Yi and everyone else tacitly agreed that the infrastructure built by Hua Mi belonged to Hua Mi. Is there anything wrong with this? Why has it become a serious crime now? Hua Mi stood in the distance, looked at the crowd, and immediately smiled. Guess what? She found an acquaintance among the group of workers who were causing trouble.
Hu Yanxiang.
Isn't this an old acquaintance in City D? No wonder these workers kept saying that this base belonged to Hua Mi and had nothing to do with them. They also said that they were risking their lives to build the base. Hu Yanxiang gathered a group of people and constantly encouraged the workers at the Xiangqing base to ask for guns. Who wouldn't want a weapon at a time like this? Everyone does. It's just that the management of guns and ammunition at the Xiangqing base is very strict. Even if you bring your own guns and ammunition, they will be confiscated when you enter the base. This, of course, caused dissatisfaction among many people, especially those who originally had guns and ammunition. If they carry guns, they will not be eligible to enter the Xiangqing base. If they do not carry guns, they always feel that it is extremely difficult to survive in such a world. Therefore, given this opportunity to obtain permission to carry guns through resistance, they will definitely not let it go. Hu Yanxiang's team expanded quickly, and more people supported him, joined him, and shared the same hatred of the enemy. Qin Jin frowned and kept explaining why guns were not allowed in the Xiangqing base. Although the guns and ammunition were confiscated when you entered the base, this does not mean that the Xiangqing base has taken your guns and ammunition. If you need to go out of town to kill zombies or mutants, you can also apply to retrieve your guns and ammunition. But inside the Xiangqing base, you are not allowed to carry guns. Shirt Saixiao on the side also explained, the reason why guns are not allowed in Xiangqing base is that guns cannot be proliferated. The vast majority of people in this base are the elderly, the weak, the sick, the disabled, and pregnant women. We always have to consider these people. They both held the microphones and spoke very loudly. But the workers on the entire street opposite Qinzhen were even louder. We can't explain it to you clearly. Emergency times call for emergency measures. We will not guard the base for a woman without any protection. Besides, it's already this time. No one knows whether Xiangqing base can be defended. Anyway, I just want a gun. Hua Mi walked over and took the microphone from Qinzhen's hand. Let me ask you, were you the ones guarding the base from the beginning to the end? Haven't you been doing infrastructure construction? Have the people who are fighting to defend the base been just garrisoning? In fact, the number of workers engaged in infrastructure construction is much greater than the number of garrison workers. Among them, there are people like Hu Tingxiang, who were engaged in infrastructure construction when he was in the Xiangqing base. You can also fight zombies after leaving the Xiangqing base. Amphibious player. Hua Mi really understands these people's psychology too well. If you have a gun in your hand, it will be more convenient to fight zombies, and you can get more crystal cores. Isn't that better than working hard to repair the city wall? Seeing Hua Mi come forward, Hu Yanxiang and the crowd looked gloomy and stopped showing up. He winked at the person next to him, and that person shouted, "But things are different now. There was a fight in the south of the base all night yesterday. Didn't you hear it? You are used to a life of luxury, so of course you don't understand the fear of people like us. Don't hide it from us. We have known for a long time that the ice near Xiangqing has collapsed. Endless zombies are rushing towards the Xiangqing base. If you can't give us guns, how can we have the courage to build the city wall? This is the situation. If you don't give us guns, we won't build the city wall. If the city walls are not repaired, zombies will attack the base faster. But if they were given guns, would they repair the city walls properly? Would they guarantee that they would not fire indiscriminately in the Xiangqing base? Who can guarantee that these people will not leave Xiangqing as soon as they get the guns? Human heart, no matter when, don't have any expectations. Hua Mi sneered while holding the microphone. You don't have a gun, but you have a life. If you don't want to repair it, get out of Xiangqing. Who will bother with you? She was angry. There were only a few thousand people stationed there, and they had to protect such a large group of survivors. The key point is that these survivors still want to cause trouble and are not obedient. At the critical moment, they are still chattering here. Don't you think that if the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? If the Xiangqing base is gone, will there be a paradise on Earth somewhere else? Life is better nowhere than at the Xiangqing base. Hu Yanxiang whispered, "Let us go?" Haha, let's go. I think the E achievement is pretty good. Let the Xiangqing base give us the E-City teleportation ticket, and we will leave immediately. The man beside him received the order and shouted loudly, "No one wants to stay in such a dangerous place. Release the teleportation tickets to City E, and we will buy them with money." No one knows how the teleportation point appeared. There are rumors inside and outside the Xiangqing base that the world has become like this, and the emergence of teleportation points is the result of some kind of natural refraction. Balabala talked about a lot of scientific principles. In short, everyone believed that teleportation points were everywhere, and as long as they were found, they could be teleported directly there in some way. They believe that not only Xiangqing base has multiple teleportation points, but E-City should also have them. So these workers who want guns want to vote to be teleported to East City District. This will also save you from encountering danger on the road. Hua Mi was very cold and said word by word, "No, just go there by yourself." Indeed, not, although she still has 36 square meters of idle black land. But she has never been to City E, so how could there be a teleportation point to City E? The crowd on the opposite side gathered, and the dissatisfied voices gathered into a muffled thunder. Hua Mi is impatient. If you want to leave, then hurry up and stop whining. The Xiangqing base temple is too small to accommodate big Buddhas like you. Boss Bao, notify the East Gate garrison immediately and have them open the electric gate and let these people out. It is not known whether the mutant beast in the east has been controlled by Gong Yi. The Xiangqing base had already designated the eastern side as a danger zone, and everyone in the base knew this. Hu Yanxiang was dissatisfied and stopped hiding. He shouted at the top of his voice, "I heard there is danger outside the East Gate. You don't release the teleport point to City E, and you don't give us guns. How can we get out? What if we get into danger?" Hua Mi's eyes were cold as she looked at Hu Yanxiang and the crowd. "What? Are we your babysitters? We are being surrounded by zombies and mutant beasts, and we are still going to take you to the west to obtain the scriptures?" Qin Zhen, who was beside him, couldn't help but burst out laughing. The workers on the opposite side immediately started to make a commotion and yelled at the top of their lungs. A bottle of mineral water flew out from somewhere and hit Hua Mi's stomach directly. Hua Mi turned around and, with her big belly, did a spinning kick, kicking the bottle of mineral water back. The person who threw the mineral water fell to the ground instantly. The belly and the late pregnancy seriously affected Hua Mi's performance. But if she had to start the killing mode, she could still handle it. The workers in front suddenly became chaotic. Hu Yanxiang shouted loudly. Why are you hitting people? Don't think we won't hit you just because you're pregnant. Hua Mi hooked her finger at the crowd of people and said, I'm right here, come on. Why don't we allow guns to proliferate? It is so that when such a situation arises one day, blind people will not just pull out guns and kill the old, weak, sick, and pregnant. In a critical environment, excessive combat power should be limited. Amidst the shouting and cursing, Hua Mi asked them to come forward and start fighting. The people on the opposite side, however, hesitated to move forward. Hu Yanxiang didn't dare to stand out. Apart from shouting a few times from below, he didn't dare to really fight with Hua Mi. In other words, he is a typical person who has the desire to steal but not the courage to do so. At this time, Chao Feng had received the news. He hurried over with a small garrison team and pointed in the direction of the Iron Gate. The door is open. The Xiangqing base temple is too small to accommodate you big Buddhas. Let's go. Let's not make things difficult for each other. Looking at these strong men, a large part of them are ordinary people. They are really ordinary, and they really want guns. He was actually making trouble just to get a gun. The noisy crowd gradually quieted down. They're making such a fuss, but they won't give them guns? Then, in the end, won't the situation get worse and worse? Someone whispered, I heard that the commander has moved all the elite garrison troops to the east of the base. There are some mutant beasts outside. Are we really going out? We can't teleport to East City. What if we encounter mutant beasts on the way? If we don't go out, does that mean we've given up this fight? That's so embarrassing. Perhaps they were too confident. Xiangqing was now experiencing a major crisis, and the garrison must repair the wall as soon as possible. That is why they can act so recklessly, thinking they have the final say in the negotiations. However, now that the power switches have been opened, the Xiangqing base would rather drive away the labor force than give them guns. Really leave? The leader of the crowd looked around, still undecided. In the end, it was Hu Yanxiang who made the final decision. I am very familiar with the Chu family in East City. As long as we can build infrastructure in East City, they will definitely welcome us. Why was Xiangqing able to withstand the small groups of zombies that came one after another? Because their city walls were well built. So if such a large group of people go directly to City E, they can build City E like a bucket. Hu Yanxiang began to recruit people for Chu Xiang. He and Chu Xiang and his sister met at the teleportation point. At that time, they all disliked Hua Mi, who entered through the green channel. Everyone was making up stories about Hua Mi, and now they had a common person to gossip about, so their friendship developed particularly quickly. Nowadays, the person who is talking about how great East City is in Xiangqing is Hu Yanxiang. He really thinks East City is good. Much better than Xiangqing. After hearing his words, the survivors around him nodded. But there are also those who hesitate. Well, what if we encounter a mutant beast on the road? How could we possibly encounter mutant beasts? Aren't all the mutant beasts defeated by the elite garrison troops in Xiangqing? Hu Yanxiang was determined and felt that he could no longer stay in Xiangqing. He had offended Hua Mi a long time ago. Even people like Chu Xiang were forced out of Xiangqing because of offending Hua Mi. Hu Yanxiang felt that he had no future for development in the Xiangqing base. He has no shortage of supplies. Some time ago, he was frantically hunting for crystal cores and had already exchanged them for a lot of supplies, which were stored outside Xiangqing. I heard from Chu Xiang that there are sufficient supplies in East City, and the Chu family has so much that they can't finish eating it. So in Hu Yanxiang's mind, City E must be a better place than Xiangqing, with more sufficient supplies. Even City E is not threatened by zombie hordes and mutant beasts. He shook his head and strode towards the East Iron Gate. Let's go. I'm going to East City. The management of East City is much more sincere than you. At least Mr. Chu treats me as a brother. If you want to come, just come with me. I'll take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Many people followed Hu Yanxiang and left one after another. They held their heads high and strode forward like heroes. Some of the timid ones were also inspired by the momentum and filled with ambition, so they followed the crowd and walked out of the Iron Gate.
Hu Yanxiang.
Hua Mi looked at the man outside the barbed wire and shouted. Hu Yanxiang turned around with disdain and snorted coldly. He knew that the Xiangqing base lacked people to repair the city wall. There were too many elderly, weak women and children, and the labor force was actually quite scarce. So Hua Mi found out that they were really going to leave, so she regretted it, right? It was too late to regret. When they were negotiating the terms just now, Hua Mi did not agree. Now, even if she agreed to give them guns, they would not stay. Hua Mi stroked her belly. Remember, you are the ones who want to leave. This door will only let people out, not open to let people in. No matter what happens in the future, you won't be able to come back even if you want to. Xiangqing has its own rules, and the rules cannot be easily changed by just making a fuss. If East City can be like this, changing its principles for whoever makes trouble, Hua Mi feels that the future of such a place is very worrying. She couldn't predict what would happen next. But she had seen many people in her previous life who were fickle, and she always felt that this base was not very good, so she moved to the next base. As a result, the next base may be even worse. Xiangqing is what Hua Mi considers to be the best base. At least she had seen so many bases in her previous life. She combined the advantages of all the bases, eliminated their disadvantages, and built the Xiangqing base. This place is perfect. Hu Yanxiang said Pa, showing his disdain for the Xiangqing base. Let's go, who cares? A large group of survivors filed out and set out for City E. In the east, Gong Yi was tracking Vasili's mutant beasts. Vasili and other mutant beasts were chasing Zhong Zimo towards the Xiangqing base. But because Zhong Zimo was driving too fast, Vasili and the other animals lost him halfway. They temporarily detoured to the south of Xiangqing. During the process, several of them were captured by Gong Yi's elite troops. They were all directly destroyed and cremated on the spot. The road has been cleaned up and there is no danger at all. Hu Yanxiang led a group of people on foot. After an unknown amount of time, someone heard a woman humming not far away. A large group of people searched everywhere but couldn't find the woman. In the melting ice and snow, the woman's screams kept echoing around everyone. Hu Yanxiang sent people to find out who this woman was who had been acting mysteriously nearby. He continued to lead his men towards City E. We originally thought that the people we sent out would come back soon, but by the time it was dark, none of them had returned. What have all these people been doing? Why are they all so unreliable? Beside Hu Yanxiang, someone was cursing in a low voice. Before that they could only hear a woman scream. Now, it seemed as if there were several women's voices, playing tricks in different places near and far. And no one knew what was happening. Perhaps those people have other ideas in mind. Hu Yanxiang thought about the people he sent out. None of them came back, so they must have left. After all, Hu Yanxiang was not familiar with these workers. He used these workers to cause trouble in order to obtain guns and ammunition in the Xiangqing base. Now that his original goal has not been achieved, he feels a little regretful. But he didn't lose out either. As long as he takes these workers to City E to add bricks and tiles, it would be a small help to the Chu family. It's good to be a song seller. Others also felt that what Hu Yanxiang said made sense. With so many people, everyone had different ideas. Perhaps some people would still think that the Xiangqing base was better. There were also cases where some people were reluctant to leave the Xiangqing base and went back secretly. So even though when they came out, there was a large group of workers. But along the way, the number of workers in this group became smaller and smaller. Everyone figured this out and understood it. Hu Yanxiang took the remaining people and continued to head towards City E. As he walked, he said, just wait and see. If Xiangqing continues like this, things will only get worse and worse. Xiangqing will soon be surrounded by a tide of zombies. Those who change their minds at the last minute and return to Xiangqing base will definitely regret it one day. The people around Hu Yanxiang were fawning on him. Yes, you are right. It is better for us to leave early than to stay and feed the zombies. Those who regret going back can be used as food for the zombies. Faced with the flattery of a group of people around him, Hu Yanxiang had a satisfied smile on his face. He knew that these people were only trying to curry favor with him because of his connection with the Chu family. But it doesn't matter. People are meant to use each other, and Hu Yanxiang understands this very well. He continued to hold his dream in his heart and walked towards City E proudly. At this time, there were more and more zombies in the south of Xiangqing, and they came one by one as they were killed. Now we kill a few and get a large group. The garrisons on the city wall replaced their weapons. Their own arsenal had long been depleted. How much weapons does a city have in stock? How can they cope with such a huge zombie tide? Without the weapons provided by Sister Hua, they can only retreat again and again. Even if there are more psychics now, they cannot withstand so many zombies advancing at the same time. But no matter how many weapons you have, there will be a day when they are all used up, and no one knows how many weapons Sister Hua has. No one asked. Everyone knew that no matter how many weapons Sister Hua stockpiled, there was no way they could be enough to kill one zombie with one bullet. Of insecurity swept through everyone's heart. According to Gong Yi's instructions, Chao Feng began to gather people with special abilities and those who are willing to go out and kill zombies in the Xiangqing base. There are too few garrisons, so we have to mobilize the survivors to manually clear out the zombies outside. Qingjin sat in front of Hua Mi's bed, peeling an apple in his hand, and said to Hua Mi with a look of relief, "Fortunately, our city walls are strong enough. You didn't even see how many zombies there are in the south. It is no exaggeration to say that there are more zombies south of Xiangqing base than in City D. These zombies rushed towards the south gate one after another. If the city wall was not strong enough, it would have been broken down by the zombies." Hua Mi was half lying on the hospital bed, reading a parenting book, and sneered. This hellish end-of-the-world difficulty occurred several years earlier than in the previous life. It is really lucky that the cement used to build the city wall at the Xiangqing base was produced in Hua Mi's factory. This kind of cement is extremely strong, and even a drill cannot break it, let alone a few zombies. Essentially, zombies are transformed humans, and their physical strength is the same as that of humans. Hua Mi reached out and took the apple that Qingjin handed over. She put a piece in her mouth and said slowly, "That's not all. Right now the zombies are only gathering at the south gate. Once their numbers increase, they will slowly surge toward the east gate, west gate, and north gate like a tide until they surround the entire base. Just like making dumplings." This is definitely not an exaggeration. No one knows how many zombies are hiding in this world. The only thing Hua Mi can be sure of is that the number of zombies must be much greater than the number of survivors. Qingjin looked worried and sat beside her bed. He looked at her and asked, "What should we do then?" The entire Xiangqing base, except for the south gate, has a complete wall. The walls in other areas are intermittent, and the connections are all electric grids. What's scary is that the workers who were originally supposed to urgently build the city wall suddenly changed sides and left Xiangqing. There was simply not enough manpower at the Xiangqing base to repair the base's walls in a short period of time. Hua Mi stuffed the apple into her mouth and frowned. This was indeed a very difficult thing to do. But she did not regret it and drove away the troublesome workers. If the conditions were different, Hua Mi would definitely compromise with these workers if she could. But what they want is guns, and that is the bottom line for Hua Mi. She told Qingjin, "Now we have no choice but to mobilize all the forces we can to repair the city wall. As long as we time it well, there shouldn't be any major problems for the time being." In this regard, Hua Mi actually has her own ideas. The Xiangqing base is now planned to be very large, and no one knows how many survivors are crammed in it. Things like building city walls don't necessarily require strong men to do it. If there are enough supplies, a woman in desperate situation can also do this kind of work. If no one comes to repair the city wall, we will all die together. No, the others died, and she lived alone with her 2 children. Although the Xiangqing base belongs to Hua Mi alone, she has no responsibility or obligation to protect the lives of so many people. Want to survive? Then everyone must work together to build the wall. Survivors who always rely on others for protection will not survive long in the apocalypse. What's more, they will even drag down the garrisons that protect them. Hua Mi ate the apple, looking unhurried, and said to Qingjin, "Don't worry, I already have a plan B in mind. If the city wall cannot be repaired, I can still protect you guys and the garrisons." Her Lotus Xingxing supermarket was as big as an entire residential area, enough to accommodate everyone around her and the garrisons. If Xiangqing cannot be defended at that time, they can retreat all the way to the Lianhua Xingxing supermarket. Jin nodded, peeled an apple for Hua Mi, and then hurried out to do what Hua Mi had asked him to do. Originally, the supplies for building the city wall were 3 meals a day plus 2 snacks. Now, the quantity of supplies has doubled, and the variety of snacks is much richer than before. If you actively sign up to build the wall during this emergency, you will receive an additional salary of 200,000 yuan per month. In the Xiangqing base, the concept of money has always existed. The money can be used to buy supplies. A salary of 200,000 can be used to buy a lot of supplies. This message was sent to everyone's mobile phone at the Xiangqing base via group text messages. They spread the news, with different opinions. Some people looked at their phones and curled their lips. It's such a dangerous thing. Even if we are given more supplies and money, we dare not do it. Everyone knows what the current situation of the Xiangqing base is. It is about to be surrounded by a tide of zombies. There are battles in the south every day. There was constant gunfire, and it was extremely lively. There are always zombies that you can never kill. The city wall is the most critical place separating the inside and outside of the city. Going to such a dangerous place to build a city wall is like putting your head on your belt, isn't it? Some people also knew some inside information and knew that before, the workers who were repairing the wall in the danger zone on the east side had caused a commotion. Facing the group text message sent by Jin, some people were very gloating. These base managers are also disgusting. They are reluctant to even send out a few guns, and they still want others to work hard to build the city wall.
Dream on.
Most people who received the group text message were shaking their heads. But there were actually a large number of women among them who set off immediately and went to the east of Xiangqing. They chattered around the contractor. Boss Bao, just take us in. We will do our job well, and will never cause any trouble for the Xiangqing base. We came a long way from the north. Mr. Bao, my child is crying because of hunger. I really need this job. Lao Bao looked at the woman carrying a child across from him with an embarrassed look on his face. He had worked in construction all his life, and he had never seen a woman carrying bricks on a construction site. Even today, most of the women who came here to ask to move bricks were still carrying their children. Some carry one on their backs and hold another in their hands. What are they doing? This is a serious construction site. It's neither a nursery nor a shelter. Mr. Bao wanted to reject this group of women. Behind him, Jing hurried over and conveyed Hua Mi's instructions. According to Miss Hua, no matter who comes to the construction site, from an 80-year-old man to a few-year-old child, as long as they are willing to come to the construction site to move bricks and build the city wall, then provide them with jobs. The woman opposite saw Mr. Bao hesitating. She cried and said, Boss Bao, please help us. Look, Miss Hua has said so. Please help us. If we don't come here to work, we will starve to death. If we don't want to starve to death, we can only do the kind of work that serves others. The key point is that the kind of work that requires you to open your legs and serve others doesn't earn much. It's not even as much as the money I earn from moving bricks in a day.
It's
very sad. There were few other women who thought that Bao always complained that they were too weak. So the women carried a child in their left and right hands and said to the contractor, You see, we are quite strong. We are the ones who do the housework at home. We are the ones who raise and take care of the children, and we take care of the paralyzed parents-in-law. We do everything. Look how strong we are. Looking at the woman carrying a child in each hand, the contractor was dumbfounded. Why didn't he know before that these women were so strong? The housewife who seems useless at home can actually do everything, and her understanding is no worse than that of an adult man. Because of Miss Hua's instructions, the contractor nodded. Then he said to the group of women in front of him, You can try it for a while. If it doesn't work, go home and take care of your children. I'll tell you in advance that the project is urgent and we must complete the construction of Xiangqing's wall in the shortest possible time. And you also know what the situation is like in the south of Xiangqing right now.
There are more and more zombies coming.
I can't guarantee your safety. Besides providing you with abundant supplies and wages, you must not ask for anything else, especially not for guns. These things must be discussed in detail. If anyone asks for a gun again, he will cross Hua Mi's bottom line. We definitely don't want people like this on a construction site. A group of women nodded. Unlike men, they had very low demands. They just wanted to have a normal job and support themselves and their children. What guns, what weapons? These women had never thought of them. In their minds, these women are already very satisfied as long as they are not asked to go out and kill zombies. Everyone agreed immediately and began to speed up the repair work according to the project plan of the contractor and Hu Jing. They worked hard. As for the children they brought with them, except for those who were very young and could only be carried on their backs and could not even walk, the little children were also helping to move the bricks. Following Miss Hua's instructions, the contractor also calculated the working hours of all the children who moved bricks. No matter how much they can eat, the amount of food given to children is the same as that given to adults. The women and children had low demands and did their work meticulously, so the whole construction site was bustling with activity. The contractor was very satisfied watching from the side. He secretly pulled Hu Jing aside and said to him, "I never thought that one day women would actually go to the construction site to move bricks, and the work done by women is no worse than that done by men." Hu Jing watched from the side and nodded, agreeing with it. At noon, when food was distributed, the women who had been busy all morning lined up happily with their children. Case that these women are speaking in favor of the garrison at the Xiangqing base just because they have received generous supplies and rewards. In fact, there is a huge psychological gap between them. Originally, everyone thought that they were walking on the edge of danger, with one foot halfway into the coffin, and they were carrying their children with them, and if they died, they would have to take their children with them. If there is no other way, who would be willing to come here to do this job? Those who come here to build the city wall are all willing to put their heads on their belts. To be honest, they were all ready to die. As it turned out, this place was safer than they had imagined. A woman whispered, "You said it's so safe here. Why don't those people come to repair the city wall? The salary is so high now and we have a lot of supplies. There are almost no zombies coming to harm us. They have all been dealt with by the garrison." The woman next to her shrugged and said noncommittally, "They are probably scared by the zombies in the south. Besides, for those men, they may have a better way out. Unlike us, we have no other way out except to fight on the construction site." Let's not talk about others, let's just talk about herself. She was carrying a child on her back and holding another child in her hand. Although the man had a paralyzed mother-in-law at home, he left the Xiangqing base and went to East City in the name of opening up a better future. In fact, there is no hope at all as to whether he will come back in the end. After all, when her husband left, he didn't consider at all the consequences for the whole family, both old and young. If he leaves, who will support his family? So, if women don't come out to work, can they survive? Many people left the Xiangqing base and chose to go to the safer Yi City. Through word of mouth, City Yi is now a place that is like a paradise on earth. Although it is not as well built as the Xiangqing base, it is very safe. Unlike the Xiangqing base, which is about to be overwhelmed by the zombie tide. Therefore, in the past few days, a large number of survivors have been leaving from the east and heading for City Yi. Of course, for the women on the construction site, it's not that they don't want to leave, but they simply can't move. If the men didn't take them away, they would not have the physical strength and supplies to support them in the long journey to City Yi. Another thing is that they are dragging a child with them. If they meet someone with bad intentions along the way, not only the woman will suffer, but the child will also suffer. If you stay in Xiangqing, at least it is strictly forbidden to bully the elderly, the weak, women, and children. Women feel very safe in Xiangqing. They don't want to leave this place, and there is no pillar of support in the family, so they have no choice. It is precisely because they have no other choice that they are able to find such an easy, safe, and rewarding job. How lucky, hallelujah. Thank God. Thank the men who left, so that women can discover the new world. Soon it was afternoon, and several women came to the construction site in groups looking for work. Some brought their children, some did not. After the first group of women completed the construction work with guaranteed quality and quantity, the contractor was very happy to agree to the job when another woman came to move bricks. They are very meticulous in their work, and after finishing the work, they will consciously clean up all the garbage on the construction site and put it in the roadside trash can nearby. In fact, Hu Jing has emphasized the rule of picking up garbage carefully to the workers on the construction site countless times. But there are still few people who will take away the garbage from the construction site and put it properly into the trash can. It always has to be at the end that the sweeping robot comes and sweeps away all the garbage on the floor. The women were also very quiet while they ate. They cherished such working opportunities very much, and as soon as they finish their meals, they don't need Huijing or the contractor to urge them to go to work. They will consciously take their positions and continue to build the city wall. The progress of this kind of work is not necessarily much worse than that of men doing their work, right? And there are not as many things as men. A day later, both the contractor and Huijing were very satisfied with these women. When it was time to settle the materials, the contractor and Huijing packed the materials in plastic bags and distributed them to each woman. Every woman had an expression of relief on her face. In fact, doing housework and taking care of the whole family is not much easier than carrying bricks on the construction site. In fact, the intensity of labor today is even lower than the intensity of labor they take care of the whole family. A woman holding a large bag of supplies in her arms said to her female companion with great relief, "When I'm at home, I'm always busy and never have a moment to rest. At the end of the day, I don't even have time to drink water, and I don't even get paid. My husband always complains that I don't do any work at home, and I have to rely on him for support. I didn't expect moving bricks on a construction site would be so easy. We really have to thank the men who left for giving us this job opportunity." Another woman smiled with wrinkles all over her face. "Isn't this more than what you can earn standing on the street? Even if you stand on the street for a month, you may not be able to earn as much as you can in one day." She weighed the large bag of supplies in her arms. The construction site provides them with 3 meals a day and 2 snacks, and the supplies are an additional subsidy for them. If you work for a full month, you can earn 200,000 yuan. In this end times, where can you find such a good job? With such good pay, who would still stay at home to do housework? My companions nodded one after another, their faces filled with joy of a great harvest. Some people walked and sighed. "Look at us, we have so many supplies in our hands. If we left them outside, I'm afraid they would have been snatched away long ago. But we are walking in the Xiangqing base and nothing is wrong. Who dares to steal the supplies in our hands?" This is another reason why everyone loves Xiangqing so much, that city, no matter how good it is said by men. At least in the women's minds, no place else can make them feel more comfortable and secure than in the Xiangqing base. In the next few days, more and more women were attracted to build the city wall by the abundant supplies and high salaries. There is strength in numbers, and based on balanced design and scientific arrangements, the work assigned to each person is actually not much and not tiring. The contractor started working in 3 shifts. Within the silk screen on the east side of Xiangqing, the city wall quickly rose high. At this moment, the zombies to the south of Xiangqing base formed a wave and began to attack the city walls of Xiangqing. The number of zombies in the east began to increase. But this still has no effect on the women in the east. They built a wall inside the power grid and stationed troops near it to kill zombies. There are so many zombies south of the Xiangqing base that one's scalp would tingle at the mere sight of them. And those zombies in remote areas are still coming in large numbers. The zombies in front had not been killed yet, and the zombies behind rushed towards the city wall one after another. There is no point in sending the survivors out to kill zombies, because there is no place to stay outside the city gate. So Chao Feng asked all the survivors to stand on the city wall. They were on the city wall, dealing with the zombies that were piled up in layers. The city wall was designed by Hua Mi. It is very high and thick, and even a car can run on it. The thickness and height of the wall were designed by Hua Mi, taking into account the impact and jumping ability of the mutant beasts in his previous life. So she deliberately designed the city wall to be so high to withstand the strongest impact and highest jumping force of the mutant beasts. These zombies stepped on each other and climbed the city wall very quickly. If it was an ordinary cement wall, it would have collapsed under their pushing long ago. But the cement provided by Hua Mi is very strong. No matter how many zombies are piled up or how many zombies attack the wall of Xiangqing base will not be breached. When Chao Feng realized the strength of the city wall, he let the survivors and garrisons go free and fight the zombies on top of the wall. The city wall is so strong that even if a bullet accidentally hits it, it won't leave any mark. In this kind of high-intensity battle, people can easily get tired. But Hua Mi said that meals will be provided for all those who participate in fighting the zombies. In addition, each person will be provided with a bottle of energy water drops for free every day. Hua Mi not only has a strong supply of food, but also a strong supply of medical supplies. In just a few days, medicine and food were transported to the city wall like flowing water. After everyone has defeated the zombies, they can turn around and find food, water, and medical supplies piled on the ground in the open space on the city wall. Hua Mi even thoughtfully placed a lot of sleeping bags on the city wall. If you are really tired of fighting zombies and don't want to drink energy drops, you can get into your sleeping bag and rest for a while. It doesn't get more convenient than this. To the south of Xiangqing Base, a fierce and stalemate battle with the zombie horde was in full swing. Gong Yi used his mental power to search for a long time over and over again in the suburbs east of Xiangqing Base. He came to a conclusion that either the mutant beasts had been completely wiped out by him and his elite garrison troops. Either these mutant beasts were lured to City E. After all, the ones he brought out were the elite garrison troops, and this time they used all their martial arts and really, not a single one could be found. Vasily's mutant beasts and the cart full of pregnant mutant female beasts had all been wiped out by Gong Yi and the elite garrison troops. There is not much point in continuing to search. So, when the search reached the border of City E, Gong Yi decisively gave the order for all the elite garrison troops to return home. Concentrate on dealing with the zombie siege. And at this moment, Hu Yanxiang finally led the team to City E. Looking at the dilapidated barbed wire fence in Yi City from afar, Hu Yanxiang and the man beside him felt a chill in their hearts. A survivor looked at Hu Yanxiang and asked, "Is this the protective net of City E? What can a barbed wire net do?" An awkward smile appeared on Hu Yanxiang's face. He had never been to Yi City before, and he didn't know that Yi City could be so simple. In Xiangqing, a high city wall has already been erected. Even in the parts without the wall, the electric grid is particularly thick. It is not a high-voltage power grid that can be easily broken by human power. Zombies will be electrocuted as soon as they pounce on it. In City E, there is only a simple barbed wire fence, and when the wind blows, the wire fence makes a clanging sound. To be honest, with such simple defenses, it would be very easy for any team of survivors to break into City E, let alone face a tide of zombies or mutant beasts. Hu Yanxiang began to make amends for himself. Perhaps if we go in and take a look inside, we may find some other surprises. Since we are here now, let's just stay here peacefully. The survivors around him also began to comfort themselves. Yeah, since we're here now, we've walked 1,000 miles from Xiangqing to Yi City. It's impossible for us to run 1,000 miles back again, right? It took them several days to get here. And when they left, Hua Mi, the pregnant woman, told them that once they left, they should never go back. Even if they risked their lives now, they would not be able to return to Xiangqing. To boost morale and also to comfort themselves, someone angrily said, "I've long been fed up with the style of work in Xiangqing. They don't allow us to do this or that. They don't even consider the time. At such a dangerous moment, they don't even give us guns. Yeah, their Xiangqing base deserves to be surrounded by zombies. I think this East City is very good. Although the defense is not very good, there are no zombies here. All the zombies have fled to Xiangqing. I think of the mountains and seas of zombies in the south of Xiangqing." The survivors, who had originally disdained the tattered protective net in City E, immediately strengthened their inner thoughts. Although City E is a little shabby, there are no zombies here. Everyone felt relieved and followed Hu Yanxiang directly into the so-called city gate. In fact, it is just a small wire door. When the door was opened, the entire barbed wire fence was swaying precariously. Hey, this barbed wire fence didn't even have electricity. Some of the survivors were very happy and whispered, "That's great. City E doesn't have any so-called danger zones, quarantine zones, or observation zones. It's really convenient for us. You should know that in Xiangqing Base, anyone who comes back from outside and wants to enter Xiangqing Base must spend at least 72 hours to actually enter the Xiangqing Base. You have to stay in the quarantine area for 48 hours and the observation area for 24 hours. If something urgent happens, you will be dying. The key point is that the garrison and police at the Xiangqing base just don't buy it, no matter what they say, whether someone has died in the family or it's any extremely urgent matter. They hoped that the Xiangqing garrison would be flexible, but they never received the slightest bit of flexibility. Those garrisons in Xiangqing were all like machines, following rules and regulations. There were only rules and order, but no emotion or reason. Compared with the complicated procedures of the Xiangqing base, this one in E-City is much better. Compare with Xiangqing. The laborers really didn't want to make a comparison, but they couldn't help themselves and compared Xiangqing and E-City in their minds. There are almost no buildings in City E. All of them are makeshift tents. Not only that, the tents were set up in complete disorder. There were no so-called roads, and the ground was littered with garbage. How dirty is it? The entire city planning was not well planned from the beginning. Because there are no toilets planned, people can only urinate and defecate anywhere. Not only do they urinate and defecate everywhere, but there is no one dedicated to clean up the place. This is something that would never happen in the Xiangqing base. Xiangqing has a group of special sanitation workers and a base clearance team, in addition to a clearance team that specializes in maintaining the cleanliness of the base. There are also sweeping robots placed in the streets and alleys by unknown people. Even the slightest debris can be cleaned up thoroughly. Not to mention that some people would urinate or defecate anywhere. Anyone who dares to urinate or defecate anywhere will be caught by the police and fined. It's a lot of punishment. There are enough toilets in the Xiangqing base. There are 4 or 5 public toilets on every street, so congestion is absolutely impossible. Hu Yanxiang couldn't help feeling disgusted. He smelled the stinky smell of E-City and kept, almost uncontrollably, thinking about the benefits of the Xiangqing base. The survivors he brought with him were also grumbling. But Hu Yanxiang consoled himself by saying that E-City did not have enough manpower to carry out infrastructure construction and that everything would be fine once they came. With so many survivors coming with him, the city will develop quickly and become like Xiangqing. Because of the arrival of this group of exceptionally strong laborers who had been raised in Xiangqing, Chu Xing, with a gloomy face, condescended to come forward and receive Hu Yanxiang and others. He brought his sister back to E-City from the south of Xiangqing in a small group. So his speed was much faster than Hu Yanxiang. Looking at the large group of men behind Hu Yanxiang, Chu Xing, who had lost an ear, nodded with satisfaction. He extended his hand to Hu Yanxiang, shook his hand, and said meaningfully, "Welcome to E-City. I believe that with your joining, E-City will become better and better. E-City is currently lacking in labor." Chu Xing wanted to compare it with Xiangqing, so he took out a blueprint and said to Hu Yanxiang and the others, "This is the new construction plan of the E-City wall that I drew. Let's build a base there as well." Hu Yanxiang's heart skipped a beat. He only glanced at Chu Shiheng's drawings, then smiled, followed behind Chu Xing, avoided everyone and said, "Mr. Chu, this blueprint is well drawn, but we can build the base at any time. There is no need to rush at this moment. We are so hungry that we are weak all over. We need to rest for a few days. Otherwise, we won't have the strength to build the city wall or do other construction work. Since we are going to build a base, don't we have to first discuss the material benefits for the workers? When we were in Xiangqing, the contractors would negotiate all the benefits for the workers before they started working. Now Chu Xing didn't even start talking about the salary. He just took out the blueprints and asked Hu Yanxiang to organize the workers to carry out the construction. However, they had traveled a long way to reach City E and were already starving and short of breath. They had to at least be given a place to stay so that they could have a good rest for a few days. Then, after you have had a good meal and are in a good mood, you can start building these bases. Chu Xing rolled up the drawing in his hand, his face twisted and serious. He said to Hu Yanxiang coldly, "Then should I get you a luxurious tent, some beauties to keep you company, and provide you with countless supplies? Since you have come to E-City, you must do your part for our E-City. I said we must build the city wall right now, so you must do it quickly." Nothing to say. To be honest, Chu Shiheng's attitude was very tough. He was humiliated in Xiangqing and lost an ear. He had always been holding a deep hatred in his heart. After returning to Yi City, he turned this hatred into motivation and was determined to build Yi City into a base that was larger than Xiang City. So Chu Xiang is very anxious now. Therefore, having finally gathered such a large group of strong and healthy laborers, Chu Xiang now only wants to start construction as soon as possible. Hu Yanxiang wiped his face. He felt that he was increasingly unable to convince himself that Yi City was better than Xiang City. But he still hasn't given up hope on Yi City. Xiangqing had really gone too far, and he was extremely disappointed with Xiangqing. So, Hu Yanxiang said to Chu Xiang in a gentle voice, "It's not impossible to start construction right away. Can you give us something to eat?" On the way to City Yi, each of them brought a large amount of supplies. But because they came on foot and the men ate a lot, the supplies were eaten up by them in a short time. There are still some left, but they probably won't last long in City Yi. Therefore, Hu Yanxiang and others urgently needed to replenish their supplies. Chu Xing thought about it and realized that this was the truth. You can't let people work on an empty stomach as soon as they arrive. He immediately called Chu Yimin and asked her to take Hu Yanxiang to get the supplies. Chu Yimin seemed very reluctant. She glanced with contempt at Hu Yanxiang and the large group of laborers outside the Chu family's tent. Don't think she can't see it. These people are so big, they must have eaten a lot in Xiangqing. Now they're going to Yi City to eat again, but Chu Yimin won't indulge these people.
Come with me. Zimo avid.
Hu Yanxiang followed behind Chu Yimin, and several people from the Chu family brought out a basket of instant noodles. Hu Yanxiang's eyes widened, and he pointed at the basket of instant noodles and asked Chu Yimin, "Is this just my supplies?" He couldn't eat so much instant noodles by himself. If he was at the Xiangqing base, the Xiangqing base would also distribute instant noodles to the workers. A whole basket of instant noodles, and there is only this one flavor. It's too exaggerated. Chu Yimin looked at Hu Yanxiang sarcastically. "What are you thinking about? What are you dreaming about? These are supplies for all of you. Eat them quickly so you can get back to work." Hu Yanxiang hadn't reacted yet and kept saying, "This is too much. I definitely can't finish it. Do you have any other flavors?" "They're all turkey flavored, and I don't like turkey." Chu Yimin, the proud little princess, looked at Hu Yanxiang as if he were a fool. Although the Chu family had a lot of supplies, Chu Yimin felt that there was no need to be so nice to workers like Hu Yanxiang. These workers came to Yi City because they could no longer stay in Xiang City. It was not that Yi City begged them to come. It is said that things that come to you without any effort are not worth anything. So, if this is the case, then these people should work hard for Yi City and demonstrate the value of their coming to Yi City. Otherwise, City Yi wouldn't have taken in some freeloaders, right? To be honest, Chu Yimin felt that giving these workers such a big basket of instant noodles was too much. I'll say it again. These instant noodles are the food rations for all of you workers. How can they be for you alone? Can you eat so much by yourself? You'll be stuffed to death, right? Hu Yanxiang finally came to his senses. He looked at Chu Yimin for a long time and thought he had heard it wrong. Such a basket of instant noodles was for all their workers? But this time when they left Xiangqing, the first batch of workers who arrived in Yi City were as many as 1,000 people. How come there was only this basket of instant noodles for these 1,000 people? Hu Yanxiang saw the look on Chu Yimin's face and knew that he was not joking. He hurriedly explained, "No, these things are not enough for us to eat, and the variety is too monotonous. There are only instant noodles. Is there no milk, fruit, or anything else? You know, in Xiangqing, everyone gets a large basket of supplies after work every day. As long as we work hard, we can get paid every month." Hu Yanxiang tried his best to emphasize his own worth. Strong men like them can not only build city walls, but also go out to kill zombies when necessary. This is what they did in Xiangqing before, because they have no worries about supplies at all. When there are too many supplies at home and there is no place to put them, they will go out and kill zombies for a while. Chu Yimin interrupted Hu Yanxiang impatiently. "Xiangqing is Xiangqing, and Aching is Aching. If Xiangqing is so good, why do you want to leave Xiangqing? Besides, Yi City is much safer than Xiang City. I heard that there are so many zombies in the south of Xiang City that they have crowded to the east. Think about it yourself. The zombie tide will soon break through Xiangqing.
You have saved your lives now.
That's because you have judged the situation and proved that you are all smart people. And you are very lucky. Ari's city accepted you and gave you a home and a job. Other cities were unwilling to pay attention to you when they saw so many of you. So don't be picky, just eat well, and then get back to work. Shuiwen said the last sentence and left. She didn't consider at all how Hu Yanxiang would react after hearing this. Hu Yanxiang was so angry that his face turned blue. He turned around, holding the basket of instant noodles, and walked back to his companions. He could only lean against a dirty pillar nearby and said to Hu Yanxiang with a teasing look on his face, "I asked you to get some supplies to fill our stomachs. Why did you only bring back enough supplies for yourself?" Some men were very dissatisfied with Hu Yanxiang's efficiency and asked anxiously, "We have been traveling for such a long time. When will we be given tents so that we can have a good rest? There's not even a place to sit here, and we're all exhausted." Hu Yanxiang put the basket of instant noodles on the ground, looking unhappy. "This is your food. There are more than 1,000 people. Divide the food among them, and then go to work repairing the city wall. I have already got the blueprints back.
There is no place to rest.
Let's clear a spot next to the wire fence and lie down tonight." After he finished speaking, everyone was silent for a moment, and then someone started to make a fuss. Why? There are only so few supplies, and they are all instant noodles. How can we eat them?
There is not even enough food to sip.
Aren't they deliberately making things difficult for us? Didn't you say that Xiangqing couldn't compare to Aching, and that Aching was a paradise on Earth? How come we are in Aching now? Aching is like this. It's unbelievable. It's totally off the mark. Hu Yanxiang's face also looked very bad. He shouted at everyone, "Now that you're here, what else do you want? Why don't you go back to the Xiangqing base and feed the zombies?" They said that there are so many zombies in Xiangqing that they have spread to the east. You know what's going on in the east. There are only a few electric fences guarding it. The Xiangqing base will be breached by the zombie tide sooner or later. If we return to the Xiangqing base, we will die sooner or later. Everyone was silent again. But, yes. Someone looked at the basket of instant noodles with a weak and pale face. But this is too little. How can we share this little bit of food among so many people? Hu Yanxiang waved his hands, determined not to care about it anymore. He turned around and said to everyone, "You can divide it however you want. Anyway, I've left the things here for you." Speaking of Hu Yanxiang, he is a person with no sense of responsibility. The reason why he instigated so many people to come to city, it was mainly because he wanted to put himself in a good light in front of Chu Xiang. Of course, if he could gain everyone's respect and become the leader of a team, he would be happy to take on this role. But all this is based on the premise that everything goes smoothly. Once he encounters any difficulties, he is a person who gives up easily. Just like what happened in City D, in addition to Shuiwen taking the lead, Hu Yanxiang was also one of the most aggressive ones. It can be said that Hu Yanxiang played a great role in instigating the explosion of the ice layer in City D. Almost half of the survivors were instigated by Hu Yanxiang. However, his personality determined that he did not have the talent for leadership. After arriving in City E, everything he saw discouraged his ambitions. Then he can just settle for the second best and change his target. Now, his goal of making friends with Chu Xiang has been achieved, and he wants to change his target. What does the joys and sorrows of these survivors have to do with him? Seeing Hu Yanxiang turn around and leave, the survivors were very uncomfortable. The atmosphere became awkward, and everyone began to miss Xiangqing at the same time. The workers at the Xiangqing base were working on the construction site. Whenever any of them were sick or in pain, the contractor and Huijing would take care of them. If you don't go to work for a few days, the contractor will come to your home with some things to ask if your family is okay, or if they're having any difficulties. If they have any difficulties, just ask them, and they will definitely help them if they can. Although everyone understands that this is a kind of corporate culture concern, everyone once thought that the contractor's behavior was fake. When he was concerned about the workers, wasn't it because he wanted the workers to maximize their value and repair the city wall as soon as possible? In the past, not many people liked contractors, but now thinking back, the contractor's false concern is much better than Hu Yanxiang, who is a hands-off boss. At least if they have any difficulties, they can tell the contractor, and the contractor will really do it for them. Wait a minute, make yourself clear before you leave. The East City we heard from you is a very beautiful place. Now that you have brought us here, do you want to ignore us? Hu Yanxiang looked impatient. He looked at the worker, who stopped him with disdain.
What?
I brought you to East City. Do I want you to like this place? Am I your parent? Do I care about your birth, aging, illness, and death? You have legs on your body, can I chase you away with a stick? You come when you want to, and when you want to leave. Did I say a word? How many people disappeared along the way? Didn't they all go back to Xiangqing? Why didn't you leave? After saying this, Hu Yanxiang turned around, walked around the man in front of him, and walked towards Chu Shiheng's tent. He believed that if one wanted to live a good life in Xiangqing, it was essential to curry favor with superiors. Therefore, the task of building city walls and infrastructure was left to the survivors from Xiangqing. All he needs to do is curry favor with Chu Shiheng. Hu Yanxiang now made it clear that he didn't care. No matter how angry or hateful the survivors in the open space were, they could only look at the pitiful basket of instant noodles. I don't know who made the first move, but someone snatched 2 packets of instant noodles from the basket and ran away. The rest of the people were stunned, then reacted instantly and rushed forward. In a short while, the basket of instant noodles was gone. However, there was still a very large number of survivors who did not get any instant noodles at all. They were starving and glared at the person who grabbed the instant noodles first. A few laughs were heard nearby, and everyone looked over. All I saw was Chu Yimin and a few women watching everyone scramble for instant noodles as if they were watching a monkey show. Because their postures of grabbing instant noodles were too awkward, Chu Yimin and the other women all laughed. Look at them. Don't they look like dogs fighting for food? It's really funny, ha 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 ha. Such a thing has never happened in East City, because in East City, those who can survive have a way to survive. Those who did not survive either died, or went to the Xiangqing base. Faced with such humiliating ridicule, the workers on the open space were filled with shame. No one would have expected that one day they would scramble for a pack of instant noodles. This was a problem they had never thought of before. When they arrived in City E, they not only suffered from a lack of supplies, but also suffered humiliation in their dignity. That's a humiliation to one's dignity. There is no need to worry about this problem in Xiangqing, because there are so many supplies in Xiangqing that no one even eats instant noodles. However, just as Hu Yanxiang said, since they were already here, why would they go back to Xiangqing now? Xiangqing would have been overwhelmed by zombies by now, right? Soon, a special foreman came and arranged for everyone to do the work. They provided some very simple tools. A worker frowned at the tools and asked, "No protective gloves?" The contractors in Xiangqing will provide them with protective gloves. Without protective gloves, they would quickly rub their hands raw from swinging the hoops. Getting your hands rubbed out is secondary. Whether you can work for the remaining days is a big problem. The Chu family's foreman rolled his eyes at the workers. Why are you all so hypocritical? It's already this late. Why do you still need to wear protective gloves? There are no such things. You can do this job if you like, and don't do it if you don't like it. The people in East City are now in a very high mood. After all, after Xiang City was surrounded by zombies, many survivors are coming to East City. They will not tolerate the bad habits of these survivors. Anyway, there is no shortage of survivors in City E. The hungry workers who didn't get the instant noodles and didn't have protective gloves were very angry and started to do hard labor with tools. As a result, after they worked hard for several hours, they found that the construction site in City E not only had no drinks, but they couldn't even provide them with a bottle of basic mineral water. At the Xiangqing base, these are the most basic configurations. It is not included in the salary at all. As long as you work on the construction site, you can drink as much beverages and water as you want. Soon, they discovered something very scary. That is, in City E, not only was there no water or drinks to provide them with, there was no electricity on the construction site. If there is no electricity, they have no way to charge their phones. So even if they had a universal signal communicator in their hands, they would have no way of knowing the situation in Xiangqing because their mobile phones were out of battery. What does this mean? It means that they will never know what happened to Xiangqing. including whether Xiangqing has been destroyed or still exists. If someone asks people in City E, most of them don't know either. Because except for the Chu family and Chun Hu, people in E City don't use electricity at all. The weird E City. At this time, the Xiangqing base, which was rumored to be about to be surrounded by zombies and destroyed by zombies, was now fighting the zombies in full swing. Gong Yi led the elite garrison troops and started to deal with the zombies directly from the east. On the east side of the base, where there were originally a few zombies scattered around, now there is not a single zombie to be seen. Even if the women stood on the top of the city wall, straightened their necks and stood on tiptoe, looking hard towards the other side of the electric fence, they still could not see any sign of zombies. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hua Mi ordered the contractor to recruit more staff and add a few more barbed wire fences on the east side. For the Xiangqing base, they are not short of energy now. Jelly water can be used as energy. But after the snow melted, the jelly water did not melt, but solidified into something similar to lime. Ordinary people cannot use jelly lime directly. If these jelly limes are left there without being used, the Xiangqing base currently cannot find more energy to generate electricity. There is no way to get my car running. So, Hua Mi directly mixed energy drops with jelly lime.
It was all energy to her anyway.
The jelly lime mix with energy drops can not only be used to replace gasoline and diesel, but is also more durable than before. Originally, the same box of jelly water could run 600 kilometers, but now it can run 1,200 kilometers if it is mixed with energy water and jelly lime. If it is used to generate electricity, it is also more durable than ordinary energy. In this case, shouldn't Hua Mi add a few more layers of electrical grids? There is no shortage of energy anyway. The jelly lime in Xiangqing has been mined out, so she can still go to the original City A and the original City B to dig, or go to City D to dig. Anyway, it had rained for so long before, and there was plenty of jelly lime in the entire apocalypse, and she had plenty of energy drops too. The zombies surrounded Xiangqing layer by layer. All the survivors in the apocalypse knew that the Xiangqing base was surrounded by zombies, and more zombies were rushing towards the Xiangqing base. Because zombies have the special ability to call their friends, zombies far away can lead zombies farther away. So even if some people wanted to go to the Xiangqing base in the past, they don't dare to go there now. The entire direction of the Xiangqing base has become a restricted area for survivors of the apocalypse. However, the prosperity of the Xiangqing base, which is known as the restricted area, is completely different from the rumors that it is about to be destroyed. At the current Xiangqing base, not only does it require manpower to repair the city walls, it also requires manpower to pull the power grid and dig jelly lime. There is no shortage of job opportunities. Everyone has a job, and the unemployment rate is 0. As long as you have a job, you will never have to worry about supplies, and you will have plenty of them. Of course, there are also those who don't want to be tied down by a fixed job at all, and just want to be a freelancer. Then go up to the city wall to kill zombies. Food and accommodation are all included, and you will be paid 1 million yuan a month, as well as a shopping card for ATMs. The value is also 1 million. 10 bottles of energy water drops per person per day. Hua Mi wanted them to continue killing as long as they couldn't hold on to death. The condition for replacing them was that all the crystal cores of the zombies they killed would belong to Hua Mi. The survivors who came to kill the zombies didn't think this was a problem at all because there were so many zombies under the city wall, and it was impossible for them to go down the wall to get the crystal cores. If they really had the ability to go down the city wall to obtain crystal cores, they would not just stay on the city wall of Xiangqing base. So since they have already received generous rewards, they can kill zombies every day and eat enough supplies to fill their stomachs. Then, what's the point of them jumping off the city wall to get the crystal core? Anyway, they take the crystal cores and use them to exchange for money. Then use the money to buy energy drops or other supplies. So now the crystal core belongs to Hua Mi. So, what does it matter? Hua Mi never told the people in Xiangqing base that the crystal core can be absorbed by the superpowers. The superpowers in Xiangqing base now use money to buy energy water beads in the vending machine. The garrisons under Gong Yi used energy condensed beads. Gong Yi himself uses energy crystal beads. It's not that Hua Mi doesn't want to use better energy crystal beads for the garrison. But when Gong Yi first started using the energy crystal bead, He also had diarrhea for a few days before he slowly adapted to the surging energy within the energy crystal bead. If we rashly use the energy crystal beads on all the garrisons, they will all suffer from diarrhea and Xiangqing's defense force may be destroyed. Based on this consideration, Hua Mi can only provide energy beads to the garrison. It was at this time that Xu Xing took time to meet with Chun Hu. It is true that Chun Hu is in Yi City now. He was pressed from all sides by Gong Yi. When he retreated to City Yi, he had very few men left under his command. His supplies and combat effectiveness were also shattered, and he was no longer a force to be reckoned with. Therefore, Chun Hu wanted to cooperate with Chu Xing, and the two of them worked together to deal with the Xiangqing base. The Chu family and Chun Hu had always had a good relationship, and their businesses had varying degrees of cooperation. Therefore, Chun Hu is very familiar with Chu Xing. After seeing Chu Xing, Chun Hu's first words were full of exhaustion. The supply of materials to Xiangqing base has been completely cut off. They are not short of money. Before the end of the world, the entire human race created endless wealth. If they wanted money, they could get it through many channels. So before this, Chun Hu and Chu Xing also cooperated to purchase supplies from Xiangqing to enrich the material warehouse in Yi City. However, ever since Xiangqing was attacked by zombies, Hua Mi announced to the outside world that from now on, anyone who wants to purchase supplies from the Xiangqing base will need to use crystal cores to buy shopping cards. Then you can use the shopping card to make purchases at the Xiangqing base, and of course there will be money in the shopping card. She is not short of money or supplies. The reason for the purchase limit is that she is quite impatient that others are taking her supplies and using them against her. Currently, only cards issued by Hua Mi can be used to pay at the vending machines in Xiangqing base. No one will be able to simply find a sum of money and steal a large amount of supplies from the vending machines in Xiangqing. Ikegawa and his colleagues are now focusing their work on stocking the vending machines with goods. They also no longer accept large quantities of material transport. In terms of material transportation, Chichuan and others will never leave the Xiangqing base again, unless supplies are delivered to Guo Se in City D. After all, Hua Mi said that everyone should be prepared to be surrounded by zombies for a long time, which could be as short as a few years, or as long as more than 10 years. It is hard to say for sure. Therefore, the entire Xiangqing base was planned by Hua Mi to be very large, covering the original 3 cities of City A, City B, and Xiangqing. All the survivors are active in the Xiangqing base. The area is large enough for the survivors to create space. There will no longer be any survivors leaving the Xiangqing base with supplies to go to other cities to do business, because those who should go to other cities have already taken refuge there. Once they leave, they will never come back, and they can never come back. All the teleportation points set up by Hua Mi, except for City D, were included in the Xiangqing base. Chun Hu sat in his luxurious big tent, looking at his old mother who was already terminally ill. After several months of fleeing, Chun Hu had lost a lot of weight from his original fat head and big ears. He frowned and looked at Chu Xing, who was missing an ear. When will the Xiangqing base be destroyed? How long do we have to wait? He could wait, but his old mother, who was already on her deathbed, could not. Chun Hu asked again, "Is there any other way to get the energy drops from the Xiangqing base? Can you get some?" Chu Xing shook his head. "The last time we went to Xiangqing base, we wanted to discuss cooperation in materials, but..." He didn't finish his words, because when he thought of this matter, Chu Xing, who could have deleted the unnecessary things, became extremely angry. The discussion about purchasing supplies from the Xiangqing base at a low price had not even started before they were wiped out by Hua Mi and Xiangqing. And Chu Xing also had one of his ears cut off by that witch. In this situation, there is no time to escape, so how can we discuss cooperation with the Xiangqing base? Chun Hu's face looked increasingly uglier. He raised his hand and rubbed his face, frowning and asking, "Is it true that there is not even a single drop of energy drops to be found? Are there any on those men who came from Xiangqing? His mother's illness has lasted for a long time and will be cured before the end of the world." The doctor also tactfully reminded him to prepare for his mother's funeral. The reason why he was able to drag his mother and flee to multiple places in such an environment was entirely because of the energy drops that extended his mother's life. But now the Xiangqing base is surrounded by zombies, and the energy drops are gone. What's even more annoying is that the Xiangqing base doesn't issue any shopping cards. If you don't use the shopping cards, you can't buy things with money. The value system was transformed silently by Hua Mi. It's hard to tell when Xiangqing will be destroyed for the time being, so how are other cities supposed to survive? Chu Xing glanced at the old lady lying on the bed, breathing in but not out. It's not that he felt sorry for the old lady, but he didn't want to destroy his cooperative relationship with Chun Hu. The Xiangqing base will be destroyed sooner or later. If we can't wait, we can think of other ways. Searching for some energy drops from the men from Xiangqing is just one of the ways. Or, while the zombies have not yet completely surrounded the Xiangqing base, they can quickly enter the Xiangqing base and buy some energy drops. Chun Hu thought seriously about the feasibility of Chu Shiheng's words. Finally, he gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. Then let's just go all out and accelerate the demise of Xiangqing. Chu Xing is right. After the Xiangqing base is destroyed, the supplies will belong to them. Chun Hu thought this possibility was very tempting. At present, they don't know where the energy drops come from, but this kind of thing can only be bought at the Xiangqing base. I think it should be something produced by a laboratory in the Xiangqing base. Chun Hu said to Chu Xing, send someone to fly directly into Xiangqing to buy energy drops. This is possible, but the speed is too slow and the time it takes to come out is too long. Moreover, in this way, they still find ways to spend money and buy energy drops from others. What could be better than having the energy drop in your own hands? As long as the energy drop can be in your own hands, then Chun Hu and Chu Xing will have everything they want. At that time, Chun Hu can extend his mother's life as long as he wants, and even he can achieve the goal of longevity. Chu Xing thought for a moment and asked Boss, what are you going to do? Boss is Chun Hu's nickname. He may not really be Chu Shiheng's boss, but everyone calls him that. Chun Hu said viciously, the reason why I became like this, like a stray dog, is entirely due to Gong Yi from Xiangqing. And that woman of Gong Yi killed my brother. I will always remember this grudge. First, send someone to search those men from Xiangqing to see if they have any energy drops on them. I will send another team to Xiangqing to lure some zombies. With this two-pronged approach, the Xiangqing base will be destroyed faster. After a pause, Chun Hu continued, after the Xiangqing base is destroyed, we will find a way to enter the Xiangqing base and get the formula for the energy drops. Until now, Chun Hu and Chu Xing both believed that the reason why energy drops could be produced was because of the energy formula. Chu Xing nodded in agreement without hesitation, and the two of them went their separate ways. Chun Hu sent almost his last bit of strength to several cities in the north to blast out the zombies that were still frozen in the unmelted ice and lead them to the Xiangqing base. The intention is to accelerate the demise of the Xiangqing base. Chu Xing called Hu Yanxiang over. He wanted Hu Yanxiang to gather all the survivors from Xiangqing who had come to City Yi. As long as anyone can contribute all the energy drops in his hand, Chu Xing will give this person a large amount of supplies. That's what they say, but no one knows whether they will actually do so or really provide the supplies. Hu Yanxiang turned around and told the more than 1,000 workers working on the construction site what Chu Xing had said. After a few days, many workers came to City Yi one after another. After hearing what Hu Yanxiang said, they looked at each other in confusion. There was a man named Liao Wang, with a look of sarcasm on his face. If we really had something like energy drops, wouldn't we be able to eat them ourselves? People are almost starving to death in East City. This kind of thing is no longer available. Many people know the value of energy drops today, as the Xiangqing base is besieged by zombies. The number of energy droplets will also decrease. It is said that things are valuable because they are rare. Outside Xiangqing, this thing is worth thousands of gold per bottle. No, maybe money can't buy it. After all, at critical moments, energy drops can save lives. Hu Yanxiang looked at the person who was speaking. He was one of the first survivors who came to City Yi with him. His name was Liao Wang. In fact, Hu Yanxiang also felt that if Chu Xing asked these workers for energy drops now, the hope would not be very great. After all, the supplies Chu Xian gave were really few. The work intensity on the construction site was very high, and each person was only given a fist-sized steamed bun every day. Even if the steamed buns were distributed late on the same day, the Chu family would withhold their rations for the next day, forcing the workers to work on an empty stomach. If the workers had supplies or energy drops on them, they would have eaten what they needed to eat and drank what they needed to drink long ago, otherwise people might really die. If there are any left over from these workers, they should be kept for their last resort. However, Chu Xiang had finally given Hu Yanxiang such an important task, and Hu Yanxiang did not want to mess it up. His face turned pale, and he pointed at Liao Wang, who was mocking him. Tie this man up and beat him until he spits out the energy droplet in his hand. 2 bodyguards from the Chu family immediately stepped forward and captured Liao Wang. Liao Wang's face suddenly became very ugly. He looked at Hu Yanxiang. What do you mean? I treat you as a friend. Why do you treat me like this? Hu Yanxiang said, don't think I don't know. You escaped from the Xiangqing base with me. On the way, you said that you had a lot of energy droplets. I saw them all. Because Liao Wang treated Hu Yanxiang as a brother, he did not hide how much supplies he had from Hu Yanxiang. When Liao Wang first came out of the Xiangqing base, he not only brought a lot of supplies but also put more than a dozen bottles of energy water drops in his backpack. Hu Yanxiang probably knew that Liao Wang would use up some of the energy drops, but it was impossible for him to use them up completely. How many days have passed? Even if you drink the energy drops as water, it won't run out that quickly. Liao Wang's face turned blue with anger. He struggled in the hands of the Chu family bodyguards. I don't have any. How could I have those? Mine were eaten up a long time ago. How could I have any? Hu Yanxiang, I treat you as a brother. I think of you in everything. You said you were going to leave Xiangqing base, so I abandoned my wife and children and followed you here to make a living. Is this how you treat me? Hu Yanxiang, you are simply a beast. He followed Hu Yanxiang all the way back to Xiangqing from City D. He always thought that after the two of them had gone through life and death together in City D, they had now become brothers who could back each other up. However, Hu Yanxiang did not listen to Liao Wang's explanation. Of course, the 2 bodyguards of the Chu family would not be like Liao Wang. In front of everyone, they started punching and kicking Liao Wang. Liao Wang fought hard, but he could block his head but not his stomach. He could block his stomach but not his head. He was so angry that he shouted at Hu Yanxiang. I have already said I don't have it. Even if you beat me to death, I still don't have such a thing. Don't you want energy drops? Go fly to the Xiangqing base and buy them yourself. Hu Yanxiang sneered and did not answer Liao Wang's words. He only ordered the 2 bodyguards keep fighting. A large group of workers on the construction site watched in silence as Liao Wang was beaten to a bloody pulp by the 2 bodyguards of the Chu family. There was a gleam of fear in their eyes. They had never expected that after arriving in City E with so much difficulty, not only were supplies scarce and the living environment harsh, but they were now also facing life-threatening danger. Liao Wang, who was lying on the open ground, had been beaten to the point of spitting blood. His eyes bulged out, and he fell to the ground, looking at Hu Yanxiang. He really treated Hu Yanxiang as a brother, but now Hu Yanxiang stabbed him in the back. And Hu Yanxiang was still saying to everyone, did you see what happened to Liao Wang? If you don't hand over the energy drops in your hands, you will become the second Liao Wang. After saying this, Hu Yanxiang searched the crowd and looked at the second acquaintance. Needless to say, this second acquaintance also had a lot of energy drops in his hands, and Hu Yanxiang knew it. How much supplies did his brothers eat on the way from Xiangqing to Acheng when they followed him? No one knows it better than Hu Yanxiang. His gaze now was like an X-ray machine, revealing everyone. Especially Hu Yanxiang, who was still speaking slowly. If you hand it over yourself, I can still spare your lives, but if I find out, you will lose your lives. Believe me, I'm not kidding. Hand over the energy drop as soon as possible. At the beginning, the brothers trusted him and told him all the supplies they had. Now he is using his brothers' trust to attack them. In the crowd, all the men who knew Hu Yanxiang and had a good relationship with him lowered their heads one by one. There was hatred in his eyes. The second person Hu Yanxiang targeted tremblingly handed over a bottle of energy drops. This is the last bottle I have left. Please let Liao Wang go. Finally, Hu Yanxiang was in a good mood after completing the first task assigned by Chu Xing. He took the energy drop and waved his hand generously, asking the 2 bodyguards of the Chu family to release Liao Wang, who was beaten to a bloody pulp. The 3 of them walked away. A group of workers on the construction site were angry but dared not speak out. Just wait until Hu Yanxiang and his 2 lackeys are far away. Several workers worked together to help Liao Wang up. Liao Wang couldn't even stand up straight. He leaned on his brother's shoulder and whispered, "Hurry up and find a way to leave Yi City. This is not a place to stay for long." After what they had seen and heard in the past few days, they had gained a certain degree of understanding of Yi City and knew that Yi City was not the rumored Garden of Eden. Not only is it not the Garden of Eden, it may also kill people. So we have to leave here quickly, otherwise we will lose our lives. Everyone was silent as they carried Liao Wang to a remote place. Someone came up quietly and fed Liao Wang a mouthful of the energy drops that they had secretly saved. They talked in low voices. "We really have to leave. Let's see what they have given us to eat these past few days. If our own supplies are used up, they won't let us live." Perhaps from the very beginning, the Chu family really wanted to build this base well. But what the Chu family did will only make things worse, not make this place better. If you really want to make this place a better place, you wouldn't treat the workers who are building the city wall like this. Liao Wang nodded and was about to speak when he saw Hu Yanxiang standing behind everyone with a smile on his face. "You guys are still secretly hiding energy drops." The cunning Hu Yanxiang actually did not go far, because he knew that Liao Wang was very popular among the survivors. Along the way, Liao Wang often distributed his materials and energy droplets to those in need, who have a good relationship with Liao Wang to watch Liao Wang being beaten to death. They will definitely take out their own hidden energy drops to save Liao Wang. I saw Hu Yanxiang and his men coming over. The people surrounding Liao Wang stood up and blocked Liao Wang behind them. The man holding the energy drop said to Hu Yanxiang, "Liao Wang treated you well in the past, Hu Yanxiang, but now you treat your brother like this. You will get your comeuppance sooner or later. How can you be so ruthless in front of us? If you have the guts, just take your men and go to Xiangqing base to grab the energy drops. Why are you stealing our life-saving energy drops?" Hu Yanxiang didn't care about that. He waved his hand and several Chu family bodyguards behind him came forward and started punching and kicking Liao Wang's brothers. He then snatched the second bottle of energy drops. Looking at the people wailing on the ground, Hu Yanxiang walked forward and squatted beside Liao Wang. He raised his finger, patted Liao Wang's cheek, and said regretfully, "Brother, don't blame me. You know, I can't go back to Xiangqing base. I have to make plans for myself." Liao Wang had some strength now because he had just taken a sip of energy drops. He raised his hand and slapped Hu Yanxiang hard in the face. Without waiting for Hu Yanxiang to react, Liao Wang rushed forward and rolled to the ground while holding Hu Yanxiang. Liao Wang used both hands to pinch Hu Yanxiang's neck. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for your instigation, we would still be fine in Xiangqing and wouldn't have come here to suffer. You brought us here, but didn't give us a bright future. Not only that, you also put us into Hades. Go to Hades." While cursing, he yelled at the workers who were running over from a distance, "Hurry up, hurry up." Several bodyguards of the Chu family came forward to pull Liao Wang away and then started punching and kicking him. Liao Wang was screaming desperately, asking everyone to hurry up. He didn't mean to ask just one person to hurry up, but everyone to hurry up. Yi City is not a place for a person to stay. The workers on the ground whose hands and feet were broken by the bodyguards struggled to get up and limped away. But the reason why Hu Yanxiang dug such a big pit for these workers is that he couldn't have just brought a few bodyguards. The worker holding the energy drop was stopped by Chu's bodyguards before he could run far. The bodyguards snatched the energy drops and beat up the workers who were trying to escape. Beat him to death. What's worse, someone took out a knife and stabbed the survivor in the stomach without caring who the opponent was. The scene became very chaotic. Soon a survivor shouted loudly, "Someone's dead, someone's dead, stop fighting, stop fighting." The survivors didn't dare to confront the Chu family head-on. After all, Most of them had been well protected by Xiangqing before and had never killed even a zombie. However, not many people who had actually killed zombies followed Hu Yanxiang and escaped. After all, not everyone is willing to leave such a good place as Xiangqing base on a whim. It is precisely because they have killed zombies before that they know that zombies are actually very easy to kill, and the supplies provided by Xiangqing are indeed very abundant. After weighing the pros and cons, a truly capable person would not think of fooling around with Hu Yanxiang. Wouldn't it be better if they had the ability and resources to start their own business? Why do they have to come to City E? With limited combat power, not every survivor will unite and be able to bravely fight against the Chu family's bodyguards. The survivors were unable to defeat the Chu family's bodyguards, so they were naturally at a disadvantage. Soon, the Chu family's bodyguards left, leaving 2 bodies on the ground. One was the most powerful man who resisted the Chu family bodyguards, and the other was Liao Wang. Pushing Liao Wang's body away, Hu Yanxiang stood up and brushed off the dust on his body with a gloomy look on his face. He kicked Liao Wang's body in disgust, not feeling sad at all that his former brother was killed by him. Hu Yanxiang pointed at the body on the ground and ordered the Chu family's bodyguards, "Throw him away." He looked again at the injured survivors on the ground and the large group of survivors standing in the distance. Hu Yanxiang spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm from his mouth. He said to the large group of survivors, "I'm telling you this. If you leave East City, you'll die. Do you believe it? Give it a try if you dare. I won't say anything else, but I still have the ability to kill you." After saying that, he took the 2 newly acquired bottles of energy water drops and asked Chu Xiang for credit. Chu Xiang kept 1 bottle for himself and gave the other to Chun Hu. Chun Hu said to Chu Xiang with a gloomy face, during this period of time, urge the laborers in City E to quickly build up the city wall. A large number of zombies will move north. He has already started taking action. A few days later, in the Xiangqing ward, Hua Mi, who was pregnant, received a call from Guo Se in D City. Now the only way to teleport out of Xiangqing base is towards D City. After the Xiangqing base was surrounded, no one knew what the situation was like in D City, which was not far away from the Xiangqing base.
Hua Mi answered Guo Se's call.
From her tone, Guo Se seemed quite relaxed. She said to Hua Mi, "Your Xiangqing base has attracted zombies from several nearby cities, and the zombies from City D have also been attracted there. Relatively speaking, the pressure on my side is much less. I called you specially to ask how you are doing recently. I heard that you were in the hospital. Can the Xiangqing base still hold up?" Only Guo Se and a few other survivors were left in City D. Because it is located at the top of City D and is surrounded by electric fences. Once the zombies are electrocuted, they will fall into the abyss. So the safe zone where Guo Se is located becomes a good place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. In addition, the Xiangqing base is so popular that all the zombies in City D are running to the Xiangqing base. Guo Se was alone in City D and felt more and more at ease. When Hua Mi heard that Guo Se was living a good life, she smiled and said, "What's the point of you being alone in D City? Do you want to come to Xiangqing base to kill zombies?" I think after such a long time, Guo Se facing a city of zombies alone, her skills should have been honed. If Guo Se can come to Xiangqing base to kill zombies, Xiangqing base will have one more expert in killing zombies. Guo Se also smiled, his tone relaxed. "No need, I'm fine alone in Jiqing, so I won't join in the fun." After going through so many things, Guo Se formed a very strange comfort zone in his heart. She felt that leaving City D was like leaving her home. The mere thought of leaving made her feel uncomfortable. Guo Se thinks D City is great, and sometimes she is not the only one here. Some warriors will also fly to D City to kill zombies. In his spare time, Guo Se can stay in the RV to watch TV series and listen to music. She also asked Hua Mi for the RV. Hua Mi said that as long as she was in City D, she would satisfy all of Guo Se's material needs. Guo Se had everything she wanted in D City, so why did she want to leave D City and fight outside? Guo Se was sitting on the roof of the RV, chatting with Hua Mi on the other end of the phone. Suddenly, he looked towards the north of the safe zone and saw a large black tide surging. Guo Se was stunned for a moment and, even forgot to talk to Hua Mi on the phone. Until Hua Mi said hello a few times on the phone.
Was finally reacted.
She looked at the tide that was pouring into D City. Her voice was a little trembling as she said to Hua Mi, a large group of zombies, like a tide, are pouring into D City. Hua Mi, what's going on? Originally, the zombie pressure in City D was already very small, but now the streets and alleys are crowded with zombies again. Hua Mi in the ward frowned slightly. She asked Guo Se in disbelief, what do you mean? Say it again. So Guo Se told Hua Mi again about the large number of zombies that appeared in the north of D City. Because the direction of D City is just north of Xiangqing. Hua Mi was stunned for a moment. She took out the city wall defense map she had drawn and looked at the empty northern city wall. She felt a rare moment of panic in her heart. There is nothing else. The city wall of Xiangqing base has only been built on the south and east sides and has not yet been built on the north and west sides. The reason why the south and east sides were built first is mainly because the ice on the north has not melted yet. Therefore, Hua Mi thought that there was no need to rush to the north in the short term. So, after the eastern wall was built, she sent people to the west. According to Hua Mi's understanding of the zombie tide, there should be the most zombies in the south. When there are too many zombies in the south to be contained, they will spread to the east and west, while absorbing the scattered zombies in the east and west and gathering together outside the Xiangqing base. There is absolutely no way that the zombies from the north will come first, because the zombies in the north did not call their friends over. Even if the zombies in the north called their friends, they would not come in so many at once. According to Guo Se's description, the zombies in City D have now formed a zombie tide. The entire city of D was submerged in the zombie tide. How could such a large-scale zombie tide form in such a short time? Did someone do something in the north? And it seems that this large-scale zombie tide is heading towards the Xiangqing base. So, what happened to the ice layer in the northern city? Hua Mi didn't have time to investigate the cause in detail. She just hung up Guo Se's phone in a hurry and called Gong Yi. The phone rang just outside Hua Mi's ward door. Hua Mi stood by the window, holding her belly, and looked back. He saw his ward door was opened and Gong Yi, wearing garrison combat uniform, clean and standing outside the ward door. It seemed that he had come here specially to see his wife and children, so he took a quick shower, and there was still a trace of barely visible fatigue in the corners of his eyes. Without waiting for Gong Yi to speak, Hua Mi in the ward hurriedly said, "Did you hear everything? City D has been flooded by a wave of zombies. Judging from the trend of this wave of zombies, they are heading towards our Xiangqing base." Gong Yi walked into the ward, put his hands on Hua Mi's shoulders, and squeezed them gently. Then he placed his hands on Hua Mi's bulging belly. Because her belly was so big, Hua Mi wore a loose maternity dress that did not tighten her waist, and a thin sweater on the outside. Her whole temperament looked much softer than before. I also gained a lot of weight. Just when Gong Yi's hand was on Hua Mi's belly, the two little ones in Mommy's belly started moving again. They seemed to know that Dad was coming, and were very happy. Hua Mi frowned slightly, looked at Gong Yi, and waited for Gong Yi's answer. She couldn't leave the rescue center for the time being because, given her condition, she could give birth at any time and anywhere. However, there is no city wall in the north, only an electric grid. If the zombies from City D gather in Xiangqing, the north of Xiangqing will not be able to hold out for long. According to the speed of the zombie tide, it will not take long to get from City D to Xiangqing. Within 2 days, the zombie tide will soon reach the north of Xiangqing. Gong Yi nodded and helped Hua Mi back to bed. "I will gather people to Xiangqing North right now. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you three." Gong Yi guards the Xiangqing base and also guards all the survivors in the Xiangqing base. He also knows that his wife and 2 children are in this base. So even if it cost her life, she would not let the zombies in the north rush into the Xiangqing base. Hua Mi took a deep breath. The bigger her belly got, the more she panted. The baby in her belly suppressed her breathing, making her sound particularly tired every time she spoke. "Go ahead. Don't worry about us. The walls on the south and east are very strong. It's impossible for zombies to break through such strong walls and enter the Xiangqing base. I have now transferred all the people who were repairing the city wall to the west. As long as we defend the zombies in the north and south, the western wall will be built soon. The zombies on the east and west sides all came from the south. Because there are too many zombies in the south and too few zombies have been killed, the zombies will gradually spread to the east and west in order to find a breakthrough. Today, the east city wall is built very solidly and is a little higher than the south city wall. There are several protective electric fences outside. It has become an existence that is almost impossible to break through. Therefore, Gong Yi guards the north, and Hua Mi can concentrate on building the west. As long as she is given enough time, she will be able to complete the construction of the western wall. Beside the bed, Gong Yi bent down and hugged Hua Mi. He suddenly kissed Hua Mi on the lips. While Hua Mi was stunned, Gong Yi had a soft expression and rubbed Hua Mi's head with one hand. Don't overwork yourself. If anything happens, call me in time. In case. Gong Yi did not say the rest of the words. He paused and said, find a safe place and live well with your child. The current situation is already critical enough, even though Gong Yi is the #1 psychic in the apocalypse. He was not even sure that he could continue to protect the Xiangqing base. After all, too many people died in the apocalypse. I discovered 2 days ago that my anxiety disorder had recurred. I woke up in the middle of the night and pulled my hair and then couldn't sleep the whole night. I had experience with this situation before, and I quickly found the cause of my anxiety, which was Xiaoming's studies. I decided not to help Xiaoming with her homework anymore, for the sake of my life and our parent-child relationship. Faced with internal and external troubles, at this moment, Gong Yi just wants to be selfish for once. If everyone in the world is destined to die, he hopes to give the only 3 chances of survival to his wife and 2 children. He believed that with Hua Mi's abilities, she would be able to find a safe place and live well with her child. So, Gong Yi just wanted to tell Hua Mi that when the critical moment really came, Hua Mi should not have any hesitation. Don't even think about saving him. She just took care of the children, kept herself safe, and protected their children. After giving the instructions, Gong Yi stood up and was about to leave. Hua Mi, lying on the hospital bed, reached out and held Gong Yi's hand. She raised her face slightly and looked up at Gong Yi with a smile on her face. Her tone was extremely gentle. Do you remember the first time you told me in a panic that Chao Feng was in trouble? But I seemed very calm and didn't feel your nervousness or collapse at all. That was more than half a year ago. At that time, Gong Yi did not expect that the world would change like this. When Chao Feng went to rescue, he was covered with wounds from the explosion and was in critical condition. At that time, Gong Yi was very panicked. Compared to Gong Yi at that time, Hua Mi seemed very calm, even so calm that she seemed quite cold-blooded. At this time, Hua Mi was still very calm. Her fingers, swollen like carrots, clenched Gong Yi's hand and said, "Don't panic. You will encounter many dangerous things in the future. You will find that this situation is nothing compared to what you'll encounter in the future. What does it matter now? It's just that our base has been surrounded by the zombie tide for a few years, or even more than 10 years. I can assure you that we have sufficient supplies and water. Apart from that, as long as you don't fall down, all problems will not be a problem." Gong Yi will eventually understand that she is Gong Yi's greatest confidence. But whatever Hua Mi said was never exaggerated. Gong Yi lowered his eyes and gently kissed Hua Mi's forehead. Then he bent down, put his lips on Hua Mi's belly, and kissed her twice. He got up and left. As soon as he left, Hua Mi sat up, turned around, and arrived at the west side of Xiangqing. Because he still has dozens of square meters of black land, Hua Mi has been setting up teleportation points everywhere in Xiangqing for a long time recently. She made some of the teleportation points public and sold teleportation tickets, while some of the teleportation points were just her personal teleportation points, which were only for her use. The construction of the Western Wall has begun. In addition to the garrison, there are also many survivors killing zombies here. The contractor shouted at the top of his voice, holding a megaphone in his hand, "Hurry up and build the power grid. Before the city wall is built, 10 power grids must be built on the west side of Xiangqing." The slogans were shouted very loudly. The materials on the construction site were piled up like mountains, and mineral water, was transported to the construction site in piles. Some workers were halfway through their meal when work began. They would immediately swallow the food in their hands in a few mouthfuls and hurried off to work. The supplies here are not a problem. We are just afraid of not having enough food. We just worry about not having enough food and choking to death. The project is progressing at full speed, and there are both men and women working on the construction site on the west side. In addition to the upright electric fence here, there is also a layer of electric fence laid on the ground, with the intention of killing as many zombies as possible. Hua Mi. A human voice sounded behind Hua Mi. Hua Mi turned around and saw a shining sharp knife flashing before her eyes. She stepped back on tiptoe, and on the messy construction site, she made eye contact with the man holding a knife. Hu Jing, who was walking over, hadn't reacted yet when Hua Mi had already landed. Hu Jing was stunned for 2 breaths, then reacted instantly, rushed forward, and threw the man holding the sharp knife to the ground. Xiangqing is going to be killed by you, you eternal sinner. He cursed and beat the man on the ground. Hua Mi frowned and said to Hu Jing on the ground, "Leave him alive." She had just been teleported here when such a big thing happened. The man on the ground had a knife in his hand, but before he could raise the knife, the contractor, who was a few steps away, shook off his fat and pounced on the ground while running. "Miss Hua, I'm here to save you. Whoever wants to hurt Miss Hua has to step over my dead body." The contractor's heavy body fell on Hu Jing's back, and Hu Jing screamed "Ah." The killer at the bottom dropped the knife in his hand and spat out blood. It was because he was being suppressed. The contractor shouted anxiously, Hu Jing, are you okay? Don't scare me. You can't be in trouble." The contractor punched the killer, who was spitting blood a few more times through Hu Jing. "You are looking for death. Not only do you want to harm Miss Hua, but you also want to harm our Hu Jing. I will beat you to death." Hua Mi, who watched the whole process from a distance, felt that Hu Jing was really pitiful. If Hu Jing is not rescued, he might be crushed into a cake by the contractor. A few more garrisons rushed over and finally pulled apart the aggressive contractor. The garrisons will use internal torture methods to thoroughly investigate the killer who attempted to attack Hua Mi. The contractor followed behind Hua Mi angrily. "Next time there is such a person, I will beat him to death." He clenched his fists, looking extremely indignant. The main thing is that Hu Jing was also involved this time. The contractor felt that he could tolerate his aunt, but not his uncle. He turned around and asked someone to check the construction site and eliminate all potential threats. Hua Mi listened to the contractor's humming and groaning. She walked around the west and gave him some instructions. With the contractor's nodding and bowing service, she sat down under a stall in the west of Xiangqing with her bulging belly to rest. There are no more people setting up stalls outside Xiangqing, but there are still some inside Xiangqing. After all, the Xiangqing base is planned to be so large, covering a total of the original 3 towns and cities. The area is so large that there are all kinds of things going on here. In addition to some women who come to work on the construction site, there are a large number of men coming and going on the site every day. The contractor and Hu Jing really didn't have the energy to screen people they thought were reliable one by one. Under the parasol, the vendor took out a glass of iced orange juice from the freezer, handed it to Hua Mi, and asked Hua Mi if she wanted a drink. Hua Mi shook her head and touched her belly. She was now trying not to stay in the cold for fear that she would catch a cold or fever at this time, which would make things worse for herself and her child. The vendor looked at Hua Mi's belly and started chatting. "How many babies are you carrying?" "It looks like 3 or 4. Hua Mi shook her head. "I got pregnant twice." She is only nearly 8 months pregnant now, but she feels that she is about to give birth in the next 2 days and her contractions are very frequent. Although Xian Chiru has been preparing nutritious meals for her during this period, she has strictly limited her nutritional intake for fear that the child will grow too big and Hua Mi will become increasingly unable to bear it. But her belly is still like a balloon, getting bigger day by day. The street vendor looked at Hua Mi's huge belly in an exaggerated manner, marveling at it. A twin belly is so big. How big must the baby inside be? Nowadays, those who dare to have children are truly courageous. The courageous Hua Mi asked the vendor with a smile. "You are quite courageous. You set up your stall here." Aren't you afraid that the zombies from the west will rush in and eat up everything on your stall, the first one to come in? He also ate the vendor's food. Upon hearing this, the vendor pulled out 2 kitchen knives and placed them on his freezer. What are you afraid of? I'll kill anyone who comes. It's already this late, and you won't even let me do some small business? These zombies are really damnable. Before the apocalypse, he was a street vendor doing business and was chased by the urban management every day. After the apocalypse, he had been setting up stalls in Xiangqing to do business, and he didn't think that he should stop doing business just because zombies were coming. If he didn't do business, what should he do? Then the vendor said to Hua Mi, "Actually, you don't have to worry. Our Xiangqing base only looks scary from the outside, but Xiangqing has experienced so many natural and man-made disasters. Which one has collapsed? Don't worry, based on my observations from living in Xiangqing for many years, Xiangqing will not fall this time either." Although many people in Xiangqing said that Xiangqing was about to be destroyed. Since the eastern city wall was built, survivors have been prohibited from entering or exiting the south and east. Therefore, the popularity of the west side has increased. There are still many people who choose to go out from the Xiangqing base every day. They all went through the north gate or the west gate. After the north gate was closed these 2 days, there were many more survivors at the west gate. The vendor had been doing business near the west gate. He said to Hua Mi mysteriously, "Just stay in this Xiangqing base and give birth to the child. I tell you, I have inside information. Xiangqing will not perish." Hua Mi asked with great interest, "If you have any inside information, please tell me so that I can feel at ease." The vendor took a chair, sat next to Hua Mi, and whispered, "You know that we have sufficient supplies in Xiangqing, right? Let me tell you, before natural disasters or man-made disasters occur, wholesale sources like ours will definitely tighten their supply distribution. Either prices go up or supplies are scarce, but there is none in Xiangqing. We have always had sufficient supplies in Xiangqing." From this perspective, the higher-ups are more than capable of dealing with these disasters. Otherwise, the supply of supplies would definitely fluctuate. The vendor is smart, but not extremely smart. He simply used the most simple wisdom of the working people to analyze that Xiangqing would not be destroyed so quickly. At least in the face of this disaster of zombie siege, the small vendors could see that Xiangqing was prepared to resist and deal with it. Hua Mi looked at him with admiration. It turned out that wisdom lies in the working people. She chatted with the vendor for a few more words, and 2 guards came over, one of whom was Chao Feng. He saluted towards Hua Mi's sister-in-law. "The person who assassinated you has confessed. He is Chun Hu's man. Everyone knows that Chun Hu is in City E now. At this point, there is no need for Chun Hu to hide anymore. He also did not have the energy or ability to hide himself any longer. After all, in order to sink oneself and avoid Gong Yi's pursuit, a lot of manpower and material resources are needed to cover up. Chun Hu is no one now. Not only that, he has no money. But no one went after Chun Hu. Everyone in Xiangqing is busy. Hua Mi is busy giving birth to children and repairing the city wall. Gong Yi was busy going to the north to resist the zombie tide coming from the north, and no one had time to kill Chun Hu. What exactly does this Chun Hu want to do?" Hua Mi's eyes looked towards the north of Xiangqing. She couldn't help but think of the tide of zombies swarming in from the north of Xiangqing, and what would happen if no one attracted the zombies in the north of Xiangqing. The zombie tide did not form that quickly. Chao Feng also thought of a possibility. His face changed drastically, and he looked towards the north angrily. "I only knew that Chun Hu was inhumane before, but I didn't expect that he would not even be a human being. He actually thought of luring all the zombies in the north of Xiangqing down. What on earth does Chun Hu want to do with this bad idea? Didn't Chun Hu ever think that after the Xiangqing base was destroyed and zombies were everywhere, the next target of siege would be the relatively popular E-City? No, neither Chun Hu nor Chu Xian could have thought of it." Chao Feng said solemnly, "What good will it do Chun Hu if Xiangqing is destroyed?" Hua Mi sneered. "He thinks it's good for him. Xiangqing has too much supplies. As long as the Xiangqing base is destroyed, won't all the survivors scramble to grab the vast amount of supplies here? At least that's what Chun Hu and his people think. As long as Xiangqing is destroyed, all the supplies will be theirs. That's why Chun Hu sent people to assassinate Hua Mi. Once Hua Mi died, not only would the construction of the western city wall be difficult to continue, but Gong Yi would also have no intention of defending the city in the north. But Chun Hu never imagined that if Hua Mi died, not only would Xiangqing be destroyed, but the massive amount of supplies they wanted would also disappear. After all, Xiangqing's current rich material resources all come from Hua Mi alone. At this time, Qichuan received the news that Hua Mi was assassinated, and he and Qin Zhen hurried over from different directions. Qichuan took out a stack of papers, handed them to Hua Mi, and whispered, "The news from East City is that the survivors there are having a hard time. Many of them are trying to seek help from Xiang City, hoping that Xiang City can send people to rescue them." Rescue? For a moment, Hua Mi thought she had heard wrongly. The survivors who went to City E asked for help from Xiangqing, which was about to be destroyed. The contractor, Qin Zhen, and Chao Feng standing by all had varying degrees of sarcasm on their faces. Even the street vendors who didn't understand what was going on laughed out loud. Xiangqing can't even save itself. Who else can we save now? In City E, where the living environment is harsh, people in the city increasingly stop treating their labor force as human beings. Chun Hu ordered the construction of a city wall in City E, so the strong labor force from Xiangqing went to City E and began to work day and night in the dark. The Chu family sent supervisors, divided into several groups, to keep an eye on the survivors 24 hours a day. If any survivors slacked off, the supervisors would come forward and beat and kick them. Not only that, they also did not allow the survivors to leave City E. There are survivors who would rather leave City E without taking any money or food. It is said that under the leadership of Hu Yanxiang, they have taken away all the energy drops from the survivors. Several people died because of this. The vendor asked curiously, "Aren't energy drops readily available in our Xiangqing? Is it worth dying for?" He couldn't really understand the people in East City. Why were the supplies so scarce? Because he had always stayed in Xiang City and had never been out, he lacked the most realistic understanding of the outside world. The vendor only knows that, at present, energy drops can be seen everywhere on the construction sites west of Xiangqing. As long as you participate in building the city wall, energy drops will be provided free of charge. Ikegawa didn't know how to explain it. East City was really too poor. He could only continue to say, because those survivors had no supplies to escape, and they were under close surveillance by the East City base. So they managed to send us a message, hoping that we could lend a hand and rescue them. After hearing the news brought by Qichuan, Chao Feng, Qin Zhen, and Hua Mi all frowned. Hua Mi asked coldly, with her belly sticking out, "You were so determined when you left. Why are you coming back now?" When Hu Yanxiang took the survivors away, she told them about it. No matter what happens in the future, Xiangqing will no longer accept them, and will no longer open its doors and arms to welcome these survivors. This is very clear. It's not like I haven't said it before. Qinjin nodded and said, "Besides, our Xiangqing base is facing internal and external troubles, and there are many other things going on. Where do we get the time and energy to rescue this group of workers who have left?" The labor force left Xiangqing in batches. The first time Hu Yanxiang took away more than 1,000 people. They came one after another, and it was said that by the time they arrived at City E, there were only about 1,000 people left. Later, as the external environment of Xiangqing base continued to deteriorate, more and more people left Xiangqing base. There are probably 2,000 to 3,000 survivors in City E alone. It would take a lot of manpower and resources to rescue these 2,000 or 3,000 people from City E. There is already a shortage of manpower at the Xiangqing base. Hua Mi directly refused. "No, let them find a way to get out of Xiangqing base. Don't go to Xiangqing South and Xiangqing East, as those areas have been sealed off. Xiangqing West will also be closed soon. If they can reach Xiangqing West before it is closed, then the Xiangqing base can accept them. If they have no way to reach Xiangqing West, then so be it. Life or death is their own choice, and no one else is to blame." After saying this, Hua Mi stood up with her belly bulging. She walked in front of Chao Feng, raised her hand, and patted Chao Feng's shoulder heavily. "I know that as garrisons, it is against your professional ethics to stand by and watch someone die without helping. But you have to think about the current situation. Your commander is fighting against the zombie tide in the north. He didn't bring many people to the north in the first place. Almost all the elite garrison troops in Xiangqing base were moved to the north. And you guys stay in Xiangqing base. We need to send one group of people to the south and another group to the east. More energy should be focused on the west. The battle in the west will be difficult to fight. I estimate that within 2 days, the zombies in the south will roll over to the west. We don't have much time left. We shouldn't disperse our energy to help those who don't even know what they want. Those survivors said they were wrong, and Hua Mi also felt that they were wrong. In the message they sent to Xiangqing, they deeply regretted their original willful behavior, and explain how they think problems are too simple and how they view the world too naively. But even if you realize your mistakes, what can you do? Not everyone has the chance to start over like Hua Mi. We only have one life. If you take a wrong step, the outcome will be disastrous. With the result we have today, the survivors who went to City E should accept their original determination. Everyone is like this and must pay for their own actions. Chao Feng nodded, stood in front of Hua Mi, and whispered, I understand. Sister Hua, I won't act on impulse. Garrison is the last bottom line for mankind. There is no doubt about that. However, this also includes the main bottom line and the secondary bottom line. It is impossible for Chao Feng to leave such a large Xiangqing base unprotected and instead transfer personnel to East City to rescue people. East City is so far away from Xiangqing base. After they leave, Xiangqing base will immediately fall into the crisis of empty defense. No matter how thick the power grid is or how high the city walls are, there will always be risks for the Xiangqing base. Chao Feng wouldn't be so stupid. After getting Chao Feng's assurance, Hua Mi finally felt relieved. She looked at the busy construction of the western city wall. It was still unknown how many people here were Chun Hu and Chu Shiheng's men. According to the information received by Qi Chuan, someone would enter the Xiangqing base every day, obtain energy drops, and then take them out of the city in batches. There is no way to trace where this batch of energy droplets went. In this emergency situation, it is clear that City E has evil intentions towards Xiangqing base. Although she knew Chun Hu wanted her dead, Hua Mi could do nothing. If even after all this, there are still people who smuggle energy drops out of the Xiangqing base to East City, it only proves that Xiangqing does have a lot of energy drops. The people of Xiangqing no longer cherish it. In addition, I come to the West every day to inspect the progress of the project and solve all the problems that can be solved. Next, Hua Mi once again instructed the contractor to lay more layers of electric fence and build the city wall more solidly. Time was urgent. Not long after Hua Mi finished speaking, the garrison came to report that a small group of zombies had attacked them in the west. Chao Feng raised his hand and led the garrison on the west, rushing towards the direction of the power grid. Gunshots rang out, and Hua Mi stood there listening with a very bad look on her face. She turned her head to Qin Zhen and said, Be prepared. This wave of zombies today won't be so easy to destroy. Hearing the continuous gunfire, Hua Mi knew that there was a big problem. Chao Feng was completely trapped in the west of Xiangqing. She turned around, upgraded her factory, and leveled up the recycling station. Dozens of sweeping robots were found. Hua Mi placed all these sweeping robots in the west of Xiangqing. These sweeping robots will enter the zombie tide, automatically clean up the zombie corpses, and collect the crystal cores. Those crystal cores will be placed into Hua Mi's warehouse by robots. It will not be used directly. As Hua Mi said, Chao Feng was trapped by the zombies in the west. He led his team to kill them, and the killing lasted until night. By midnight, the number of zombies coming from the west not only did not decrease, but increased instead. One layer of the power grid was destroyed, but the contractor directed the workers to build another 10 power grids behind the last one. The factory manager also sent truckloads of jelly lime mixed with energy drops to the west. The generator was clanging, and there was enough electricity in Xiangqing. Hua Mi returned to the rescue center and had just laid down when she heard some noise outside the door. Tu Lijia, the young nurse who was in charge of taking care of Hua Mi, thought she was here to make rounds. She stood up and was about to open the door. Hua Mi called Tu Lijia and said, Wait a minute. Just as he finished speaking, the door of the ward was kicked open. The man outside the door held 2 guns in his hands and fired several shots at the inside. Just as the people outside the door opened fire, Hua Mi had already come to Tu Lijia's side and pulled Tu Lijia's body to avoid the bullet. The killer outside the door put down his gun and looked at the empty bed. He was just about to look for where Hua Miren was. The door in front of him was slammed shut. Hua Miren stood behind the killer at some point without knowing it. She, with her big belly, patted the killer's shoulder. The killer turned around and saw a flash of light in front of him. Her movements were quick and decisive, not at all like a pregnant woman who was about to give birth. The tightly closed ward door was opened, and Tu Lijia stood inside the ward with a confused look on her face and asked, "Ami, what happened?" Hot blood spurted out from the gap and fell on Tu Lijia's face. Tu Lijia's eyes widened and he fell backwards. Hua Mi pushed away the killer who was still standing in front of her, reached out and held Tu Lijia's hand to prevent Tu Lijia from breaking the back of her head. At this time, Xi and Chiru came running over with a group of nurses. Seeing the mess at the scene, she asked nervously, Ami, are you okay?" Hua Mi waved her hands to indicate that she was fine. This morning, she deliberately spread the rumor that the energy drops in the Xiangqing base were in crisis of shortage. Everyone knows that Xiangqing's energy drops are no longer as many as before. Then those who transport energy drops out of the Xiangqing base naturally have to consider whether to meet the needs of E-City first, or their own needs first. If you want to recharge the energy drops at the Xiangqing base, you must kill Hua Mi first. If Hua Mi is not killed, the energy drop will be stuck. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, Hua Mi will die. Xin Chiru's face was full of worry. She looked at Hua Mi's big belly and asked, "Should we change your ward?" She couldn't understand why Hua Mi would say such things to the outside world. This means that Hua Mi regards herself as a living target. Anyone who lurks in Xiangqing and wants to obtain the energy drops wants to kill Hua Mi, in order to free the production of energy drops from being restricted. After all, before Hua Mi goes into production, energy drops will no longer be produced in large quantities. This proves that Hua Mi can decide whether this thing called energy drops can be produced in large quantities. It's only natural that others want to kill her because she's stuck in childbirth. Hua Mi touched her big belly and explained, "I just want to get rid of all the assassins lurking in Xiangqing before giving birth. Who knows if those evil spirits will come to trouble me when I'm giving birth. Now, of course, we'll kill as many as we can." Seeing that Hua Mi was about to give birth, she had to kill Chun Hu's men while she still had some strength. Looking at the ambitious Hua Mi, Xin Chiru was helpless. If it were an ordinary pregnant woman, she would have been scared to death if she knew someone wanted to kill her. Is there anyone like Hua Mi who takes the initiative to spread the word, making herself a living target to attract killers to kill her? Xin Chiru sighed deeply and looked at Hua Mi with worry. "So, what should we do now? You're about to give birth. Tell me, how should I protect you?" Hua Mi waved his hand with great ambition. "I don't need your protection. I can kill those assassins with evil intentions while I am still alive." She has the ability and the confidence. But Xin Chiru looked at Hua Mi with worry. Was she talking about this problem? She was not worried about her own safety. How could a woman have a gunfight while giving birth? Throughout history, Xin Chiru had only seen a pregnant woman like Hua Mi do this. In sharp contrast to the tense situation in Xiangqing, City E is obviously much more relaxed. But this is just the ease of the external environment, not the ease of the survivors within. On the contrary, the survivors inside City E are now living in dire straits. At the construction site in City E, a bare-chested survivor squatted on the ground, looking skinny, and asked other survivors, "Didn't you send a signal to the Xiangqing base a long time ago? Didn't the Xiangqing base receive our signal? Why haven't any people come to rescue us yet? There are currently 2,000 to 3,000 people here, and there must be one person whose cell phone has power. It's impossible that there are 2,000 or 3,000 people, and all of their cell phones are out of battery. It is no secret that E-City abused survivors. Is it possible for us to get some teleportation tickets back to Xiangqing from the new survivors? There are survivors with wild ideas." The truth is that when they left Xiangqing, they thought they would never return to that place again. So, I didn't have any tickets to return to the city. It is said that another group of survivors came today, and they were searched by Hu Yanxiang as soon as they arrived. I heard that not only were their energy drops taken away, but even the supplies they brought out from the Xiangqing base were taken away. The survivor squatting on the ground was full of sorrow and pulling his short hair. I really don't know what these people are doing in East City. 2 more survivors who tried to escape died this morning. Their bodies were hanging on the other side of the barbed wire. From the looks of them, they must have died with their eyes open. Obviously, the outside world's evaluation of Xiangqing Base and East City is very different from the facts. The outside world says that the Xiangqing Base is about to be destroyed by a tide of zombies, and soon the Xiangqing Base will disappear from the survivors' map. The outside world also says that East City is a very good place, safe, comfortable, and has a good environment. It is the real Garden of Eden for the survivors. Only those who have actually been to East City know that there is no comparison between East City and Xiangqing Base. That is to say, there are no zombies outside East City, but there is a row of corpses hanging outside East City, all of whom were killed by the Chu family in East City. Crouching on the ground, the shirtless survivor was skinny and bony, with several whip marks on his back, all from being beaten by the Chu family's supervisor. If they were any slower in building the city wall, the Chu family supervisor would whip them. The survivor squatting on the ground said fiercely, "I did receive news from the people at Xiangqing Base. The Xiangqing Base is still alive. Yes, it's been so long, and he's still alive." It is said that the south and east sides of Xiangqing Base have been sealed off, and the survivors have no way to enter or exit. If we want to return to Xiangqing Base, we can only enter from the north or west. This is a fact that is difficult to accept because city exists to the east of Xiangqing Base, which is the shortest route to Xiangqing Base. If they wanted to go around to the north or west, they would have to travel a lot further. But now it is so dangerous outside the Xiangqing Base that no one can make up their mind. If they get close to the Xiangqing Base, will it attract zombies? The key is whether the Xiangqing Base is really peaceful enough to warrant their risking their lives to return to the base. If no one comes to rescue them, it will be very difficult for them to return on their own. Someone sighed. What a pity. It would be great if we still had the transfer ticket to Xiangqing Base. Only those who have truly left the Xiangqing Base know how hard it is to get a teleportation ticket, which was once available on the streets. Hu Yanxiang, a minion of the Chu family, and Chun Hu has also been collecting teleportation tickets to the Xiangqing Base recently. They wanted to borrow the teleportation ticket, return to the Xiangqing Base, and then bring out the energy drops and supplies from the Xiangqing Base. However, it is said that in the Xiangqing Base, not only the production of energy drops is restricted, but even the sale of teleportation tickets is limited. One of the survivors asked with hope, "If we make ourselves sound more pitiful, the garrison at Xiangqing Base won't really ignore us, right?" You should know that the garrison at Xiangqing Base is the most responsible and professional among all the city garrisons. It was impossible for them to just watch the 2,000 or 3,000 survivors in City E die. If they really understood the living conditions of the survivors in City E, perhaps they wouldn't have to wait for the survivors in City E to run back to the Xiangqing Base on their own. Gong Yi from the Xiangqing Base will be sent to help them eliminate Chu Xiang and Chun Hu. Everyone was silent, not knowing how likely this was. At this moment, Shuiwen and a few women walked past the crowd. She saw a group of skinny survivors chatting in an open space. Shuiwen's face turned serious, and he pointed at the supervisor beside him and said sarcastically, "Do you really think that our Chu family supplies are free? We spend so much supplies every day to supply these people, and they are actually lazy here. Hurry over and let them do the work." The Chu family supervisors immediately stood up, whips in their hands, and waved at the survivors squatting on the ground. Every whip would leave deep blood marks on the person's body. Shuiwen looked at the survivors in the open space. They were being driven to work like chickens, with fear and panic on their faces. She giggled with delight. "This is really refreshing." Hu Yanxiang, who was not far away, ran over and said to Shuiwen with a flattering smile, "Hey, young lady, why are you in a place like this?" Speaking of which, Hu Yanxiang is not very old, at most in his 30s. Chu Yimin is still unmarried in her 20s and doesn't even have a man. Faced with such a young girl, Hu Yanxiang naturally had his own ideas. He felt that if he could please Chu Yimin, she would favor him. If Hu Yanxiang had been at the East City base, he would definitely have worked less for decades. Chu Yimin looked at Hu Yanxiang with eyes that were not eyes and a nose that was not a nose. She snorted disdainfully. "This is my family's base. I come when I want to and leave when I want to. What's it to you?" That's right, now the Chu family and Chun Hu have told the outside world that they want to build East City into a base, and they also call themselves the East City base. Although compared to the Xiangqing base, the East City base is not even 1/10 of the size of the Xiangqing base. But they want to call themselves a base. What can we do? Yes, Hu Yanxiang continued to nod and bow, and his flattering attitude was even more than that of the contractor towards Hua Mi. But the contractor's fawning on Hua Mi does not make people feel disgusted, because the contractor is simply fawning on Hua Mi. Hu Yanxiang was different. Chu Yimin was annoyed by this. She slapped Hu Yanxiang on the face. She treated him like a dog. "If you look at me like that again, I'll have my brother dig your eyes out." After saying that, Chu Yimin turned around angrily and went to find her brother Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang was in the tent, talking to Chun Hu. The two talked about nothing more than how to build a base in East City, how to get supplies from Xiang City, and how to find the teleportation point of East City before Xiang City was completely surrounded by the zombie tide. They want to use the East City teleportation point to successfully transfer the supplies in Xiang City back to East City. That's right, until now, they still believe that the teleportation point is a gift from God to the survivors. As long as you look carefully, you will find teleportation points everywhere in this apocalypse. City E is no exception. I only heard Chun Hu say confidently, "As long as we open up the transmission points between East City and Xiang City, we can transport large quantities of materials from Xiang City to East City, omitting the process." Everyone knows that there are a large number of zombies outside the Xiangqing base. If you want to bring supplies out of the Xiangqing base, you must break through the zombies in the city. This is very dangerous. If we are not careful, we might bring the zombies outside the Xiangqing base to East City. Therefore, at the Xiangqing base, before it was about to be completely surrounded by zombies, Chun Hu and Chu Xiang did not have much time left. Chu Xiang was also worried about this question, but where is the teleportation point? How many teleportation points are there near East City? None of us knows. Regarding this point, they really wanted to ask Hua Mi how she found so many teleportation points in Xiangqing. However, Hua Mi had to die. There was no other way to talk. If this woman doesn't die, it will be even more difficult to get the supplies and energy drops from the Xiangqing base. While they were chatting, Chu Yimin came into the tent angrily. Seeing Chu Yimin pouting her red lips and looking angry, Chun Hu asked with a smile, "What happened to Miss Chu? Who offended our Miss Chu?" Chu Xiang also looked at his sister with a doting expression. There are not many people left in their Chu family now. Chu Shiheng's baby, Chu Yimin, is a very cruel baby. Chu Yimin stamped her feet and looked outside the tent. "It's still that Hu Yanxiang, always looking at me with those lustful eyes." As she spoke, she hugged Chu Shiheng's arm and said coquettishly, "Brother, just dig out Hu Yanxiang's eyes. I feel annoyed when I see his eyes staring at me." She said this without showing any girlish reserve. I don't think there's anything cruel in saying such things. It's the end of the world. If Chu Yimin was not Chu Shiheng's sister, and if their Chu family did not have such a strong influence in East City, Chu Yimin would have become Hu Yanxiang's possession long ago. When she thought of this, Chu Yimin felt sick all over and just wanted to kill Hu Yanxiang as soon as possible. Chu Xiang patted the back of Chu Yimin's hand soothingly. "Hu Yanxiang is still useful. I have to keep him to do things for me." After a pause, Chu Xiang looked at Chu Yimin again. His sister had grown up and was old enough to recruit someone. He didn't know about other people, but Chu Xiang alone knew that there were many men in the East City base who had feelings for Chu Yimin. There was no way. Chu Yimin was not ugly, and she was the daughter of the Chu family and Chu Shiheng's biological sister. With such status and position, How could anyone who wanted to gain a foothold in East City and achieve great things not have any thoughts about her? Shu Min refused to do it and pulled Chu Shiheng's arm to act like a spoiled child. I don't care. That Hu Yanxiang is so annoying. Brother, please help me find a way to kill that Hu Yanxiang.
Que Xiang glared at Yima.
He was currently discussing important matters with Chun Hu. How could he have the time to comfort his own sister? Don't be willful. Chun Hu, who was standing by, rolled his green bean-sized eyes in his eye sockets and said to Chu Xiang with a smile, "Our Miss Chu has grown up, and there are many people who like her. Killing Hu Yanxiang is not a big deal, but Master Chu should think carefully about who else in this world is worthy of our Miss Chu." As he spoke, he pointed meaningfully in the direction of Xiangqing. Chu Xiang naturally thought of Gong Yi from the Xiangqing base. He seemed to be thinking about something and looked at Chu Min carefully again. Compared to the fat and fair Hua Mi, Chu Min can be regarded as a fairy-like figure, right? It is said that Gong Yi is also good-looking. It's just that Gong Yi seldom asks about the things happening in the Xiangqing base. He spends more time fighting outside the Xiangqing base. Before the zombies came out, Gong Yi had been hunting down and destroying Chun Hu's forces. After the zombies came out, Gong Yi's focus was on how to suppress the zombies. People at the Xiangqing base rarely see Gong Yi appear in the base. Compared to Gong Yi, more people have only heard of Hua Mi's name. Chu Xiang suddenly felt a headache and sent Chu Min away. He looked at Chun Hu with a serious face. "Boss Chun, I only have one sister. I can't possibly joke about her lifelong affairs." Chu Xiang knew the grudge between Chun Hu and Gong Yi. If it weren't for Gong Yi, who had been weakening Chun Hu's power all along, Chun Hu wouldn't have only had so few people left now. The ability is not limited to this. To be honest, Chu Xiang knew how cruel and ruthless Chun Hu was. Based on his previous understanding of Chun Hu was a person who was quite suitable for surviving in a doomsday environment. Gong Yi has been suppressing Chun Hu severely all along. Chu Xiang knew that Chun Hu and Gong Yi would fight to the death. Chun Hu will definitely find an opportunity to kill Gong Yi. And Gong Yi, if he sees Chun Hu, he will definitely kill Chun Hu. So when Chun Hu hinted to Chu Xiang that he could pair Chu Min with Gong Yi, countless conspiracies and intrigues flashed through Chu Shiheng's mind in an instant. He emphasized seriously, "No matter what, I can't possibly joke about my sister's life event." Chun Hu smiled like a Maitreya Buddha, with a kind smile on his fat face. "You are a narrow-minded person. There is a saying that goes, if you can't beat him, just join him. I am convinced by Gong Yi. I also know that if Gong Yi hadn't been suppressing me, I wouldn't be where I am today. But think about it from another angle. Gong Yi is indeed a talented person. If you marry your sister to Gong Yi will be your brother-in-law. As a brother-in-law, do you have the nerve to keep suppressing your brother-in-law? Xiangqing base has no chance of surviving, but our East City base is different. If East City base can persuade Gong Yi to join the army, I believe the future prospects of East City base will not be bad. Listen, this is Chun Hu's pattern. Why is it that Chun Hu, who is obviously weaker than Chu Xiang, can be on par with Chu Xiang in East City today? This is the character of Chun Hu." Chun Hu said this, looking at Chu Xiang carefully. He raised his hand and patted Chu Shiheng's shoulder. "You have to understand that the one who has a grudge against you is that woman Hua Mi, not Gong Yi. You have to be clear about this. I believe you are a smart person, and I believe Gong Yi is also a smart person. On the premise that everyone is a smart person, Gong Yi is still a garrison, and the garrison's mission is to protect the last bottom line of mankind. He was protecting Xiangqing base, and now that Xiangqing base was destroyed, wasn't he also protecting East City base? Think about this carefully." Chun Hu, who has a big picture, smiled and did ideological work for Chu Xiang. Chu Xiang didn't say anything, his eyes were lost in thought. I have to say that Chun Hu's words are very provocative. Yes, guarding the Xiangqing base is guarding, and guarding the East City base is also guarding, isn't it? Gong Yi is stationed there. As long as there are survivors, he should devote himself to the survivors and die for them. What neither Chu Xiang nor Chun Hu noticed was that at the same time they were saying this. Outside the tent, Chu Min eavesdropped on their conversation with a flushed face. The girl, who had reached marriageable age, turned away shyly and ran back to her tent. Once inside her tent, she threw herself onto the bed, burying her red face in it and kicking her feet desperately. What should I do? It would be fine if I didn't think about it, but when I thought about my future husband, it turned out to be Gong Yi from Xiangqing base. Shuiwen, who had never even seen what Gong Yi looked like, was already attracted to him. What girl doesn't admire a hero? For a long time, Gong Yi from Xiangqing base has almost become a legend in the hearts of the survivors. Although there is not much information about how Gong Yi governed the Xiangqing base, Gong Yi was the garrison commander of the Xiangqing base. The fact that he could chase Chun Hu everywhere was itself a manifestation of his ability. If Shuiwen could really marry Gong Yi, that wouldn't be a bad thing. A young girl in love always wants to be moved. After a few hours, she didn't know how many romantic plots she had played out in her heart. In the end, when Shuiwen walked out of her tent, she actually felt that the only person in the world who was worthy of her was Gong Yi. Only a rich lady like her can be worthy of a hero like Gong Yi. And at this time, Shuiwen met Hu Yanxiang, who came to show his courtesy. Hu Yanxiang was holding a box of cake in his hand. He happily walked to Shuiwen and handed the newly acquired cake to her. Here, this is something I found on a survivor who just came to East City. Miss Chu, I'm giving it to you. As Hu Yanxiang spoke, his obscene eyes lightly fell on Shuiwen's chest. Shuiwen was extremely disgusted with Hu Yanxiang. She raised her hand and directly knocked the cake in Hu Yanxiang's hand to the ground with a smack. She said in a cold voice, "What kind of disgusting person would have kept the cake for a few days and actually deliver it to me? Don't send me these things again." "I know what you mean. Bah, you're just a toad wanting to eat swan meat? I tell you, only someone like Gong Yi is worthy of me in this world." Hu Yanxiang's face fell. But Shuiwen did not stop her ruthless sarcasm. "My brother's E-City base will become the #1 base in the end times, and my only man is Gong Yi. Compared to Gong Yi, you are far behind. Everyone knows that as the only eldest daughter of the Chu family, Shuiwen's man will not have a low status in the E-City base in the future. As long as the E-City base can really survive the apocalypse. Chu Xiang is the top leader in the E-City base, so Shuiwen's man is either the second in command or the third in command in the E-City base. This position is quite tempting." Hu Yanxiang looked at the cake that was knocked to the ground by Shuiwen, and his expression gradually became ugly. Staring at Shuiwen's proud back, Chu Xiang couldn't help but said coldly, "Miss Chu, you're planning something."
What?
"Are you and Gong Yi already involved?" Shuiwen was about to leave, but she didn't expect Hu Yanxiang to dare to speak to her like that. So she turned around and was about to ridicule Hu Yanxiang. But then Hu Yanxiang said, "But Miss Chu, don't forget that Gong Yi is a married man. He has a wife and a child, and his wife is about to give birth. You and your brother are aware of this. How can you marry Gong Yi when Hua Mi is still alive? How could Gong Yi marry you? It is said that Gong Yi is a person with special abilities. What are you?" Hu Yanxiang didn't know why Shuiwen was so stupid. Before she even had a clue about her destiny, she was already thinking about marrying Gong Yi. What a joke. Shuiwen's face flushed red, as if her passion and the young girl's heart that was just beginning to fall in love were poured a bucket of cold water by Hu Yanxiang's words. She stamped her feet and said angrily, "Don't bother with that. Since you said you want to marry Gong Yi, then my man can only be Gong Yi. Even if it wasn't Gong Yi, it wouldn't be someone like you." After saying that, Shuiwen raised her head and chest proudly and left. Hu Yanxiang was left behind, his face full of anger. "It's a nonsense. If it weren't for the fact that you are Chu Shiheng's sister, I wouldn't be trying to please you like this." Hu Yanxiang was angrily and turned away. Of course, he would not give up the possibility of becoming Chu Shiheng's brother-in-law so easily. But now Gong Yi suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and Hu Yanxiang felt annoyed. He returned to the E-City base, pointed at a good-looking woman on the road, and pushed her back to his tent. A woman's scream came from his tent. Hu Yanxiang didn't leave his tent for a long time. To be honest, Hu Yanxiang was quite free and easy, but the words he left in Chu Yimin's heart left a knot in her heart. Finally, Chu Yimin couldn't help but find her brother Chu Xing. With red eyes, she hugged her brother Chu Shiheng's arm and asked, "Brother, I want to marry Gong Yi. I want Gong Yi to come to our East City base. Is there any way to make that witch Hua Mi and her child die sooner? Haven't you been trying to get rid of Hua Mi? Why hasn't she died yet?" The original Chu Yimin didn't want Hua Mi to die so strongly. To her, Hua Mi was just a woman who hindered the flow of materials from Xiangqing to Yi City. But ever since she wanted to marry Gong Yi, Hua Mi gradually became a thorn in Chu Yimin's heart. She didn't even want to keep Gong Yi's child, let alone Gong Yi's woman. Now, Chu Yimin just wants Hua Mi and her child to die quickly. Chu Shiheng was also bothering him about this matter. "We have lost a lot of assassins in the past few days in the assassination of Hua Mi. Some of them were about Hua Mi, who was assassinated on a construction site west of Xiangqing. Some of them rushed directly to Hua Mi's ward with guns and tried to kill her. But I don't know what kind of supernatural powers this woman had. So many killers were killed, but none of them could kill her. Nowadays, there are not many killers left in the Xiangqing base." Chu Yimin came to Chu Xing crying, and Chu Xing felt very annoyed. It was impossible to kill Hua Mi, and Chu Yimin kept crying and making a fuss. Chu Xing couldn't help but pull his arms out of Chu Yimin's hands. He shouted at Chu Yimin impatiently, "Cry, cry, cry. Why are you so useless? If you want to kill Hua Mi, just find a way to kill her yourself. Can't you see I'm busy here?" After saying that, Chu Xing left Chu Yimin and turned away. Chu Yimin stamped her feet on the spot. "Go if you wanna. Do you think I don't dare to go? Her brother is actually quite useless sometimes. Isn't it just killing a pregnant woman?" Chu Yimin went to kill it herself. She also had a ticket to the Xiangqing base in her hand. Feeling so angry, Chu Yimin actually took the teleportation ticket to Xiangqing base and teleported herself to Xiangqing base. There are fewer and fewer teleportation tickets to Xiangqing base, because there are many survivors who have escaped from the Xiangqing base, but at the same time, there are more and more survivors who have suffered various kinds of beatings outside and still think that the Xiangqing base is good. As the transmission tickets were tightened, those that had been issued became priceless. As soon as Chu Yimin was teleported to the Xiangqing base, she had thought of the entire plan. After leaving the observation area, she, as the eldest daughter of the Chu family of the East City base, represented the East City base to negotiate cooperation with the Xiang City base. Then go directly to the north of Xiangqing base, find Gong Yi, and create an opportunity for the two to get along. Hua Mi can keep him for later and kill him when she finds a chance, but she must grab Gong Yi's heart as soon as possible. Only if she captures a man's heart will Gong Yi abandon his wife and children for her. It has to be said that Chu Yimin, a young lady who is not very worldly wise, thinks about this matter too romantically. It was not until one day after Chu Yimin left that Chu Xing found out that Chu Yimin had directly transferred him to the Xiangqing base. He couldn't help laughing in anger, pounding the table and shouting, "Why is my sister so troublesome? The Xiangqing base is about to be destroyed by zombies. How did she get herself into the Xiangqing base?" Chun Hu on the side said with a smile, "Forget it, Miss Chu is a lucky person. Maybe she can really bring her brother-in-law back when she goes to Xiangqing base this time. Men are all lustful. Our Miss Chu is not bad-looking. It would be fine if that woman Hua Mi died quickly." Chun Hu was smiling from beginning to end, as if he had never expected that Chu Yimin would go to the Xiangqing base. After laughing, he couldn't help but give Chu Xing a thumbs up. "Miss Chu, you are truly a heroine. You are willing to sacrifice yourself for love. It is really admirable." Chu Xing rolled his eyes at Chun Hu, stood up, walked out of the tent, and called someone in the Xiangqing base. He wanted the undercover agents in the Xiangqing base to protect Chu Yimin well and to cooperate with Chu Yimin to the best of their ability when necessary. In addition, Chu Yimin must be brought back from Xiangqing base before the zombies attack the Xiangqing base. Speaking of which, why hasn't the Xiangqing base been swallowed up by zombies yet? Chu Xing hung up the phone and looked at Chun Hu. "How many days has it been? Hua Mi, who was originally thought to be giving birth, has not given birth yet. The Xiangqing base, which was thought to be about to be swallowed up by zombies, is still standing intact. What's going on? The Xiangqing base has recently fallen into a vicious circle. So, every day, a large number of survivors flow out of the Xiangqing base. Some went to City E, some started their own businesses, and some went to other cities. After going out, many people returned to the Xiangqing base. Everyone who came back tried to bring out a large amount of supplies from the Xiangqing base before it was destroyed. Therefore, the return of a large number of survivors brought a large number of crystal nuclei. After all, if the survivors want to shop in Xiangqing, they need to exchange crystal cores for shopping cards. The money in Hua Mi's hands was charged into the shopping card like water every day. Once the shopping cards are issued, they will be snapped up by the survivors, with Hua Mi having unlimited supply of supplies. This caused the number of crystal cores in Hua Mi's hands to surge. She had to open up a special space in her level 40 warehouse to store the crystal cores. And under the premise of only using energy drops, energy crystal beads, etc., the zombie crystal core in Hua Mi's hand is actually useless. Purely hoarding goods. Hua Mi was a little melancholy, looking at the crystal cores that looked like a towering mountain lying on the hospital bed, wondering what to do with this mountain of crystal cores. Who could have known that the crystal cores that were extremely precious in the previous life, which could replenish the supernatural energy of the supernatural, and could also be used as currency. There is actually no place for my skills in this life. Qin Jun pushed the door open from outside the ward. She said to Hua Mi, with a serious face, "We received news from E-City. E-City said they want to cooperate with our Xiangqing base." Hua Mi raised her eyes expressionlessly and looked at Qin Jun, asking Qin Jun to continue. Currently, Shuiwen from the so-called E-City base has arrived at the Xiangqing quarantine area. It is said that they came this time with 120,000 points of sincerity, hoping to purchase supplies from Xiangqing at a low price. As a condition, they will also transfer the survivors of our Xiangqing base to their Qing base. After hearing what Qin Jun said, Hua Mi was confused. She had no idea what was going on in the minds of Chu Xiang and Chun Hu from E-City. Weren't they the ones who had always hoped that Xiangqing base would be destroyed? What did they mean by cooperating with Xiangqing base? The survivors of Xiangqing base didn't want to stay or go. Why was it said that E-City base was doing Xiangqing a big favor by accepting the survivors? Looking at Hua Mi's confused expression, Qin Jun said, "Only Qin Jun and Hua Mi knew that Gong Yi was only a garrison commander in Xiangqing base. In fact, in the Xiangqing base, the one in charge is not Gong Yi but Hua Mi. Those people centered around Hua Mi, such as Qin Jun, formed an informal management class. The Xiangqing base apparently has no management level. However, Hua Mi has the final say on everything in Xiangqing. She and her people are an informal management class. If other cities want to find the Xiangqing base and have any problems with material transportation, they can only contact Qin Jun or Afu's family. Or contacting Qichuan would be more useful than contacting Gong Yi. Among them, the outside world would tacitly accept Qin Jun as the personnel manager of Xiangqing base. If you want help to receive the survivors of Xiangqing base, the person you should look for is Qin Jun. If you want to discuss purchasing supplies, you should go to Afu's family. But for some reason, City E did not contact Qin Jun directly, but instead insisted on finding Gong Yi. Hua Mi thought about it, then sneered and said to Qin Jun, "I think they came to E-City because they felt that Xiangqing base couldn't survive, so they were trying to win over Gong Yi. Gong Yi is an expert at defending the city. At least under the leadership of Gong Yi, the thousands of garrisons in Xiangqing have been trained and tempered for more than half a year, and they have already become able to climb walls and fly over roofs. Each garrison is a fighter jet that kills zombies. Think about it. If City E could get Gong Yi's help, it would be much better than equipping its own base with countless high-tech weapons." After hearing what Hua Mi said, Qin Jun punched the wall in anger. Why are these people so shameless? Will Xiangqing really be drowned in the zombie tide as they wish? Xiangqing is about to be destroyed. Xiangqing is about to be destroyed. It has been said for a long time that Xiangqing is going to be destroyed. But Xiangqing has always existed and has never been destroyed by the zombie dynasty. Not only that, The construction of city walls on the south and east sides greatly liberated the garrison defense forces of the Xiangqing base. Now the garrison and survivors of Xiangqing base are gathered in the west. Experts originally said that the Xiangqing base would soon be surrounded by zombies within a few days. However, more than half a month has passed since this was said, and the Xiangqing base is still doing well. The zombies in the west have also been under control. Hua Mi didn't say anything. She took out her cell phone, thought about it, and called Qichuan. Let Qichuan check if there are any people from E-City base in Xiangqing base. This check really allowed Hua Mi to find out that Chu Yimin from E-City base was making trouble in the Xiangqing quarantine area. Ikuwa said to Hua Mi in great distress on the other end of the phone. This Chu Yimin has been saying that she wants to go to the north of Xiangqing base, and on behalf of the management of E-City base, she wants us at Xiangqing base to cooperate with her. It's so annoying. Hua Mi frowned slightly, got up from the bed, and while enduring the severe contractions, she said to Qingjun, "Let's go to the quarantine area and take a look." Qingjun looked at Hua Mi disapprovingly, but Hua Mi had already opened the door of the ward and walked out of the rescue center. Fu drove her to the quarantine area. In the isolation area, Chu Yimin was getting angry at the medical staff. She pointed at the noses of the medical staff and said, I was sent from the East City base. I am the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Why did you arrange for me to eat these things? She looked very aggrieved. It would be fine if the food was not good in the East City base, but there were sufficient supplies in the Xiang City base, and the meals arranged for Chu Yimin were actually the same as those for other survivors. Please, she is the eldest daughter of the Chu family. How can you let her eat these things? The medical staff on duty in the isolation area, wearing protective clothing, stared at Chu Yimin, the eldest daughter, and each of them was full of impatience. Someone pointed directly at her and said, "Everyone eats this way. How is it different for you, a survivor from East City, and the survivors who came back from outside? Everyone is the same, and why can't we eat the food in this quarantine area?" These medical staff are not exaggerating. In which of the cities that are still able to survive now, the food is as good as that in Xiangqing base. Look at what they provide to these survivors in the quarantine area. Oatmeal porridge, big root fried dough sticks, bacon, steamed buns, chocolate cake, milk. There are so many foods in just one meal. 3 meals a day, and never the same. Since the quarantine area was built, only Chu Yimin had objections to these things. How could other survivors be so picky? Chu Yimin smashed the pile of food in his hand to the ground, and the milk broke and spilled everywhere. Chu Yimin was furious. "I told you I don't eat these things. Look at the production dates on them. They are almost expired. I want fresh ones, fresh ones. Don't you understand? You don't understand what people say, do you?" Qingjun stood behind a group of medical staff, her face full of anger. She lowered her voice and said to Hua Mi, "What kind of weird family is this that can raise something like this? What time is it now? And they're still arguing with us about the expiration date?" Hua Mi also sneered and said to Chu Yimin, "If you have any objections to the food in our quarantine area, then don't come to our Xiangqing base. We don't welcome you here." She pointed in the direction of the gate with her big belly. "See? If you go out from here and walk a distance, you will be able to go to the west of Xiangqing base. This is the only way out of Xiangqing base. Bye-bye." Chu Yimin turned her head and saw Hua Mi with a huge belly. In her mind, she instantly remembered how Hua Mi, with her big belly, wiped out her brother's team. For a moment, Chu Yimin felt a little panicked, but when she thought about it carefully, she realized that she was here on behalf of the East City base. She called her brother, and her brother supported her approaching Gong Yi in this way. Her brother also thought of many ways for her and prepared a lot of formal documents, allowing her to represent the East City base to discuss cooperation with the Xiangqing base. Today, Chu Yimin is the representative of the management level of the East City base. Thinking of this, Chu Yimin suddenly felt confident. She was not afraid of Hua Mi. She said to Hua Mi with contempt, "The food you provided to the survivors is almost out of shelf life. How can we say anything about what you did?" As she said this, her eyes turned to the survivors around her, trying to find someone among these survivors who shares her hatred for the enemy. But wherever she looked, all the survivors either turned their eyes away or lowered their heads. After all, they were all people who had just returned to the Xiangqing base from outside. After being in a dangerous environment for a long time, everyone knows that it doesn't matter if the food is close to the expiration date. Even if it is expired, they will still eat it. Not only do they eat expired food, they have also eaten moldy food. After all, the living environment outside is so harsh. So, why can't we eat this? The materials in Hua Mi's factory have been produced all the time, but there are too many crystals entering the Xiangqing base every day. A large amount of supplies flowed out of the Xiangqing base. At the same time, the Xiangqing base will also obtain various supplies from various other channels. The Xiangqing base is not necessarily the case. All the materials produced in the Hua Mi factory are provided to the survivors. They usually eat the supplies obtained from various channels first. Only when there is really no food would Qin Jin find Qi Chuan and use public funds to buy supplies from him. The supplies that Qi Chuan had were all purchased wholesale from Hua Mi. It changed hands several times, but the price was not expensive. Therefore, few people know that Xiangqing's greatest confidence lies in Hua Mi. Seeing that everyone kept their heads down and didn't speak, Chu Yimin sneered and asked why. Are you all afraid of retaliation from the powerful people in Xiangqing base? So you all refuse to tell the truth? Her eyes looked at Hua Mi. It was obvious that the power that Chu Yimin mentioned was referring to Hua Mi. Hua Mi took 2 steps forward, panting slightly, and said to Chu Yimin, "It's not that they are unwilling to tell the truth, but they can't empathize with you, because for them, the supply of materials at Xiangqing base has completely exceeded their expectations. From the beginning to the end, only a rich lady like you would have a problem with the supply of materials to our Xiangqing base. I've also said that if you really have any objections, just leave the Xiangqing base and don't bother to pick a fight with us." After hearing what Hua Mi said, Chu Yimin sneered. She felt that she came to help Xiangqing base, so these people in Xiangqing base should be grateful to her. What's more, we should praise her and curry favor with her. Gong Yi doesn't know her role now. When he finds out, he will definitely scold Hua Mi for her harsh treatment of Chu Yimin. So, Chu Yimin looked at Hua Mi with a frown. "You told me to leave, so I left. Who do you think you are? The Xiangqing base is not yours. Let me tell you, I came here on behalf of the Yi City base to help your Xiang City base. You drove me away. Did Gong Yi, the garrison commander of the Xiang City base, agree?" Hua Mi looked at Chu Yimin's arrogant expression and asked exaggeratedly, "No, you always say you are here to help our Xiangqing base. May I ask, how can a small city like Yi help our Xiangqing base?" She had never been to Yi City to see it in person. But according to the standards of establishing a base in the previous life, with such a small piece of land and such a small area in City Yi, they actually call themselves a base? These people have never seen how big the base is. Hua Mi felt a little embarrassed that Xiangqing now called itself a base. According to the base standards of her previous life, Xiangqing's current area and population could only be considered a small base. It is still a small unfinished base, and even the city walls have not yet completely surrounded the base. Hua Mi is not willing to claim to be the head of the Xiangqing base. So how did the Yi City, which was said to have only a few barbed wire fences, have the nerve to call itself a base? As a result, Chu Yimin did not hear Hua Mi's sarcasm. She snorted through her nose and noticed everyone's eyes were looking at her. Chu Yimin was quite satisfied. She liked this kind of treatment that was the center of attention. Chu Yimin said to Hua Mi, "Everyone knows that your Xiangqing base will soon be devoured by zombies, so there are so many people in your base. You have to find a place to stay. I am here on behalf of the Yi City base to receive the survivors from you. Did you hear me?" She came from the Yi City base to receive the survivors from the Xiang City base, so everyone should know her identity, Chu Yimin. We should also know how important a role Chu Yimin plays in this. If you are sensible, you should try to curry favor with her. In this way, she could transfer those who curry favor with her to City Yi in advance. In Chu Yimin's mind, the survivors of Xiangqing base should have been eager to leave Xiangqing base. The Yi City base is willing to accept them, which is a timely olive branch extended to these people. Looking at Chu Yimin, who seemed so naive for some reason, Hua Mi couldn't help but laugh. She only asked Shuiwen one question. You keep claiming to be a savior, but you came to my Xiangqing base to find fault. Then let me ask you, has the Xiangqing base been devoured by zombies? You guys have been saying that the Xiangqing base will be destroyed soon. How long have you been saying this? Why hasn't it been destroyed yet? Not only has the Xiangqing base not been surrounded by zombies, there is also no shortage of supplies. In addition, it is difficult for the survivors to leave the Xiangqing base. They must break through the siege from the west of the Xiangqing base and kill countless zombies to leave. The order inside the Xiangqing base is still in good order. The survivors are doing what they usually do. The Xiangqing base, which is said to be very dangerous, is much safer inside than the outside world.
Hua Mi est word stampede que Yima.
She was stunned for a long time before she stomped her feet and pointed at Hua Mi. You don't have to sugarcoat things here. I know that your Xiangqing base is about to be destroyed. I am here to help you. I won't talk to you. Call Gong Yi over. Or, you can send someone to take me to Gong Yi and I will talk to him. Hua Mi directly refused. Gong Yi is killing zombies in Xiangqing by now, so he has no time to see you. If you have anything, you can tell me, or talk to Miss Qin. Anything in Xiangqing base can be decided by the two of us. We are the management of Xiangqing base and have full authority to handle the people and matters in Xiangqing base. Shuiwen wanted to go to Xiangqing to find Gong Yi, but that was impossible. Not to mention that Gong Yi was outside and didn't know whether he had time to see Shuiwen. Even if Gong Yi had time to meet Shuiwen, he would not be able to say a word about the management of the Xiangqing base. Qingjin reached out and pulled Hua Mi's sleeve. She turned sideways and said to Hua Mi, I think Shuiwen is not here to discuss cooperation at the Xiangqing base. She is here for your husband. Do you understand why Shuiwen has been making trouble here? Her real intention is not to drink. Hua Mi narrowed her fox eyes, waved her hand, and told Yang Honglin, throw this woman out quickly. Regardless of whether Shuiwen had ulterior motives or not, Hua Mi felt uncomfortable in her stomach now and just wanted to get rid of Shuiwen quickly. Hua Mi's stubborn attitude made Shuiwen feel quite awkward. She said angrily, this Xiangqing base belongs to Gong Yi. Who are you to make the decision on Gong Yi's behalf? You are a pregnant woman about to give birth. What do you know about managing a base? It means I don't know how to manage a base, do you understand? Hua Mi retorted, so-called knowledge of managing a base means that you must call back a person who is killing zombies in the zombie tide to help you complete this childish and boring task of receiving survivors? The survivors here are all alive and well. What do they want you to accept? If you really want to recruit those survivors to your East City base, then you can go find the survivors and spread the word. During this period, have you dug out a few survivors from your East City base? Chu Xiang provided Xiangqing with a lot of official documents. Proved Shuiwen's current status as an administrator. She did not attack Hua Mi, and Hua Mi was unwilling to take the initiative with her belly bulging. Hua Mi's words made all the survivors in the quarantine area show subtle expressions. Some of them have been to the East City base. Perhaps East City is really short of people, so they spread the word that the East City base is some kind of Eden for survivors. But according to the feedback from the survivors, the reputation of the East City base gradually became bad. In particular, the fact that the East City base abused survivors has long been widely circulated among the survivors. So for a long time recently, the number of survivors going to the East City base has been decreasing, and many survivors of the East City base have found ways to sneak away, making a big detour and returning to the Xiangqing base. So don't say that City E is helping Xiangqing base and accepting survivors. What a wronged and pitiful thing to say. In fact, the survivors going to City E was exactly what Chu Xiang wanted. City E is in need of laborers to repair the city walls. Of course, the more survivors going to City E, the better. Hua Mi saw through Chu Xiang and Shuiwen's little thoughts. She looked at Shuiwen with great irony, leaving her helpless and furious. I will only provide you with two options. One is to go to the north of the base to find Gong Yi by yourself. We are not responsible for any safety issues on the way. One is to leave Xiangqing base as soon as possible and go back to where you came from. If you don't leave now, it won't be easy to leave Xiangqing base again. Chu Yimin was so angry at Hua Mi's tough attitude that her face turned pale. She shouted loudly, "I want to see Gong Yi. I want to see Gong Yi. I don't believe in this Xiangqing base, and I won't let a pregnant woman like you do whatever you want." She couldn't understand why the Xiangqing base should listen to a woman. Gong Yi is such a hero. Hasn't he become the garrison commander of Xiangqing base? He has more than 5,000 garrisons under him. Why doesn't he manage the management of Xiangqing base? In the current Xiangqing base, Hua Mi is the one who makes the decisions on everything. This is pure power. Hua Mi shook her head, too lazy to get entangled with this rich lady. She just supported her waist and turned to go to the rescue center. Qingjin walked forward with a stern face and said to Chu Yimin in a cold voice, "I've told you that Commander Gong is very busy right now. He's busy killing zombies. You can talk to me about all the management matters in the Xiangqing base. I'm telling you very clearly now, since you represent E-City, our Xiangqing base will not do anything to you in the base as a courtesy. But if you still want to cause trouble in our Xiangqing, don't blame us for our tough measures. Please leave the Xiangqing base." After saying this, Qingjin also left with his men. Before she left, she said to the medical staff in the quarantine area, "Everyone in the base should be treated equally. What time is it now? Wasting food is a shameful thing. You can eat it if you want to, but you can't waste food so casually if you don't want to eat it." The doctors nodded. Yang Honglin immediately brought 2 policemen and stood in front of Chu Yimin. Yang Honglin said to Chu Yimin with a serious face, "Please settle the cost of the meals provided in our quarantine area. The food at the Xiangqing base is not given to people for free. Everyone needs to use crystal cores to recharge for shopping." Chu Yimin yelled at Yang Honglin angrily, "Are you blind too? I've already said that I'm here to help your Xiangqing base on behalf of the E-City base. I'm here to discuss cooperation." Before she could finish her words, Yang Honglin interrupted her impatiently, "Chu Yimin, I've already said that no one can waste food in our Xiangqing base. Every meal you eat here needs to be paid for. Aren't you from the E-City base? Let's settle the expenses first. Otherwise, anyone who claims to represent a certain city or a certain base can come to our Xiangqing base to take advantage of us. Will there still be rules and order in our Xiangqing base?" This treatment made Chu Yimin furious again. She had long known that these police officers and nurses at the Xiangqing base were worthless. When she first came to Xiangqing base, she was so angry at these people that she began to doubt her life. Now this feeling of being dominated by anger swept over Chu Yimin again. She took out a handful of crystal cores from her pocket and threw them directly at Yang Honglin. "I'll buy you some medicine. You're all a bunch of psychos." Yang Honglin's face turned serious, and he pointed at Chu Yimin. "Miss, I don't think you are here for serious business. You are either here to hook up with rich men or to cause trouble in our Xiangqing base. Hurry up and get out of here." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 policemen came, held Chu Yimin's arms, one on the left and one on the right, dragged this rich girl to the gate of Xiangqing base, and threw her directly out of the iron gate. How could Chu Yimin have ever been treated like this? She was thrown out of the iron gate and was so angry that she almost died. What should I do now? Chu Yimin didn't dare to force the iron gate. After all, the iron gate of Xiangqing base is electrified. Chu Yimin was so angry that she stood outside the iron gate and cursed for a long time. But none of the garrisons at the Xiangqing base paid any attention to her. There was no choice. Chu Yimin still had to enter the Xiangqing base. There was no way she would go back to city like this. She searched her bag and found that there was no teleportation ticket to Xiangqing base. So Chu Yimin could only call the person sent to her by Chu Xiang. She asked Chu Shiheng's people to buy more teleportation tickets from the Xiangqing base and send them to her. Is this possible? After all, the Chu family has many talented people. As a result, when they received Chu Yimin's call, those talented people realized that their Miss Chu had messed up things herself. Now the person has been thrown out of the Xiangqing base. Being thrown out of the Xiangqing base and going out of the isolation area gate, you need to go through a tortuous electric grid road to reach the west of Xiangqing base directly. Chu Shiheng's person on the other end of the phone said hesitantly, "Miss, we don't have any more tickets to Xiangqing base right now. Those teleportation tickets are worth thousands of gold each, but this is an exaggeration. In fact, you can't buy a teleportation ticket even with thousands of gold, because the purchase of transfer tickets is now limited. Since I learned that the group of survivors who left Xiangqing base at the beginning, after suffering a lot outside, would tear up the teleportation tickets and return to Xiangqing base. For the convenience of management, Hua Mi has stopped selling tickets for teleporting back to the Xiangqing base. Now the transfer tickets in Xiangqing are all supplied internally to the garrison, Hua Mi's own people, Yang Honglin's police team, and some medical staff active on the front line. If ordinary survivors want to get a teleportation ticket to Xiangqing base, they have to pay a huge price. And it's getting harder and harder to get. Therefore, Chu Shiheng's people did not have any more tickets to teleport back to Xiangqing base, for Miss Chu to waste. Chu Yimin stood outside the iron gate and shouted angrily, "How did you do things? My brother asked you to stay in the Xiangqing base, not for you to enjoy yourself. At this point, you can't even get a few teleportation tickets. No wonder the supplies in our East City base are becoming increasingly scarce," Chu Shiheng's people explained. Now, if you want to transport the supplies in Xiangqing base out of the base, you will have to go through many difficulties. The biggest difficulty is that the survivors have to carry large amounts of supplies and fight their way out of the zombie siege from the west of Xiangqing base. Then go around to the north of Xiangqing base and go to East City base. No matter how much supplies the people who come out carry, it won't be much more. So after delivering supplies to the East City base, they have to return along the original route. It used to be okay when I had a teleportation ticket to Xiangqing base. I could tear up the ticket in an instant and return to the isolation area of Xiangqing base. Go out again to bring the goods back and go the same route to bring the goods. But now there are no teleportation tickets. To enter and exit the Xiangqing base, they must pass through the west of the Xiangqing base and kill all the zombies outside before they can enter the Xiangqing base. This back and forth wastes a lot of time invisibly. According to conservative estimates, it would take at least a week just to enter the Xiangqing base. He also solved a lot of zombies that blocked the way for Xiangqing base. So the people who stayed behind with Chu Shiheng were not unwilling to follow Chu Yimin's instructions and do things. Instead, they have to cherish every opportunity to enter and exit Xiangqing. After all, entering the Xiangqing base to bring goods once will waste 72 hours in the isolation and observation areas, especially when the quantity of goods brought each time is not much. But no matter how Chu Shiheng's people explained to Chu Yimin, this young lady just didn't agree with their plan. She had to ask those people to come out from the Xiangqing base quickly to serve her. And we must find a way to get her the teleportation ticket to Xiangqing base. As a last resort, after hanging up the phone with Chu Yimin, Chu Shiheng's people called Chu Shiheng at the East City base and told him about the difficulties they encountered in the Xiangqing base.
Que Shiheng frônait Titli.
Then, Chu Shiheng called Chu Yimin again and scolded her. Now that you have been thrown out of the Xiangqing base, don't waste your time in the Xiangqing base. It will be 72 hours before you officially enter Xiangqing base. You might as well go straight to the west of Xiangqing base and head to the north of Xiangqing base. But Chu Yimin was very reluctant. Brother, if I go outside the Xiangqing base and take a detour to Xiangqing north, I will encounter many zombies. She was not stupid, and she knew that going through the Xiangqing base would not only be quick, but also extremely safe, and there would be sufficient supplies. And Chu Shiheng's people are protecting him. So Chu Yimin lost her temper on the phone. Brother, doesn't your East City base need a hero like Gong Yi to protect it? If you don't help me now, how can I persuade Gong Yi to come to our East City base? Look at the Xiangqing base. It has been such a long time, but it has not been destroyed by zombies yet. It must be Gong Yi and his garrisons who have guarded the Xiangqing base so well. Gong Yi's fighting ability is so strong. In order to win him over, I think any huge price we pay is worth it. Chu Shiheng pinched his forehead painfully on the other end of the phone. He thought what Chu Yimin said made a lot of sense. So, Chu Shiheng hung up the phone with Chu Yimin and ordered his men in Xiangqing base to take the last few teleportation tickets in their hands out of Xiangqing base. Delivered it to Chu Yimin personally. Chu Yimin was very happy. She immediately tore up the teleportation ticket and flew back to the Xiangqing base. However, this time, before Chu Yimin could get her footing, she was caught by Yang Honglin, who was waiting nearby. Without waiting for Chu Yimin to speak, they threw Chu Yimin out of the iron gate of Xiangqing base. Chu Yimin was so angry that she wanted to kick the iron gate. She shouted at the police inside, "What do you mean by this? I have a transfer ticket. Why don't you let me enter the Xiangqing base?" Yang Honglin stood inside the iron gate with a gloomy look on his face and said to Chu Yimin, "Miss Hua said that no matter whether you have a teleportation ticket or not, we will throw you out as many times as you fly into our Xiangqing base. If you have the ability, tear up all the transmission tickets in your people's hands." After saying this, Yang Honglin signaled to the policeman beside him. "Have you seen those people around Chu Yimin? They are all Chu Shiheng's men.
Keep an eye on them.
As soon as they enter the Xiangqing base, throw them all out." Now, not only Chu Yimin was put on the blacklist of Xiangqing base. When they heard what Yang Honglin said, Chu Shiheng's people standing outside the iron gate all looked very unhappy. On the one hand, they looked at Yang Honglin with angry eyes, and on the other hand, they secretly blamed Chu Yimin, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. It was all because Chu Yimin was so willful that she insisted on letting them leave the Xiangqing base to deliver the teleportation tickets. As a result, I exposed myself like this. At this point, how are they going to bring supplies to City E? Not being able to bring supplies is the secondary issue. The main concern is that their families are still being held by Chu Xiang. If they cannot bring supplies back to City E, their families will encounter unexpected events. So who is to blame for all this? It's all Chu Yimin's fault. Apart from blaming Chu Yimin, these people did not dare to openly show disrespect to anyone in the Xiangqing base. Someone whispered in a sarcastic tone, "I've already told you not to let us send the delivery ticket out. Not to let us send the delivery ticket out. What kind of temper do you have? One person ruined the entire delivery chain." The voice was very low, but I don't know if it was intentional, but Chu Yimin heard it. Chu Yimin was entangled with Yang Honglin through an iron gate. She asked Yang Honglin to put her in the Xiangqing base immediately. But Yang Honglin ignored her. Chu Yimin took out her cell phone angrily. "Okay, wait for me. I'm going to tell my brother to drive all the survivors who came to us from the Xiangqing base out of our E-City base. From now on, our E-City base will no longer accept survivors from your Xiang City base." She thought that in this way, she could threaten the Xiangqing base. As a result, Yang Honglin spread his hands, indicating that it didn't matter at all. Xiangqing base will never be destroyed. Those survivors who have been deceived by false information will go to E-City base to seek trouble, and Xiangqing base will not be able to do anything about it. The legs are on the survivors' bodies. Does Xiangqing base still care about those survivors? Where will they go after leaving Xiangqing base? Human beings are inherently selfish. Hua Mi and others have no control over the lives of the survivors in the Xiangqing base. Why would they care about the survivors who left Xiangqing base?
Yang Bonglin S. Ward choqued que Yima.
She found that in the Xiangqing base, both the garrison and the police were out of her traditional understanding of public servants. Yang Honglin is a policeman, but he doesn't care about the safety of the survivors in the E-City base. Is he still qualified to be a policeman? Chu Yimin doesn't believe this. Under the painful gazes of Chu Shiheng's men, Chu Yimin tore off another ticket to teleport back to Xiangqing base. She passed through the iron gate. Yang Honglin raised his hands helplessly. Two policemen stepped forward, held Chu Yimin's arms, and dragged Chu Yimin out of the Xiangqing base. Chu Yimin screamed and tried to tear up the teleportation ticket to Xiangqing base again, but Chu Shiheng's men snatched the ticket away. Just as Chu Yimin was about to lose her temper, her bodyguard reached out and handed her a cell phone. "Miss, this is Commander Chu calling.
Commandez que Yima es broder que Xiang."
Currently, he claims to be the management commander of the E-City base. Chu Xing learned that in just this short period of time, Chu Yimin had wasted several tickets to Xiangqing base. He yelled at Chu Yimin on the phone, "Can you pay some attention to reality? The current situation is that neither you nor our people can get a ticket to the Xiangqing base. Besides, The incident you caused at Xiangqing Base has already put you on Yang Honglin's blacklist. Do you believe it? If you fly into the Xiangqing Base again now, you'll still be thrown out, so stop being so pretentious. There are not many teleportation tickets to Xiangqing Base, and it can be said that it is impossible to get a teleportation ticket to Xiangqing Base. The transfer tickets in these people's hands are just previous stocks, and one less ticket will be given as soon as one is used. As a result, Chu Yimin kept wasting transfer tickets just to save her pride. Chu Xing scolded Chu Yimin, and finally, Chu Xing said harshly, "If you want to go find Gong Yi yourself, then you will be responsible for all the problems that have happened now. Stop harassing my people. The people I left in the Xiangqing Base are still useful. I beg you to use your brain and be more careful. Now is not the time for our Chu family to cover the sky with one hand." Chu Xing finally realized this valuable fact. In the past, the Chu family had endless capital for Chu Yimin to waste. However, as the number of survivors in City E increased, the circulation of supplies in Xiangqing became increasingly difficult. In fact, the abundance of supplies in City E was no longer as abundant as Chu Yimin had imagined. If the material supply to Xiangqing Base was cut off, then its impact is all-round, not only affecting the survival of the survivors in Xiangqing, but also affecting the E-City base far away. So although Chu Xing still left people in the Xiangqing base, these people must not be wasted on Chu Yimin. He quickly made a decision for Chu Yimin. Now, those people who are following you and standing outside the Xiangqing base have already been exposed. Even if they are exposed, let them take you out of the west of the Xiangqing base and go around to the north of the Xiangqing base. I have arranged some people there. They will bring you closer to Gong Yi. After saying this, Chu Xing threatened his sister viciously. You must be obedient. If you don't, I will never care about you again. You've also seen what happened to those helpless women in the East City base. I don't think you would want to end up like those women, so just listen to my instructions. There is a phenomenon that is not visible at the Xiangqing base. But in the East City base or other cities, this phenomenon is very common. That is, on the road, you can see ragged women everywhere. They sell their bodies just for a bite to eat to survive. After all, as a weak woman, it is difficult to survive in such a world. There is no job that requires a woman who is weak and frail. For the same food, the Chu family would rather hire strong men who can do more work for them. What's the point of having women? They don't even have the strength. Therefore, the woman who cannot survive can neither travel a long distance to the Xiangqing base in this world, nor can she find a normal job and live well. They can only sell their bodies. As more and more women sell their bodies like this, women's bodies are no longer valuable, which has created a characteristic of E-City. Most of them will be taken advantage of by men for free. Can women in this world find justice for themselves? Is there an arbitration agency in their base that can seek justice for them? This is the common fate that women encounter in all bases now. Chu Yimin also knew that she had once laughed at the depravity of those women, but she had never put herself in their shoes and thought about them. Although they were doing depraved things, how could they avoid being depraved? As long as there was a glimmer of hope for survival, they would not be willing to do such things in exchange for food to survive. What's more, things have come to this point, and sometimes they sell themselves out not just to keep themselves alive. At this time, most women are still raising children. If they themselves don't want to live, do they mean their children won't live either? Listening to Chu Shiheng's harsh words, Chu Yimin was so angry that she wanted to smash the phone. What could she do? She could only follow her brother's instructions and leave from the Iron Gate of Xiangqing Base, escorted by her brother's bodyguards, heading north to Xiangqing Base. However, after walking along a tortuous wire road, Chu Yimin soon arrived at the west of Xiangqing Base. She looked at the zombies staggering towards her about 10 meters away, screamed, turned her head, and fell to the ground. She cried and shook her head. I don't want to go from Xiangqing Base west to Xiangqing Base north. This is too horrible. I don't want to see this. I want to go home. I want to go back to East City. Please call my brother and ask him to find a solution for me. I want to go inside the Xiangqing Base and go to the north. So now we have to either find a way to let her go inside the Xiangqing Base to meet Gong Yi, or take her back to City E. No matter what choice she makes, Chu Yimin will not take the western detour of Xiangqing Base. This is too exaggerated, too scary. Why are these zombies so disgusting? They used to be human. Why do these zombies look so disgusting to scare her? Chu Yimin was very angry and very sad. The men escorting her exchanged looks of disgust with each other. At this time, there is still a young lady like Chu Yimin? This young lady has never killed a zombie. Has she never seen a zombie? She is so delicate. She was so frightened that her legs went limp before the zombies even pounced on her. Someone advised Chu Yimin, Miss Chu, the ice hasn't completely thawed yet, and the weather is still a bit cold, so there are only a few zombies coming to the Xiangqing Base. When the weather gets hot, more and more zombies will come to the Xiangqing Base. We all know this. You can't do this. We have to hurry to the north, otherwise there will be too many zombies, and we will be in danger on the road. Commander Gong is an expert at killing zombies. The bodyguard's words were not very clear, but the implication was already very obvious. Because Gong Yi is very good at killing zombies, if Chu Yimin wants to attract Gong Yi's attention, how can she not kill zombies? Now this delicate little white flower can no longer get the love of men. Chu Yimin had 2 strings of tears on her face. She glared at the man who came to persuade her. She was angry. I said, I don't want to kill zombies, and I don't want to see them. Find a way for me to return to Xiangqing. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes as if she was angry with the bodyguards. Several men who were killing zombies not far away rolled their eyes when they saw Chu Yimin like this. To be honest, as men, they hate this kind of delicate women. Because in this situation, a delicate woman can provide them with no emotional value or help at all. If they were Gong Yi, they would be blind to like a woman like Chu Yimin. Compared to a delicate young lady like Chu Yimin, Hua Mi was able to kill all of Chun Hu's killers even with a big belly. At this time, you can get the respect of men. However, Chu Yimin, who suffers from a serious princess syndrome, does not think that she is any worse than Hua Mi. She was always in a bad mood, and the bodyguards had no choice but to deal with the zombies that attacked from outside the Xiangqing Base. They called Chu Xiang again. Chu Xiang was now very annoyed with Chu Yimin. He instructed the bodyguards on the phone, if she doesn't want to go, then let her stay in Xiangqing Base West. Let her do whatever she wants. Don't call me about her again. I'm very busy now. Chu Xiang was busy trying to find a way to get supplies out of the Xiangqing Base. So, how could he have time to care about Chu Yimin's affairs? In East City, Chu Xiang hung up the bodyguard's phone in annoyance and sat back in front of Chun Hu.
Que Xiang siged.
He glanced at Chun Hu opposite him, who was lighting a cigar. So Chu Xiang said unhappily, Boss Chun is still sitting still. My sister is such a useless thing. It seems that she can't bring Gong Yi back. Chun Hu smelled the cigar in his hand and said to Chu Xiang while smoking it, We can't solve the problem you're worried about, but I have some good news that I just sent back. That woman Hua Mi is about to give birth. As for women, in ancient times, giving birth was like taking one foot into the gates of Hades. Although the present era is not the ancient times, it is almost the same as the ancient times. The environment is difficult, even more difficult than in ancient times. So Hua Mi was about to give birth, and she also had 1 foot halfway in the coffin. Chu Xiang calculated the days and said to Chun Hu in a low voice, What a great relationship. This woman didn't give birth earlier or later, but happened to give birth at this time. God is really helping us. You should be able to use the ultimate move you arranged in the Xiangqing Base now. Chun Hu smiled and nodded. It's time to let him go. He had been preparing for so long, and those killers in front were just Chun Hu and Hua Mi fighting with each other. The real killer move comes when Hua Mi is giving birth. He just didn't believe that no matter how strong this woman was, he couldn't kill her at the moment of giving birth. Thinking of this, Chun Hu and Chu Xiang looked at each other and burst into laughter. If he fails to kill Hua Mi this time, Chun Hu will have no chance to survive in the apocalypse. Hua Mi in the Xiangqing Base is indeed about to give birth. She discovered her water had broken on her way back to the rescue center after she had driven Chu Yimin away. Qin Zhen, who was following behind her, was shocked to see a pool of blood under Hua Mi's feet. He only held onto Hua Mi's wrist, and even his breathing quickened.
Mi, you.
Qin was too nervous. She wasn't even this nervous when she gave birth herself. Instead, it was Hua Mi who comforted Qin. Don't panic, call Dr. Xian and ask Dr. Xian to come over. Hua Mi stood there motionless. At this moment, her stomach was as hard as a rock, and the amniotic fluid flowed down like a flood. She just stood there, waiting for Qin to call someone over to her. It was at this time that Hua Mi saw a group of suspicious men walking around outside the rescue center, out of the corner of her eye. Hua Mi was cautious. She placed her hands on her belly and rubbed it slowly to soothe the violent contractions. She frowned slightly, endured the pain, and murmured to the 2 babies in her belly, Relax, come out one by one. It's okay, Mom won't let anyone hurt you. Relax a little. A man walked over, but Hua Mi didn't move. She quickly glanced at the group of suspicious people wandering outside the rescue center. Inside the rescue center, Xian Qiru, Tu Lijia, and COOMING hurried out. Tu Lijia grabbed an unused pulley bed on the way. She dragged the hospital bed and shouted loudly to Hua Mi from a distance. Ami, here I come. The pulley rubbed against the ground, making a clanging sound, and Tu Lijia flew over. Hua Mi stood there motionless. She turned her head and saw a man in the corner with 2 guns in his hands. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed at her. At this moment, Hua Mi leaned back, pulled out a machine gun from behind, pointed it at the opposite side, and started shooting without saying a word. While firing, Hua Mi shouted loudly, Everyone, please get out of my way. I'm giving birth today. Whoever stands in my way of giving birth will die without a burial place. If you don't get out of the way and get hit by a stray bullet, it's not my fault. It was already this late. Hua Mi didn't care about hurting innocent people or not. She just started shooting indiscriminately. Please, she is about to have a baby who has time to carefully aim at the target group. Anyway, she is blind and has walked into her trap, so it is not her fault. Gunshots rang out, and several men who rushed over fell to the ground. At this time, Tu Lijia was frightened by Hua Mi's bullet. She squatted on the ground and hugged her head reflexively. The next moment, Xian Qiru reacted and grabbed Tu Lijia, who was also squatting on the ground with her head in her hands, and crawled towards Hua Mi. The hospital bed on wheels slid across the floor. At this moment, a group of men rushed out from behind them. Hua Mi's machine gun swept over, and someone cursed, If you shoot, aim at people. I'm just an innocent passerby. Hua Mi's legs were covered with amniotic fluid. She apologized as she fired. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry if you die. Please move aside. I'm giving birth today. My water has broken. I can't care whether to aim or not. Of course, those who heard her words dodged as soon as possible if they could. It's no use getting angry. Can you reason with Hua Mi, a shrew? At this point, there is no point in reasoning. There is no way. People are afraid of death. If they lose their life or get shot while watching the fun, it is not worth it. Xian Qiru was really impressed by Hua Mi. She had heard Hua Mi say a long time ago that even when she was giving birth, she could fight at the same time. But she didn't expect that what Hua Mi said was true. Braving the hail of bullets, Xian Qiru and Tu Lijia dragged the wheelbarrow behind Hua Mi. Xian Qiru shouted loudly behind Hua Mi, Ami, hurry up, it's time to give birth to the baby. Hua Mi sat on the wheeled bed while firing a gun. Their hospital bed on wheels slid all the way to the emergency area, while killers kept rushing out from behind them. Those killers all had heavy firepower in their hands. Hua Mi cursed inwardly, sat on the hospital bed, turned around, and swept around with the machine gun again. With such heavy firepower, why don't these rascals go out and kill zombies? If they could use this firepower to go out and kill zombies, the siege problem of Shangqing base would have been solved long ago. So, it's not that humans are incapable of defeating zombies. Zombies are not an insurmountable obstacle for today's survivors. The problems these people are facing now are all caused by human beings themselves. They created many obstacles for themselves. Let the end of the world finally become the end of the world. Xian Qiru shook her head and sighed. As the bullet whizzed past her scalp, she and Tu Lijia pushed Hua Mi's bed together and quickly slid towards the emergency area. COOMING finally arrived. He bent over, hid himself beside the bed, and helped push the bed. On the hospital bed, the amniotic fluid flowing out of Hua Mi's stomach had dyed half of the bed red. She looked down and asked loudly, "Dr. Xian, how am I?" Xian Shiru stretched out a hand, touched Hua Mi's big belly, and said in the hail of bullets, "Very good. The baby's head has entered the pelvis. You can give birth to it." Hua Mi finally felt relieved. She endured the severe pain and still held the machine gun, sweeping here and there. Anyone who stops her from giving birth will die. At the same time, Chao Feng received news that Sister Hua was about to give birth. Those stationed in Xiangqing already had a huge plan. When their commander was unable to spare the time to accompany Sister Hua during childbirth, these garrisons had to take special shifts to accompany Sister Hua during her delivery. Sister Hua may not give birth to a child on any particular day, but every day, she has different people on standby. Today it is Chao Feng's turn. Chao Feng immediately took the camera, the beautiful little dresses he had prepared for the two babies, and the meeting letters he had written to the babies, and prepared to accompany Sister Hua to give birth. As a result, he was just about to rush back to the emergency area from the west of Xiangqing base. Suddenly, a group of survivors rushed out from the west of Xiangqing base. The group of survivors held grenades in their hands and threw them one by one, hitting the electric fence. With a crackling sound, a burst of sparks and lightning, the power grid was scrapped. Chao Feng looked at this group of lunatics in disbelief. He shouted at them loudly, "Why don't you use your grenades to fight zombies? But our power grid? It's unbelievable." Because of the destruction of the power grid, zombies swarmed in, and the survivors nearby were busy killing the zombies. But a few zombies still managed to break through the first electric fence and enter the second one. At this moment, an ominous premonition swept over Chao Feng's heart. He hurried forward, killing the zombies and the group of survivors who rushed out to cause trouble. Before he finished killing the troublesome survivors, another survivor, with explosives tied all over his body, rushed towards the second electric fence. He was shouting, "I didn't mean to do this. If I don't do this, my wife and children will die." "Aw!" Chao Feng shouted. "What are you doing?" An explosion sounded, and another hole was blown in the second electric grid. "It's crazy. Absolutely crazy." Chao Feng immediately blew the whistle in his hand, summoning all the survivors and garrisons to guard the power grid. Originally, the western city wall of the Xiangqing base had not been repaired. In front of the unfinished city wall, the contractor built more than a dozen electric grids at Hua Mi's instruction. Now, because of these crazy survivors, the second power grid has been completely destroyed. Although there were not many zombies in front of the second electric fence, Chao Feng was sharp-eyed and saw a man with explosives tied all over his body rushing directly towards the third electric fence. Chao Feng quickly raised the gun in his hand and fired at the survivor, who was covered in explosives. This survivor, whose body was covered with explosives, fell in front of Chao Feng. But at the moment he fell, the third electric fence had been blown up by troublemakers from another direction. Chao Feng looked back in shock, only to see survivors coming from different directions, covered in explosives. Some have already passed through the third electric fence and fallen on top of the fourth one. He felt that these people were extremely crazy. Did the Xiangqing base dig up their ancestral graves, or did it make them die? Why did these people continue to do such a thing that harmed others and did not benefit themselves? The garrison in the west of Xiangqing was assembled and quickly captured the troublemakers who rushed towards the power grid. On the other side, the ordinary survivors who were stunned by this sudden change had never expected that the Xiangqing base could actually have its fifth power grid blown up by humans. These power grids are like this. Once a hole is blown, the protection of the entire power grid will be rendered useless.
Why?
Why is this happening? Why is this? Chao Feng had just restrained these troublemakers who were making trouble one after another. There were ordinary survivors over there shouting loudly, "Zombies are coming! Zombies are coming!" He looked up and, sure enough, he saw a large group of zombies on the other side of the horizon. Because of the changes in the west of Xiangqing base, many ordinary survivors were originally killing zombies outside. As a result, some were injured by the bombs, while others did not want to get involved and directly left the west of Xiangqing base. This resulted in the complete loss of the zombie defense line west of the Xiangqing base. By the time Chao Feng's garrison had time to spare, the zombies, like a tide, had already approached the west of Xiangqing. And these zombies directly pushed down the first barbed wire fence that had lost its power. They seemed to have received divine help and directly crushed several barbed wire fences. Chao Feng looked at the dark mass of zombies, cursed inwardly, and looked down at the gift prepared for the babies in his bag. After all, there is no way to record the baby's birth. His eyes were red, and he put down the gift in his hand and carefully placed it on the side of the road. He then took out a handful of energy water drops from his combat waste bag. Chao Feng shouted, "Brothers, today's incident is that our Xiangqing base was ambushed, but it is also a time to test our combat effectiveness. You raise soldiers for 1,000 days and use them for a moment. At this time, there is no need to cherish your life." After he finished speaking, he held the energy water drop in one hand and a machine gun in the other and rushed into the zombie tide. Behind Chao Feng, the garrison shot those men who were causing trouble to death. Without any hesitation, they followed Chao Feng and charged into the zombie tide. There are 3 power grids left, and these 3 power grids must be defended at all costs. We must defend them all. We must defend it even if we die. The foreman who was working at the construction site was looking anxiously at the wave of zombies 100 meters away. He turned around and looked at the city wall that was only a few meters high. The contractor was in a hurry, looking for Hu Jing on the construction site. Have to go. We have to leave quickly." At this time, Hu Jing was carrying a bag of cement and walking through the crowd. The men and women on the construction site had almost all run away. There was no way. There were simply too many zombies approaching them. It would be abnormal if they didn't run away. At this time, the first reaction is to run away, which is human nature. Hu Jing was the only one on the entire construction site, laboriously carrying cement. His forehead was covered with sweat. He was carrying cement and roaring, hurry up, and build the wall. It's only 2 or 3 meters high. What are you thinking about? Don't move." However, no matter how he shouted, the survivors standing there looked hesitant. Run. If they don't run now, they will all die in the zombie tide. How long can Chao Feng hold out against so many zombies? What's more, there are not many garrisons west of Xiangqing base, only about 1 or 2,000 people at most. However, these 1 or 2,000 garrisons have to guard the entire western side of Xiangqing. Even though they have built a 2 or 3 meter high wall here, in fact, there are still many places that are completely empty. The cement hasn't even been mixed yet. There are only 3 power grids left. How can we defend them? If I don't run, I'm really going to die. Because of their hesitation, the workers on the construction site just watched Hu Jing, who was hurriedly carrying cement. Hu Jing roared for a while, and finally, he laughed miserably. He stopped shouting, saving some energy to carry the cement. At this moment, the contractor ran over and grabbed Hu Jing by the collar. "Hurry up, leave here quickly, I'll do it." After saying that, the contractor grabbed the cement from Hu Jing's back, put it on his shoulders, and ran away. Hu Jing was stunned for a moment, then he reacted, picked up another bag of cement, and ran after the contractor. Hu Jing was carrying cement and asked curiously, "Uncle, why don't you run?" "I ran away. Miss Hua, after giving birth, won't she be angry?" Mr. Bao rolled his eyes at Hu Jing. He is Miss Hua's #1 lackey. The so-called #1 lackey must be the one that Miss Hua worries about and Miss Hua is happy about. Although the contractor was scared to death, he knew that the ultimate act of being a lackey was to risk his own life to please his master. The #1 lackey contractor grinned at Hu Jing and said, "Don't worry, after this incident, Miss Hua will definitely pay more attention to me." Hu Jing followed the contractor, unloaded the cement, and then ran back behind the contractor to fetch water. He asked, "What if you die?" "If you die, it will be useless no matter how much Miss Hua values you." The contractor rolled his eyes at Hu Jing again. He made the sign of the cross on his chest and put his hands together while running. How could I die? I have Miss Hua to protect me. After saying this, he proudly pulled out a gold necklace from around his neck. The pendant of the gold necklace is a palm-sized disc, on which is inlaid a portrait of Hua Mi. This is the contractor's amulet. He raised the palm-sized gold pendant towards Huijing.
See?
Miss Hua will protect me. I will definitely not die. As for you, you don't have Miss Hua's magical power to protect you. This dangerous place is not suitable for you. You should leave quickly. Huijing was simply speechless at the contractor's insane and servile behavior. He no longer communicated with the contractor and just kept on carrying cement. After all, the contractor's thoughts are beyond the understanding of a normal person's logic. When a person becomes extremely servile, he becomes like a contractor. He is not trying to curry favor with Hua Mi at all. He simply regards Hua Mi as his life belief. At this time, the women standing nearby also moved. They originally wanted to leave Xiangqing base and head west. But they looked at Chao Feng and others who were wearing garrison combat uniforms and had been staying outside the third line of defense. Huijing and the contractor had been carrying dozens of bags of cement back and forth. Some women just can't move and leave. So they took the initiative to join Huijing and Chao Feng's team carrying cement. Let's build the city wall. Let's build it. Anyway, if the western part of Xiangqing base is breached, their fate will be death. If we retreat further, where can we retreat to? If we retreat to the Xiangqing base, will the zombies not be able to attack the Xiangqing base? Someone has to build the wall. Someone has to guard the western part of Xiangqing base. Some other men who were building the city wall and were about to leave watched the women on the construction site move. Those men couldn't help but spit on the ground. Someone was puzzled and grabbed a woman's arm and asked, "Why are you still carrying cement here at this time, and why don't you run away?" The woman pushed the man away and laughed bitterly. "Of course you can run away. Once you leave the base, you can go to the East City base, F City, or anywhere else you want. But we only have Xiangqing base left, understand? Only Xiangqing base is left. Don't think that just because they have been staying in the Xiangqing base, they don't know how broken the lives of the women outside are. They clearly understood what fate they would face after leaving the Xiangqing base. If they defend the Xiangqing base today, they can still live like human beings. If they fail to defend the Xiangqing base, they will perish along with the Xiangqing base. Anyway, the fate of the women who leave here is worse than death. It is better to use this life and contribute a little of your own strength. Maybe because of your strength, Xiangqing will have a better chance of survival." The women began to move. A child was crying on the construction site. A woman took off her protective gloves and wiped the tears from the child's face. She said gently to the frightened child, "Don't cry. Go to work. You are with your mother." The child stretched out his tender, dirty hands and hugged his mother's neck. He cried and asked, "Mom, if we don't run away, will we be eaten by these zombies?" The gentle woman smiled, held the child's hand, and stuffed a brick into the child's hand, deceiving her child. "If you stack the bricks high enough, you and Mom will be able to live well. Don't worry, Mom will never lie to you." All she had left was herself and her child's life. If they leave Xiangqing, neither she nor her children will survive. So don't think about anything and don't feel afraid. The only thing they had to do was to build the city wall high enough before the zombies ate Chao Feng's garrisons. There are still many people who understand this truth. Some women ran halfway, figured it out, and then ran back with their children. The construction site gradually became busy again. This time they were much faster, and there was no need for the contractor and Huijing to make any arrangements. They just did everything they could within their sight. Chao Feng bravely killed zombies outside the power grid. Construction on the city wall behind him gradually resumed. Although the construction speed was not as fast as before, the city wall project was slowly moving forward. Sometimes people's psychology is like this. When you are working hard, everyone around you gives up. I feel that there is no point in struggling. I feel like a big idiot. I wish I could just give up like everyone else. But when the people around you work hard with you, you will feel a sense of strength in your heart, and everyone is working together for the same goal. This is very exciting. At this time, whether it was Chao Feng, the garrisons, the contractor, or Hu Jing and others, everyone is becoming more and more motivated. The remaining people were united as one at this time. Others who withdrew from the Xiangqing West City Wall project have fled to the quarantine area. Yang Honglin brought the police to guard the isolation area here. He had received news that Hua Mi was giving birth in the emergency area. 7 of the 10 power grids in western Xiangqing have been destroyed. If Chao Feng's human wall cannot be held, the quarantine area will be in danger. Yang Honglin and other police officers are fully armed. He said to those kids from the police academy, "All of you move back and stand behind our old policeman." As a policeman, at this time, Yang Honglin could not possibly persuade those children from the police academy to take off their police uniforms and retreat to the observation area. Garrisoning is their first line of defense, so they, as police officers, are the second line of defense for the survivors. No matter which line of defense you are on, you cannot retreat. But none of the kids from the police academy listened to Yang Honglin's words. There was even a kid from a police academy who took the initiative to stand in front of Yang Honglin. He turned around and said to Yang Honglin, "Captain Yang, you are old and can't move anymore. Let us do the physical work of killing zombies." However, before he could finish his words, someone suddenly ran out from the survivors who had retreated into the quarantine zone and threw a bomb at the child's feet. Yang Honglin was quick-witted and kicked the bomb back. The bomb exploded in the air, and the entire quarantine area seemed to shake. At this time, the other survivors in the quarantine area ran around in panic, screaming and rushing towards the observation area. Yang Honglin shouted loudly, "Don't move. Don't move." Before he could finish his words, he saw a woman holding a gun and firing several shots at Yang Honglin's police academy students. Yang Honglin's eyes were red with anger. Why did this happen? They are all ready to use their lives to fight the zombies. Why would the survivors shoot at them? Their enemies have never been humans themselves. Yang Honglin couldn't figure it out. Those who attacked Yang Honglin and his fellow police academy students thought that they had finally gotten rid of Yang Honglin and his fellow police officers. As a result, Yang Honglin and those kids from the police academy lowered their heads as if nothing had happened, looking at their police uniforms which were riddled with bullet holes. It was so embarrassing. The police officers were wearing bulletproof vests provided by Miss Hua. The woman who shot Yang Honglin was killed by the police academy student in front of Yang Honglin the next moment. Those children screamed and aimed their guns at the survivors. This time, the gun-wielding survivors did not attack the police. They made a point of killing ordinary survivors around them. Everyone has only one skin. Just by looking at the skin, who can tell whether it is a human or a ghost? Soon, ordinary survivors who had no protection were shot to death. Yang Honglin quickly led the team to counterattack, killing the troublemakers one after another. However, the entire isolation and observation area was in chaos. Everyone rushed madly into the Xiangqing base. The remaining police officers rushed over and blocked the gate leading to the Xiangqing base. An anxious look flashed across Yang Honglin's face. "If anyone here has a fever, you cannot enter the Xiangqing base. Don't make any noise. Don't make any noise." Some of the survivors turned around and shouted at Yang Honglin, "Are you crazy? Someone is shooting randomly in the quarantine and observation areas. Are you blind and don't see it? Do you want us to stay here and be killed?" The order was so chaotic that Yang Honglin shot and killed the man in front of him who tried to attack him. He stepped forward and fired a shot into the sky. With a sound, the gunshot echoed in the sky. Yang Honglin said to the survivors who were trying to rush into the base, "We exist to maintain order, especially when we don't know how many troublemakers there are among you. We won't let anyone enter the Xiangqing base." As soon as he finished speaking, the policemen on the road leading to the interior of the Xiangqing base raised their guns and picked up their shields. Everyone lined up in a line to prevent the survivors from moving into the Xiangqing base. Chaos, chaos. The more times like this happen, the more impossible it is for them to let go of any turbulence and enter the Xiangqing base. No matter how these survivors curse or cry. Yang Honglin said that if he didn't let anyone go, no one would be let in. Yang Honglin was surrounded by a group of survivors. A survivor rushed forward and punched Yang Honglin in the face. Yang Honglin grabbed the survivor's fist with one hand and twisted it with his backhand. He glared at the survivor who attacked him and said, "If you have any resentment in your heart, then use it to kill zombies, or look carefully to see if there is anyone among you who wants to take advantage of the chaos to enter the Xiongqing base and plant a bomb. Don't vent your anger on me. I am not your enemy. I never have been. I am responsible for the majority of the survivors in Xiongqing base." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people suddenly rushed out from the Xiongqing base. The group of people were holding bombs. At this moment, the police academy students under Yang Honglin were the first to discover this group of people. The group of children yelled, turned around, and hugged the people who had bombs hidden on their bodies. The accident happened at this moment. Someone pulled the protective pin of the bomb on his body and blew away several children from the police academy. Of course, they themselves were blown to pieces. Looking at those living lives falling in front of him like pieces of rags, Yang Honglin was furious. He ordered the remaining old policemen, "Follow my orders. Anyone who forcibly rushes into the base will be killed. All of them will be killed." What vibrant lives! A second ago, they were shouting at Yang Honglin, protesting that he still treated them as children. The next second, Yang Honglin looked at the child who fell in front of him, his face covered with bruises from the explosion. His eyes were red. Medical staff rushed over and poured energy drops on the police academy kids. Whether it can be saved is another matter. Let's water it with energy drops first. Hold on. Anyone who tries to attack our defense line again will be killed. Yang Honglin opened fire and blew off a survivor's head with one shot. He doesn't care whether this person is innocent or not. He doesn't care. They have no control over other places, but this road leading to the Xiongqing base. Yang Honglin will not let anyone in. Chao Feng has Chao Feng's tasks, and Yang Honglin must also stick to his post. Only when everyone sticks to his or her own post can the rules and order be maintained. The police inside the Xiongqing base sounded the air raid alarm. They called on everyone in the Xiongqing base to stay in their rooms and not go out, or go out of town and kill zombies. At this moment, it has reached a critical moment, and the opponent is obviously making a final fight. At this time in the rescue center, Hua Mi's wheeled bed had already arrived outside the emergency area. There were corpses all along the way. Xian Qiru looked at Hua Mi, whose face was pale. She pushed the bed and asked, "What should we do? What should we do?" There were so many killers besieging Hua Mi that Xian Qiru couldn't imagine what Hua Mi should do to give birth to the child at this time. Hua Mi was not in a hurry, as she had used up all the Gatling bullets in her hand. So she took out a Gatling gun. At this time, she no longer cared whether her warehouse was exposed or not. They just kept firing all the way forward, regardless of whether there were people in front of them or not. In an emergency, Hua Mi would use bullets to clear a path. So, except for the killers lying on both sides of the bed, no one dared to block Hua Mi's way to the emergency area. Taligia shouted loudly, "They will definitely not give up. Should we notify Commander Gong?" It was at this time that Gong Yi's call reached Hua Mi. Hua Mi answered the phone. She held the Gatling gun in one hand and the phone in the other. She shouted into the phone in a rough voice, "What are you doing?" "I'm busy giving birth here." Early this morning, the number of zombies coming to the north of Xiongqing base suddenly increased several times more than before. With one hand, he pointed at the zombies in front of him, using his mental power to control them to approach the north of Xiongqing base. With the other hand, he held his phone and said with a frown, "How are things going over there? I'll be back right away." At this time, Gong Yi was also anxious. He hated himself. Why was he so far away from the emergency area? His mental power can only control all the zombies within a range of 800 meters. If he leaves the north of Xiongqing base, those zombies like a tide will soon sweep into the north of Xiongqing base, which has no protection at all. Gong Yi was extremely anxious. He shouted loudly to Hua Mi on the phone, "Find a safe place to give birth. Don't be in the emergency area. This is an organized conspiracy. They will not stop until they destroy the Xiongqing base." Hua Mi had a terrible stomachache. She was half lying on the hospital bed and was pushed by Xian Qiru. 2 Lijia, and COOMING to the emergency area of the Xiangqing base. A hospital bed on wheels was used to move the 3 of them at the speed of a racing car. Hua Mi yelled at Gong Yi, "It's too late. I'm leaving now. Just guard your Xiangqing base in the north, that's all. Why are you calling me? After the baby is born, you won't be prevented from seeing it. You will see it sooner or later. Why are you in such a hurry?" Hua Mi was annoyed and hung up the phone. At times like this, she would be impatient to whine to a man. She was busy killing people and giving birth to children, so she had no time to take care of Gong Yi's emotions. Besides, we really can't leave because Ikegawa and Afyu's supplies are not coming in on time. Hua Mi went to the Lotus supermarket to give birth to her baby. What should we do with all the garrisons here? They need a wall. After the call was hung up, Gong Yi looked angrily at the tide of zombies across the street, which was so dark that there was no end in sight. It was these zombies that held him back. His wife is giving birth in the emergency room, and there are countless killers chasing his wife, but Gong Yi can do nothing now. Why can't he do anything? His wife is so pregnant and works so hard every day. Not only could he not help Hua Mi in any way, but his wife and children were now in danger, and he was still here killing zombies. Gong Yi suddenly felt a hatred for himself. He was already tired of this feeling of powerlessness, always walking on the edge of powerlessness. Because of his incompetence, he is now in a very passive situation. When a person, especially a man, falls into such emotions, the situation is very bad. Tang Yu shouted loudly beside Gong Yi, "Commander, Commander!" Gong Yi didn't answer him. In the eyes of all the garrisons in the north of Xiangqing base, they only saw a force transformed into substance pouring out from Gong Yi's body. The energy crystal bead in his hand quickly melted into his body. Tang Yu was almost stunned. He looked at this strange scene in shock. The power that had turned into substance and was like mist poured out from Gong Yi's body and transformed into a city wall in the air. A wall made of white fog. This city wall blocks the entire northern part of Xiangqing base. All the zombies that crashed into the foggy wall were turned into nothing. Their bodies turned into powder, and bright crystal cores flickered in the sand like powder. The Xiangqing north line was paved. The sweeping robot in the distance was sweeping happily under the feet of the zombies. The powder is cleaned up by the sweeping robot, sent to the garbage station, and converted into energy. The sweeping robots collected these crystal cores and stored them in Hua Mi's warehouse. Zombies kept coming south from the north. Those zombies had no consciousness of their own. They pounced on the wall made of clouds and mist, turning a blind eye to the fate of their predecessors who turned into dust. At this time, these zombies only had the most primitive hunting desire left. They wanted to go south and destroy the Xiangqing base. However, no matter how many of them came, they were turned into powder when they encountered the wall of clouds and mist. Tang Yu looked at the magical scene in front of him in amazement, as if he saw some supernatural power. In an instant, I felt like I had fallen from the real world into a fantasy world. Before this, Tang Yu knew that their commander was a person with special abilities. But before this, the most Gong Yi could do was to act like an infrared scanner and see all the scenery within a range of 800 meters. They all said that the commander was a psychic, the most powerful psychic in the apocalypse. He is also the only psychic discovered in the Xiangqing base. But no one knows how powerful this psychic can be. When Tang Yu and others were stationed there, they only thought that this mental power was only slightly stronger than the strength power. Even with Gong Yi's current strength, he is not as strong as Lu Xingyuan, the strongest mutant in Xiangqing base. But now, when he saw with his own eyes that Gong Yi's power was materialized, Tang Yu truly believed that this mental power was a type of power that was several times more powerful than ordinary powers. Gong Yi's mental power was materialized. This is already outrageous, because this means that as long as Gong Yi wants, everything in his head can be realized. Sure enough, Gong Yi stood behind the wall made of clouds and mist, his hands formed into claws, and ordered Tang Yu, "Give me all the energy water drops, energy water beads, and energy crystal beads you have." The powerful output of mental power has made Gong Yi realize that the energy in his body is beginning to run out. This is a very bad phenomenon. Gong Yi's eyes were filled with misty spiritual power, making it impossible to see his true eye color. His temple began to throb, and his head began to ache like a piercing pain. He was very anxious and eager to get rid of the zombies in Xiangqingbai so that he could go back to accompany his wife and give birth to a child. Tang Yu hurriedly mobilized all the garrisons in the north of Xiangqing, and they took out all the energy water beads and energy crystal beads on their bodies. The towering wall of clouds and mist in front of us grew higher and gradually solidified. Mountains and seas of zombies were still coming down from the north, but they were no longer able to cross the city wall and harm the garrisons and survivors inside. Gong Yi retreated step by step, and soon, the basket of energy water beads and energy crystal beads had been used up by him. The huge output of mental power requires the absorption of huge energy. Upon seeing this, Tang Yu hurriedly ordered the idle garrisons to quickly fetch the energy water beads and energy crystal beads for the commander and find a way to mobilize these things. Hurry up, hurry up. All the garrisons were mobilized, and at this time, Qichuan was dragging a cart of energy water beads and other things, rushing towards the north of Xiangqing. The accidents that occurred in Xiangqing West and Xiangqing North kept Qichuan and his friends busy. Ikegawa was driving fast on the road. A cordon suddenly appeared in front of them. Qichuan cursed and continued driving without slowing down. He had no intention of stopping the car, but when he was about to cross the cordon, Qichuan's heart moved, and he turned the car to the side. A bomb brushed past his car, landed on the road, and exploded instantly. The front of Ikegawa's car hit a building nearby. The building was made of cement from Hua Mi's factory. There was nothing wrong with the building, but the front of Ikegawa's car was flattened. Hot blood slowly flowed from his forehead. Qichuan, who was leaning on the steering wheel, shook his head and saw a group of men rushing out from the explosion. The men were holding weapons and seemed to be planning to rob Ikegawa's car. How could this be tolerated? Qichuan opened the car door, pulled out a machine gun, and fired at the group of men. His face was covered in blood, and his head was dizzy. The red blood mist made it impossible for him to see clearly who was in front of him. But at this time, Qichuan had only one thought in his mind. That is, he wanted to deliver the goods to Xiangqingbai. He knew that the situation in the north of Xiangqing was extremely urgent, and the garrison there needed energy crystal beads. It was estimated that the group of people who robbed Qichuan did not expect that Qichuan had heavy firepower such as machine guns in his hands. Several of them died, and the remaining group found a shelter to hide. Someone shouted to Qichuan, "I say, Qichuan, why do you work so hard for a woman? There is a car of energy drops behind you, right? Let's take this car of energy drops away. From now on, wherever the end of the world is, it will be our world. You can live your life freely and don't have to listen to a woman's orders." Everyone knows that now in the Xiangqing base, Qichuan and his friends are responsible for transporting supplies. If the Qichuan supply line is cut off, no matter how powerful the garrison and police at the Xiangqing base are, their energy will eventually run out. Ikegawa ignored these people. He dragged his machine gun and staggered beside his truck. He sneered, "What future do I have if I follow you guys? Since the first day of the apocalypse, I have been following Miss Hua to enjoy delicious food and drinks. What's the point of living with you in this apocalypse? Any intelligent person would know where to line up, right? It's just that people like you are stupid. You will work hard for others, but when you are too full, you will complain that your life is too long." These words successfully angered the group of people who came to rob. Of course they know that their lives are not easy. If their lives were good, why would they work so hard for Chun Hu and do such a risky job? If they had as good luck as Ikegawa, they would be able to meet a wealthy woman like Hua Mi who had hoarded large quantities of supplies from the very beginning. They don't have to be here anymore. But now that things have come to this, what can they do? Their families are still in the hands of Chun Hu. If they don't come to rob Qichuan, none of their family members will survive. People hiding behind barriers, whispering, "I don't think there's any need to go on. Although he has a machine gun, he's alone. We do this. The person behind the barrier made several gestures. Everyone nodded silently and began to move their positions, trying to surround Ikegawa. But how could Chi Chuan be so easy to manipulate? I don't know why. Maybe he soaked in the energy water beads provided by Hua Mi all day long, absorbing the energy in the energy water beads when he was hungry or thirsty. So his ears became unusually sensitive. Even though his eyes were blurred by the blood flowing from his head, Ikegawa could still hear it if the people around him moved slightly. He raised the gun in his hand, his face covered in blood, closed his eyes and fired several shots at the sound of movement. Successfully killed a few more people. Someone yelled, "Are you a human or a ghost? How can you be so rebellious?" Even though they had so many people and Ikegawa was seriously injured, it was actually very difficult for them to take down this carload of energy drops. Someone didn't believe it and quietly approached Chi Chuan with a stick in his hand. But he had just popped his head out when Ikegawa suddenly turned around and was hit by the machine gun in his hand. At this time, several large trucks slowly drove up the street. They were the friends driving behind on the Chi Chuan transport line. One friend was driving the car and the other was sitting in the passenger seat. Having received the news in advance, every one of them knew that it would be extremely dangerous to travel on the road at this time. So they put a machine gun on the passenger seat. Before they got close to Chi Chuan, they started shooting at the group of people who were besieging Chi Chuan. After a while, the group that tried to rob Ikegawa was killed. The garbage truck slowly drove over and cleaned up the bodies on the ground one by one. One of the guys stopped the car and jumped out. He looked at Chi Chuan, whose head was covered in blood, with a worried look on his face and asked, "Chuanzi, how are you?" Ikegawa put down the gun, lowered his head, and wiped the blood off his face with his clothes. He opened his eyes and said, "It's okay, keep driving and hurry up to deliver the goods." He said it nonchalantly, and as he said it, blood kept spurting out of his head. But Ikegawa doesn't think it's a big problem. If he felt he had no strength left, he would turn around and take out a bottle of energy water drops from the car and chug it down like drinking water. After drinking it, he threw the bottle away and the truck continued to drive fast. Seeing his friends like this, I feel relieved even though I am worried. They drove trucks through the streets and alleys of Xiangqing. Some went to the north of Xiangqing and some went to the west of Xiangqing. As long as their material transportation routes were uninterrupted, the garrisons in the north and west of Xiangqing could hold out. At this time, Afu's family also received the news. They hurriedly closed down the largest wholesale market for supplies in Xiangqing. The survivors who were selling supplies in the market were not happy. They shouted at the top of their lungs, "Hey, how can you be like this? Don't you know that supplies outside Xiangqing are already very scarce? You have closed the supply market. Where can we buy supplies?" Yi Rong glanced at the disgruntled survivors in front of her and sneered, "You're still sending supplies outside Xiangqing? Don't you know that Xiangqing is at a critical moment of life and death? I'm telling you, Xiangqing is running low on supplies. So, you guys better leave now. If you don't leave, I'll chase you away with a broom." After saying that, Yi Rong actually took out a broom. Her husband, Afu, who was standing beside her, was no less anxious. He turned around and looked for the dustpan that came with the broom. Afu thinks this can also be used to hit people. When the survivors who were preparing to take the goods out of Xiangqing saw this, some of them slammed the table and yelled at Yi Rong, "What do you mean by shortage of supplies? I see there are still so many supplies in the supply market behind you. Just try to close the supply market. It's just a broom and a dustpan. Don't be funny. These things have no killing power in the apocalypse." However, before he could finish his words, Dafu and Xiaofu appeared at the teleportation point behind Yi Rong. The two kids each had a Gatling gun on their backs. They pointed the guns at the group of disgruntled survivors on the opposite side. "Are you leaving or not? Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, we will shoot. Hurry up." These days, Dafu and Xiaofu sometimes help their parents with some chores at the material market at the Xiangqing base. But more often, the two of them were in the quarantine area of City D, killing zombies with Guo Se. Because they kill zombies day and night, these two children naturally have a murderous aura on their bodies. Besides, Dafu has reached the age where he will be stationed soon. At this time, Dafu would naturally not let these survivors cause trouble in the supplies market. The group of survivors who were going to bring goods were cursing. But there was no way. Their momentum was not as strong as the two children. Under Gatling's threat, they dared not move forward even if they did not want to retreat. So Dafu and Xiaofu, holding Gatling guns in their hands, moved forward step by step. The survivors who were blocking Yirong and Afu also retreated step by step. Eventually, they withdrew from the supplies market. Dafu and Xiaofu pulled down the shutter of the commodity market, and the two children shouted at the survivors outside, "As long as Xiangqing calms down, we will definitely supply you with supplies. If you want to take supplies out of Xiangqing now, you'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. We can barely survive ourselves, and we don't have any more supplies to give to other cities." Those survivors who carried supplies out were not necessarily all from City E. There were also people from other cities. But they all knew what happened in Xiangqing, and no one came out to say a fair word for Xiangqing, and no one helped Xiangqing stop those people who were causing trouble inside and outside Xiangqing. If that's the case, then why should Xiangqing provide supplies to these people? Of course, Xiangqing must stabilize the order of its own base before it will have the energy to help others. Among the group of men outside the material market, one was the material buyer from City F. He called back to report everything that happened in the Xiangqing base to his city commander. The city management commander of City F pondered for a moment and said to his material purchaser, "First, you should pay close attention to what happens in Xiangqing. If Xiangqing is destroyed, you should organize people to get supplies as quickly as possible and transport them back to F City." Seeing that Xiangqing was like a candle in the wind and was about to collapse, the commander of F City had no intention of sacrificing his own men to help Xiangqing. The first thing he thought of was how to gain enough benefits for his small city F. The survivor who was in charge of purchasing for F City said hesitantly, "Commander, should we help Xiang City? Xiang City may not be destroyed. He often stays in Xiangqing, so he understands it too. If a city like Xiangqing were destroyed, it would be very likely that City F would no longer be able to find a city to purchase supplies from in the future. Xiangqing is still relatively good now. Although the Xiangqing base has always said that survivors are strictly prohibited from carrying supplies out of Xiangqing, the direction they have restricted has always been East City. Xiangqing did not restrict other survivors from taking Xiangqing's supplies out to their own small cities or small bases. So in fact, these survivors who often go to Xiangqing know that if Xiangqing is destroyed, it will not be beneficial to the overall survival rate of the survivors. The key point is that the Xiangqing base does not seem to have achieved full encirclement of the city walls. However, the Xiangqing base is stronger than the outside world thinks and will not be destroyed so easily. It would be better to take advantage of now and sell the Xiangqing base well. In the future, City F may also purchase supplies from the Xiangqing base. The commander of F City on the other end of the phone scolded, "How can we have the ability to manage the war between East City and Xiang City? It's already good enough that we can take care of ourselves now. If the gods fight, the little devils will suffer.
Stay calm.
We just need to find the right time to drag the supplies back to City F. As for the rest, don't worry about it." The commander of City F spoke in a very harsh tone. The survivors under him who were responsible for delivering the goods had no idea of the considerations of their superiors. Seeing that the whole world is undergoing drastic changes, can they not think more about themselves? At present, the Xiangqing base is the best developed among all the survivors' gathering places. Not only in terms of the abundance of their supplies, but also in terms of base defense and base order, Xiangqing base is also number one among all the survivors' gathering places. Seeing that the Xiangqing base is growing bigger and bigger, it actually does not bring any benefits to other forces. Think about it carefully. If City F wants to survive, it only has so many supplies, and all the supplies are concentrated in the Xiangqing base. If other cities want supplies, they have to travel thousands of miles to the Xiangqing base to transport them. However, if the Xiangqing base was destroyed, the supplies stored in the Xiangqing base would be released. To put it cruelly, if all the survivors in the Xiangqing base died, wouldn't there be a large number of survivors missing in the world to divide up their remaining supplies? This is also the consideration of the superiors. The world is cruel, and there are only so many survival materials. If others don't die, then you will be the only one who will die. Based on this premise, it is fine for City F and other cities to just sit back and watch the fight between the two tigers. The group of survivors outside the commodity market, each with their own agenda, remained silent and stopped talking. Sneered at the survivors outside the door through the rolling shutter. She didn't say anything. Holding the child in her arms, she locked the rolling door more than a dozen times, then turned around and went to Dafu and Xiaofu to get the gun. Because of the sudden tense atmosphere, all the survivors in the Xiangqing base who could hide in the houses did so. Of course, there were also many survivors who took their weapons and set off to the west of Xiangqing base to help Chao Feng defend the west of Xiangqing base. Streets and alleys of the entire Xiangqing base seemed exceptionally empty. At this moment, a large number of survivors armed with weapons rushed to the outside of the rescue center. Hua Mi had been pushed into the emergency area. Gong Yi had stationed more than 100 guards in the rescue center and the emergency area. Those stationed outside the emergency area prevented Chun Hu's killers from entering the emergency area. Both sides probably knew that this was the last fight. Chun Hu's killers are already desperate, and no one knows what they will do in the end. In the emergency area, just have to hold their ground. At this time, Hua Mi was half lying on the delivery bed, holding a Gatling gun tightly in her hand. A young nurse rushed into the empty delivery room. She said hurriedly, "All the patients have been evacuated." But, as she spoke, the young nurse looked at Hua Mi on the delivery bed with a worried look on her face. "Take a long time for you to give birth to the baby." At this time, Hua Mi was shaking with pain all over her body. Her head was covered in sweat, and her clothes were wet and stuck to her body. "It's okay, I can hold on. I can hold on, I can hold on." If she had known that giving birth was not that easy, Hua Mi would have been prepared for it. "Hurry up, is there any way for me to give birth quickly?" She was anxious. There was a big fight outside, and she was anxious to go out and fight. Xian Chiru thought about it, and then she asked Tu Lijia to help Hua Mi sit up. She looked back anxiously at the door of the delivery room and said to Hua Mi, "We try to have a natural birth as much as possible. We can't do a cesarean section at this time. If a cesarean section is required, anesthesia is required. But in this situation, no one knows how many killers outside will rush into the emergency area. In this situation, if Hua Mi were to be given anesthesia, I'm afraid no one would survive." Even though Hua Mi is in the critical moment of giving birth, she is still the most powerful fighter among all the people here. If she gave birth naturally, in an emergency, if the garrison outside could not defend her, Hua Mi would still be able to protect herself. Hua Mi wanted to roll over in so much pain, but she could already hear gunshots from afar outside the delivery room. The 100 or so garrisons that Gong Yi left in the emergency area were all just ordinary garrisons. It was unknown how long they could last when competing with those professional killers. Hua Mi was in so much pain that her soul was about to leave her body. She pointed at a pile of guns in the corner of the delivery room and said to Tu Lijia, "Tu Lijia, do me a favor, send these guns to the garrisons." Tu Lijia was originally pushing Hua Mi's belly to help the twin babies in her belly to get into the right position. This is to avoid the two babies from fighting and entangled in the belly, resulting in an abnormal fetal position and failure to deliver naturally. Hearing Hua Mi's words, she turned around, her face covered in sweat and shock. Tu Lijia looked at the guns and ammunition piled up like a small mountain in the delivery room. Where did so many guns and ammunition come from? Tu Lijia didn't have time to think about it. She quickly found a cart, quickly piled the guns in the delivery room into the cart, and pushed it out of the delivery room. COOMING is preparing for Plan B. Plan B is to anesthetize Hua Mi and perform a cesarean section. Although the risk of a cesarean section is very high in this situation, if Hua Mi is unable to give birth, a cesarean section will be the only option as a last resort. After all, in most cases, cesarean section is the choice for twin births. Seeing the young nurse, Tu Lijia, pushing out a cart of guns and ammunition, COOMING rubbed his nervous heart. Even standing where he was, he could hear the continuous gunfire coming from the emergency area. COOMING nodded to Tu Lijia and watched Tu Lijia push the guns and ammunition out. In the delivery room, Hua Mi stood up from the delivery bed with the help of Xi and Chiru and walked around the bed. Hua Mi found it difficult to hold on. At this time, Xi and Chiru lifted up one of Hua Mi's arms and supported her arm with her thin shoulders. Xi and Chiru was also sweating all over, but she still encouraged Hua Mi. It's a long march of 10,000 miles. We have already walked 9,000 miles. There are only a few steps left. Hua Mi, we must persevere. You are the strongest. You have always been the strongest. Hua Mi was covered in sweat, but the amniotic fluid under her body stopped flowing at this time. She held the Gatling gun in her other hand, half of her body resting on Xi and Chiru, and the other half leaning against the Gatling gun, and said in great pain, "This hurts more than the worst injury I've ever had. Why does giving birth hurt so much?" Xi and Chiru's face was pale. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and took 2 more steps forward with difficulty, supporting Hua Mi. "That's right. It's like this when women give birth. It's level 10 pain. We have to persevere. Come on, take a few more steps." Xi and Chiru encouraged Hua Mi and supported her as she walked a few steps forward. Hua Mi couldn't bear the pain and couldn't even hold on to the Gatling gun in her hand. As she staggered forward, she gave Xi and Chiru a difficult smile and said, "No wonder those people outside wanted to take advantage of my childbirth to cause trouble. This is indeed a good opportunity to destroy Xiangqing." She was in so much pain. The pain of childbirth was beyond her imagination. Hua Mi felt that she might die here. "Dr. Xi, if I faint, this will be Xiangqing's fate. You need to tell Gong Yi not to panic and to guard Xiangqing by well. When you find a chance, grind Chun Hu to dust."
Hua Mi murmured.
Xi and Chiru supported her and took 2 more steps forward. No one will faint from the pain of giving birth. This is the greatness of mothers. No matter how much pain they feel, they will not faint from it. "Hua Mi, hold on a little longer. You have to open all 10 of your fingers. If you don't leave now, the baby will stay in your belly for too long. Hua Mi, hold on a little longer. Think about your 2 lovely babies. You will meet them soon. All the suffering you are going through now is worth it." She dragged Hua Mi and took 2 more steps around the delivery bed. At this moment, those people outside the emergency area launched a frenzied attack on the emergency area. The bodies were already spread out in front of the entrance to the emergency area. On this garrison side, since everyone wore bulletproof vests provided by Hua Mi, not many garrisons lost their lives. Some of the garrisons had minor scratches, but the energy drops in the emergency area were free of charge, and they were allowed to use them like water. At this time, there is no need to save these energy drops when garrisoning. They fought outside the emergency area, and as many of Chun Hu and Chu Shiheng's men as went there were killed. In the East City base, in Chu Shiheng's tent, several phones kept ringing. Chu Shiheng was very busy. After he hung up one phone, another one rang. After that call ended, several other phones started ringing. Chu Shiheng had a headache and said to Chun Hu, who was smoking a cigar, "Xiangqing has not been breached yet. Not only have the zombies in the west of Xiangqing not entered the west of Xiangqing, but the survivors in the safe zone have not entered the Xiangqing base either, and the zombies in the north of Xiangqing are still in the north of Xiangqing. None of the people who blocked the supply line of Chichuan survived. Tell me, is this the ultimate move you mentioned?" Chun Hu, isn't this considered a big move? His eyes were filled with gloom, and he stared at Chu Shiheng. Several mobile phones on the desk kept ringing. This was his final counterattack against the Xiangqing base, gathering the last of his strength. But how could Chun Hu know that the Xiangqing base had not been captured? No matter which link, it failed. Chun Hu pressed the cigar in his hand hard into the ashtray. He took out his cell phone and said to the other end of the line, "At all costs, gather all the remaining strength in Xiangqing and destroy the emergency department for me. Since all other steps have failed, I'll just kill Hua Mi right now. As long as Hua Mi is killed directly, it will be considered as revenge for Chun Hu." Yes, that's right. Chun Hu has no way to eliminate the Xiangqing base, which is such a serious threat. He couldn't deal with Gong Yi either. So now, Chun Hu is picking on the weak. He can only kill Hua Mi, so he will concentrate on killing Hua Mi. After the message was sent out, all the people that Chun Hu was ambushing in the Xiangqing base rushed to the emergency area. It was at this time, just as they gathered outside the emergency area, that someone shouted loudly from behind, "Gong Yi is here! Gong Yi is here!" Rush in quickly before he could finish his words. A white cloud, like a sandstorm, quickly swept over from behind the hundreds of people. The killers who were blocking the entrance to the emergency area were caught in the white cloud as soon as they flew into the air. Finally, a cloud of blood mist exploded in the air. The red blood mist blended with the white sea of clouds. As the blood mist fell into the sea of clouds, its color became lighter and lighter. The originally bright red blood mist was like a slowly blooming flower and finally dissipated in the white sea of clouds. This moment passed very quickly, yet it seemed as if several long centuries had passed. The killers who were blocking the entrance to the emergency area had no time to react at all, and in the end they all turned into blood mist. The white sea of clouds stopped at the entrance of the emergency area. Gong Yi, wearing his blood-stained garrison combat uniform, rushed in hastily through layers of white clouds. Fang Yuqi, who stayed in the emergency area, ran out from behind the obstacle with a look of joy on his face, holding his gunshot-injured arm. He shouted loudly, "Commander, why are you here?" Gong Yi hurriedly walked towards the door of the delivery room. Without answering Fang Yuqi, he ordered, "Organize all garrisons to the north and west of Xiangqing base. I'm not sure how long my powers can last, so hurry up." Because the north of Xiangqing base is too far away from the emergency area, when Gong Yi left, the wall built by his mental powers still looked very solid. However, since this was his first time using such a mental power skill, he didn't know how long such a solid wall built with mental power could last. Gong Yi was not sure when Hua Mi, who had already entered the delivery room, would be able to give birth to the baby. Therefore, Gong Yi could only send most of the garrisons within the entire Xiangqing base to the north of Xiangqing base. He warned Fang Yuqi, "If there is any danger in the north of Xiangqing, you must inform me. You are no longer needed inside the Xiangqing base. Just go and guard the north of Xiangqing base without worry." Because his mental power suddenly became extremely powerful, the entire Xiangqing base no longer requires any defense. Gong Yi alone is enough here. Fang Yuqi was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted, quickly summoned the garrison in the emergency area, and hurried north to the Xiangqing base. Just as the garrison in the emergency area was leaving, a call came to Chun Hu's cell phone. After Chun Hu heard what they had said, he asked, "Has Gong Yi's Xiangqing been defended?" It was like a bolt from the blue. How did he hold on? The other party was speechless. Because they did not receive the news in time, they did not know what happened in Xiangqing. Chun Hu was extremely annoyed. What kind of hard rock had he hit? I fought back so hard, but my target kept giving way. Now I can't even kill a pregnant woman? How many people do I have left? Chun Hu frowned and counted the final number of people. Finally, he laughed again for no apparent reason. "The entire emergency department garrison has been withdrawn? Are you sure?" He immediately lowered his head and gave a few instructions. After hanging up the phone, Chun Hu raised his head and laughed. He said to the troubled Chu Xing, "Even God is helping us. Gong Yi has no one left." He arrived at the emergency area alone and actually moved all the garrisons in the emergency area away. Gong Yi is the only one left in the emergency room, along with his wife who is giving birth in the delivery room. There are only a few people left with Chun Hu. But Chun Hu left more people in the emergency area than Gong Yi. You know, in the entire emergency area, Gong Yi is the only one who is capable of fighting. How dare he withdraw Fang Yuqi and other garrisons? He would be courting his own destruction by doing so. When Chu Xing heard what Chun Hu said, he was also delighted. He hung up the phone in his hand. This was great. He directly arrested the couple in Xiangqing base. This time, not only will they kill Gong Yi and Hua Mi, but even their children will have to be wiped out. The two looked at each other and laughed, feeling that victory was just around the corner. At this time, Hua Mi was the only woman waiting to give birth in the delivery room of the Xiangqing emergency area. Because of the coming of the end of the world, the number of pregnant women among the survivors has dropped sharply, the number of pregnant women has decreased, and the number of women giving birth has also decreased sharply. So today, in this delivery room that had been idle for a long time, Hua Mi was the only one giving birth. She felt as if she had just emerged from the water. When she heard the gunshots stop outside, Hua Mi asked Xianqiru tremblingly, "What's going on outside? Why is there no sound?" Just as Xianqiru was about to speak, she heard Gong Yi outside the delivery room loudly and anxiously ask, Ami, how are you? Have you given birth to the baby? It's Commander Gong who's here." A smile instantly appeared on Xianqiru's face. Hua Mi's originally tense heart also relaxed. She loosened the Gatling gun she had been holding tightly in her hand and shouted heartbreakingly to the outside of the delivery room. No, these two little ones just won't come out. They are just tormenting me." Xianqiru looked at Hua Mi disapprovingly. "You should save some energy for giving birth. Why are you shouting? If you have the energy to shout, you should save it up. Giving birth is really hard physical work." Gong Yi, who was outside the delivery room, wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hands and rested his hands on the door of the delivery room. He didn't dare push the thin door hard. "I could only my forehead against the door. What can I do for you? Ami, what can I do for you?" If he could have a baby for Hua Mi, Gong Yi wouldn't mind having one for her. But the problem is that his body doesn't allow it. In the delivery room, Hua Mi pursed her lips tightly and her face was pale. She listened to Xianqiru very much and didn't want to yell at Gong Yi at this time. She had to save up her strength to have a baby. Outside the delivery room, Gong Yi, who had been waiting for Hua Mi's answer for a long time, simply pushed open the door of the delivery room. As soon as he entered the delivery room, he saw Hua Mi, who was soaking wet, being supported by Xianqiru. Hua Mi's face was paler than a ghost, and her half-long hair was wet and stuck to her face. She looked as miserable as could be. When had Gong Yi ever seen Hua Mi in such a miserable state? Especially since Hua Mi was still wearing a maternity dress, there were several streaks of bright red blood on her bloated white legs. When Gong Yi saw this scene, tears started to flow. He walked over, held Hua Mi with his hands, and shouted in a low voice, "Why are you standing up? Aren't you giving birth? Hurry up and lie down and give birth." Hua Mi didn't even have the strength to push Gong Yi. She rolled her eyes at Gong Yi, seemingly unwilling to explain. Xianqiru was already sweating because she was supporting Hua Mi. "This is the only way. If you can't walk anymore, just do squats." Oh my god. This is really going to be Hua Mi's fate. She doesn't even have the strength to walk and now she's asked to do squats? Gong Yi's lips turned pale with fear. Seeing Hua Mi in such pain, he asked with tears in his eyes, "Let's just have a cesarean section. A cesarean section. How can this be possible?" Xianqiru moved her lips in disapproval and scolded Gong Yi. "She has already suffered half of this punishment, and you want her to have a cesarean section? The baby's fetal position is correct. It's not impossible to deliver it. It's like this for every woman when she gives birth. It hurts like this. Now that the pain is over, it won't hurt after the birth." After saying that, Xianqiru looked at Hua Mi. Hua Mi shook her head in pain. She didn't want to talk, but she felt that Xianqiru was right. She has already suffered half of this sin, and now she is being stabbed again. Isn't this making her suffer twice? She gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words. "Gong Yi, help me squat." Gong Yi stood behind Hua Mi, put his hands under her armpits, and helped Hua Mi stand beside the delivery bed. Hua Mi grabbed the iron railings of the delivery bed with both hands, and using almost all her strength, she slowly squatted down. Then, in great pain, he slowly stood up again. No one can understand this kind of pain. No one can understand. Hua Mi thought that this would be the only time she would give birth to a child in her life. What was going on in her mind at that time? She had to keep the child? She had to give birth to the child? She couldn't help but hate Gong Yi, who was crying behind her. It was all because of this man who didn't take good measures. As a result, she is suffering now. If the child was born, the first thing Hua Mi would do was to kill Gong Yi.
Hua Mi did what she said.
Even if she couldn't beat Gong Yi, she would chop off Gong Yi's thing. While cursing Gong Yi hatefully in her heart, She slowly squatted down and then slowly stood up. It hurts so much. It makes me want to die. It seems like the pain will never end. Hua Mi gritted her teeth, shivered, squatted down again and again, and stood up again and again. She groaned and finally couldn't help but let out a painful sound. When had a strong woman like her ever experienced such pain? Gong Yi's eyes were red. He held Hua Mi in his arms to prevent her from falling down.
Gong Yi si ora poi sono usoat.
Never again. We will never again have children. Seeing Hua Mi in so much pain, Gong Yi felt a sense of respect in his heart. Such a woman deserves his respect. Hua Mi is really a great person. It is greater than saving the whole world. Gong Yi has a deep understanding of this. At this moment, he even feels that there is no role in the world that can be greater than the role of a mother. Hua Mi could no longer feel any other emotions except pain. She knew that Gong Yi shed tears, but for Hua Mi, she couldn't think of anything more. Now I am only concentrating on resisting this heart-wrenching pain. At this time, Hua Mi truly felt that no matter how strong or good a woman is, it would be extremely painful during childbirth. While Hua Mi, Gong Yi, and Xi and Chiru in the delivery room were all concentrating on dealing with this delivery. The young nurse who was helping in the delivery room suddenly turned around, holding 2 guns in her hands, pointing them at Gong Yi and Hua Mi's foreheads. She fired, but for some reason, she missed. Hua Mi's sweat had soaked her entire body. Her face was pale, and she looked at the young nurse weakly. She was in so much pain all over that she couldn't bear it anymore, and yet this little nurse came here to make a fool of herself. Gong Yi had a stern face, and just looked at the young nurse who was pointing a gun at his wife, without saying a word. The bullet missed, it was not an accident. Xi and Chiru's face changed. She stood in front of Hua Mi's belly, and asked the nurse in a cold voice, "What are you doing? Do you know who you are pointing the gun at?" The young nurse's face was full of hostility. That expression was completely different from the diligent young nurse that Xi and Chiru and Hua Mi knew before. It was like 2 different people. The young nurse snorted coldly and said to Hua Mi and Xi and Chiru, "What do I want to do? Of course I want this witch named Hua to die. Oh, let me introduce myself. My code name is Wild Rose. You never expected that I have been lurking around you. Wild Rose is such a familiar code name, I've never heard of it." Hua Mi complained weakly in her heart, but she didn't speak out loud because she didn't have the strength. Wild Rose, the young nurse who had been lurking in the emergency area for so long, introduced herself in a babble. She thought she would be of no use anymore, but she didn't know that Hua Mi would die at her hands in the end. Wild Rose was so happy that she became a little too proud of herself and fired a few more shots at Hua Mi missed again. She frowned and looked at Xi and Chiru's horrified eyes. Wild Rose couldn't help but said to Xi and Chiru proudly, "Look at how many capable people Boss Chun has, but I am the only one who can accomplish this great task." He continued shooting but still missed. God knows where Chun Hu made friends with so many talented people. He is really an extraordinary person. If it weren't for the incident with Hua Mi, half of the apocalypse would have been ruled by Chun Hu. Hua Mi didn't want to have an argument with this chatterbox little nurse. She squatted down again, and stood up again with strength. In fact, she didn't do many squats, but Hua Mi felt that the day seemed as long as a century. She could hardly hear what the little nurse said, which made the little nurse, who thought she had already won the final victory, quite dissatisfied. Wild Rose pointed her gun at Hua Mi and shot again. Gong Yi turned his head, and a white, tentacle-like thing stretched out from behind Gong Yi and hit the little nurse directly. "That's enough. Don't think that just because I'm busy, you can provoke me again and again." With a cold voice, he pushed the young nurse from the ground to the wall. The young nurse's head was covered in blood, and her whole body was pressed against the wall. She turned around in surprise and looked at Gong Yi. Before the little nurse could say anything, the white cloud tentacles grabbed the little nurse's neck and lifted her up high. The little nurse screamed, How is this possible? What is this?" The survivor's understanding of superpowers only stays at the changes in human power. Because of the untimely exchange of information, They did not know that a wall of cloud and fog had appeared in the north of Xiangqing. Therefore, when seeing the tentacle appearing behind Gong Yi, not only the young nurse was surprised, but even Xian Chiru was also very surprised. What on earth is this? Hua Mi was sweating all over and shouted, "Kill her. I can't do that anymore. I feel my cub is about to come out. Hurry up and kill all the unnecessary threats." Xian Chiru didn't have time to figure out what the suddenly appearing cloud tentacles were. She said hastily, "Hurry, hurry, the baby is coming out, help me to the delivery bed quickly." Just as she finished speaking, there was a sound of snap, and the little nurse Wild Rose's neck was broken. Gong Yi didn't even look at the young nurse with a broken neck. He simply picked up Hua Mi horizontally and put her back on the delivery bed. The body of the little nurse Wild Rose fell softly to the ground. Her eyes were still open, and there was still an expression of disbelief on her face. It was as if he couldn't believe how she died when she was so sure of victory. The next second, Xian Chiru shouted loudly, Tu Li Jia, come in and help quickly." Hua Mi had already been carried to the delivery bed by Gong Yi. She was in excruciating pain. All she could hear was Xian Chiru yelling at her, "Push harder, push harder." Hua Mi followed Xian Chiru's shouting and shouted louder. She held Gong Yi's hand tightly with her hand. Gong Yi didn't dare to say a word. He clenched his teeth tightly, afraid that he would cry as soon as he opened his mouth. Hua Mi looked like she was in so much pain. Tu Li Jia ran in from the delivery room, pulling a trailer, with sweat all over her brow. She saw the corpse on the ground, was stunned for a moment, screamed, and pressed down on Hua Mi's stomach. It was at this time that Hua Mi felt a fleshy ball of meat being squeezed out of her body. Suddenly, half of the pain in Hua Mi's body was relieved. I only heard Telijia shouting happily, "It's coming out! It's coming out!" Gong Yi was standing next to Hua Mi, bending over, with one of his hands being held by Hua Mi, which had bloody fingerprints on it. His other hand gently stroked Hua Mi's wet forehead. His eyes sparkled with delight, and he tilted his head to look. His daughter came out. She is his eldest daughter. Then, Xian Chiru said happily, "It's a son. Wow, what a cute fat boy." Hua Mi subconsciously turned her head to look at Gong Yi. Gong Yi's happy and joyful expression suddenly collapsed, and a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. Yes, Gong Yi has always said that what he wants is 2 daughters. It turned out to be a son. No wonder he was disappointed. But when he saw Gong Yi again, he adjusted his mentality instantly. He soothed Hua Mi's forehead and said to her softly, "It's a son, it's a son. You worked so hard to give birth to him. I will love him no matter if it's a son or a daughter." Of course he would like it, whether it was a son or a daughter. Although Gong Yi wanted a daughter more, a son would be nice too. He comforted Hua Mi and looked at the son in Xian Chiru's arms. Xian Chiru had already taken the child aside to clean up. She moved very quickly, because she was a professional after all. After a while, the child burst into tears. But at this time, Hua Mi had no time to care about her son, as her stomach began to ache violently again. Tu Li Jia was adjusting the fetal position for the second child. There was still another child in Hua Mi's belly that had not been born yet. After the first child was born, the second child was obviously born much faster. With the kneading and fiddling of Tu Li Jia and Xian Chiru, who had returned, the second child was born soon. Gong Yi no longer had any expectations about the gender of this second child. He stretched his neck and looked at the second child, who was held in Xian Chiru's arms. Until Xian Chiru said happily, "This second baby is a daughter." Gong Yi jumped up suddenly, his eyes shining, and asked excitedly, "Is it really a daughter? Hurry up, bring her here, and let me see her." As he spoke, he excitedly let go of Hua Mi's hand, took out his own cell phone, and took a lot of photos of his daughter. Hua Mi was absolutely speechless at Gong Yi's behavior. She looked for something nearby and wanted to grab it to smash Gong Yi, a guy who only loved his daughter, to death. Nothing was found. Gong Yi had already come close to Xian Chiru, watching her excitedly cleaning his daughter. It wasn't until his daughter cried for the first time that Gong Yi couldn't hold back his tears. He held his daughter, who was already dressed in her little clothes, and came to Hua Mi. Look, this is our daughter. Hua Mi smiled weakly at Gong Yi, her eyes missing Gong Yi and looking at the sun in Xianqiru's arms. She couldn't help but remind the excited Gong Yi, you still have a son. Gong Yi then remembered that before his daughter was born, his wife had given birth to a son for him. So he laughed and turned back, carefully taking his son from Xianqiru's hands. He brought his son and daughter together to show Hua Mi. Li Jia was pressing Hua Mi's belly to expel the placenta from her belly. Seeing this, she teased Gong Yi, Commander. You are such a fool. You only remember that Ami gave you a daughter, but you forgot that you have a son. Hua Mi rolled her eyes. Gong Yi just smiled and said awkwardly, how could that be possible? They are all my children. I will definitely treat them equally. I definitely treat everyone equally. It's impossible for me to only like my daughter. Gong Yi said this with great confidence. Looking at Gong Yi, who was making a foolish oath, Hua Mi closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. There is still a long time to go, so she treats Gong Yi equally. At this time in Xiangqing, all the people who needed to be cleaned out had been cleaned out. The corpses were collected one by the garbage truck and taken to Hua Mi's high-end garbage station. The entire Xiangqing was clean, as if it had never experienced such a change. After experiencing this long, dark night of many unexpected events, Xiangqing has been completely surrounded by zombies. All the cities knew that Xiangqing was under siege. But Xiangqing did not perish, because there are still many survivors of selling goods in other cities in Xiangqing. They knew clearly that although Xiangqing was surrounded by zombies outside, it was still as solid as a rock. At this time, the management commander of City F called his survivors. The management commander said, take your men and search the streets and alleys of Xiangqing to see if there are any more people belonging to Chun Hu. Kill a few of Chun Hu's men, then go find Xin Zhen and flatter him. The survivor, who was carrying goods and received a call from his commander, was speechless for a while. He told the commander of F City the truth. Commander, as far as I know, all the troublemakers in Xiangqing have been shot dead this time. There's nothing we can do to help. During the previous chaos, he had already made suggestions to his own chief management commander, asking him to send people to help Xiangqing. But from the beginning to the end, his family's management commander believed that the early destruction of Xiangqing would be beneficial to F City. City F only needs to sit back and watch the fight between the two tigers. As a result, no one expected that Xiangqing not only survived, but also achieved a complete victory with very few casualties. And not a single zombie broke through the east, west, south, and north defense lines of the Xiangqing base and entered the Xiangqing base. The strength of Xiangqing cannot be underestimated. On the other end of the phone, the management commander of F City pondered for a moment and whispered to the survivors he brought goods with him. I heard that the strange phenomenon that happened in the north of Xiangqing, that the mysterious cloud wall, was built by Gong Yi's supernatural power. The chief administrator of City F knew about this matter before anyone else, because he also had spies in the north of Xiangqing. His informant also took photos of the strange site in the north of Xiangqing and sent them back to him. When seeing the photo, the management commander of F City knew that becoming an enemy of Xiangqing would not bring any benefits to F City. Only then did he hurriedly send a message to the survivors who had brought the goods with him. The management commander of City F had no idea that the problem would be resolved so quickly by the Xiangqing base. No matter which line it is, even the seemingly useless Afu family guards the material market well. There was no chaos anywhere. The chaotic place was filled with piles of corpses, and they were cleared away by the Xiangqing base not long after. The speed is unimaginable. This surprised the management commander of City F. He really didn't expect that although the Xiangqing base had no management level, every aspect was managed very well. A Xiangqing base like this could not be destroyed so easily by a tide of zombies. What's more, there is another person in Xiangqing base, Gong Yi, who possesses such terrifying supernatural powers. It's really enviable. Why is Gong Yi in the Xiangqing base? Why isn't Gong Yi in City F? The survivor holding the phone didn't know what to say. Anyway, it is impossible to pretend and sell the Xiangqing base in a good way now. Then he heard his commander say on the phone, "Since the Xiangqing base has already solved the problem, there is no need for us in F City to help. Let's return to where we were. When can you bring the supplies out?" City F has a logistics team that is specifically responsible for transporting goods. They only need to buy supplies from the Xiangqing base and send them to City F. Although it takes more than a week to enter and exit the Xiangqing base, this logistics team cooperates very well. Every day, someone successfully passes through the observation area of the Xiangqing base, enters the Xiangqing base, and takes goods out of the city. Although the number is not large, they are like ants moving house continuously. The survivor who brought goods looked embarrassed and said to the F City management commander on the other end of the phone, "The material market in Xiangqing has not been opened yet. It has been closed all the time. I don't know either. What will happen next? Maybe we should wait a little longer and the Xiangqing base will give us an explanation." The commander on the other side was obviously anxious. "How can we wait? There are many survivors in F City now. What if we run out of supplies? We must find a way to transport the supplies from the Xiangqing base out of the city as quickly as possible." But no matter how anxious he was, the supplies were now in the hands of the Xiangqing base. The Xiangqing base did not open the supply market, and no survivor had any way to take the goods out of the city.
Urgent?
There is really no use in being anxious. The news that Xiangqing base survived this wave of crisis also spread back to Yi City. Chun Hu in Yi City had a gloomy look on his face and punched the desk. Chu Xiang also looked unhappy. He said to Chun Hu, "We suffered heavy losses this time. How come Xiangqing was able to withstand it so well? God knows how much the Chu family has paid in order to cooperate with Chun Hu." In terms of heads alone, the Chu family provided a lot of support to Chun Hu. As a result, this wave took away most of the Chu family's followers. Chun Hu looked at Chu Xiang gloomily, and his tone was very bad. What he didn't tell Chu Xiang was that this time Chun Hu had bet all his belongings. In the end, all the power hidden in Xiangqing has been used by Chun Hu. The result is still failure. At this point, Chun Hu no longer has any trump cards left. But he would not tell Chu Xiang about these things. After all, this is a very realistic world. If Chu Xiang knew that Chun Hu no longer had any confidence, he would not cooperate with Chun Hu anymore. At least in Yi City, Chu Xiang will abandon Chun Hu and let Chun Hu become an ordinary survivor. Chu Xiang was still in the tent with a tantrum. He said to Chun Hu with a tone of accusation, "You promised that you would succeed this time. Even if you can't kill Gong Yi and destroy Xiangqing, at least you can kill Hua Mi. You promised me that." Because Hua Mi died, the position of Gong Yi's wife was vacated. At that time, Chu Xiang would use the relationship between the two bases to propose a strong alliance with Gong Yi and let Gong Yi marry his sister Chu Yimin. It was only natural to bring Gong Yi and his subordinates to the Yi City base to pledge their allegiance. As a result, Hua Mi is alive and well now. Not only was she alive and well, she also gave birth to a child for Gong Yi. The flesh on Chun Hu's face twitched. He seemed to be holding back his anger. How dare a young boy like Chu Xiang, who is still wet behind the ears, yell in front of him? Back then, when Chun Hu was out there, Chu Xiang was still just an embryo. After a few seconds, Chun Hu endured it. A sinister smile spread across his face, and he said to Chu Xiang, "We can only blame our opponents for being too strong, not our incompetence. But we haven't lost yet. Isn't there a young lady from the Chu family outside the Xiangqing base? As long as Miss Chu can give a little more support, Yi City's plan to win over Gong Yi can still be implemented smoothly. Think about it, Miss Chu actually does have this condition. After all, that's the true nature of men. And that which Hua Mi is still in confinement after giving birth." Chu Xiang followed Chun Hu's line of thought and thought about it, and found that this was indeed the case. However, in the next moment, Hu Yanxiang hurriedly walked in from outside the tent. He said to Chu Xiang and Chun Hu, "Oh no. All the people we sent to Xiangqing base this time have been detained by Xiangqing base." Before Chu Xiang and Chun Hu could react, they heard Hu Yanxiang say, "Those of us who were left to build the city wall have begun to flee in large numbers." They are all heading to the Xiangqing base. This is not the worst. The worst thing is that a large number of skeletons of survivors suddenly appeared outside the city base. Chu Xiang and Chun Hu's expressions suddenly became strange. Chun Hu looked at Hu Yanxiang and asked, "What's going on? Tell me more." So, Hu Yanxiang told him everything that had happened on the construction site in recent times. In fact, there have always been cases of survivors going missing in the East City base. But Hu Yanxiang thought this was very normal, because many survivors from the Xiangqing base came to the East City base with the purpose of living a good life. However, after arriving at the East City base, they found that they could not live a so-called good life in the East City base. On the contrary, here we can't eat enough, wear enough clothes, and even sleep poorly. Even women were reduced to the point of not having enough food to eat or enough clothes to wear. Those survivors could only wait for the stinky steamed buns given to them by the Chu family every day. So there are many survivors who want to return to Xiangqing base. At the beginning, Hu Yanxiang brought the Chu family's bodyguards to stop the survivors who wanted to leave. But later, as more and more people went missing, Hu Yanxiang realized that he could not stop it at all. It was not until 2 days ago, after Chu Yimin left the East City base, that Hu Yanxiang received a report that a large number of skeletons had appeared outside the city wall that was being built at the East City base. He ran over and saw the white bones spread out outside the East City base. It was a depression that ordinary survivors seldom visited, and that depression was filled with white skeletons. Some of the skeletons still had shreds of meat hanging from them. Because Chun Hu and Chu Xiang had been busy attacking the Xiangqing base these 2 days, Hu Yanxiang did not report this matter. He did not dare to report it, for fear that Chun Hu and Chu Xiang would investigate and accuse him of incompetence. As a result, there were more and more skeletons in the depression. The survivors went missing, and then the supervisor of the Chu family went missing. Gradually, the survivors who lost the supervision of the supervisor knew that no one was in charge of them now. If they don't leave City E, they will probably become skeletons in the depression. A large number of survivors found ways to leave the East City base. Hu Yanxiang couldn't stop him. Chu Xiang and Chun Hu looked at each other, and Chu Xiang pointed at Hu Yanxiang. "Well, you did a good thing for me." When he said this, his voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. He stood up, kicked Hu Yanxiang, and said angrily, "Why don't you take me to see it?" Hu Yanxiang quickly got up from the ground and headed towards the depression with Chu Xiang and Chun Hu. As a result, after coming out, the scenes along the way surprised Chu Xiang and Chun Hu. The once popular city, Yi seemed particularly withered in just a few days. This situation became increasingly serious when the two of them arrived at the construction site. Chu Xiang frowned and asked Hu Yanxiang, "Where are the people who are building the wall here?" He gave the task of building the wall to Hu Yanxiang, so neither Chu Xiang nor Chun Hu asked about the construction of the East City wall during this period. While the two of them were concentrating on mobilizing manpower to deal with Xiangqing, they were fully confident that the wall of the East City base would be built as quickly as that of the Xiangqing base. After all, it didn't take long for the Xiangqing base to build the city wall to the east of the base. Moreover, most of the people who built the eastern city wall for Xiangqing base were women. At that time, most of the young and middle-aged labor force in Xiangqing base flowed to East City base. These men are much stronger than women. If that were the case, the wall of the East City base should have been built long ago. But who knows? When Chu Xiang and Chun Hu came to see it, the highest wall in the base was only 1 meter high. What the Hades can this stop? A 1-meter-high wall is only as high as an adult man's waist. What's more, not all places in the East City base have city walls. There is only a small section of the city wall. The remaining area is still the thin barbed wire fence of East City. Chu Xiang looked at Hu Yanxiang angrily. "What a rascal! What a rascal!" Hu Yanxiang lowered his head, avoiding his gaze, not daring to look directly into Chu Xiang's eyes. Chu Xiang shouted at Hu Yanxiang, "Tell me, why did I build the city wall only a little higher? Why hasn't the wall of the East City base been completed yet? You should know that the East City base is much smaller than the Xiangqing base. It's impossible that the city wall has been built for so long but still can't completely surround the East City base." Hu Yanxiang looked aggrieved. It was not that he did not try his best, but the supplies provided by the Chu family every day were too little. At the beginning, the survivors from the Xiangqing base still had enough strength to move bricks on the construction site. But the Chu family only provided them with a rotten and smelly steamed bun every day. Within 2 days, the survivors either suffered from diarrhea or felt weak all over. The progress of this project cannot be accelerated no matter how much we beat and scold the survivors. Hu Yanxiang was also helpless. He told the truth to Chu Xiang. But Chu Xiang slapped Hu Yanxiang directly. "Don't make excuses for me. Our Chu family can provide them with a steamed bun every day. What else do they want? Do you know how many people out there want to eat a steamed bun every day, but they can't do anything about it?" Compared to those who starve to death, the E-City base has been very tolerant and forgiving towards these survivors. As Chu Xiang spoke, he angrily slapped Hu Yanxiang a few more times. Finally, Chu Xiang had no choice but to say angrily, "Lead the way. I'll go take a look at the bones." He asked Hu Yanxiang to lead the way to the depression full of bones. After watching this, "Kill that rascal, Hu Yanxiang." Hu Yanxiang held back his anger and walked towards the depression with Chu Xiang and Chun Hu. The man without clothes had already run away and disappeared. He and Chun Hu were both shocked. Facing this strange scene, Hu Yanxiang whispered beside them, "It seems that the man just now had a fleshy tail." He could see it clearly because Hu Yanxiang was standing in the front. The man ran past him. Before he could see the man clearly, he was swept by the man's tail. These words made both Chu Xiang and Chun Hu feel creepy. After all, with Gong Yi's cloud wall at the Xiangqing base, they have already had a basic psychological understanding of the strange phenomena in this world. People can grow tails. If superpowers have appeared, what does it matter if people grow tails? The three returned to the E-City base, each with their own thoughts in mind. However, before the three people could take any action, the situation at the E-City base began to deteriorate further. At first, a large number of survivors disappeared and returned to the Xiangqing base. Although survival is difficult now, and the survivors don't eat much, they are still able to defecate continuously. What happened at the E-City base soon spread to Xiang City. It's not that Qingjun and others in Xiangqing are very concerned about E-City. But in just 2 days, the number of survivors from E-City to Xiangqing was like a tide. The Xiangqing teleportation point, which was originally planned to be abandoned, has been very busy in the past 2 days. From this, Qingjun and the others realized that the leader of the survivors still held a large number of teleportation tickets to the Xiangqing base. It's also Hua Mi's fault that she didn't consider so many things when issuing these teleportation tickets. She just focused on releasing the information and didn't think about the fact that Xiangqing would be blocked today and no survivors would be allowed to come to Xiangqing. After giving birth, Hua Mi slept in bed for a whole day, but she didn't sleep all the time during the day. She would be awakened by the slightest noise around her and then turn her head to look at the 2 babies beside her. Every time she turned her head to look, she could see Gong Yi standing between her and her 2 babies. Hua Mi could fall into a deep sleep again. The birth took too much of her energy and almost exhausted all her strength. When she woke up from her sleep again, Hua Mi heard Qingjun and Gong Yi whispering outside her ward. Qingjun reported to Gong Yi the news brought by the survivors from City E who came from the Xiangqing base teleportation point. Gong Yi lowered his voice and told Qingjun, "In any case, Xiangqing has now entered a completely closed state. Any survivors who fly to the Xiangqing teleportation point are not allowed to enter Xiangqing. This is a new rule. No matter whether they survived the 72 hours safely or not, any survivors who came back will be accepted. Not only that, Xiangqing base will no longer accept survivors from other cities, no matter how those survivors came to Xiangqing base. Did they tear up the teleportation ticket and fly here, or did they kill the zombies outside and get in? You can only leave Xiangqing base now, but you can't enter." Hua Mi was lying on the hospital bed. She was a little confused as to why her ears had become so sensitive. In the past, she couldn't hear people outside talking so quietly because there was a door between them. But now, she not only heard it, but also heard it very clearly. Hua Mi was puzzled. She propped herself up and sat up, stretching her neck to look at the two babies beside the bed. Because these two babies were not born full term, it is said that a gestational age takes 10 months. Hua Mi was actually still more than a month away from giving birth, so for safety reasons, Xi and Chiru let Hua Mi's two babies live directly in the blue light box. However, these two children underwent comprehensive examinations and were found to have no problems in terms of weight or physical condition. Therefore, Xi and Chiru did not pay special attention to taking care of these two babies. Only two blue light boxes were placed next to Hua Mi's bed. When Hua Mi woke up, the first thing she saw was her child. Hua Mi had just propped herself up when Gong Yi opened the door and walked in with Qingjin. The two of them kept silent about anything happening in Xiangqing. After all, Hua Mi had just experienced a difficult childbirth. At this time, she should have a good rest and not think too much. Looking at his wife, who was half sitting up, Gong Yi supported himself on the edge of the bed with one hand and kissed Hua Mi on the forehead. His eyes fell on Hua Mi's face, checking her expression. After making sure that Hua Mi looked fine, Gong Yi's eyes couldn't help but slipped into the blue light box and onto the rosy little face of his little daughter. Especially when he saw his daughter opening her little mouth and spitting out bubbles, he couldn't help but laugh. It's so cute. How can there be such a cute little princess in this world? Gong Yi was so happy that he carefully pushed his daughter's blue light box closer to Hua Mi gently and quietly, as if afraid of waking up his daughter. Gong Yi said to Hua Mi, "Hua Mi, look at our little daughter. She was spitting bubbles just now. When he grows up, he will definitely be an extremely smart child." That's great. Gong Yi suddenly felt a surge of pride. Which parent doesn't want their child to be a genius? How lucky he is. Hua Mi looked at Gong Yi in surprise. This man's mental state seemed to be wrong. This child was only 2 days old. How could she tell that she would be an extremely smart child when she grew up? Hua Mi frowned and looked at her little daughter carefully. How could she not see it? Qingjin was seen standing next to her son's blue light box, laughing. Hua Mi looked at Qingjin in bewilderment, and Qingjin said, "Commander Gong thinks that all his children are good." After that, she also said something polite. "I think this little girl is smart. When she grows up, there will be many boys chasing after her." Gong Yi half frowned. "You wish my girl is my favorite. You are not allowed to chase her. You are not allowed to chase her." Qingjin was helpless. What he didn't say was that compared to Commander Gong, his heart and eyes were filled with his daughter. The son lying in the blue light box seemed to have fallen out of favor. Hua Mi, who watched Gong Yi's expression change the whole time, sighed and exchanged a helpless look with Qingjin. There is no way to deal with this. Gong Yi is a man who is usually very decisive in killing. Why is he so clingy when facing his daughter now? Gong Yi was seen sitting between two blue light boxes again, looking at his son, then at his daughter, then at his daughter, then at his daughter again. Hua Mi waved to Qingjin to come over, and she asked quietly, "Qingjin, what is the current situation in E-City? Tell me in detail." Qingjin was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Hua Mi, who was sleeping in the ward, could actually overhear what was happening outside. So she simply didn't hide it and told Hua Mi what was happening in E-City. He added, "In the past few days, we have detained many survivors who were carrying goods to City E. After we searched all their supplies, we sent them out of the Xiangqing base. Now the Xiangqing base is completely closed and no one can enter." Hua Mi nodded and thought for a while, then said to Qingjin, "Judging from the situation you described, I'm afraid something big will happen to the E-City base. I even suggested that the transmission points in the Xiangqing base should be strictly guarded and disinfected every day with strong and violent disinfection. Don't give anyone an opportunity. Under this situation, someone will definitely be dissatisfied and want to force their way into the Xiangqing base. The Xiangqing base must take tough measures and close it when it is said to be closed." Qingjin nodded and pulled the quilt for Hua Mi. "I know all these things. Your main task now is to recover your body. The birth of these two children must have caused you a lot of suffering." Hua Mi looked at the two little babies in the blue light box, and her eyes became gentle. Yes, it was because she suffered so much in order to give birth to them, so she had to defend the pure land of Xiangqing base in this cruel doomsday. She couldn't save the entire apocalypse, so Hua Mi could only narrow her target. If we can save a city, we will save it. If we can save an area, we will save it. In fact, no one can be saved, so she can take the people around her and retreat to the Lotus Xingxing supermarket. As soon as Qin Jin left, Hua Mi's expression gradually became cold. She looked at Gong Yi, whose face was full of tenderness and kindness, and waved. "Commander Gong, come here." Commander Gong quietly left his daughter and son's side and sat down on the edge of Hua Mi's bed. He placed his hands on Hua Mi's shoulders. Before Hua Mi could speak, he tilted his head, kissed Hua Mi on the cheek, and asked, "What's wrong?" Hua Mi glared at Gong Yi and said seriously, "If something happens at the E-City base, Chun Hu will definitely run away. Chun Hu is betting on me, so I can't let him go so easily." The expression on Gong Yi's face gradually became sharp. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice filled with anger. "It's natural. I definitely can't let him go. Don't worry. Take a good rest now. When you are out of confinement, I will take you to the East City base for revenge. There is no way to rush this matter, mainly because Hua Mi is still in confinement after giving birth. Although this is the end of the world, let alone the issue of confinement, it is already a great thing for most women to have a stable life. But Hua Mi has certain conditions and requirements. She had the foundation and chose to stay in confinement after giving birth. She has no shortage of supplies. In the end times, as long as you have supplies, you have everything. Hua Mi reluctantly accepted Gong Yi's statement. Besides, the current situation of the E-City base was very unstable. This reminded Hua Mi of the mutant beast that appeared when she was pregnant. The mutant beast appeared outside City E at that time. It is difficult to say whether these mutant beasts have really been eradicated after a few months. Although the timeline is different from the apocalypse that Hua Mi experienced in her previous life. But this is the process of the end of the world. Zombies will definitely come, and mutant beasts will definitely appear. No one should rely on luck. So Hua Mi was barely calmed down by Gong Yi. She also decided to wait and see until the situation in City E became clearer. Otherwise, no matter how many people go there and how many people are sacrificed, it really is not worth it. Gong Yi's serious face suddenly smiled like a blooming flower. He tilted his head, pointed at the two blue light boxes beside Hua Mi's bed, and said to her gently, "Don't worry too much. I'm just bored and anxious. Just look at the babies. You have no idea. These two kids are so cute. I can't get enough of looking at them, especially my daughter." Blah, blah, blah. Gong Yi was like a gossipy woman, describing his daughter's every little expression and movement to Hua Mi. In Gong Yi's words, his daughter is extremely smart, like a genius in romance novels who can earn hundreds of billions at the age of 3, operate computers, and become the world's #1 hacker. Hua Mi couldn't help but ask, "Your daughter is so smart. What about your son?" Gong Yi's expression froze for a moment, and he said confidently, "If my son is not so smart, I will throw him into the garrison camp in the future. As for boys, of course they need to be raised in a rough way and not pampered too much." Gong Yi was daydreaming to his heart's content when there was a knock on the ward door. It was Chao Feng standing outside the door. Chao Feng had been replaced from Xiangqing West. The first thing he did after being replaced was to rush to the emergency area to see Hua Mi and the baby. At this time, Chao Feng was holding a camera in his hand. When Gong Yi came to open the door, Chao Feng's eyes were red, and he looked like he was about to cry. "Commander, I'm here. I failed to live up to your trust and didn't record the baby's birth." Gong Yi smiled and patted Chao Feng on the shoulder. "I've recorded it. I'll show you guys later. Feng, please come and see my son and daughter. They're so cute. I'm telling you, I think my daughter must be a genius. Look at how mature and sensible she looks when she smiles. Don't treat my daughter as an ordinary child." Balabalabala X10086. Gong Yi patted Chao Feng on the shoulder and led Chao Feng into the door of the ward. As soon as Chao Feng saw Hua Mi, he apologized with a guilty look on his face. "Sister Hua, I failed to live up to your trust and came 2 days late. Please forgive me." Hua Mi couldn't help but laugh. What's there to forgive or not forgive? Come and see the child. She also knew that Gong Yi's garrison regarded the three of them as their responsibility. So Chao Feng didn't catch Hua Mi giving birth that day, and he felt bad. Chao Feng and Gong Yi were seen again, coming close to the Blu-ray boxes of the two children. Chao Feng lowered his head slightly. Gong Yi quickly stretched out his hand to support Chao Feng's forehead. His face was full of dissatisfaction, and he said to Chao Feng, "Just look, but don't get so close to my daughter. You are not allowed to kiss her." He knew his daughter was adorable, and everyone who saw her wanted to kiss her. But Gong Yi didn't allow it. He patted his son's blue light box and said to Chao Feng, "If you want to kiss, kiss my son. My son has thick skin and is very resistant to kissing." Seeing Gong Yi like this, Hua Mi lay back on the bed and covered her head with the quilt. Okay, she is tired too. Let Gong Yi take care of his son and daughter. At this time, outside the East City base. At night, several people were walking in front of Chun Hu's tent. Chun Hu carried her mother out on his back. The man who met Chun Hu outside the door whispered, "Boss, are we really going to leave here?" Chun Hu nodded, his face heavy. There was no choice but to leave. The East City base was becoming untenable. He wondered if there was some plague spreading inside the East City base. If he didn't leave, Chun Hu was worried that he and his old mother would also be affected. At this time, all cities except Xiangqing are short of doctors and medicine. If by any chance a plague breaks out in City E under this environment, it would be enough to destroy the entire city. The man waiting outside the tent was Chun Hu's cousin. Their Qin family was originally considered a very large family in City A. But after the end of the world, less than 10 months later, the entire Qin family was like a collapsed building. It vanished in an instant. There was no one around Chun Hu could help him escape from East City, except his cousins. Now only a few of his cousins remain with him. Chun Hu carried his old mother on his back, raised his hand, and patted his cousin on the shoulder. He promised his cousin, "I won't stay like this forever. Don't worry, I will make a comeback one day. When the time comes, I will give you everything you want." My cousin nodded, tears of emotion flashing in his eyes. "Boss, don't worry, as long as we are here, you will not die before us." He also called Chun Hu boss. After all, when Chun Hu was in his prime, his cousins could never get into the core of Chun Hu's power. Several people from the Qin family left the East City base in the dark night with bold words. The direction they were heading to is not another base, but Xiangqing. In Chun Hu's words, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. He and Chu Xing teamed up to cause such great damage to the Xiangqing base. Once Hua Mi and Gong Yi have recovered from this, they will definitely not let go of the East City base. What's more, the current situation of the East City base is really worrying. Staying in the East City base is a stupid act. As a result, Chun Hu left with his old mother on his back, and not long after, Hu Yanxiang discovered that Chun Hu had left. He quickly informed Chu Xing of the news. Chu Xing felt very unbalanced and cursed loudly upon hearing this. How could Chun Hu do such a thing? This is a betrayal of our alliance, and it is absolutely unforgivable. He knew at the beginning that Chun Hu was being hunted by Gong Yi, so he generously took Chun Hu in. He believed that Chun Hu was a very powerful person, and as long as Chun Hu was given a chance to make a comeback, Chun Hu would definitely give back to the Chu family with more and better benefits. Chun Hu also vowed in front of Chu Xing that as long as he could make a comeback, he would give the Chu family everything they wanted. What happened now? Chun Hu had completely forgotten his oath. He abandoned East City and left on his own. Hu Yanxiang was so angry when he saw Chu Xing. He pretended to step forward and advised, "Mr. Chu, I think we should just forget about this matter. Everyone has their own aspirations. Don't worry, I am a person from East City in life and a ghost from East City in death. I will never leave you." Chu Xing turned his head to look at Hu Yanxiang, who had a fawning look on his face. Of course he knew that Hu Yanxiang said these words to please him, but it was precisely because of Hu Yanxiang's humble flattery that it made Chun Hu, a person who betrayed the alliance, look even more hateful. Chu Xing would never allow betrayal, especially since he under the instigation of Chun Hu, had spent so much effort and lost so many lives to attack Xiangqing. They all ended in failure. What's even more hateful is that if Chu Xing had not been instigated by Chun Hu, he and Xiangqing base would not be in such a life and death situation today. In fact, from the very beginning, Chu Xing took Chu Yimin to Xiangqing base to discuss the material cooperation plan with Xiangqing base. It was Chun who had been instigating Chu Xing to make some irrational decisions. This has led to the current embarrassing situation at the East City base and Xiangqing base. Now, in Chu Shiheng's mind, all the misfortunes he encountered were caused by Chun Hu. It's all Chun Hu's fault. In the tent, Chu Xing had a gloomy face. He ordered Hu Yanxiang, "There are not many people around Chun Hu now. You take your men to chase him. No matter whether he is dead or alive, you must bring back his body. I want to keep his body for use." He wanted to send Chun Hu's body to Hua Mi and Gong Yi. Chu Xing watched as the East City base was shrouded in plague, so of course he had to find a way. Chun Hu wanted to leave. How could Chu Xing let him go so easily? At this moment, there was no better way to surrender to Xiangqing without taking Chun Hu's body. Hu Yanxiang nodded immediately. He had fallen out of favor with Chu Xing recently. Because the city wall of the East City base was not repaired, Chu Xing was very dissatisfied with him and gradually stopped using Hu Yanxiang. Therefore, Hu Yanxiang urgently needs to achieve some results. He turned around and walked out of Chu Shiheng's tent, gathered the few remaining strong men under his command, and chased Chun Hu's car. Because of the strength of the Xiangqing base has previously been committed to clearing obstacles on various highways. In addition, with the hard work of the East City base, the expressway between East City and Xiangqing was quickly cleared. Hu Yanxiang drove all the way to the Xiangqing base, but he did not notice anything unusual on the road. I don't really understand why so many people turned into skeletons in the depression of East City base. If I have to give an explanation, it's probably because a lot of zombies died outside East City base. This is the mainstream theory of East City base. Besides, if there was anything wrong on the road leading to Xiangqing, it might have been discovered by the people at the Xiangqing base long ago. The man who was driving the car for Hu Yanxiang whispered to him after driving for a while, "Brother Xiang, are we really going to Xiangqing base? Think about the situation of Xiangqing base now. There are zombies everywhere outside." I guess Chun Hu went to the Xiangqing base and was buried among the zombies. Hu Yanxiang thought about it and felt that what this person said made sense. Now the Xiangqing base has been completely surrounded by a tide of zombies. If they go any further, they will encounter zombies. Chun Hu did not bring many people to the Xiangqing base. Including his dead old mother, there were only 5 people at most. How could those 5 people possibly defeat so many zombies? So Hu Yanxiang ordered the man driving the car, "Drive forward for another half an hour. After half an hour, we will not go forward. You all should keep your mouths shut. If Chu Xing asks, just say that we pushed Chun Hu into the zombie tide and that Chun Hu was eaten by the zombies beyond recognition. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded and drove towards the Xiangqing base for half an hour. They decisively returned home. On the way back to the East City base, several people found a corpse with a similar body shape to Chun Hu, tied the corpse to the roof of the car, and rushed back to the East City base. In today's world, corpses can be seen everywhere, and it is not an exaggeration. People who have never left the Xiangqing base don't understand what kind of Hades this is. There were so many corpses that when driving on the road, you would see a disfigured corpse every few meters. What Chu Xing said was not a lie. Although the situation in the East City base was so bad, compared with other places, the East City base was still considered to be very safe, convenient, and well-equipped. At least in the East City base, there are still so many people alive. If you are lucky, you can find a lot of supplies among the rubble inside and outside the East City base. Hu Yanxiang and his men are really bold. In this way, they dragged the corpse, which was similar in shape to Chun Hu, in front of Chu Xing. Chu Xing looked at the corpse with disgust, as half of its face had been bitten off. He glanced at it casually, waved his hand, and said to Hu Yanxiang, "Send this body to the Xiangqing base. Just tell Hua Mi at the Xiangqing base that we in East City are very sincere and want to reconcile with Xiangqing. It was all Chun Hu's fault before. If it weren't for Chun Hu instigating me behind my back, I wouldn't have done such irrational things. You must remember that your attitude must be good. After all, you represent me. Chu Xing added, whether our E-City base can have sufficient food, medical supplies, and water depends entirely on whether we can please this switch named Hua. Chu Xing was very upset about what he said. Of course he hated Hua Mi very much, but now he had to please her. The situation at the E-City base is really too bad. Every day, large numbers of people defecate and urinate everywhere because of diarrhea. That's real death. Chu Xing had never seen a survivor bleeding so much. They will appear skinny due to blood loss. Not only had Chu Xing never seen such a scene before, but no one in his family had ever seen it either. But because he is a person with special abilities, he can hold on, but more and more people in the E-City base can't hold on. He suddenly had a very sad sense of fatalism, a feeling he couldn't tell anyone. In this state of mind, the uncles and aunts of the Chu family put a lot of pressure on him. If Chu Xing cannot solve the dilemma of the E-City base well, then the Chu family will say it. They donated supplies to the Xiangqing base and moved the Chu family to the Xiangqing base, but did not leave the supplies to Chu Xing. This represents Chu Shiheng's complete failure. He has lost his base and his status. Chu Xing was unwilling to admit defeat so easily. He had to lower his proud head, present Chun Hu's body to Hua Mi, and take the initiative to seek peace. As a result, Hu Yanxiang cursed secretly, but he had to drag Chun Hu's body and drive to Xiangqing base. However, they all agreed not to approach the Xiangqing base. While on the way, they called someone they knew in the Xiangqing base. They reported to Qingjin their sincerity in wanting to offer Chun Hu's body. They couldn't contact Hua Mi directly because not everyone knew Hua Mi's cell phone number. If you want to show E-City's sincerity, you must first pass Qingjin's test. The so-called sincerity is to directly tell the people in Xiangqing that they have sent Chun Hu's body and beg for forgiveness. And then, nothing. After Hu Yanxiang hung up the phone, someone in the car whispered, "Actually, since we have already come out of the E-City base, why do we have to go back to the E-City base? The E-City base is in this situation now. Who knows what will happen in the future?" Another man said with sorrow, "But if we don't go back to the E-City base, what can we do? Look outside the Xiang City base. It's full of zombies. Even if we fight to the death and fight our way to the edge of Xiangqing base will not accept us. It's not that no one has ever fought their way into a zombie horde, and it's not that no one has ever overcome numerous difficulties and obstacles to reach the Xiangqing base. But the Xiangqing base is now completely closed and no one is allowed to enter the Xiangqing base. It's true. They reached the gate of Xiangqing base, but couldn't open the door, even when they shouted. No one can tell when the Xiangqing base will reopen. So the survivors are leaving, aren't they? Seeing that Xiangqing base is holding up, are they coming back? No way. The men in the car were silent, and they all looked at Hu Yanxiang, hoping that Hu Yanxiang could give them some advice. Hu Yanxiang pondered for a moment and said to everyone, "Let me tell you the truth. The Chu family actually still has a lot of supplies. How else could the Chu family provide such a large E-City base with steamed buns for so many survivors every day? If we don't go to Xiangqing base now and go to any other city or small base, our life may not be as good as that in E-City base. After all, Chu Xing is a fire-type mutant. If there are any monsters in this base and they come to Chu Xing, he can burn them to ashes. My opinion is that whether Xiangqing forgives Acheng or not, and whether Hua Mi forgives Chu Xiang or not, is none of our business. There is no need for us to put ourselves in danger in order to seek Xiangqing's forgiveness. We will just tell Chu Xiang that Chun Hu has been sent to the outside of Xiangqing base, but Xiangqing base is closed. That's not true either. And we can take advantage of this time to go find Miss Chu. Thanks to the existence of the Universal Signal Communicator, even all the signal base stations in this doomsday have been destroyed. As long as they have this universal signal connector and their mobile phones have power, they can still make calls smoothly. Therefore, Hu Yanxiang had already known from Chu Xing that although Chu Yimin did not successfully reach the north of Xiangqing base, he had successfully escaped from danger in the zombie tide. Currently, she is staying in a small gathering place for survivors outside City F. She couldn't move because all the bodyguards protecting her were killed by the zombie tied outside Xiangqing. Hu Yanxiang told the 3 men in the car, "We volunteered with Chu Xing. After we delivered Chun Hu's body, we were beaten and scolded by Xiangqing. We had no choice but to pick up Miss Chu. Hu Yanxiang has always wanted to be Chu Shiheng's brother-in-law. Now this is the opportunity God has given him. In such a difficult world, he would appear in front of Chu Yimin like a hero descending from the sky. Wouldn't Chu Yimin devote all her love to him?" Hu Yanxiang had a good plan. This time, when he came out of the East City base, he made 2 great achievements, one of which was killing Chun Hu.
One savait que Yima.
What a great achievement these 2 have made. Let's see how Chu Xing will value him in the future. Isn't it easy for him to capture the second in command of the city base? The men in the car all laughed obscenely. They all understood what Hu Yanxiang meant. Of course, everyone is just trying to get by. If they follow Hu Yanxiang and if Hu Yanxiang can get Chu Shiheng's attention, their future life will not be bad. Under the premise that they could clearly not enter the Xiangqing base, the East City base with sufficient supplies was of course their only choice. A group of people drove directly from the outskirts of Xiangqing base all the way to F City. At this time, Hua Mi was lying on the hospital bed resting, and in her ears she could hear all kinds of sounds coming from outside the door. It was as if, without all the discomforts of pregnancy, her body was no longer suppressed and she became exceptionally alert and clear-headed. Hua Mi gradually figured it out with her poor memory that it was most likely her supernatural powers that changed her physique. In fact, at the end of her previous life, after her supernatural powers developed to a certain level, she also had such sharp ears and eyes. But because she died too quickly, she didn't have the luxury of being able to hear and see clearly for too long. Now, she was halfway through her confinement period, and Gong Yi temporarily returned to the north of Xiangqing base. His mental power could not last long, so he had to go back to the north of Xiangqing base every day to consolidate the cloud wall that was created by his mental power. It was at this time that Qingjun hurried into Hua Mi's ward. She told Hua Mi what she had heard, and then said, "This Chu Xing is really a ruthless person. He just killed Chun Hu like that. These 2 are partners after all." Then Qingjun shook his head exaggeratedly and said with emotion, "In fact, I didn't expect that Chun Hu, who had done so many evil things in the past, would die so miserably. I heard his whole face was chewed off." Hua Mi was holding her youngest son and feeding him. Hearing Qingjun say this, she couldn't help but laugh. How do you know that the body sent over from the East City base is really Chun Hu's? Could someone like Chun Hu really be killed so easily by Chu Xing? I don't believe it. Hua Mi certainly didn't believe it. At least the experience she had in her previous life told her that Chun Hu lived a much more superior life than Chu Xing. She did not see with her own eyes how Chun Hu died, and Hua Mi would never believe that Chun Hu would die. Then I heard Qingjun say, "We don't care whether Chun Hu's death is real or fake. Chu Shiheng's intention is very simple. He offered the body of his partner Chun Hu in order to make peace with our Xiangqing base." Hua Mi shook her head, put her son, who had been nursing and eating until he fell asleep, back into the blue light box and said, "Impossible. No matter what Chu Xing says now, I will never forgive him. Tell Chu Xing to give up this idea as soon as possible. Besides, do you think Chu Xing is seeking peace? Just send someone to make a phone call outside Xiangqing, saying that they have killed Chun Hu and want to offer Chun Hu's body." Where is Chun Hu's body? What's the point of just talking? Their people can't even get close to the periphery of our Xiangqing base, so what sincerity can we talk about? Reply to Chu Xing, "Don't ask for peace or not. Hurry up and prepare for the battle. I will be out of confinement soon. Let Chu Xing clean up his mess and prepare to face my wrath." Seeing Hua Mi rejected the olive branch thrown by Chu Xing so harshly and bluntly, Qingjun also nodded in agreement. She breathed a sigh of relief. "I was just worried that you would be soft-hearted. Now I am relieved." After she walked out of Hua Mi's ward, Qingjun said directly to the person who delivered the message, "I will not reply to Chu Xing. You can reply on my behalf. We refuse to make peace." After a pause, Qingjun continued, "Forget it. There's no need to reply to him. Just let the East City base worry about it. There's really no point in engaging in a war of words. Qingjun has too many things to do now and has no time to argue with Chu Xiang. Due to the silence of the Xiangqing base, Chu Xiang waited for 2 days and finally couldn't bear it anymore and called Qingjun's mobile phone himself. However, before Chu Xiang finished introducing himself, Qingjun spoke directly and said in a cold voice, "Mr. Chu, you don't have to be so nice now. Hua Mi said that you forced our Xiangqing base into this state in the beginning. It doesn't make sense now that you will let things go so simply. I want to give Master Chu a sincere word of advice. This matter from beginning to end cannot be blamed entirely on Chun Hu. Even if Chun Hu dies, isn't there still Master Chu?" Chu Xiang was on the other end of the phone, wishing he could follow the signal and burn Qingjun to death. He opened his mouth to say more, but Qingjun hung up the phone. This attitude of rejection is already very obvious. Xiangqing base is unwilling to pay attention to East City base. Even if the East City base is so humble, so what? You can't stab someone again and then apologize sincerely, pretending that you never stabbed them, right? How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? Qingjun even doubted Chu Shiheng's IQ. Could it be that this young master has never thought about the meaning of the saying you're responsible for the consequences of your own actions? What's the point of apologizing now? Chu Xiang was so angry that his teeth were itching. After Qingjun hung up the phone on him, he burned the phone in his hand. After it was burned, Chu Xiang remembered that there was a universal signal connector on the back of the phone. Now that supplies in Xiangqing have been sealed off, it is quite difficult for survivors to obtain a universal signal connector. Such a magical artifact. If one is destroyed, there will be one less. He slammed his fist on the table in frustration, and a black fist mark was immediately burned on the table. Chu Xiang thought it was really abominable. Why didn't East City have sufficient supplies? Why was Xiangqing base so selfish and occupied so many supplies? Not only did he occupy so many supplies, he also gave Xiangqing a sincere apology. In order to apologize, Chu Xiang also killed Chun Hu. As a result, Hua Mi and Qingjun still refused to give in, especially the one named Qingjun, who even said such words to mock him. Does Qingjun think he is so great just because he is the second in command of Xiangqing? No matter how amazing she is just a woman. He was in a very angry mood and hadn't come up with a solution yet. A man with a dignified look on his face walked out from outside the tent. Chu Shiheng's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stood up with a hint of respect on his face. Uncle's tent was one of the few elders in the Chu family. It is said that most of the supplies of the Chu family are in the hands of this uncle. But no one knows exactly where the supplies are. Even Chu Xiang didn't know. They would only ask their uncle to give them some when they needed it. Normally, my uncle kept the location of these supplies a secret. Because of this uncle has a lot of say in the East City base. As soon as the uncle entered the tent, he said to Chu Xiang with a stern face, "Do you know that many people died in the East City base again? Although it's not a pity that these people died, the living environment in the East City base is getting worse and worse. If you can't find a way to improve the living environment of East City base and make it better, your uncles and I would like to contact Xiangqing base and move in." Chu Xiang said hurriedly, "But uncle, there are zombies all over the outside of Xiangqing base. It's not a very wise choice for you to move into Xiangqing base." Uncle Chu couldn't help but sneer. "How can you say that? You have seen Xiangqing's strength during this period. What did you say some time ago? You said that Xiangqing would definitely be destroyed by zombies in a short period of time, and that Xiangqing would definitely release a large amount of supplies. But look at it yourself. Is it destroyed?"
No.
"Don't think we don't know what you and Chun Hu did to Xiangqing some time ago. You must resolve this matter as soon as possible, and be sure to obtain the forgiveness of the Xiangqing base, and have all your uncles and aunts move into the Xiangqing base." Although the Chu family, like Chun Hu's family, lost many people after the end of the world. A huge family has declined to the point where only a few people are left. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if such a big family is in decline, it is still inferior to those ordinary families where not a single person is left. The Chu family still has a considerable population base. Of course, there are many people with supplies among this population base. In fact, Chu Xing himself didn't know exactly how much supplies these uncles of the Chu family had in their hands. After all, before the end of the world, the Chu family was in the transportation business. Land, air, and sea transport. They have people in every aspect. If you control transportation, you will naturally control the storage of supplies. The Chu family indeed had no shortage of supplies, just as Chun Hu had said. The one who has been lacking supplies has always been the East City base, and that is Chu Xing. There is a big difference between the two. Because of this relationship, Chu Xing had no way of breaking off relations with these uncles. He could only suppress his temper and said to his uncle, "Our relationship with Xiangqing base is very strained now. If you want to move into Xiangqing base, it will be very difficult. And the Xiangqing base has been closed. They don't allow outsiders to enter the Xiangqing base." The uncle waved his hand nonchalantly. "You will need to go and apologize to Xiangqing. I've said before that you need to be humble and sincere. If Hua Mi of Xiangqing base does not forgive what you did, then you must show more sincerity. Do you understand what we mean? We no longer have any expectations for the development of East City, so if you can't satisfy us, we won't provide you with follow-up materials to build the East City base." The dangerous implication in these words is already quite strong. Originally, Chu Xing wanted to build the East City base, but his uncles and aunts in the family had different opinions on this. At the beginning, my uncles and aunts in the family actually brought it up. They can actually provide some supplies to the Xiangqing base. Although the Xiangqing base may not look down on the batch of supplies they provided as support, but at least the Chu family showed their sincerity. They can move their entire family to the Xiangqing base. But Chu Xing stopped them. Chu Shiheng's reason was very simple. He said that the Xiangqing base was about to be surrounded by zombies. He urged his uncles to stay here and use the supplies in their hands to make the city base bigger and stronger. Of course, everyone can see that Chu Xing is a very ambitious person. He wants to be first. As long as the Xiangqing base is destroyed by zombies, the East City base will definitely be the #1 base in the apocalypse. In this regard, the uncles and aunts of the Chu family also believed that it was a good thing for young people to be energetic.
Times have changed.
They must adapt to the times and always take off at the forefront of the trend, so they naturally need support. But after supporting it until now, the East City base is in this terrible state. How can this become bigger and stronger and become the #1 base in the apocalypse?
Don't joke about that.
The uncle's intention now is very simple, that is, Chu Xing should keep a low profile and make peace with the Xiangqing base. Even if we cannot make peace, we must make peace. Because they were going to live in the Xiangqing base, pressure was put on Chu Xing. Chu Xing must be asked to find a solution. After saying this, the uncle patted his ace and left. Chu Xing stayed in his tent again, feeling helpless and furious for a long time. He has no supplies in his hands now. If he had supplies, why would he bother to deal with these old men of the Chu family? Those old men don't know a thing. They hold supplies in their hands as if they were holding some imperial sword. Everyone held him hostage, wanting him to do what they wanted. How could it be so good? If it were so easy to make peace with Xiangqing, it wouldn't be so difficult for Chu Xing. After a tantrum, Chu Xing calmed down. He gritted his teeth and decided that this matter could not be let go so easily. He still has to find a way to continue to make peace with Xiangqing. For a while, Chu Xing was in a stalemate. He didn't know how to make peace with the Xiangqing base. So, he called an acquaintance in the Xiangqing base and asked that acquaintance to find Gong Yi's contact information for him. Chu Xing thought clearly that he would not be able to get through to Qinzhen. After all, Qinzhen had even blocked his contact information. Qinzhen is Hua Mi's man, and every decision Qinzhen makes represents Hua Mi's opinion. Chu Xing knew this a long time ago. Then wouldn't it be better to go find Gong Yi directly? The Xiangqing base belongs to Gong Yi, who is Hua Mi's husband and the father of her 2 children. If Gong Yi chose to forgive, then even if Hua Mi hated him, so what? He still had to choose to forgive. Gong Yi's contact information is not difficult to find. After all, He had worked in the rescue team for a period of time before, and his phone number is known to many people. But as time went on, and many people died, no one called Gong Yi anymore. The people who had the most contact with Gong Yi were his garrison and Hua Mi. After receiving a call from Chu Xiang, Gong Yi looked at the unfamiliar number and felt quite surprised. When he picked up the phone, he found that the person calling him was Chu Xiang. Gong Yi frowned and asked in a lukewarm voice, "I really didn't expect you to be so shameless that you would even call me. What's the matter? Chu Xiang, do you think you've lived too long?" As for Chu Xiang and Chun Hu, they took advantage of Hua Mi's opportunity and forced Xiang Cheng into desperate situations time and time again while Hua Mi was giving birth. Gong Yi is only more irritable than Hua Mi, not less. Chu Xiang was on the other end of the phone, trying hard to suppress his anger, smiling and laughing twice. What is Commander Gong saying? We who accomplish great things don't pay attention to small details. Isn't everything fine at your Xiangqing base now? I'm here to apologize with 1,000,000 points of sincerity. Let's just let this matter go. After all, Chun Hu is dead now, so this misunderstanding should be written off. Our two bases must help each other. In this apocalypse, we must protect the survivors and help the survivors in the base survive better. Gong Yi on the other end of the phone didn't speak. Chu Xiang continued, "In such a difficult living environment, one more friend is always better than one more enemy. What do you think, Commander Gong? Back then, your wife cut off one of my ears, and I frightened your wife when she was giving birth. This matter is between you and me, so let's call it even. If Commander Gong continues to care about this, it would seem like he is not a man enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Yi sneered on the other end of the phone. "Are you trying to pue me? Can your one ear be compared with my wife and my 2 children? The entire apocalypse combined cannot compare to my wife and children. Perhaps this world is too sad." In Gong Yi's mind, his value system has been shattered time and time again. After collapse again and again, Gong Yi picked up the worldview and values again and reshaped them. His inner value system has changed. He now feels that nothing can compare to his wife and children. He could lose his life for his wife and children. What kind of person is Chu Xiang? Not to mention his ear. Even his life is worthless. Chu Xiang continued to persuade him. Then Commander Gong, you can't just watch so many survivors of our East City base lose their lives. You are also a garrison. Where is your professional ethics? Although you cannot forgive my mistakes, there are still so many survivors in the East City base. I hope to get enough supplies to save the few survivors. Am I wrong? No matter what, we have to be responsible for the people in this city, right? Speaking of which, Chu Xiang appointed himself the position of Commander-in-Chief of East City. In fact, before the end of the world, he wasn't even a city administrator. Gong Yi was also the Commander-in-Chief of Xiangqing. As a commander should talk to another commander, he had no right to talk to Gong Yi about whether to forgive him or not. He is now talking with Gong Yi about feelings and justice. Gong Yi sneered. His laughter was full of sarcasm. Are you teaching me how to do things now? East City is now like this, and it's not our Xiang City that caused it. On the contrary, it is your East City that caused our Xiang City to become like this now. You don't have to talk to me here. You have to be responsible for the people in the city. Before you say such things, you should first find a way to solve the problems in your East City base. Perhaps it was because he had seen too much sadness in the world. Gong Yi gradually felt that in fact, to survive in the end times, perhaps living well in his own little piece of land was the wisest choice. He only has a total of 5,000 garrisons. In fact, these 5,000 garrisons are barely enough to guard such a large Xiangqing base. What else can he manage? Manage the entire apocalypse? Sorry, he really doesn't have that much power. Just assume that he is an incompetent man. He has already tried his best to defend Xiangqing. I also sacrificed too much time to spend with my wife and children. The garrisons under his command also tried their best, and each garrison member worked as if he were 10 men. In this regard, Gong Yi is not worthy of everyone except his wife and children. Chu Xiang on the other end of the phone had something else to say. However, Gong Yi felt that there was no need to continue the conversation. His voice was sharp, and he said to Chu Xiang, "What you should be most grateful for right now is this world. If it weren't for the chaos in this world, how long do you think you could live now?" After saying this, Gong Yi hung up the phone with Chu Xiang and blocked Chu Shiheng's number. He was also not very willing to continue talking to Chu Xiang. What's the point of talking about this now? The seeds of hatred have been sown, and now we just need to wash them clean and wait for death. Chu Xiang rarely heard a chilling tone between the lines of Gong Yi's words. He felt more and more that this could not go on. So I quickly called Hu Yanxiang. "Did you pick up my sister?" Hu Yanxiang was rushing to where Chu Yimin was. After learning Hu Yanxiang's location, Chu Xiang gave Hu Yanxiang a clear order. "After picking up my sister, take her to the north of Xiangqing base to find Gong Yi. I don't care what method Chu Yimin uses to get Gong Yi's forgiveness. Anyway, I must make Gong Yi turn this matter from hostility to friendship." Hu Yanxiang held the phone and kept saying, "Yes, yes, yes." After hanging up the phone with Chu Xiang, the man next to Hu Yanxiang asked, "What did Chu Xiang say?" "He wants to use his sister and offer her to Gong Yi so that he can become a relative of Gong Yi." Hu Yanxiang pursed his lips and glanced at the man who said this. He snorted coldly. "What's the use of that? It's of no use at all. Now the emperor is far away. Where Chu Yimin goes, who she follows, whose woman she becomes, does Chu Xiang have any right to control it?" It was indeed out of their control. They soon arrived at the small gathering place of survivors where Chu Yimin was. At this time, Chu Yimin's cell phone had little battery left. The destination of this group of survivors is towards City F. The members are mostly men, but there are also a few women. Chu Yimin didn't want to reiterate what these men would do to these women. She could only say that she was in danger now. The further away from Xiangqing base, the more dangerous her situation becomes. So when she first met Hu Yanxiang, Chu Yimin extended her hand to him in an imperative tone. "Do you have a power bank? Give it to me quickly, I need to charge my phone." In fact, during this period, Chu Yimin regretted her impulsive behavior more than once. It's easy to tear up the ticket and fly to the Xiangqing base. But it is quite difficult to return to City Yi. Not to mention that he had to circle around Xiangqing, from the west of Xiangqing to the north of Xiangqing to find Gong Yi. The eldest lady finally discovered the cruelty of reality. She just wanted to go back to the East City base and ask her brother for the person. Wait until she has enough people and let the bodyguards protect her before heading towards the north of Xiangqing. But Hu Yanxiang seemed to have not heard Chu Yimin's order at all. He looked at the rusty car behind Chu Yimin, then looked at the men and women not far away, either inside or outside the car. Hu Yanxiang smiled and was in a generally good mood. He asked Chu Yimin, "Young lady, have you been moving around with these people these days? Did they bully you? How did you survive?" Chu Yimin frowned and looked at Hu Yanxiang. "Why are you talking so much? Do you have a power bank with you? If you have one, give me the power bank quickly. My phone is out of battery." These days, she has suffered a lot from the shortage of supplies. A very simple one is that she has to keep changing her mobile phones, constantly removing the SIM cards and universal signal connectors from her original phones and replacing them with new ones. Because a mobile phone will run out of battery very quickly. However, what Chu Yimin did not expect was that the farther away from the Xiangqing base, the scarcer the supplies became. "Now I can't even find a charged cell phone." Even if she wanted to change her SIM card, there was no way she could do that with the universal signal connector. She used the last bit of power in the mobile phone in her hand to contact Hu Yanxiang. After contacting Hu Yanxiang, Chu Yimin's mobile phone was completely out of power. At this moment, her cell phone was out of battery, which meant that she had completely lost contact with her brother Chu Xiang. This huge feeling of insecurity enveloped Chu Yimin. Her cell phone was out of battery, and she had lost contact with everyone at home. Chu Yimin felt like she was trapped in an extremely dark and desperate situation. What was around her? Where was she going? What land was she in? She had no idea. Chu Yimin had never felt so helpless before. Thinking back to the beginning, she rashly and bravely flew to the Xiangqing base. He thought he could enter the Xiangqing base. As long as she had money, she could enjoy the abundant supplies and convenience brought to her in the Xiangqing base. However, She didn't expect that she would be stranded outside and couldn't even find a power bank. Hu Yanxiang smiled and did not answer Chu Yimin's question. He took Chu Yimin with him and forced her into the car with an almost tough attitude. Then the car drove away. Chu Yimin felt that something was not right. She couldn't put her finger on it. She just felt a sense of insecurity and loss of control enveloping her. This made her quite uneasy. Especially since she was a rich lady, she was not sitting in the passenger seat but in the back seat of the car. She wasn't alone in the back seat of the car. On the contrary, there were two other men sitting there. Chu Yimin patted the back of Hu Yanxiang's chair. She was dissatisfied. "Let me get off the car. Please let me get off the car quickly."
Where are you taking me?
"I don't want to go with you." Hu Yanxiang had already sent a car to take Chu Yimin away from the gathering place of survivors. The car had already left and no one tried to stop them. Hu Yanxiang then said to Chu Yimin, who was sitting in the back seat of the car with an angry look on her face, "If you don't follow me, who do you want to follow? Stay here and be the chicken of this team? Nowhere is safe, young lady." Chu Yimin also knew that the small gathering place for survivors where she was now was not safe either. Ever since her bodyguards died, one by one, Chu Yimin just realized that the men around her, whether they knew her or not, looked at her as if she were a commodity. Chu Yimin had no doubt that if she stayed in this group, her situation would be miserable. So, when her cell phone had power, she kept calling Chu Xiang. Asked Chu Xiang to send someone to rescue her. But the person sent by Chu Xiang was Hu Yanxiang. This made Chu Yimin quite dissatisfied. Don't think that she didn't know what Hu Yanxiang had in mind for her. Her brother sent such a man to save her, especially when Chu Yimin's cell phone was out of battery. She didn't know whether her brother was doing this for her good or for her bad. The car kept moving forward, and Chu Yimin didn't know where their car was heading. The two men sitting next to her didn't speak either. After the car had been driving for a while, it entered a relatively safe but very chaotic and remote place. The car stopped. With great panic in her heart, Chu Yimin watched Hu Yanxiang get out of the car. She raised her hand in horror and pulled the door handle of the car. In the narrow space, Chu Yimin tilted her head and looked at the two men sitting next to her. The two men had lewd smiles on their faces, but they did not do anything to Chu Yimin. Instead, get off from the other side of the car. Chu Yimin also wanted to get out of the car, but one side of the door was opened. Hu Yanxiang got into the car. Chu Yimin and Hu Yanxiang were the only two people left in the car. Chu Yimin yelled at Hu Yanxiang, "Do you know who I am? My brother is Chu Xiang. We have an East City base in our Chu family. You can send me to the East City base safely now, or send me to Gong Yi. My brother and Gong Yi will definitely give you a lot of supplies." She had no relationship with Gong Yi, but now she could only bring up Gong Yi to scare Hu Yanxiang. "But if you touch me now, my brother and Gong Yi will definitely kill you, and make your life worse than death. If you don't believe me, just try it." Hu Yanxiang grinned. She was not good-looking. On the contrary, she was big and strong. When she opened her mouth, she had a mouthful of yellow teeth. Because people did not pay attention to hygiene in the apocalypse, when Hu Yanxiang opened his mouth to speak, a strong smell of bad breath came out of his mouth. A feeling of disgust rose in Chu Yimin's heart. But immediately, she screamed in fear and felt that Hu Yanxiang was pouncing towards her like an ugly beast. What else is there to understand? The car is constantly vibrating. Screams came from the car. The three men standing outside the car, observing whether there were any zombies around, let out a smug and ambiguous laugh. One of them said jokingly, "Our brother, who is still capable. Once we have trained this young lady well enough, we will go back to the East City base." Now, Miss Chu Yimin still has a bad temper. She is not obedient enough yet. Apparently, she has not been tortured enough and needs to be tamed. Darkness gradually enveloped the land. Despair takes root in people's hearts, and the survivors will eventually find that perhaps as time goes by, the end of the world will become longer and longer. In fact, it would have been better to follow the Xiangqing base and take a gamble. If we help Xiangqing base overcome difficulties, Xiangqing base will not isolate itself. Maybe the whole world will not become worse. At least more and more people now realize the importance of the Xiangqing base to them. Compared with today, when the Xiangqing base was still open, human nature was far less bad. But the world is collapsing too fast. No matter how proud a person was before the end of the world, after the end of the world, they gradually became the same. That is, in order to survive, one has to show the ugly, selfish, and most despicable side of human nature. Hu Yanxiang, that beast, treated her like an object. At this time, Chu Yimin was no longer the eldest daughter of the Chu family in the Yi City base. She was just a tool for Hu Yanxiang to climb up the ladder. No matter how difficult life was in the outside world, people living in the Xiangqing base still had a sense of happiness. But there are not many people left in the Xiangqing base. When the Xiangqing base was attacked from all sides by the Yi City base, many people said that the Xiangqing base could not hold on. So everyone ran outside the Xiangqing base. This is also the main reason why Xiangqing base West and Xiangqing base North attract so many zombies. These zombies are all chasing after popularity. After the results came out, I could never go back to the Xiangqing base. Even if they took the teleportation ticket and flew back to the isolation area of Xiangqing base, it would be useless. The survivors suddenly discovered that the quarantine area had been transformed beyond recognition. The road leading to the observation area of the Xiangqing base was firmly sealed with cement. The concrete wall is 10 meters high and was built entirely according to the specifications of a city wall. The existing city walls of the Xiangqing base are also being built higher bit by bit. Although there are not many people left in the Xiangqing base, except for women and children, the number of young men who insisted on living and dying with Xiangqing is extremely limited. But because of this, the survivors in the Xiangqing base are not short of jobs. There are many jobs but few survivors, so the treatment for these jobs is simply too good to be true. Hua Mi still lives in the emergency area and is recuperating there after giving birth. She counted the days and saw that there were only a few days left in the confinement period. As the day of her confinement drew closer, Chu Xing became more and more anxious. During this period of time, Chu Xing tried every possible way to contact the Xiangqing base. He wanted to find the possibility of reconciliation from the people around Hua Mi. But the people around Hua Mi would never go against her wishes just for Chu Xing. So the first time they received a call from Chu Xing, they would hang up the phone. Whether it is a Kegawa or Afu's family, there is no reconciliation in this matter. All they can do is continue to hate each other. In the ward, when Hua Mi closed her eyes and dozed off, a doctor in a white coat entered her ward. Hua Mi was lying down to rest, her ears moved, and when the doctor approached her two babies, Hua Mi suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up from the bed, her eyes cold as she looked at the doctor wearing a mask. "I advise you not to do anything to my two children. If they get even a little scared, I promise you'll regret showing up here." Maybe it was because the cargo had been unloaded. Hua Mi's supernatural powers were no longer suppressed. Not only is her hearing and eyesight sharp now, but her 5 senses have also become much sharper. Obviously, the doctor did not show any abnormality, but Hua Mi felt that something was wrong with this doctor. The doctor standing not far from the blue light box smiled awkwardly. He took 2 steps back, stood at a distance that Hua Mi thought was safe, and then took off the mask on his face. He said to Hua Mi, "Miss Hua, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Jigang from F City. My father is the Chief Administrative Officer of F City. We're sincere and would like to talk to Miss Hua." Lin Jigang said this, raising his hands, trying hard to express his harmlessness to Hua Mi. Seeing Hua Mi pursed her lips and said nothing. He slowly moved his body and, under Hua Mi's sharp gaze, moved to the sofa at the end of the bed. Lin Jigang sat down and said to Hua Mi, "I came here without any ill intentions. It's just because the management of Xiangqing is too tough. The management is also very loose, and we don't know who to turn to. My father had no choice but to send me to come and talk to you." It is true that Lin Jigang is a doctor, and he has been in Xiangqing for more than half a year. Because of his superb medical skills, Lin Jigang was specially kept in the medical center by COOMING. However, COOMING had no idea that Lin Jigang's real identity was the son of the F City management commander. Hua Mi bent one leg, and lochia continued to flow out from her body. "It doesn't matter. It doesn't stop her from killing people. Do you know that just before you, a nurse died in front of me? She is also a real nurse. People have many faces. People like you. Why don't you live well and cherish the opportunity to live? You have to come to me and take off your mask yourself. Hua Mi was speechless. Isn't it good to be alive? After experiencing the apocalypse for a lifetime, she was a person who would do anything to live a good life. But there are some people who, when they are alive, don't want to live well and have to jump around everywhere. There was a solemn look on Lin Jigang's face. He knew about Wild Rose. The story of Wild Rose has spread throughout the rescue center. But what surprised everyone was that no one knew before that such a young nurse with no outstanding performance was actually a killer. But it must be said that how many people in the rescue center and even in the Xiangqing base have other purposes to stay here? No one can tell, so Lin Jigang said to Hua Mi, I said I just want to have a good talk. RF City is a small city. After the apocalypse, my father turned the tide and worked hard to maintain the lives of the people in F City. But now the Xiangqing base is closed, and no one has been informed when it will reopen. Our people have no way to take the supplies out of Xiangqing base. I just want to ask you, what are your conditions? What do you need us in F City to do in order to reopen the Xiangqing base? Hua Mi looked at Lin Jigang coldly. It will never be possible for the Xiangqing base to reopen. Hua Mi said to Lin Jigang very affirmatively. Her expression was too firm, not giving Lin Jigang any hope. You also know what the situation is like outside the Xiangqing base. That is, about 20 days ago, something happened inside and outside the Xiangqing base. Look at how many children from the garrison and police academy are lying in the rescue center, with only their last breath left. You will know how tragic this attack was for us. Soon, the entire world will undergo another earth-shaking change. There is nothing we can do about it. The Xiangqing base will not be opened again until it is absolutely safe. If you are short of supplies, you can think of other ways. There is always a way for you to survive. It is not necessary to bring goods out from the Xiangqing base. In her previous life, Hua Mi did not awaken the supernatural power of the Doomsday Supermarket, and there was no place called Xiangqing base in the entire Doomsday. But the survivors are still living on as tenaciously as weeds. They do not have a fixed, large wholesale location with unlimited supplies. But they can fight their way through the zombie siege, enter the city, and find abundant supplies. There are lots of supplies in every city. The world before the end of the world was a world with abundant supplies and even overproduction. As long as you work hard to find it, you will be able to find a lot of supplies. Hua Mi meant to tell Lin Jigang that there was no need to place all of F City's hopes on the Xiangqing base. Lin Jigang frowned, seeming quite distressed. He lowered his head, very politely, even with a hint of humility, and said to Hua Mi, I understand your dissatisfaction. When Xiangqing base was attacked by Chu Xiang, none of us came out to help Xiangqing base. But Miss Hua, you should also understand us. The Xiangqing base is a huge monster. For a small force like us and a small gathering place of survivors, we can't do anything at all. He said it with sincerity, but Hua Mi on the hospital bed couldn't help but sneer. What's the point of talking about this now? It's all over. You are coming to me now and saying these things, which may seem like hindsight. Let's not talk about whether you can do something or not. The most important thing is whether you have the heart to do it, right? This is also the first time I've set up my own base. I understand the twists and turns in the minds of your father and other superiors, but not much. I don't want to be a very complicated person. As you can see, I have a son and a daughter now. I just want to turn the place where my children live into a solid fortress. I really can't take care of so many other things. Let me say it again, the Xiangqing base cannot be opened until the crisis outside is resolved. The material market will no longer be open. I will meet all the material needs of the people working in the Xiangqing base, but no matter how much, please don't come to me again. Who is born to OU survivors? Could it be that because Hua Mi owns a doomsday supermarket, she should feed all the survivors of the apocalypse? She has no such obligation. When she was in trouble, others turned a blind eye to her difficulties in order to expand their own power. Then why did Hua Mi open the Xiangqing base for those survivors? It is extremely difficult to defend a base. The fact that so many garrison and police academy children were seriously or slightly injured is enough to illustrate a problem. Defending the city is difficult. It is harder than ascending to heaven. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Hua Mi looked at Lin Jigang sarcastically. I am also a person who will plan and plot for the development of my own power. Lin Jigang frowned and tried to persuade him again. Hua Mi gestured to the door of her ward. Because you are the doctor that COOMING left in the rescue center. I also know that as a medical worker, you have saved many people. Seeing that Lin Jigang still didn't move, Hua Mi's face became colder and colder. You know, the most difficult and hardest time for a woman is when she gives birth. Back then, I could cause a river of blood. Now, it's very easy for me to crush you to death with one hand. She was not joking with Lin Jigang, and she didn't have that much time to keep arguing with Lin Jigang. After all, she is in the confinement period now, and she needs to keep her mood happy. Lin Jigang lowered his head, said nothing, and did not leave. Then I heard Hua Mi say, You are here in front of me now, talking about these great and righteous things, but have you ever asked your father? Does your father really care about the lives of the survivors in F City? Maybe it's not like that. Sometimes human nature cannot be explored. When you gaze into the abyss of human nature, the abyss is also staring back at you. This is a very dark topic. Hua Mi is a person who has experienced the end of the world in his life. She knew clearly that the situation had developed to this point. Could it be that those so-called commanders were really trying hard to find a solution for the survivors of the city? If no one else is talking about it, let's just talk about Chu Xiang. He insisted on building a base in East City. Most of all, he wanted to stand out and make a career in the apocalypse. Become a big boss. Hua Mi found it difficult to understand the original intention of these people in doing these things, but this was the ambition of men. The same goes for the management commander of City F. If he valued the lives of the survivors enough, he would have moved closer to Xiangqing long ago. Is it that Xiangqing does not have sufficient supplies? Is it that Xiangqing's walls are not strong enough? Neither. But from the very beginning, Lin Jigang's father, the management commander of City F, just wanted to benefit from the conflict between the two. It is hard to say that, even though he has such thoughts, he would still care about the lives of the survivors in that city. Having said that, Lin Jigang sighed and finally got up and walked out of Hua Mi's ward. As soon as he closed the door of the ward, 2 guards came forward and asked vigilantly, Why did you go into Sister Hua's ward? Dr. Xian didn't say that. We will change doctors today. Lin Jigang quickly took out his doctor's certificate and explained, I have no ill intentions. You can go in and see Miss Hua. She's fine. But Lin Jigang was still taken away by the 2 guards at the door and questioned for several hours. After several hours, we finally got rid of the garrison in the emergency area. Lin Jigang immediately took out his cell phone, called his father, and informed his father of Hua Mi's attitude. His father was very angry on the other end of the phone. Why is it so difficult to get some supplies from their Xiangqing base? It's not like we don't want to give them the crystal core. Is this Hua Mi a woman? We have already begged her so humbly. Why did she still insist on closing the Xiangqing base? Lin Jigang lowered his head and pinched his brows. Dad, that's not the case. We certainly didn't help her when she was in such a difficult time. There is a circle of zombies surrounding the Xiangqing base now. Opening the Xiangqing base at this time is indeed risky for the Xiangqing base. My suggestion is that we send a group of people to help clean up some of the zombies outside the Xiangqing base to show our sincerity as F City. Come and talk to Miss Hua about the wholesale of supplies. The chief administrator of City F pondered for a moment on the other end of the phone. He looked back and forth and asked, if we spend such a huge price to clear a circle of zombies outside the Xiangqing base. In the end, Miss Hua refused to open the Xiangqing base and would not allow us to wholesale supplies. What should we do? Lin Jigang lowered his head. He seemed quite helpless and wiped his face with his hand. He tried to reason with his father, Dad, we are asking Xiangqing for help now, not Xiangqing asking us. Since Xiangqing was closed, the people here can still live very well, very, very well. Now people outside Xiangqing are living in dire straits. We cannot take control of this dependency, because We don't have any leverage. Xiangqing needs nothing and lacks nothing, so we can only show our sincerity first to impress Miss Hua, right? Lin Jigang said this from the bottom of his heart. He believed what he said, and many survivors of the drug trafficking incident had told his father about it. Xiangqing indeed has everything it needs now. Originally, Xiangqing sold supplies for money. But now Xiangqing doesn't need money. For a while, what it needs is crystal cores. Now there is no need to earn crystal cores in Xiangqing. Hua Mi seemed determined and surrounded Xiangqing. Those who have left will not be able to come back in, and no supplies from Xiangqing will flow out anymore. This has led to people in Xiangqing becoming increasingly reluctant to go out. Of course, Xiangqing will now call on survivors to go out of the city to fight zombies. However, everyone who goes out of the city must go to the mission center to register for the mission. After completing a set of complicated procedures such as determining the number of people in your team and scanning pupils, the Xiangqing base will let these people go out of the city to fight zombies. They can fight zombies outside the barbed wire. After defeating the zombies, I went back to the barbed wire to rest. If the person who was released has not returned to the barbed wire at the specified time, the barbed wire will be closed on time, and no one will wait. Lin Jigang's father said angrily, "This is irrational. If Xiangqing continues like this, it will become a base for self-isolation." Lin Jigang asked in return, "Even if Xiangqing becomes a base of autism, so what? It needs to be open to get something from you outsiders?" "Not necessary. The mall base has everything. It just changed from free trade of materials to a rationing system. The original survivors can purchase supplies from Xiangqing as long as they have money and crystal cores. Now it's time to distribute supplies to jobs. Survivors who go out on missions come back and hand in crystal cores. When they reach a certain number, they can receive mission rewards. The mission reward is rich supplies. No one knows how much supplies there are in Xiangqing, but at present, according to Lin Jigang's observation, the supplies in the Xiangqing base are far from being scarce." The City Management Commander on the other end of the phone said hesitantly, "Then let me think about it. Since you are already in the Xiangqing base, there is no need to think about coming out again. After all, you can't go back in once you come out." Although he is cautious and has the mindset of a superior, he is still a good father. I hope that Lin Jigang's son can live a peaceful and stable life. He had been urging Lin Jigang to get out of Xiangqing with the survivors before the Xiangqing base was destroyed. But now he doesn't push me anymore. He hopes that his son Lin Jigang can stay in the Xiangqing base forever. It was precisely because of this selfless fatherly love that Lin Jigang had no choice but to watch City F is coming to an end. After hanging up the phone with his father, Lin Jigang sighed deeply. This problem really has no answer. However, soon his father came up with another solution for F City. He contacted Chun Hu directly without notifying Lin Jigang. To be precise, it was Chun Hu who took the initiative to contact the management commander of City F. Chun Hu is like this. He seems to be always looking for a place. If this place doesn't work, he will change it immediately. If that one doesn't work, I'll abandon it immediately and move to another place to take root. When Chu Xiang in East City was about to die, Chun Hu decisively abandoned Chu Xiang. He contacted the commander of F City. Chun Hu's people are on the outskirts of Xiangqing. Although it is called the outskirts, it is actually very far away from the Xiangqing base. This was really beyond his expectations. He originally thought that the more dangerous a place was, the safer it was. He thought that after his people arrived outside the Xiangqing base, they would find a way to settle down. But the reality was completely different from what he thought. The difference is that there are so many zombies outside Xiangqing. On several occasions, Chun Hu, his frail old mother, and his cousins were chased and bitten by zombies. It was because they ran fast that they got rid of the zombies. So they ran and got farther and farther away from Xiangqing. When they arrived at a safer place, they found that the place they had arrived at was close to the border of City F. Here, zombies would suddenly appear from time to time. But fortunately, Chun Hu found a small gathering place of survivors. The supplies in this gathering place are quite sufficient. When he came here with his mother, he also found a lot of supplies along the way, so he was able to survive. When Chun Hu contacted F City Management Commander Lin Xia for the first time, Lin Xia did not want to deal with someone like Chun Hu. At that time, Lin Xia also said to Chun Hu, "You are no longer of any use. What do you want from me? What can you do to help our F-City?" He had been watching the fierce fight between Xiangqing and Acheng. So after Chun Hu called him and explained his identity, Lin Xia's first reaction was that Chun Hu had come to harm F-City again. However, Lin Xia has now been forced into a corner by Hua Mi. Since the Xiangqing base is closed and cannot be opened, supplies cannot be wholesaled. F-City could not develop, and even his own living environment outside had become extremely harsh. This is a very realistic problem. Lin Xia wanted to leave F-City and run to Xiangqing base, but now there is no way. So Lin Xia had no choice but to find Chun Hu again. He thought that Chun Hu should have a solution. After all, Chun Hu was able to escape from Gong Yi's hands so many times. This man must have some real skills. If Chun Hu could give him a solution, even a way to survive, Lin Xia believed that it was worth cooperating with this person. Chun Hu laughed on the other end of the phone and said to Lin Xia, "Think about it yourself. East City has become like this. Why hasn't East City been extinct? Why can it still survive well? There must be a reason for this. And the biggest reason is that the Chu family in City E has control over the existence of many material storage sites. I don't have any great abilities. Unfortunately, I also know the existence of many places where supplies are stored. But some of the places where supplies are stored are owned by the Chu family. If Commander Lin is willing to take the risk, I can tell Commander Lin where these supplies are stored." On the other end of the phone, Lin Xia closed his eyes and he asked calmly, "What do you want?" Chun Hu is not a simple person. Whatever he gives, he must get something in return. If Lin Xia cannot afford the reward, he would rather not take the supplies. Now this F-City is very small, and there are many survivors in this small F-City. However, these are not things that cannot be given up. If the time comes when Lin Xia needs to sacrifice his life, he will not hesitate to give up the lives of the survivors in City F. He is not that great, nor does he have such noble sentiments, that he would work like a captive for the survivors of this city. Chun Hu laughed on the other end of the phone. "Commander Lin, you must be joking. How could I be so ambitious? Would I ask Commander Lin to do something that is impossible? My request is very simple. Commander Lin, please give me some energy drops so that my mother can continue to live. Isn't this request too much?" These are the only members of Chun Hu's family who died. He didn't want his mother to leave him, so he had been using energy drops to keep his mother alive. However, as his situation became increasingly difficult, he couldn't even get a drop of energy drop. This was one of the reasons why Chun Hu had to rush to contact Lin Xia. He wanted to use the stored supplies in his hands to exchange for the energy drops in F-City. On the other end of the phone, Lin Xia couldn't help but laugh a few times. "I really didn't expect that our illustrious Chun Hu, Boss Chen, is actually a filial son. This makes me respect Boss Chen a little more. He is about the same age as Chun Hu, but Chun Hu has no children of his own, while Lin Xia has an older son who stays in the base. They are all people of the same age, have all experienced the end of the world, and their social status is similar." So Lin Xia could especially understand Chun Hu's filial piety. He said to Chun Hu very straightforwardly, "I don't have any energy drops, so I'm afraid I can't provide you with this." Chun Hu laughed and said, "You have such a big city, and it is now much safer than East City. But you told me that you don't even have a bottle of energy drops?" When Lin Xia heard Chun Hu say this, he sneered. "Don't even think about harming my son. Even if I have to sacrifice the lives of everyone in this city, I won't let anyone touch my son. He is now in Xiangqing and living a good life. If I really listen to you and smuggle the supplies out of Xiangqing, my son will be thrown out of Xiangqing by that tigress in Xiangqing." Lin Xia understood this point very clearly. He is used to being timid in doing things, but there is one advantage of being timid, which is that they will think a lot before doing anything. They think about all the problems they may encounter, so they become very timid when doing things. Chun Hu still had a smile on his face, but his voice was lukewarm. "It seems that Commander Lin has many solutions. I don't need to solve the current difficulties faced by your F-City. A bottle of energy water drops is actually only enough for Chun Hu's mother to drink for a few days. As Chun Hu's mother's vitality gradually faded, her need for energy drops became greater and greater. This made Chun Hu very anxious. He desperately hoped to have a large amount of energy drops. On the phone, Lin Xia sneered. Actually, Boss Chun, have you ever thought about a question? You need so many energy drops now. Have you ever thought that if it weren't for what you did in the past, the Xiangqing base would not have been closed? Then energy drops will no longer be a luxury item in this apocalypse. Chun Hu frowned and was about to speak. Lin Xia said, I really don't have any energy drops, but I have a lot of substitutes here. Do you want to know? Chun Hu immediately asked, what's the replacement? Lin Xia said, you also know that we in F City have many medical research experts. So after the apocalypse, our medical research experts have been conducting research. Not long ago, after the Xiangqing base was closed and the energy droplets entered a period of scarcity, our talents told me that the crystal cores produced by zombies' brains can also be absorbed by the human body and become a substitute for energy drops. This made Chun Hu fall into deep thought, and he asked carefully, are you telling the truth? Are these the zombie crystal cores used as money tokens in the Xiangqing base? Everyone in the apocalypse knows the main function of the zombie crystal core. That is to kill the zombies and collect the crystal cores in their brains. Then bring it to the Xiangqing base to exchange for a recharge card, and use the recharge card to purchase supplies at the automatic shopping machine in the Xiangqing base. Lin Xia said it with certainty. Think about it yourself. Why does Hua Mi have to exchange crystal cores for the supplies she sells? Perhaps her energy drops are made from zombie crystal cores. I have a medical expert who has studied the energy drops sold in the Xiangqing base. In fact, the ingredients are not much different from the zombie crystal cores. It's just a diamond, the only difference between it and a diamond. Since Lin Xia said so, Chun Hu felt relieved. Indeed, he also wondered what Hua Mi did with all those crystal cores in her hand. She must have used them to make energy droplets. Chun Hu's heart started pounding, and he was about to hang up Lin Xia's phone. But Lin Xia said calmly, I told Boss Chun about this news. Boss Chun should not break his promise to me. At that time, Chun Hu said that he would tell Lin Xia the address of the Chu family's supply storage area. Chun Hu smiled and said, of course not. He quickly told Lin Xia the addresses of several material storage sites near City F, and then hung up Lin Xia's phone. Chun Hu's cousins were dissatisfied. One of them asked tentatively, Boss, you told Lin Xia about the storage locations of these supplies. Then when we need them in the future, won't we have nothing? In fact, no one needs to analyze human nature. The reason why these cousins of Chun Hu have been following Chun Hu till now is because Chun Hu knows a lot of places where supplies are stored. After such a long time, Chun Hu followed Chu Xiang and had already figured out the storage location of Chu's family supplies. These storage areas for supplies were all hidden in Chun Hu's mind. Therefore, only by following Chun Hu can my cousins not worry about future supplies. But now, Chun Hu told Lin Xia where all these supplies were stored, just to get a few bottles of energy drops from Lin Xia. Chun Hu's cousins all felt very unbalanced. There was murderous intent in Chun Hu's eyes, but he did not show it on the surface. Instead, he put on a very gentle expression and said to his cousins, don't worry, I still have a lot of supplies stored. Compared to the few storage sites I told Lin Xia about, it's just a drop in the bucket. What's more, the supplies in these storage areas have already been emptied by the Chu family. Let's just let Lin Xia go get the supplies. He'll either come back empty-handed or just pick up the remaining supplies from the Chu family. You follow me to do things. When have I ever treated you unfairly? Don't worry. Chun Hu knew that some human natures could not be carefully analyzed. If we analyze human nature carefully, he would not spare the lives of his cousins. If it had been in the past, Chun Hu would have killed anyone who had the slightest intention towards him. But now, he has no one under his control, and he needs to keep these cousins to do things for him. So what he said about him making a comeback in the future and making these cousins live a life of luxury and giving them whatever they want does not exist. When Chun Hu made a comeback, the first people he wanted to get rid of were these cousins who followed him around. After all, these cousins know too much. After comforting his cousins, Chun Hu came to his mother's bedside. His mother looked haggard, which made Chun Hu feel very uncomfortable. They don't have a crystal core in their hands. After all, they can't even enter the Xiangqing base.
Who needs that thing?
But the most indispensable thing in this world is zombies. So, Chun Hu looked at his mother lying unconscious in the tent. Chun Hu gritted his teeth and said to his cousins, "Let's go dig the crystal core." The crystal core is inside the corpse of a zombie lying on the ground.
It is easy to get.
It is no different from picking up garbage. When they dug out the crystal core from the zombie corpse, they did not carefully rinse the crystal core with water. Only the bloody crystal core was put into Chun Hu's mother's hand. Then, according to the method Lin Xia said, she clenched Chun Hu's mother's hand into a fist and waited for the energy in the crystal core to slowly enter Chun Hu's mother's hand. Chun Hu's mother's old face gradually showed a glimmer of life. The people nearby looked at it and couldn't help but smile with joy. The cousin standing by said to Chun Hu angrily, "I never thought that the raw materials for energy drops would be so cheap. It seems that this Hua Mi has the potential to be a profiteer. He is quite similar to the ruthlessness we used to have in doing business." The other cousins nodded repeatedly. Chun Hu snorted coldly. I don't know how many people know this news. Lin Xia is not a tight-lipped person. If he hadn't told so many people about this, we could have used these zombie crystal cores to do some business. There are people with superpowers out there now. Although not everywhere, if you want to look for them, you can still find a few. The environment these people with special abilities face is even more embarrassing than that faced by ordinary survivors. Ordinary survivors only need to eat and drink enough to survive. But this is not possible for psychics. They need to take energy drops to restore their psychic energy. But now in the apocalypse, the number of energy droplets is getting smaller and smaller. A bottle of energy drops can be exchanged for a lot of supplies in the end times. Chun Hu keenly smelled a business opportunity from this. He immediately called Lin Xia, the administrative commander of City F, and told him his idea. What he meant was that Lin Xia should never tell anyone again that the raw material of energy drops is the crystal core. They can use these crystal cores to attract a large number of people with special abilities. However, Lin Xia did not give Chun Hu any definite answer. During the half-hour phone call, Lin Xia had been practicing Tai Chi with Chun Hu. After hanging up Lin Xia's phone, Chun Hu's face was throbbing with anger, and he said, "Lin Xia, this old fox, didn't promise me anything. But I still got a piece of news from him. The zombie crystal core is the raw material of energy droplets." Lin Xia didn't tell anyone else. As for those medical research experts who discovered that the energy in the zombie crystal core is extremely similar to the energy in the energy droplets, they will not talk about it everywhere. After all, we are all experts raised in F-City. The experts are so focused on their research that they can't even get in touch with ordinary survivors on weekdays. Chun Hu and his cousins looked at each other, and a familiar and sinister smile appeared on each other's face. They understand that sometimes the end justifies the means. As long as they're given a chance to make a comeback, they can do a lot of things. A few days after this incident, in the evening, Lin Xia called Lin Jigang in Xiangqing again. He comforted Lin Jigang with his words, forget it. Don't worry about the shortage of supplies in F-City anymore. Your most important thing now is to stay in the Xiangqing base and don't do unnecessary things. If you anger that tigress and make her unhappy, she will really throw you out of the Xiangqing base." After hearing what Lin Xia said, I don't know what Lin Jigang felt. He felt more and more guilty, but he couldn't help but persuade his father, "Dad, what I told you before was true. You have to think about it seriously. The best way out for F-City now is to let Hua Mi see that our F-City is really moving closer to the Xiangqing base. I think if necessary, we should also directly submit to the Xiangqing base. I think it's not a bad idea for us to become a replenishment station outside the Xiangqing base." Lin Xia seemed very impatient on the other end of the phone. "Let's just leave this matter at a stalemate for now. I just thought of a solution. If we use the zombie crystal cores and make energy droplets, I wonder if we can attract some superpowers to come and help us in F-City." Lin Xia didn't dare to say that the person he was working with was Chun Hu. He also knew about the irreconcilable relationship between Chun Hu and Xiangqing. Therefore, he concealed the fact that Chun Hu was outside City F from his son. But when Lin Jigang heard what Lin Xia said, he said anxiously, "Dad, I won't hide it from you. In fact, there are scientific researchers in the Xiangqing base who have conducted research on zombie crystal cores. I've also read the garrison internal reference, which says that there is indeed energy in the zombie crystal core, but the energy is extremely violent. It also contains a lot of impurities, which can cause all kinds of abnormalities and uncertainties in the body. I suggest that you keep this matter to yourself and don't act rashly." However, before Lin Jigang could finish his words, he heard Lin Xia scream off from the other end of the phone. Lin Jigang held the phone and called anxiously, "Dad, Dad, what's wrong with you? Dad, please say something, Dad." However, Lin Xia no longer had any way to answer Lin Jigang. What happened in F City? Lin Jigao was completely confused. He hurried out of his office and came directly to Hua Mi's office. However, this time, the two guards in front of Hua Mi's office were very conscientious and stopped Lin Jigang. Lin Jigang shouted anxiously, Hua Mi, I have something to talk to you about, Hua Mi. Something might have happened to my dad, Hua Mi." He rushed forward desperately, yelling and subduing the garrison's frown. A guard punched Lin Jigang in the stomach and said apologetically, "Dr. Lin, please calm down and don't scare the baby." Among all the doctors, Lin Jigang is considered to have very superb medical skills. He is also highly valued by COOMING. These garrisons took Lin Jigang away last time and interrogated him for several hours. COOMING's face was black. As everyone knows, Lin Jigang has a very good reputation in the medical center. He is not a bad person. However, he was shouting and yelling in front of Hua Mi's ward, which might really scare the two babies. Hua Mi in the ward was looking at the 100 boys' names and 100 girls' names picked out by Gong Yi on her mobile phone. Hua Mi was right when she said Gong Yi has been a little bit crazy recently. Gong Yi would not let go of any matter, big or small, concerning the two children, and would go back and forth, hesitating. Perhaps something that he had decided in the previous second could be overturned by Gong Yi in the next second. It's just two names. Why did Gong Yi take so long? Don't send me so many messages. Make a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll be out of confinement and both of my children won't have names yet. After replying to the message, Hua Mi got up from the bed, opened the door of the ward, and looked at Lin Jigang, who was panicking outside her ward. She said to Dr. Lin, "Do you want to leave the Xiangqing base?" Dr. Lin nodded hurriedly. He wants to go back to City F to see his father. Something must have happened to his father in City F. Otherwise, why would he keep calling his father? His father doesn't even answer? Hua Mi thought for a moment and then nodded. "Okay, you go directly to Xiangqing North, and from Xiangqing North, go around to your F City. But I have to remind you, that is, once you leave Xiangqing, you can only come back after Xiangqing opens the door."
I don't know how long this time will be.
Hua Mi couldn't guarantee anything to Lin Jigang. Maybe soon, maybe in a few years, or maybe never in his lifetime, the door to Xiangqing would be opened again. In short, Hua Mi will not open the Xiangqing base until she is sure it is absolutely safe. Then I heard Hua Mi say, "It just so happens that I'm out of confinement too. I'll take you out." The two garrisons who were stopping Lin Jigang were stunned. They both turned around quickly and looked at Hua Mi. "Sister Hua, you can't leave. Brother and sister still need someone to take care of them." Because Gong Yi had always called his two babies like this, all the garrisons called Hua Mi's twin boy and girl brother and sister. Hua Mi raised her hand and said to the two garrisons, "Isn't Commander Gong in Xiangqing? I'm only going to Xiangqing. Don't worry, I won't leave Xiangqing. I'm just going to see Commander Gong." She was discharged from confinement today, but Gong Yi did not return from Xiangqing base in the north. Hua Mi really planned this. She sent Lin Jigang out of Xiangqing North, and Lin Jigang could go around to F City from Xiangqing North. City F is actually located in the south of Xiangqing base, but now the south gate has been sealed. Xiangqing West and Xiangqing East have also been sealed off. If he wanted to leave Xiangqing base, he could only go north of Xiangqing base. When the two garrisons heard this, although they disagreed, they could not say anything else. Hua Mi appeared again, having already pushed out a specially made stroller for twins. The brother and sister sleeping in the stroller, raising their hands and kicking their legs, looking very cute. The two garrisons couldn't help but stretch their heads, their eyes all fixed on the little faces of the brother and sister. Even the extremely anxious Lin Jigang couldn't help but soften his expression. Hua Mi pushed the twin stroller out of the emergency area. As soon as she walked out of the emergency area, she saw people around her turning to look at her and her two children. To be honest, just look at Hua Mi's outfit and the fair and tender appearance of her two children in her stroller. It is rarely seen nowadays in the end times. It is rare even in the Xiongqing base. A woman with a big belly said with envy, "Oh, these two babies are so cute. I hope my future babies can be as beautiful as them." There was inevitably a hint of envy and expectation in this tone. During this period of time, since the Xiongqing base was closed by Hua Mi, many pregnant women suddenly appeared in the Xiongqing base. Perhaps it is because the women in the Xiongqing base have a greatly enhanced sense of security. So women dare to get pregnant, and women who get pregnant and give birth in the Xiongqing base will receive corresponding subsidies. This is not Hua Mi encouraging women in the apocalypse to get pregnant and have children. Instead, she felt that it was inherently difficult for women in the apocalypse to become pregnant and give birth. She can reduce the burden on pregnant women and mothers and do a little within her ability. Looking at the pregnant woman next to him, an expression of envy appeared on his face, and he kept staring at his brother and sister. Hua Mi knocked down the small shed on top of the car. Exit the emergency room. At the door, the garrison drove a large nanny car. The garrison driver turned around and said to Hua Mi, "Sister Hua, this nanny car was specially modified by our garrison. Based on the nanny car you left behind, we specially thickened the iron sheet and replaced the car's glass. The glass of this car is now bulletproof." At this time, Hua Mi was putting her two babies on the bed in the nanny car. She looked at the interior layout of the nanny car, which was no different from the nanny car she had won in a previous lottery. Just added some safety straps for babies. She now puts the two children on the bed, which has two small baby straps that can be tied on the two babies' bellies. In this way, the two little guys won't wander around randomly while driving. Hua Mi felt that this design was very thoughtful. When she heard the garrison driving in front explaining this to her, Hua Mi nodded. She saw Lin Jigang sitting in a chair with an anxious look on his face, constantly calling his father. Hua Mi asked Dr. Lin, "Your father hasn't answered the phone yet?" Lin Jigang looked like he was about to cry and shook his head. So Hua Mi said nothing more and urged the garrison to drive all the way to the north of Xiongqing. Gong Yi in the north of Xiongqing is consolidating the Yunwu city wall. Now the city wall in the west of Xiongqing has been built to a height of 8 or 9 meters. The contractor also led a large number of female workers under him and gradually built the city wall to the north of Xiongqing. At the construction site in Xiangqingbai, the contractor heard that Hua Mi had come to Xiangqingbai with her brother and sister. His eyes were shining brightly. The contractor immediately took out 2 huge diamond necklaces. Each bead on the diamond necklace was as big as a pigeon egg. The contractor said happily to Hu Jing standing beside him, See? This is a gift I got for my brother and sister." Hu Jing was speechless. He rolled his eyes at the contractor and said calmly, "But my brother and sister are so young, they probably can't play with this kind of diamond necklace yet." He also didn't know where the contractor got the diamond necklace. Every pigeon egg looks exactly the same, with the same specifications and size. It sparkles in the sunlight during the day and hurts the eyes. Such a large pigeon egg was rare before the end of the world. But the contractor found 2 large strings. The contractor ignored Hu Jing. He happily held 2 diamond necklaces and stood on the roadside to personally welcome Hua Mi's arrival. When the nanny car slowly stopped and the door opened, the contractor immediately went forward, shouting, Hey, my brothers and sisters, I'm here to see you." However, his body was pushed away by Gong Yi behind him. Yes, moved aside. Gong Yi got on the car, and the contractor could only follow behind Gong Yi, watching him get on the car, pick up his sister on the bed, and coax her carefully. My sister's big eyes kept staring at Gong Yi as soon as she saw him. Gong Yi was extremely happy. "Oh, you see Daddy is here. Oh, you miss Daddy too." Yeah. Dad misses you too. I miss you so much. Hua Mi was standing aside, and her teeth ached when she heard what Gong Yi said. The contractor looked aggrieved and rubbed his way to his brother's side. He took out the diamond necklace in his hand and shook it towards his brother. Look, brother, I made this for you. My brother frowned seriously, glanced away, and looked to the side. He didn't seem to be very interested in such shiny things. Hua Mi, who was standing next to him, looked at the diamond necklace in the contractor's hand with surprise. She was a little surprised, just like Hu Jing. I just think that this contractor is so capable that he got 2 such large diamond necklaces. I heard the contractor say to my brother again, "What's wrong? Don't you like such a small pigeon egg? I have a bigger one here." Because the brother on the small bed raised his hands and kicked his feet, his little mouth opened and closed, his eyes only looking at the contractor, but he didn't smile. My brother's attention was not at all on the diamond necklace in the contractor's hand. So the contractor thought to himself that his brother might not like such small pigeon eggs. Hua Mi was about to speak up for her brother, saying that he was too young to appreciate such things. As a result, I saw the contractor rummaging in his briefcase and took out a diamond as big as a fist. He placed the big diamond next to his brother, then turned around and rummaged in his purse, pulling out another big diamond as big as a fist. The contractor said happily, "This one belongs to my sister." As he said that, he looked at his sister in Gong Yi's arms. The foreman seemed a little lonely. Could his sister hug him for a while? Put the sisters next to the brother first. The contractor spoke pitifully, hoping that Gong Yi would have a change of heart and let him hug his sister. However, Gong Yi completely ignored the contractor's emotions.
Hua Mi was really surprised this time.
She raised her eyebrows and deliberately said to the contractor, "I want one this big recently." She gestured to the size of a handbag and said, "Do you have a diamond this big?" The contractor scratched his scalp, rummaged in his wallet, and really took out a diamond the size of a handbag for Hua Mi, and said in a flattering manner, "Here, Miss Hua, I have a bigger one." Hua Mi pointed to the outside of the nanny car and said to the contractor, "Then get me a diamond as big as a toy car." This really puts the contractor in a difficult position. But he rubbed his hands, thought about it, and decided that he could no longer hide it. It seems that nothing can be hidden from Miss Hua. The contractor simply straightened his body and said, Yes, I'll get it for Miss Hua. If Miss Hua needs it, no matter how big the diamond is, I'll get it for her." As he spoke, the contractor reached out and tried to take something out of the briefcase beside him. Hua Mi grabbed the contractor's wrist and led him out of the nanny car. Hua Mi asked the contractor seriously, "Tell me, what's wrong with you?" The contractor seemed very embarrassed. He chuckled at Hua Mi a few times and said nothing. Next, he really took out a toy car-sized thing from his briefcase. It was the kind of toy car that children made and could drive. When a child sits in such a big toy car, he will be the coolest guy in the whole community. The contractor explained, "I actually don't know what's going on. Just before, I was anxious to repair the wall on the west side of the city, and then I found out that I could turn into a diamond. During that period, several power grids outside the west of the city were blown up. The zombies are at the gates of the city and are about to approach the west wall of the city. The contractor is getting anxious. Every day, he opened his eyes and closed them, thinking about repairing the western wall of Xiangqing Base as soon as possible. He teeters on the brink of collapse every day. At that time, just putting a little straw on his emotions would crush him. Therefore, the contractor may have been pushed to the limit of his life by this tense environment and emotional pressure. Then there was a breakthrough. The contractor said, "Since then I have been able to conjure up diamonds frequently. At first it was just small diamonds, and then later on big and small diamonds were all fine. Later, I turned those diamonds into bricks and piled them directly on the city wall west of Xiangqing."
The wall was built pretty fast.
As he spoke, the contractor rolled up his sleeves excitedly and described to Hua Mi how he built a 1-meter-high wall in just 1 minute. For a contractor, this ability is called matching. Hua Mi understood and said to the contractor, "I see that you are in such a state that you won't need to worry about not having workers to repair the city wall in the future. With your ability to make diamonds, what do we have to worry about at the Xiangqing base?" At this time, the contractor finally reacted. He immediately said to Hua Mi excitedly, "Then I will build a glittering diamond wall behind Commander Gong's cloud wall. Diamonds are also quite hard, so we are not afraid even if more zombies come to the north of Xiangqing base. In fact, the cement produced by Hua Mi's factory is already very hard. These diamond drill bits cannot drill through this cement wall. If there is a diamond wall contractor and 2 walls are built at the Xiangqing base, the base will be safer and more stable." Seeing the contractor nodding hurriedly, Hua Mi just turned around to leave. The contractor immediately pointed to the sparkling diamond toy car under his feet and said, Miss Hua, I'll take this diamond toy car back and ask the technician to install an engine and 4 wheels for my brother and sister to play with." Hua Mi imagined the bling-bling flashing scene. She looked at the contractor hesitantly and wanted to politely reject his kindness. But looking at the contractor's expectant expression, Hua Mi still nodded with difficulty. Well, actually, in the subordinate relationship between her and the contractor, it always felt like Hua Mi was cooperating with the contractor. It is really hard to describe what the contractor has done. But what can she do? Every time Hua Mi saw the contractor, he was trying very hard, trying his best to please her. Hua Mi could only try her best to cooperate and pretend that she was being pleased. Back in the nanny car, Lin Jigang has already got off the car. In order not to disturb Gong Yi's family reunion, he and the garrison soldiers stayed outside the nanny car. Lin Jigang has been calling his father. He is so anxious that he is afraid he can't control himself. Hua Mi, who had just gotten into the nanny car, saw Gong Yi measuring milk powder with a measuring cup before she started talking. Then, with a serious expression, he carefully poured the milk powder into the bottle. The 2 babies on the bed were humming. Obviously, they were hungry. Hua Mi watched Gong Yi skillfully prepare the milk powder, dropped a drop of milk on the back of his hand, tested the temperature, turned around, and picked up her sister naturally. "Feed my sister with milk powder first." As for her brother, Hua Mi didn't need to ask. To Gong Yi, since her brother was a boy, in Gong Yi's words, boys should be starved for a while before they can take on big responsibilities. Seeing Hua Mi getting in the car, Gong Yi asked while feeding his sister milk, "Why did you come to Xiangqing? Are you planning to leave the city and go to East City? Xiangqing North and Acheng, one is in the north and the other is in the south. If Hua Mi wanted to go to East City, she would have to bypass the entire Xiangqing base. This has invisibly increased the danger considerably." Gong Yi looked at Hua Mi with disapproval. He certainly would not allow Hua Mi to take his 2 cubs and travel through mountains and rivers to City E at this time. Hua Mi laughed, "No way, I just brought my brother and sister to see their dad. How could I possibly go to a place as dangerous as East City? Don't worry." After he said this, Gong Yi's expression looked a little better, but he was still worried about Hua Mi. Seeing his doting face again, looking at his sister, who was trying hard to suckle in his arms, Gong Yi said softly and gently, "Look how cute my sister is. It's okay for you 3 to stay here with me. I'll ask Mr. Bao to build a simple diamond house for the 3 of you later. You will live in the diamond house." He spoke in a soft voice, afraid to disturb his sister while she was feeding. Hua Mi looked speechless. It was hard to imagine that a tough guy like King Kong, who is usually as strong as a steel, would be so extra cautious when facing his daughter. The contrast is too great. After Gong Yi finally finished feeding his sister, he held his brother and fed him. However, when he was feeding his brother, the expression on Gong Yi's face was a little bit different. He looked extremely serious, with his brows furrowed into a faint frown. In Gong Yi's words, boys should not be spoiled too much. When he grows up, his son will go to serve as a garrison officer. While Gong Yi was feeding the babies, Hua Mi got out of the car, found Lin Jigang in the corner, grabbed him by the collar, and walked towards the nearby public toilet. Gong Yi's mental power would not enter public toilets and bathing places. Before Lin Jigang could speak, Hua Mi dropped a piece of black soil at the entrance of the public toilet and teleported to City D with Lin Jigang. Now the only teleportation point out of Xiangqing base is City D. Lin Jigang looked at the changes in the surrounding environment in surprise. He turned to look at Hua Mi and asked, "Miss Hua, what's going on?" Hua Mi stuffed a bulging backpack into Lin Jigang's hand. She sat on the ground, put on a pair of boots, and said to Lin Jigang quickly, "Don't ask yet. I have 2 things to tell you. The first is that you have to follow me closely and fight your way out of here with me. The second thing is don't ask me why." As soon as Hua Mi finished speaking, she saw Guo Se jumping in from outside the electric fence. Guo Se also activated his supernatural power. Because she has been killing zombies continuously for a long time, her physical fitness has become quite good. At the same time, Hua Mi's energy drops have an unlimited supply. Guo Se's strength ability is higher than that of ordinary people. In addition, her posture is more agile and her jumping ability is better. Hua Mi put on a pair of boots, sat on the ground, and squinted at Guo Se. Look at her light figure, flying over one electric fence after another. Hua Mi was thinking about it because Guo Se had always used energy droplets to replenish his energy instead of crystal cores. The energy droplets synthesized in Hua Mi's factory have extremely pure energy, so much so that, perhaps, they can stimulate other superpowers in Guo Se's body. This is how superpowers work. When one type of superpower is brought to its extreme, other abilities of the body will be greatly enhanced as well. When the overall quality of the body is comprehensively improved, the level of supernatural powers will reach a new level. As soon as Guo Se approached, she took a close look at Hua Mi, who was sitting on the ground. Her first words were surprised, "Oh my god, Ami, why are you so fat?" Don't blame Guo Se for being surprised. She actually hadn't seen Hua Mi for a long time. In the end times, there are very few women who can be as fair and plump as Hua Mi. Hua Mi rolled her eyes helplessly. In fact, she has collected a lot of frozen goods in her warehouse. But Hua Mi never used these frozen goods. Gong Yi, on the other hand, got all kinds of frozen bones, frozen chickens, and frozen fish from somewhere. He stewed them 3 times a day, feeding Hua Mi with different methods. This led to Hua Mi's current figure being particularly plump. Hua Mi stood up and patted the dust off her ace. "Well said. I came to D City just to lose weight." After saying that, Hua Mi dragged out a 2-meter-long sword from her storage. She said to Guo Se, who was also holding a long knife, "Since you are here, help me fight my way out of D City." Before the words were finished, Lin Jigang, who was standing behind Hua Mi, looked at the long knife in Hua Mi's hand with a look of surprise. Why did Hua Mi suddenly take out a long knife? Lin Jigang opened his mouth to ask, but remembered what Hua Mi told him. Don't ask why. Lin Jigang shut his mouth, but he saw Hua Mi rushing out like a sharp arrow. Lin Jigang remembered what Hua Mi said and asked him to follow her closely. So he also stumbled and followed Hua Mi. Just as he stepped onto an electric fence, Guo Se grabbed Lin Jigang's collar from behind. Guo Se said helplessly, "Don't you even look at what's under your feet?" She grabbed Lin Jigang by the back of his collar and jumped into the air, over an electric fence and landed behind Hua Mi. Guo Se couldn't help but whistle. Beautiful. She had been in City D for such a long time, but this was the first time she saw someone killing zombies so smoothly, as if they were dancing. Looking at Hua Mi's light and agile movements, it turned out that she was pregnant at that time and did not use her full strength at all. Now that Hua Mi has unloaded the food in her stomach, she is particularly excited about killing zombies. Of course, Guo Se was not willing to be outdone. She also became more excited and caught up with Hua Mi with a long sword in hand. However, Guo Se's fighting ability is still much worse than Hua Mi's. She could only pick up flowers and kill the remaining ones. Of course, Guo Se was not willing to be outdone. She also became more excited and caught up with Hua Mi with a long sword in hand. However, Guo Se's fighting ability is still much worse than Hua Mi's. She could only pick up flowers and kill the remaining ones. Therefore, Guo Se's greater role is to protect Lin Jigang. She protected Lin Jigang. Hua Mi smiled and looked back, glanced at Guo Se, and saw Lin Jigang stumbling, blocking left and right, and barely following in Guo Se's protection net. Hua Mi said, "Let's keep moving forward." Originally, Guo Se thought Hua Mi was going to kill her way to the front gate of City D, but he saw Hua Mi change direction and kill her way towards the other direction of City D. After leaving D City from this direction, Hua Mi stopped and said to Guo Se, "It's been such a long time, and there are still so many zombies in your D City. Gus, your fighting ability is not good enough. At least compared to Hua Mi in her previous life, Guo Se's fighting ability is far inferior. In her previous life, Hua Mi was once alone and trapped in a city full of zombies. At that time, she was in a desperate situation, but in less than a month, she managed to clear out almost all the zombies in the city. Looking at City D now, it is still full of zombies. Guo Se just felt that Hua Mi was a person who spoke without any concern. She pointed to the north of D City and said to Hua Mi, "Look for yourself. How many zombies are coming south from the north every day? You will now know why the number of zombies in my City D remains high. I work very hard every day to clear out the zombies in City D, but after I clear them out, there are still more. After I clear them out, there are still more. This amount of monsters spawns more frequently than when they are caused by a bug. It's not Guo Se's fault that he didn't try hard enough to kill the zombies, but the entire city of D is in the midst of a zombie tide. If the source cannot be blocked, zombies in City D will continue to emerge in an endless stream." Hua Mi expressed her understanding. She clapped her hands and threw a piece of black soil towards the back door exit of City D. She said to Guo Se, "Please help me keep an eye on Dr. Lin. I'm going to go back to feed my baby first, then come back and continue fighting." Guo Se looked up and glared at Hua Mi. She still didn't understand what Hua Mi wanted to do. Hua Mi's figure flashed on the spot and then disappeared. Lin Jigang stumbled forward and looked in surprise at the place where Hua Mi disappeared. He asked Guo Se, "So, there is a teleportation point here as well?" "This teleportation point is really amazing. Everyone in the end times knows that it is because of the tearing of time and space, because of black holes in the universe, and because of all kinds of grand, mysterious reasons that cannot be explained by science. Teleport points exist. All it takes is survivors to discover them one by one. So now there is one more known teleportation point. Today, it seems that there is more than one teleportation point in City D, one at the main gate of City D, and one in the safe zone of City D. It turns out that there is also a teleportation point at the back door of City D." Guo Se was speechless, looking at the naive Lin Jigang. She didn't know how to explain it. In fact, where did this teleportation point come from? Guo Se had a vague feeling that it should be related to Hua Mi, but she would not tell anyone about this kind of thing. After all, no one knew whether it would bring any trouble to Hua Mi. Guo Se looked at the big package that Hua Mi left there. She stepped forward and unzipped the package, revealing pieces of electric nets and buckets of jelly stones mixed with energy drops. A generator is also available. Guo Se immediately turned around and looked at Lin Jigang, who was about to ask why, and said, "Don't ask why. We're going to stay here tonight. You should assemble the power grid first. If we don't assemble the power grid, we won't be able to sleep well at night." As he spoke, Guo Se moved quickly and agilely and began to assemble the power grid. Lin Jigang was stunned for a moment, then started moving with Guo Se. At this moment, Hua Mi flew back to the public toilet in an instant. She cleaned herself up in the women's restroom of the public toilet, took a shower with energy drops, and changed into clean clothes. Only then did he walk out of the public toilet calmly and return to the nanny car with the confidence that he had just finished defecating. In the nanny car, Gong Yi had already coaxed the two children to sleep. He raised his eyelids, looked at Hua Mi, and asked indifferently, "What were you doing?" "You just went to the bathroom." "How many hours will it take?" Hua Mi curved her lips and smiled at Gong Yi. "Woman, please excuse me." Before she could finish her words, Gong Yi grabbed her wrist and pulled Hua Mi closer, almost directly into his arms. He lowered his head and sniffed Hua Mi's temples with a hint of teasing. "There's also a smell of shower gel, so you stayed in the public toilet for a few hours and took a shower before coming out?" Hua Mi didn't say anything, just laughed. In fact, perhaps Gong Yi had guessed what she was doing. It's just that Gong Yi didn't say it. Just as Hua Mi was considering what to make up in her mind, he didn't believe it, but she had to tell him a lie to fool him. Maybe it was Hua Mi's illusion. She always felt that when Gong Yi said this to her, the tone was as if Gong Yi was talking to his sister. Hua Mi couldn't help but feel her bones a little crispy. She raised her head slightly and looked at Gong Yi's face, only to realize that the distance between them was so close. It was so close that it seemed that if Gong Yi only moved a little closer to her, Hua Mi's lips would touch Gong Yi's lips. At this time, Hua Mi was actually thinking seriously that the hormonal scent from this man was so obvious. Should she push Gong Yi down and force herself on him? That was when Hua Mi was struggling, wondering whether she should be a human being or a female beast. Someone outside the garrison called out, "Commander, there are survivors." At this moment, Gong Yi suddenly seemed to come back to his senses. There was a slight blush on his bronzed cheeks, and no one knew what indescribable things he was thinking at that moment. Gong Yi lowered his head, as if to cover up, and explained to Hua Mi, "I'll go check it out. You look after the child and don't run around. Come back later, and I'll help you." The two of them did not hire a nanny because they felt that no one could be trusted in this world. Gong Yi can't trust anyone, and Hua Mi can trust no one even more. So the couple raises their children themselves. To be precise, as long as Gong Yi is with the two children, Gong Yi is taking care of the children while Hua Mi is resting. Hua Mi would only take over the job of taking care of the children when Gong Yi came to Xiangqinbai and was busy. After seeing Gong Yi off, Hua Mi stayed in the nanny car for a while, then pushed her two twin babies and prepared to stroll around the north of Xiangqing base. She planned to set up more teleportation points in hidden corners. It is very convenient for her to distract herself at any time. Anyway, with Gong Yi's procrastination, Hua Mi would forget about going to the East City base to kill Chu Xing. After all, the child still needs to grow up, and there are many things to do, and she won't have a single day free. So Hua Mi decided that when Gong Yi was taking care of the child, she would fly out of Xiangqing, take Lin Jigang with her, and move forward a little bit every day. Just like Yugong moving the mountain, let's get out of D City first. As a result, just as she stepped out of the nanny car, a woman rushed over from the opposite side. The woman looked at Hua Mi and smiled. "Excuse me, are you looking for a babysitter? I think your two children are so cute. I can help you take care of them." Hua Mi looked at the woman coldly and shook her head. This woman was inexplicably strange. After receiving Hua Mi's rejection, the warm smile on the woman's face suddenly collapsed. She threw something into the stroller at a very fast speed. Hua Mi had a feeling that something was wrong with this woman, so she quickly turned around and swept away the thing that had been thrown into the baby. Something fell into the nanny car. Hua Mi flew forward a long distance, carrying the stroller. She walked right past the woman who was throwing something. As soon as Hua Mi landed, the nanny car behind her exploded with a. The flames inside were like a blooming flower. All the car windows were shattered, and the doors were deformed. The thing that Hua Mi just swept out of the stroller was a bomb. Hua Mi turned around and grabbed the woman's neck without waiting for her to run away. She threw the woman who threw the bomb directly to the ground, and the back of the woman's head hit the hard stone slab with a. She looked at Hua Mi viciously and shouted loudly, "You vicious woman! You sealed off the Xiangqing base and killed the survivors outside." Hua Mi bent over. Her hands were extremely strong, and she pinched the woman's neck, almost suffocating her. She looked at the blushing woman angrily and said angrily, "Am I going to kill the survivors outside? Without the Xiangqing base, you can't survive? Don't you have arms and legs? You couldn't kill the zombies and they starved to death. What does it have to do with me? There was no Xiangqing base in the previous life. How did the survivors of the previous life survive? Why did she attract so much hatred now that she has closed the Xiangqing base?" Hua Mi looked up and saw a few survivors standing in the distance, with frightened and complicated expressions on their faces. These survivors witnessed Hua Mi being attacked by this woman. He also witnessed Hua Mi pinching the woman's neck and slapping her to the ground. Hua Mi asked coldly, "What are you looking at, those survivors standing there? What's the matter? If you think I'm wrong, you can come and kill me. If you can't kill me, get out." The survivors opened their mouths and saw the garrisons in the distance, all running over. Even the contractor and Huijing came over. No matter how dissatisfied those survivors were, they didn't dare to talk nonsense at this moment. They got anxious and turned around and left the scene. The area where Hua Mi had the accident is located inside the Yunwu city wall to the north of Xiangqing base. No one knows how many monsters and demons are hiding inside this wall. Sometimes people are covered with skin, and no one knows what is underneath the skin. The garrison took the woman from Hua Mi's hands and said to her, "Don't worry, Sister Hua, we will definitely give you an explanation." When they said this, the garrisons all had expressions of guilt on their faces. Their boss clearly told them to take good care of Hua Mi and their brothers and sisters when he went to consolidate the Yunwu city wall. As a result, their commander Gong had just finished giving instructions when he went to work on consolidating the Yunwu city wall. Then they threw the bomb into the brother and sister's nanny box. Everyone in the garrison seemed to feel extremely guilty. One of the garrisons said to Hua Mi, "Sister Hua, we need to take this woman away for interrogation to see if there are other forces behind her." As they said this, the garrisons looked at the woman in their hands with increasingly unfriendly expressions. What kind of woman could make such an exquisite bomb, accurately find the target, and drop the bomb next to Hua Mi when all the garrisons were delayed? Is this something that can be done by one person? The woman was pinned down by the garrison, and she screamed wildly. "What do you want to do?
What do you want to do to me?
I am just a woman. What terrible means are you going to use to deal with me?" This was particularly interesting, especially since this woman screamed particularly loudly when she was being forced to walk by the garrison. This attracted all the survivors to look at her. Hua Mi said directly, "Wait a moment." The garrison pressed the woman and stopped. Hua Mi walked forward and said to the woman who was howling, "Please repeat what you just said." This woman seems to be particularly stubborn. No one knows why she hates Xiangqing Base and Hua Mi so much. Since Hua Mi wanted her to say it, she would just say it again. So the woman shouted at Hua Mi, "Isn't it? We also know your torture methods. I am a woman. What will you do to us?" Anyone can guess it. Humans always love to imagine. This woman never finishes what she says, and she always acts like she is going to be treated like this or that by others. Those who see a woman like this will naturally have associations. Hua Mi raised her hand and slapped the woman in the face, causing her head to be crooked. She looked at Hua Mi hatefully and was about to curse. Hua Mi slapped the woman again. "You!" The woman glared. Hua Mi slapped her again. As soon as she opened her mouth, Hua Mi raised her hand and continued to slap her. That was suppressing. The two women turned his head away, pretending not to see anything. "Are you a human?" Hua Mi asked. She continued to slap the woman. "Two little kids like that. Are you a human being? Why are you so vicious?" Seeing the woman trying to explain herself, Hua Mi didn't want to listen at all. "If the garrison hadn't wanted to interrogate you, I would have just broken your neck." Hua Mi's eyes were red as he stuffed a large piece of rag into the woman's mouth. She said to the struggling woman with a protesting look on her face, "Also, I advise you to stop being so conceited. You are too ugly. Not only is your heart ugly, but it is also dirty. Anyone who likes you is trash. Even the garrison would find you dirty if they touched you. As long as you explain everything you need to explain, no one will torture you deliberately. If you explain everything clearly, I'll just shoot you and let you go on your way. Don't worry, no matter how much I torture you, it won't do anything to your body." The good thing about the Xiangqing garrison is that there are many ways of torture, but the Xiangqing garrison will not do things that humiliate women. Gong Yi would not let the Xiangqing garrison do these things. Even during the interrogation process, the procedures for garrisoning in Xiangqing were extremely standardized, to the point that they were difficult to find in the entire apocalypse. The woman in front of him had a rag stuffed in her mouth, and her eyes were filled with hatred, but she was still looking at Hua Mi. Her face was swollen because Hua Mi slapped her. Hua Mi's hands are very strong now, and one slap can destroy half of this woman's face. The woman was taken away, and Hua Mi immediately found Hu Jing. She asked Hu Jing, "Has the Xiangqing base north always been this chaotic?" Hua Mi didn't know before that she lived inside the Xiangqing base and spent most of her time in the rescue center. This rescue center has been regulated and kept in great order by Yang Honglin's police officers. The overall atmosphere has almost returned to the level of order before the end of the world. The overall feeling given to Hua Mi by the north of Xiangqing base is not very good, and it is very messy. The further north you go towards Xiangqing base, the more it feels like you are moving from a town into the suburbs. The key is that there are still many survivors in this suburb. They were crowded in a mess in the north of Xiangqing Base, and no one paid attention to them at first. The hygiene is very poor, and there is no order now. This group of survivors is the last group of survivors to enter the Xiangqing Base before it was closed. At the time, Yang Honglin was busy managing order in Xiangqing, and the police force suffered heavy losses this time, so there was a serious shortage of manpower to maintain order here. Therefore, these survivors were not promptly provided with accommodation. Instead, they were given tents to stay temporarily in the north of Xiangqing Base. Before the Xiangqing Base is opened, you cannot enter the interior of the Xiangqing Base. Hu Jing explained, in fact, the reason why this group of survivors were able to enter the Xiangqing Base was because they took advantage of one of our loopholes. Because before they entered Xiangqing Base had actually been closed. And most of them are survivors from the cities north of Xiangqing Base that have been completely transformed into zombies. These survivors were forced to come to the Xiangqing Base by the zombie tide behind them. In other words, a large group of zombies were running behind them. No matter which direction they ran, there would be zombies chasing and intercepting them. At that time, their only way to survive was the Xiangqing Base. At that time, the power grid in the north of the entire Xiangqing Base was very weak, and there was no city wall at all. It was all thanks to Gong Yi and his garrison, and some survivors who vowed to live and die with Xiangqing Base, that they were able to resist the zombies north of Xiangqing Base. At that time, Gong Yi and his colleagues had no way to take care of the survivors who were fleeing. So the survivors took this opportunity and squeezed to the north of Xiangqing Base. Later, Gong Yi's mental power materialized and became a wall of cloud and mist. This group of survivors happened to be inside the wall of cloud and mist. So, it was included in the Xiangqing Base. Hua Mi listened to what Hu Jing said and she asked thoughtfully. In other words, this group of people entered the Xiangqing Base after I decided to close the Xiangqing Base? If they hate me so much, why do they still want to stay in Xiangqing Base? Why don't they go out? The zombie tide in the north of Xiangqing Base is not completely resolved, but it is much less stressful than before. If everyone unites and rushes out from the Xiangqing Base to the north at this time, we can also leave this place. Hu Jing couldn't help but sneer after hearing what Hua Mi said. He said, if these survivors are willing to leave, this matter will be simple. Who among those living in the apocalypse doesn't know that our Xiangqing Base is good? Who doesn't know that our Xiangqing Base has sufficient supplies and energy? It would be strange if these people were so stupid as to leave our Xiangqing Base. Since no one is willing to leave the Xiangqing Base, but the Xiangqing Base is reluctant to do so, this group of people will be placed inside the Xiangqing Base. So this group of people were left in the north of Xiangqing Base and temporarily let them live in tents in the north of Xiangqing Base. When the right opportunity comes, this group of people will be slowly absorbed into the Xiangqing Base. In this process of absorption, this group of people must be screened to avoid letting in some messy people. Hua Mi was talking to Hu Jing about the survivors stranded in the Xiangqing Base. A garrison came running over and stood behind Hua Mi. He saluted Hua Mi with a standard garrison salute and said, Sister Hua, this woman has confessed. She does have a gang. This gang exists among the group of stranded survivors in the north of Xiangqing Base. There are quite a few of them, and they are quite large. According to the woman, there are probably several hundred. That woman doesn't know the exact list either, but she told us that this group of people have great opinions about our Xiangqing Base, especially about Sister Hua. Perhaps it is because people who have never been to the Xiangqing Base have only heard that there are sufficient supplies and energy in the Xiangqing Base. But I never thought that after actually entering the Xiangqing Base, I would discover how good this base is. The more they think this base is good, the more they feel that closing this base and not opening it to the outside world would be a very cruel and heavy loss to the suffering survivors outside. We are all human beings. Why can some people live in the Xiangqing Base? And some people can only suffer outside the Xiangqing Base? The garrison said to Hua Mi carefully, the woman who attacked my brother and sister, her husband, mother-in-law, children, etc. are all outside the Yunwu city wall. When the commander was building the cloud mist wall, this woman's husband, mother-in-law, and children were not with her. So they were separated. It took almost no effort to pry open the woman's mouth. There seems to be something wrong with this woman's mental state. As soon as she was slightly provoked, he would pour out everything to the garrison. Why did she do this, and who were the people who helped her do this? While venting her emotions, the woman was also telling the garrison about her inner distress. Because the cloud and mist wall was built in an instant, it was not the result of a long-term building process. It was the materialized wall of Gong Yi's spiritual power. So she and her family didn't react at that time. As she approached the Xiangqing base, she was included in the Yunwu city wall, while her family stood far away and were naturally excluded from the Xiangqing base. Like the woman, there are said to be many survivors who were forced to be separated from their families and excluded. Therefore, this group of stranded survivors who were stranded in the north of Xiangqing base and had already moved into tents all had a lot of complaints about Hua Mi. They believed that if Hua Mi had not blocked the Xiangqing base, then today, all of their relatives and friends could enter the Xiangqing base, such a good place. All the people they care about, all the people they love, will be happy. Hua Mi, who closed the Xiangqing base, was the culprit who prevented their family from reuniting and obtaining happiness. How can you blame Miss Hua for this? Hu Jing frowned and looked at the garrison who came to report the results of the review. He asked, "We have said since the beginning that there is danger outside the Xiangqing base, so we have to close the Xiangqing base. Many people have seen what happened in the Xiangqing base during that time, but now they are saying that Sister Hua closed the Xiangqing base. Are they still reasonable?" If Hu Jing heard about this, he would only feel sorry for Hua Mi obviously. If it weren't for Hua Mi, the entire Xiangqing base would not have been established. Some people simply don't see this. They would only think that Hua Mi Hai's Xiangqing base was closed. The garrison opened his mouth, looked at Hua Mi, and said nothing. There are some things he dare not say. In fact, when this woman was venting her emotions, she once shouted wildly. What she meant was to blame Hua Mi. Why did she have to give birth to a child? If Hua Mi didn't give birth to a child, Chun Hu and Chu Xing wouldn't have taken advantage of it. So much so that now I have entered a state of self-isolation. This kind of complaint from women actually represents a kind of thinking among women which is not uncommon in the entire Xiangqing base. Whenever people talk about it, they will say, "It's the end of the world now. Why do women still have to give birth to children?" No matter how much you blame others, you still have to blame Hua Mi yourself. Who else can you blame? If she didn't give others the opportunity to take advantage of her, would others take advantage of her to attack the Xiangqing base? Of course, the garrison would not say such things to Hua Mi, as they were not people who didn't know right from wrong. All the garrisons treated their brothers and sisters as their own children, so when they heard the woman say such words, every garrison was particularly angry. But they kept in mind how terrible postpartum depression was, and no one would tell Hua Mi such bad words. Hua Mi raised her eyebrows and glanced at the garrison who seemed to be hesitant to speak. In fact, she understood everything without the garrison telling her. Because her hearing is very good now, Hua Mi can hear people talking softly in the distance. Now her mind is filled with the many survivors who are blaming her behind her back. What I meant is roughly the same. It's just like a girl who is walking on the street at night wearing fancy clothes and is assaulted by a bad guy. People only blame the girl and ask why she is walking on the street at night dressed like that. The principle is actually the same. Who caused the Xiangqing base to be closed? Don't you have any idea? Hu Jing was still cursing. Hua Mi raised her hand to interrupt Hu Jing. She turned around and said to the garrison expressionlessly, they were harmed and their families could not be reunited because it happened so suddenly. Although Commander Gong's cloud wall was built to protect Xiangqing, it did prevent their family from reuniting. We must now put things right, correct our mistakes in a timely manner and apologize to them. Hearing her say this, Hu Jing opened his mouth eagerly and looked at Hua Mi. Miss Hua, that's not the case. The garrison also frowned and couldn't help shaking his head desperately. No, why should they apologize? Why should they correct their mistakes? Why should they set things right? What did they do wrong? If they were to apologize, then it was these people who should apologize to Sister Hua and to the Xiangqing base. These stranded survivors caused such great harm to Sister Hua and dropped bombs on 2 innocent children. Shouldn't these stranded survivors be cut into pieces? Moreover, the stranded survivors also caused chaos in the Xiangqing base, adding burden to their garrison. It was obviously very hard for the garrison to guard the Xiangqing base desperately. The police officers maintained the order and stability of the Xiangqing base day and night. Aren't they tired? Just because these stranded survivors were separated from their families, they vented their conflicts and hatred on two innocent children. It is these radical-minded people who are wrong, not the Xiangqing base. At this time, both Hu Jing and the garrison thought that Hua Mi was suffering from postpartum depression, so much so that she had begun to talk nonsense. But then I heard Hua Mi say, since these stranded survivors have such strong opinions about me and want to be reunited with their families, then I should rectify the situation and let them go. No one is saying that they must be forced to stay in the Xiangqing base. Just follow the list this woman provided and dig up whatever you can find. I don't mind sending all the people we find out to the north of Xiangqing base. Remember, no matter what these people do in the future, they will never be able to enter the Xiangqing base again. After all, in Xiangqing base, there is someone like me who they hate so much. How can they stay here and breathe the same air with me? Hua Mi did not choose to kill the woman who attacked her. She chose to let it go. Look how kind she is. This is because Hua Mi has correctly realized her mistakes. She wants to put things right and set these stranded survivors free. The woman who threw the bomb was named Chun Hu. At this time, he was detained in a small garrison camp in the north of Xiangqing base. She watched in horror as the two guards entered the tent. At this time, the rag in the woman's mouth had been taken out, and she had vented her emotions. After venting her emotions, Chun Hu seemed much more normal. At least she began to think about her current situation with normal thinking. Facing the garrison, she shook her head and shouted loudly, "What do you want to do to me? You're also stationed here." The garrison was a great and noble profession. You cannot destroy the greatness of this profession. I'm warning you, if you do anything to me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Tang Yu entered the tent and rolled his eyes at the woman speechlessly. He took out a needle, grabbed the woman's hand, and gave the woman an injection in the fingertips. The woman's blood was taken in a test tube. The woman screamed. She really thought that the garrison at Xiangqing base would do something to her body. Do something worse. But Tang Yu said, "What are you yelling about? I'm just taking a drop of your blood and recording your DNA. Don't worry, you and your accomplices will get what you want, and you will never see our sister Hua again. Don't you particularly hate our sister Hua? Sister Hua said that you should not breathe the same air with her. Alright, that's enough. Get up, and we'll take you out of the Xiangqing base." Chun Hu widened her eyes in shock. She didn't react to what Tang Yu said to her. She just stood up and walked out of the tent under the supervision of Tang Yu and others. As they were getting closer to the wall of Yunwu City, the woman discovered that many survivors had gathered there. Those survivors were covered in dust and looked disheveled. They were all the people who helped her plan the bomb attack. Chun Hu is familiar with each of them. Chun Hu looked them up and down and found no signs of beating or torture on their bodies. But their image is far less clean and tidy than before. Although they lived in humanitarian aid tents at the Xiangqing base before, the Xiangqing base provided them with food and water every day. They will use this clean water to wash their bodies. And now, because they ran so awkwardly and hurriedly when they were caught by the garrison, they were covered in dust. It makes them extremely uncomfortable. When they saw Chun Hu coming, the survivors hung their heads, with hidden hatred in their eyes. It's all the fault of that idiot Chun Hu. If Chun Hu hadn't done something dishonest, he would have blown himself to death. They wouldn't be involved today. Although these stranded survivors were thinking this in their hearts. But they all acted very pitifully, trying to win the sympathy of the garrison by such pitiful gestures. Some people even let out sobbing sounds. They looked innocent and tearful as they looked at the garrison. I hope the garrison can find conscience, let them go, and stop targeting them. Chun Hu asked tremblingly. Why are you here? What are the garrisons sending us to do? One of the survivors looked at Chun Hu with resentment and deliberately raised his voice so that all the garrisons could hear him. He said, "Why are you so impulsive? Why are you doing this?" Normally, people complain, but no one takes it seriously. Chun Hu looked at the man who said this. She seemed to have no idea what he was talking about. Now, listening to what this man said, it seemed as if all this was her fault. But it wasn't like this before. It seems that when everyone joins together to boycott a certain person and has a common imaginary enemy, their group appears to be particularly cohesive. They once supported each other, and during the days when they lost contact with their loved ones, they shared their longing for their loved ones with each other. Their team is extremely integrated. They think of themselves as family members, hate Hua Mi, and stick together to warm each other. But now, some people actually said that although people complain as usual, no one takes such complaints seriously. Chun Hu couldn't believe her ears. As it turned out, it wasn't just one person who said this, and soon after, someone else spoke out. They seemed to be eager to distance themselves from Chun Hu. Yeah, we never thought that Chun Hu would actually make a bomb and attack Hua Mi's two treasures. Although we complain about Hua Mi, the child is innocent, and we have never thought of doing anything to the child. Yes, I also have two children. They are now outside the base, and I don't know what's happening to them. How could I bear to harm them? I had known that you had such an extreme personality, I would not have been friends with you. How mentally ill Chun Hu was, she now understood what these people meant. She shook her head in disbelief and said desperately, "No, it was you who said that I should take real action. It was you who said that you would delay the garrison for me. You are the ones who encouraged me to do this. Why are you saying this now? Aren't we all family? Didn't we swear to help each other and support each other from now on? You said it yourself, but now you are blaming me for all the mistakes. What on earth do you want to do?" Everyone started talking at once and started to fight back against Chun Hu. Commander Tang, this has nothing to do with us. It's all Chun Hu's fault. Chun Hu acted on her own. They pushed all the faults onto Chun Hu, and some even spat at her. "Bah, you vicious woman. It's all your fault."
What are you talking about?
Everyone knows that I love children the most. You are slandering me. Captain Tang, look at me yourself. Do I look like such a vicious person? At this time, how could all those who had supported Chun Hu in taking action still have any warmth towards Chun Hu? They hated Chun Hu to death. No one expected that Chun Hu would fail. Everyone thought that if Chun Hu dropped a bomb on Gong Yi's wife and children, then Chun Hu himself would definitely die in the bomb attack. In the end, the attack failed. Hua Mi did not kill the woman, but let her live. She then followed the clues and arrested all those who had complained about Hua Mi. At the same time that these survivors were distancing themselves from Chun Hu and loudly complaining about her, the garrison also captured a number of survivors and drove them over. Tang Yu looked coldly at the survivors who pushed all the responsibility onto Chun Hu. You have always been like this, always putting all the blame on a woman. Why don't you ever think about the fact that you are the ones who caused this? Tang Yu pointed to a small hole in the wall of Yunwu City and said to the survivors, "Go ahead. Outside this cave is the north of Xiangqing base. You can go see your family and reunite with them." More and more survivors were driven here, at least thousands if not hundreds, and everyone was chattering. It was obvious that it was impossible to put all the blame on Chun Hu alone. Someone shouted loudly, "What do you mean by this, Xiangqing base? What did we do wrong? We are just gathering together to complain. Is it not allowed to complain? The world today is developing more and more unbelievably and is far from the freedom we had before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, they can say whatever they want. As a result, after the end of the world, they just complained that Hua Mi closed the Xiangqing base and did not allow outsiders to enter the Xiangqing base. As a result, they were about to be driven out of the Xiangqing base. So the management of Xiangqing base only listens to a woman? Is it just because of a woman's likes and dislikes that the survivors in Xiangqing base come and go? Since one person asked, everyone opened their mouths and spoke. Someone else shouted loudly, "I don't think we did anything wrong. Xiangqing base is a large base after all. How can a woman have the final say on everything? Where's Gong Yi? Where is Commander Gong? Doesn't he care about anything? Did he just watch his wife kick so many of us out of the Xiangqing base because she was unhappy with us complaining about her?" Tang Yu looked at the survivors coldly. "So what do you want? You want to stay here? We provide you with free tents, and you throw bombs at our commander's child?" There was a moment of silence among the crowd. because they seem to have just remembered that when they were asking Gong Yi to come out and administer justice. In fact, the two children where Chun Hu dropped the bomb were not only Hua Mi's children, but also Commander Gong Yi's children. So, if you put yourself in their shoes, they dropped a bomb on Gong Yi's child, and now they want Gong Yi to seek justice for them. This doesn't make sense no matter how you put it. Tang Yi looked at the silent crowd and sneered. You said that this is because our Xiangqing base is closed and you are not allowed to reunite with your family. Then what did we do wrong by letting you go out and reunite with your family? None of you here have been implicated innocently. All of you have expressed radical dissatisfaction with the Xiangqing base. Since you don't like this place so much, then just leave. We will not care about anything now, and will let you go directly. Then you should leave quickly. Don't stay here. Go find your families and reunite with them. Among the survivors, including Chun Hu, who made the bomb and threw it at his brother and sister, everyone turned pale when they heard this. They really never thought about leaving the Xiangqing base. They just wanted to make some noise to force the Xiangqing base to retreat, open the Xiangqing base, and let their families in. But Tang Yi didn't listen to them at all. He just waved his hand, and the garrisons came forward, pushing and shoving them, and drove them out of the Yunwu city wall. Of course, these were only the first batch of survivors who were driven out. According to the lists uttered by these survivors, there are still many people waiting to be caught. Hua Mi stood in the distance with a cold expression on her face. She pushed a stroller and watched the survivors crying and screaming as they were driven out of the Xiangqing base. The brother and sister in the stroller were babbling in baby language, and it was unknown what they were communicating. Hua Mi didn't understand. She just looked at the crying survivors with indifference. In fact, being driven out does not mean that these survivors cannot survive. After all, at the Xiangqing base, there are a large number of teams every day who accept tasks from the mission center and go north from the Xiangqing base to complete tasks and kill zombies. These survivors will take a small amount of supplies out of the city. The quantity is small and far from meeting the standard for smuggling supplies out of the city. But Hua Mi knew that some people would take advantage of this loophole and secretly bring goods out of the city in this ant-moving form. Most of them are not transporting supplies to other cities. They just hope to stay outside for a few more days and earn more crystal cores. But there are survivors outside who, with crystal cores, can also exchange them for some supplies from the people of Xiangqing who have accepted the mission. As long as you find a way, there is always a way out. But Chun Hu, who used radical means and blew up her brother and sister with a bomb, didn't know whether she would be so lucky after leaving Xiangqing. Whether God would give her a way to survive. Outside the Yunwu city wall, a group of survivors who had just been expelled looked at Chun Hu angrily. Chun Hu stiffened her neck, looking as if she would never admit her mistake. When everyone saw her like this, they all started to criticize her. Chun Hu was in a trance. She looked at the people around her with a very strange look. Some people turned around and wanted to go back into the wall of cloud and mist, but they did not dare to touch the wall of cloud and mist. Because they had watched with their own eyes as zombies encountered the misty wall and were instantly turned into powder. How could they dare to get close to this city wall? Even when they were garrisoned and driven out through the small hole in the city wall, they were cautious and did not dare to touch the clouds. Not to mention now, they punched the cloud mist city wall a few times and made a hole in it. Everyone was helpless and could only transfer their hatred to Chun Hu. Someone pushed Chun Hu and said angrily, "Speak up. You've caused such a big disaster and made Hua Mi unhappy. Now she's taking her anger out on us. Tell me, how are you going to solve this problem?" Others say, looking at the situation now, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Chun Hu, I don't care what you come up with. Just let Hua Mi and Gong Yi open the Yunwu city wall again. Yes, you are responsible for getting us into the Xiangqing base. Otherwise, we will kill you. While he was saying this, another hole opened in the wall of Yunwu city. This time, there were even more survivors being expelled. Everyone saw that they were all familiar people. Aren't they the ones who were usually quite dissatisfied with the Xiangqing base? It seemed that Hua Mi was very angry this time and was ready to catch them all in one fell swoop. A man pointed at Chun Hu's face and was so angry that he wanted to kill Chun Hu. Look at what you have done. Kneel down right now in front of this wall of mist and kowtow to Hua Mi to apologize. If she doesn't forgive you, you'll just keep knocking here until Hua Mi is willing to let us return to the Xiangqing base. Chun Hu, whose head was beaten into a pig, looked at the man in disbelief, just as the man stretched out his hand to strangle her neck and forced her to kneel down and kowtow to admit her mistake. She suddenly stretched out her hand and pushed the man back. Chun Hu looked frantic and shouted loudly, "Is it my fault? Is it all my fault? When I was making explosives, did anyone stop me? Don't you know I'm going to take action? Aren't you the ones who helped divert the garrison's attention so that I have a chance to get close to Hua Mi? When an avalanche comes down, every snowflake is not innocent. This is not just my fault." When she said this, someone immediately thought of themselves. In fact, they are not very familiar with Chun Hu. I only learned from Chun Hu's teammates that Chun Hu wanted to make a bomb and needed some materials. So they tried every possible means to find such materials for Chun Hu. Some people actually only know that Chun Hu has plans to find 2 children. However, they did not express any objections and even expressed their hatred towards Hua Mi as if it had nothing to do with them. And because of this, they were implicated and expelled from the Xiangqing base. Someone immediately reacted and pointed at several other accomplices of Chun Hu. These were Chun Hu's real accomplices. They participated at the right time to help Chun Hu delay the garrison plan. Everyone said bitterly, "You guys are so close to Chun Hu on a daily basis. You guys are really stupid. When she was making bombs, you helped her find raw materials. You are also the culprit. You should also kneel down and kowtow to Hua Mi to apologize." The men who were accused were so angry that they raised their fists and hit the men around them in the face. "Do you blame us? Didn't you help find the raw materials for the bomb?" Everyone turned their accusing eyes to the men who helped find the raw materials for the bomb. "Yeah, aren't you guys just looking for something to do? We're living a good life. Why are you helping me find raw materials for bombs? Aren't you having a hard time in Xiangqing? You have the raw materials for making bombs. Why don't you sell them to Sichuan? Ikuwa collects all kinds of garbage. It's because of you. If you hadn't found the raw materials for the bomb for Chun Hu, she wouldn't have been able to make the bomb. It's all because of you. The men who helped to gather the raw materials became angry and started fighting. Outside the Yunwu city wall, a chaotic battle suddenly broke out. Gong Yi stood on the Yunwu city wall, his face full of indifference, looking at the survivors below the wall. For such a small matter, these survivors have all seen blood. Not far away, there are large groups of zombies. Some Xiangqing people who came out of the Xiangqing base to complete the mission are struggling to kill zombies. Some ordinary survivors also built small oases under the cloud wall. They used cars to build a very simple fortress. The supplies in this small oasis were not sufficient, but they were not enough to starve people to death. There are also ordinary survivors who try to hunt for the crystal cores in the zombies' brains and exchange them for supplies from the survivors on missions. Everyone is living a very hard life, but these survivors who have just been expelled from the Xiangqing base are busy fighting. A woman's scream was heard in the melee. It was Chun Hu, who was beaten into a pig's head by Hua Mi and threw bombs at her younger brothers and sisters. She was grabbed by the neck by a man and thrown directly towards several zombies on the opposite side. Chun Hu shouted wildly and waved her hands. Gong Yi and Hua Mi did not kill her and even repaid her with kindness and did not beat her too badly. However, they threw her out of the Cloud Mist City wall, which was a punishment that was even more painful for her than killing her directly. The survivors who were originally fighting each other were blown to death, or injured by Chun Hu's bomb with A. Some were even blown away and fell into the zombie tide. The scene was in chaos. Life in the north of Xiangqing is not getting easy either. In addition to the survivors who were expelled from the Xiangqing base, there were still a large number of survivors who remained inside the cloud and mist wall of the Xiangqing base. Because of Hua Mi's outburst, the atmosphere in the entire northern part of Xiangqing base suddenly became a lot more tense than before. Originally, everyone was free and relaxed, staying in their own tents, waiting for the little bit of humanitarian relief supplies sent from the Xiangqing base every day. Now those people, who were transferred by Hua Mi, including Yang Honglin, were trapped in their own tent area. The Xiangqing base no longer allows them to move freely. Anyone who can be found is under investigation. No relief supplies were delivered. The atmosphere in the entire northern Xiangqing base suddenly became extremely solemn. However, they were unable to enter the Xiangqing base on their own. Some people were dissatisfied, and they pointed at Yang Honglin, who came to issue the order, and said, "It's Chun Humin's fault. It's Chun Humin's fault. You've been investigating for so long and have taken away so many people. Have you found out what we did?" Although they occasionally complained about Hua Mi, but most people are not as radical as Chun Humin and his group. Some people have never even seen Chun Humin. Therefore, it was only because of Chun Humin that the atmosphere in the north of Xiangqing base became so tense. It is reasonable for everyone to feel dissatisfied. A large group of people gathered in front of Yang Honglin's car, talking and expressing their opinions at once, buzzing like a swarm of flies. Yang Honglin stood on the roof of the car, looking indifferently at the survivors who had surrounded his car. Yang Honglin said, "The Xiangqing base is now clearly informing you that if you do not leave Xiangqing, the Xiangqing base will stop providing all humanitarian assistance." This statement was like an explosion in the pot. Some survivors glared at Yang Honglin. "Is this something a human being could do? What on earth did we do wrong? If you do this to us, don't you worry about retribution?" Yang Honglin sneered, took out several large bags of seeds from a snakeskin bag, and said to the survivors, "Then does our Xiangqing base owe you something? We have been providing you with humanitarian aid for such a long time, and yet you are still complaining and expressing dissatisfaction with us. Do we deserve to be taken advantage of? Here, these are the seeds. If you want to eat them, go and plant them yourself. No one has the obligation to tolerate you." In fact, a long time ago, Yang Honglin was also a person full of justice and love. But after the end of the world, the ugly human heart made him feel chilled. Until now, there are still several seriously injured police academy students who have not been released from the rescue center. Their injuries were so severe that even if they were treated with Hua Mi's medical supplies every day, their psychological trauma would take many, many years to heal. Ever since the Xiangqing base was attacked last time, Yang Honglin's thinking has changed. He began to feel how terrible ungrateful people are. Even if these stranded survivors located in the north of Xiangqing base are not from Chun Humin's group. However, complaining about Hua Mi and being dissatisfied with the management of Xiangqing base are the mainstream thoughts of this group of people. This is terrible. Once they have such thoughts, this group of people will not be grateful no matter what Xiangqing base does. They all feel that no matter how much the Xiangqing base does for them, it is what they deserve. Once their emotions accumulate to a certain level, they will become quite radical with a little provocation from the outside world. Will do terrible, terrible things. This is a very terrifying force, so why should Xiangqing base tolerate these people? Nothing is as it should be. The seeds were scattered by Yang Honglin and thrown to the survivors. But no survivor was willing to take the seeds. They were extremely panicked, and hidden deep in their hearts, their dissatisfaction with the Xiangqing base was growing stronger. However, faced with Yang Honglin's tough attitude, none of the survivors dared to speak out in protest. It is obvious that the Xiangqing base is trying to hit them. If they really resisted at this time, they would actually not be able to defeat the people from the Xiangqing base. However, if they accept these seeds, the Xiangqing base will ask them to farm in the future and will no longer provide them with any humanitarian assistance. The survivors fell silent one by one. Deathly silence. They all lowered their heads and eyes at the same time, hiding the hatred in their eyes. It seems that this matter has no solution until now. Yang Honglin didn't want to say anything more to them. He jumped off the roof of his car, got into it, and drove away from Xiangqing base north with a cold look on his face. He still has a lot to do. As soon as Yang Honglin left, the remaining survivors began to whisper to each other. Some looked terrified. What should we do now? It looks like Xiangqing base really doesn't intend to take care of us anymore. The relief supplies for lunch today have not been delivered yet. I am still hungry. Some people looked like dead pigs that were not afraid of boiling water. How can they really starve us to death? Don't worry, they're just trying to scare us. When we are almost starving, they will send us supplies and intimidate us. I have long known the methods of these people. Despite saying this, most people in the northern part of Xiangqing base still seem very worried. They gathered together and began to talk about the ruthlessness and heartlessness of the Xiangqing base. And the ignorance of this woman Hua Mi. Suddenly, a survivor stumbled and waved his hand at everyone, saying, "Have you heard? The contractor has produced a blueprint. He wants to build a city wall, and the red line of the city wall actually excludes our area from the Xiangqing base." Her words caused a roar from the crowd. Someone pushed through the crowd in disbelief and came over to ask, "What nonsense are you talking about? We are in the Xiangqing base. Is this true? Who told you this? If the contractor's red line of the city wall has drawn them out of the Xiangqing base, then what is the difference between this and driving them out of the Xiangqing base? But the cloud wall has already included us in the Xiangqing base. Now there is another red line of the contractor's city wall. What about our area? Doesn't this put us between the red line of the city wall and the cloud and mist city wall?" After hearing what this man said, everyone did not feel too panicked. After all, the area between the red line of the city wall and the cloud and mist wall was still safe. Mountains and seas of zombies outside the Xiangqing base. This area, at least, has no threat from zombies. But then, someone else said with a pale face, if the city wall is really built, the magical wall of clouds and mist can be dismantled at any time. After all, that wall of mist that no one can touch was formed by the materialization of Gong Yi's spiritual power. In fact, it is as illusory as clouds and mist. If Gong Yi ignores the city wall for a few days, the wall will slowly become thinner. In time, this city wall will be blown away by the wind and disappear between heaven and earth. So once the contractor is asked to build the red line of the city wall, after Gong Yi's cloud wall was removed, they were still excluded from the Xiangqing base. Someone cursed loudly. How come the people in Xiangqing base are more treacherous than each other? This contractor is really something. I thought he was a nice guy before, but how could he do such a wicked thing now? Someone said sarcastically, after all, it was not the woman named Hua Mi who instigated it. If she hadn't come up with some bad ideas, we wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation today. So, what should we do now? Otherwise, we should all go and talk to Gong Yi. We really can't let his wife continue to do this recklessly. Everyone discussed it among themselves, and at first, everyone said that they should elect a few people to act as representatives to negotiate with Gong Yi. However, when it comes to who is going, everyone shakes their heads. After all, Chun Hu's incident is a lesson for us. It is said that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot, and this is true. If the negotiations fail and the representative who came forward to negotiate was angry with Gong Yi and thrown out of the Xiangqing base, wouldn't that be a loss? It seemed that no candidate could be chosen for this matter. In the end, all the survivors decided to go find Gong Yi together. Everyone went to the wall of Yunwu City in a mighty manner to seek justice from Gong Yi. A dozen or so survivors were left on the spot, silently picking up the seeds on the ground and gritted their teeth to carry the seeds back to their tents. No one knows what these few dozen survivors are thinking. I just feel like they're not very sociable. But at this time, they were unwilling to follow the crowd, so everyone could only let these few dozen survivors do their own thing. A large number of stranded survivors ran to the Yunwu city wall to find Gong Yi. But Gong Yi has already returned to Hua Mi and the child. Hua Mi and her brother and sister were arranged to stay in the garrison camp. Because of the attack by Chun Hu, Gong Yi made a temporary decision to ask the contractor not to repair Diamond's house anymore and give it to his wife and children. He asked Hua Mi to get a luxury RV and place it in the garrison camp. His 2 children were also raised in the garrison camp. After Gong Yi returned to the luxury RV to take care of the 2 children, Hua Mi found an excuse to run to the toilet in the garrison camp. I'm going to use the bathroom, a really big bathroom. Don't wait for me. You can take care of the baby and sleep. When she said this, Gong Yi turned his head and rolled his eyes at Hua Mi. A blatant roll of the eyes. Hua Mi pretended not to see it, turned around and ran. She set up a teleportation point in the public toilet of the garrison camp. With a flash, he flew back to the back door of City D from the toilet of the garrison camp. After not being here for a few days, the back door of City D has been filled with electric fences by Guo Se and Lin Jigang. Seeing Hua Mi suddenly appear, Guo Se didn't think twice and drew his sword across. Hua Mi leaned back and avoided Guo Se's sword. She scolded Guo Se, "What are you doing? You're killing one of your own." Guo Se stuck the handle of the knife into the ground, looked at Hua Mi and said, "What should I do? Aren't you just going back to feed your child? It's been several days. The two of us are here, and we've almost built this place into a fortress." She and Lin Jigang only relied on a large bundle of electric nets left by Hua Mi and a pile of energy drops mixed with jelly stones. In spite of everything, I have been guarding this small teleportation point for several days. It's already quite difficult. If Hua Mi didn't come again, Guo Se planned to leave Lin Jigang alone and return to her safe zone. There is sufficient electric grid in her safe zone, and several luxury RVs are parked there. Those luxury RVs contain a large amount of supplies that Guo Se has stockpiled. There are also quite a few energy drops. However, Guo Se's abilities are limited, and she can move through the zombie tide effortlessly by herself. If we bring Lin Jigang along, it will be very difficult to move. She could only leave Lin Jigang behind and go back by herself. Hua Mi smiled and said to Guo Se, "Thank you for your hard work. I brought you a lot of good things." As she spoke, she pulled out a large backpack from behind her. The backpack is filled with food and supplies, as well as energy drops. Guo Se took a look at the supplies in the backpack, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. She took out 4 yellow peaches from her backpack, threw 2 to Lin Jigang, and kept 2 for herself. Guo Se took a bite of the yellow peach and asked Hua Mi, "What are you going to do next? I heard from Dr. Lin that you plan to take him to City F." Hua Mi turned around and looked in the direction of leaving the city. "We are now in the north of Xiangqing Base. If we want to go to F City, we have to go to the south of Xiangqing Base. We will definitely have to go around Xiangqing Base for most of the way." As she spoke, Hua Mi turned her head to look at Lin Jigang. She rummaged around in her sleeves and pulled out a long knife. Don't ask her why she could take out a long knife from her sleeve. Asking is like performing magic. Hua Mi threw the long knife to Lin Jigang. "I will only send you, Dr. Lin, to City E. You have to walk the rest of the way to City F by yourself.